Chapter 1: The Golden House Hiding System. Shanghai. Xingfuli Community. Hiccup. Having a holiday is so great.
John Han, who had just finished clearing a Genshin Impact instance, picked up a can of cola from the table and gulped it down.
Then he crushed the can and threw it into the overflowing trash can.
The college entrance exam just ended, and my parents went on a business trip again.
With John Han all alone at home, he can't wait to have a great summer vacation.
I play video games during the day and watch anime at night.
I'm not afraid of anything, except for not getting enough nutrition. John Han checked the time. It was already 6 p.m.
He was also a little hungry, so he decided to go downstairs to throw out the trash and grab some fried rice while he was at it.
I come back at night and continue making tiles. Life is truly wonderful. Why bother with dating or having a girlfriend? Aren't playing video games and watching anime more appealing?
Unlike his classmates, John Han didn't rush to ask girls out on trips as soon as his college entrance exam scores were released.
They say they're going on vacation, but who doesn't know what they're actually doing?
John Han would never stoop to doing such a thing.
Turn off the computer.
Picking up the overflowing bag of trash, John Han went downstairs in his slippers.
John Han lives in an old neighborhood.
Normally, we have to go outside the community and walk dozens of meters to get to the garbage recycling station to throw away the trash.
John Han hummed a song as he walked forward.
Before long, they arrived at the garbage recycling station. This recycling station is very large, filled with more than a dozen trash cans of various sizes and colors.
The light was dim.
A strange smell filled the air. John Han didn't want to linger, so he picked up the trash bag in his hand and, from a distance of several meters, threw it in a perfect parabola toward the trash can in the distance.
Snap!
Unexpectedly, the garbage bag landed next to the garbage can.
Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out. Ah! Who is it that's so inconsiderate as to litter like this?
Upon hearing the sweet voice, John Han paused for a moment, then looked toward the source of the sound. All I could see was behind the green trash can. A girl wearing a JK uniform and a knee-length skirt slowly leaned half of her body out. She has a very attractive figure, with curves in all the right places, fair and delicate skin, and exquisite features. At this moment, she was rubbing her forehead, glaring angrily at John Han.
Mu Xiaoye?
Upon seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, John Han froze on the spot.
Isn't this Mu Xiaoye, the school beauty who was pursued by a bunch of boys simps in high school? How did she end up here?
Moreover, judging from her disheveled hair and dirty appearance, it seemed that she had been homeless for several days.
What are you doing here?
John Han looked at Mu Xiaoye in front of him and asked in confusion. Mu Xiaoye was somewhat surprised to see the boy in front of her call out her name.
You know me?
Mu Xiaoye frowned and stared at John Han.
John Han nodded. Of course, who in the entire Shanghai No. 1 high school doesn't know you?
I'm a classmate from the class next to yours. My name is John Han.
Upon hearing that John Han was also a student at Shanghai No. 1 high school, Mu Xiaoye's guard instantly dropped.
She put down the cardboard and plastic bottle in her hand, walked up with her long, beautiful legs, and looked at John Han with a sly look in her eyes.
Just now. Did you throw trash at me? Seeing Mu Xiaoye's ambiguous smile, John Han took a step back in fear. Yeah, what's wrong? I didn't do it on purpose. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Mu Xiaoye smiled.
She extended her right index finger and licked her sexy, rosy lips.
Since you hit me, you have to compensate me. Compensation? John Han was taken aback for a moment, then asked with some confusion, what kind of compensation will you receive?
I'll compensate you by letting you stay at my place for a few days. Mu Xiaoye narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile on her lips.
Are you kidding me? No. John Han refused outright. How can he happily play video games while wearing only his underwear if a girl is living in his house?
Besides, Mom and Dad are just on a business trip.
It's not like we're going abroad. He might come back anytime. If they see me bringing a girl home to stay, he'd be killed. John Han's parents are both quite traditional people.
I had warned him many times before that he was not allowed to date before graduating from university. This was right after the college entrance exam. He was having an affair with a girl. At that point, they might break one of his legs. Therefore, this matter must not be agreed to.
Seeing that John Han rejected her, Mu Xiaoye's smile vanished instantly.
He muttered to himself.
This guy is really too much. He even dared to refuse me. You deserve to be single. However, she quickly came up with a plan, put on a pitiful look, and said to Jung Han, "Brother Jung Han, please let me stay at your house for a few days. Can you really bear to watch me end up homeless? We've been classmates, please help me out." Wa'ada. Seeing Mu Xiaoya's delicate and charming appearance, Jung Han was instantly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the usually aloof and unapproachable school beauty would have such a funny side? However, even so, he still couldn't agree, because compared to the girl, his third leg was more important. Just as he was about to refuse again, a crisp electronic sound rang in his mind. Drop. The keeping a beauty in a golden house system has been successfully bound. Task 1, reject the school beauty's request and turn away immediately. The reward for the host is the title Eternal Single Dog, which grants a plus 99,999 hand speed boost upon equipping. Task 2, take in a homeless school beauty and make her your maid. The reward is a large penthouse in Bund 1 mansion and a newbie gift pack. I heard the voice in my head. Jung Han was stunned. As a seasoned otaku, besides playing video games and watching anime, I usually spend my time. My favorite thing is reading novels. He was extremely familiar with this system. After all, with a system, even a dog can reach the pinnacle of life. Jung Han felt a surge of secret pleasure. I never imagined that one day I would be able to bind to the system. After glancing at the system's options, Jung Han made his choice without hesitation. Joke. The houses in one Bund mansion. That's a property with a price tag of over 10,000 yuan per square meter. A large single-level apartment would easily cost tens of millions. Besides, there's also a newbie gift pack. Only a fool would choose the first task. This system has absolutely no originality. I choose 2. Jung Han said to the system in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice came out. Drop. Congratulations, host, on making your choice. Winner, a luxury apartment at one Bund mansion. Reward, a new player gift pack. Includes 5 million in cash, 1 powerful tonic pill, and a mystery gift. P.S. The mystery gift has been placed in the cloakroom of mansion number 1. Please go and check it yourself. Chapter 2, Taking in the School Beauty. The system's voice had just finished speaking. A key and an access card appeared in Jung Han's pocket. At the same time, his phone vibrated twice. Jung Han took it out and saw that 5 million yuan had indeed been deposited into his bank card. Jung Han couldn't help but smile. This feeling is so amazing. I'll never have to worry about not having enough money to top up my account for 648 again. Dazzling skins, exclusive items, Genesis crystals, and S-rank guns, here I come. Jung Han, please. Just let me stay at your place for a few days. Just then, Mu Xiaoya came up, tugged at Jung Han's sleeve, and stared at him pitifully with her big, watery eyes. Jung Han lowered his head and, through Mu Xiaoya's loose neckline, caught a glimpse of her magnificent figure. He swallowed hard and nodded. I'll take you in. But I have a condition. Upon hearing that Jung Han was willing to take her in, Mu Xiaoya immediately asked happily. Okay, what are the conditions? As long as it's not about me sleeping with you, I can agree to any other condition. Mu Xiaoya patted her full breasts and said confidently. Cough, cough. Hearing Mu Xiaoya's fierce words, Jung Han couldn't help but cough twice. I never expected this girl to be so open-minded. Sleep with me, that's fine. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others in distress. Jung Han paused, then looked at Mu Xiaoya and said, however, I want you to be my maid. Ah. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya was stunned. She blinked her beautiful big eyes. What do you want to do? Mu Xiaoya looked at Jung Han with some wariness, muttering to herself. He even said he didn't want me to sleep with him. Being a housemaid isn't much better. And in many anime, maids are supposed to sleep with you. Seeing Mu Xiaoya looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at a pervert, Jung Han helplessly touched his nose. He was helpless too. These are all requirements put forward by that weird system. Otherwise, given his upright, handsome, and unyielding gentlemanly qualities, he would be a perfect example. How could they possibly let a young girl in the prime of her life? How about becoming your own maid? However, in order to complete the system task,
Jiang Han had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Don't misunderstand, I'm making you my maid, not because I want to do anything to you. You should know that I took a huge risk to take you in. You live in my house, eat and drink my food, and you act as my maid, taking care of my daily needs. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? If you find it difficult, then forget it." Seeing Jiang Han's feigned indifference, Mu Xiaoye hesitated. Although being a maid to a male classmate sounds weird. But fearing that Jiang Han might change his mind, Mu Xiaoye could only agree, "I can be your maid, but you can't do anything strange to me, okay? Otherwise, I will." As she spoke, Mu Xiaoye raised her right hand, making a gesture as if she was about to cut something. Seeing this, Jiang Han was both amused and exasperated, saying, all right, I promise I won't do anything to you." Snort. "That's more like it." Mu Xiaoye hummed a little, then regained her lively and adorable demeanor. "Oh, right." Jiang Han suddenly remembered something and asked, "You still haven't told me why you're here? Judging from your appearance, you must have been away from home for several days, right?" Upon hearing Jiang Han's question, Mu Xiaoye's expression stiffened slightly. She paused for a moment, as if recalling something painful, sighed softly, and then explained, "Actually, I didn't run away from home, my mother kicked me out." "Kick him out?" "Yes, the results of the college entrance examination were released a few days ago, and I scored over 200 points. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said helplessly, "When my mom found out, she got angry and kicked me out." "No way?" Jiang Han looked somewhat surprised. "I remember you didn't have very good grades, did you? In previous grade-wide exams and mock exams, you were always in the top 10, even higher than me. Could it be that you cheated?" Before Jiang Han could finish speaking, Mu Xiaoye interrupted him, saying, "You're the one who cheated. I deliberately failed the college entrance exam this time." Mu Xiaoye sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, I originally wanted to take the art exam and become a music student. But my mom insisted on forcing me to take the entrance exam for Tsinghua University. That's why I deliberately failed the exam, so I can take the art exam again next year and realize my dream." After listening to Mu Xiaoye's explanation, Jiang Han suddenly understood and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is. However, your mother was just acting on a whim. Once she calms down, she might ask you to go back. You don't necessarily have to stay at my house, do you?" Jiang Han asked in a questioning tone. "No. My mom has a very stubborn temper. Once she says something, nothing can change her mind. Besides, I have nowhere to go right now. If you don't take me in, I'll definitely be sleeping on the streets again tonight." Mu Xiaoye grabbed Jiang Han's arm and shook him vigorously, saying, "So, please, beg you, good brother. Please take me in." Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. "Well, then I'll reluctantly take her in for a few days." "Okay, come home with me." Hearing Jiang Han say that, Mu Xiaoye jumped up happily. "Yay, that's great." Mu Xiaoye cheered excitedly. Jiang Han didn't waste any words. He led Mu Xiaoye to the street and hailed a taxi. Once inside the car, Jiang Han said to the driver, "Driver, to One Bund Mansion." The driver was a local who had been driving a taxi for decades. He certainly knew what kind of place One Bund was. He glanced at Jiang Han with some surprise. But without saying much, he stepped on the gas and drove forward. But it was Mu Xiaoye. Looking at Jiang Han with some doubt, she asked, "Jiang Han, isn't your home nearby? Why are we going all the way to the Bund?" Mu Xiaoye was somewhat familiar with the name Number One Mansion. However, she usually focuses her energy on studying and music. Therefore, I don't know much about those luxury homes. I only know a little about it, like Thomson Riviera, a nationally renowned luxury residence. Jiang Han smiled and explained, "Yes, my home is nearby, but my parents can come back anytime. Perfect timing, my family also owns a house on the Bund. You're getting off easy." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye nodded blankly. At this point, she had no idea just how impressive One Bund Mansion was. Chapter 3 Special Preferences. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Number One Mansion. Because he had the access card, Jiang Han easily led Mu Xiaoye into the residential area. After entering the residential area, Mu Xiaoye was stunned by the scene before her. Pavilions, terraces, artificial hills and flowing water, flower beds and lawns, everything was so beautiful and magnificent. It felt as if I were in an ancient Suzhou-style garden. In particular, the air here is exceptionally fresh. Taking a breath makes you feel completely comfortable, as if every pore on your body has opened up. It's hard to believe that in a place like the Bund where land is so valuable, there is a residential community with such good landscaping.
Follow the system prompts.
Zhang Han led Mu Xiaoye to the location of the large flat.
Building 8 of number 1 mansion. When we arrived at Building 8.
Just then, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses and completely covered up from head to toe walked out of there. Upon seeing Zhang Han and the other person, he even smiled and waved to them.
Zhang Han nodded politely.
However, Mu Xiaoye stood there, stunned, unwilling to look away for a long time.
Because she discovered that the beautiful woman seemed to be a very popular celebrity. Zhang Han, your neighborhood is amazing. There are even celebrities living here? Mu Xiaoye said in disbelief. He.
Of course. Zhang Han smiled and said smugly, this is Bund number 1 mansion. The price per square meter is as high as 180,000 yuan.
How can ordinary people afford to live here? 180,000? Upon hearing this number, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but gasp.
Although she knew that houses on the Bund would definitely not be cheap, she never expected them to be this expensive. Compared to her house, which costs 80,000 yuan per square meter.
It's like night and day. Zhang Han, I never knew your family was so rich.
Seeing Mu Xiaoye's surprised expression, Zhang Han smiled slightly, secretly pleased with himself.
After all, any man showing off one's wealth in front of girls makes one feel incredibly satisfied and proud. Step into the elevator lobby. Zhang Han pressed the button for the 32nd floor, feeling inexplicably excited.
The luxurious penthouse apartment that the system rewarded us with is finally about to be unveiled.
Not long after, the two then went to the corresponding floor.
The elevator doors opened, revealing a large entrance garden.
Luxury apartments with large single-level layouts are all designed with 2 units per floor.
Without a key card, it's impossible to get up here.
Zhang Han took out his key and opened the door. Snap!
It was accompanied by a soft sound. A spacious living room was presented to the two of them. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft sheen on the imported Italian marble floor.
I had just stepped into the living room. You can then feel an unparalleled atmosphere of luxury.
In the center of the living room sits a hand-carved mahogany coffee table, on which lies a Persian rug that appears as thin as a cicada's wing but is actually quite durable. The sofa is a custom-made genuine leather series, soft and elastic, and there is also a small bar next to it, which displays a variety of drinks. A crystal chandelier hangs from the high ceiling, its light reflecting off the finely cut crystals and emitting a dazzling brilliance. From the living room to the open kitchen, the high-end appliances and imported kitchenware all reveal the owner's pursuit of a high quality of life. One side of the kitchen features a huge floor-to-ceiling window offering a clear view of the lush, green neighborhood, making you feel as if you're surrounded by nature.
And the most eye-catching one.
Nothing beats the view from the balcony, overlooking the magnificent Huangpu River.
The entire Bund is visible at a glance.
The Oriental Pearl Tower soars into the clouds, echoing the Jin Mao Tower on the opposite bank, forming a modern skyline. On the river, the tour boat slowly passed by. The shimmering water reflects the brilliant lights of the buildings. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye finally understood what a true luxury mansion was. No wonder this community is worth 180,000 yuan per square meter. The scenery alone is worth 100,000 yuan per square meter.
It's so beautiful. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but sigh.
Although she already knew that the Bund 1 mansion was very valuable, this large penthouse was worth at least tens of millions.
But actually standing inside, when you look down at the view of the entire Bund,
she then truly understood what a real luxury mansion was. When Mu Xiaoye looked up at Zhang Han again, she began to feel curious.
I thought to myself, who exactly is this classmate of mine?
Even a random and used room in the house can be this terrifying.
Could he be the illegitimate son of some mysterious tycoon?
Studying at Shanghai No. 1 High School was merely a test for him, to make it easier for him to inherit the family fortune in the future.
Faced with Mu Xiaoye's curious gaze, Zhang Han smiled but didn't offer any explanation. He strode towards the walk-in closet on the 2nd floor. Follow the system prompts. The mystery gift that was part of the newbie gift pack is currently stored in the wardrobe. Seeing Zhang Han leave, Mu Xiaoye followed him. Enter the dressing room. Jung Han couldn't wait to open the wardrobe.
Jung Han was stunned when he saw the items displayed inside.
This is fucking the mysterious grand gift?
Inside the wardrobe, various cosplay costumes were neatly arranged. Characters like Akaji, Kurumi, Seiji, Enrique, Raiden, Ayaka, Medusa.
All kinds of cosplay costumes are available. Among them were several very revealing maid cosplay outfits. Wearing it would definitely feel very cool. Someone who didn't know better might think it was something used for, well, you know.
Seeing these cosplay outfits,
Mu Xiaoya's face instantly turned crimson.
She never expected that Jung Han would have such a peculiar fetish.
This was absolutely terrifying for someone as innocent as her.
Mu Xiaoya subconsciously cursed pervert and then rushed out of the room without looking back. She was afraid to stay any longer. Jung Han might do something to me that fits his public image.
Drop. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Jung Han's mind. System task issued. Task 1, please persuade Mu Xiaoya to change into a cosplay outfit and become a real housemaid. Rewards, God-level performer skill, proficiency in 8 languages, noble medal. Task 2, please put on a cosplay outfit and invite Mu Xiaoya to do the same. Reward, cross-dressing master title. Chapter 4, do I look like a cross-dresser to you? I saw a series of rewards from the system. Jung Han was stunned.
But he quickly realized what was happening.
Without a doubt, the best choice is task 1.
Letting him wear cosplay clothes and become a cross-dressing master is worse than killing him.
However, even the first task,
it is also very difficult.
After all, he wasn't very familiar with Mu Xiaoya.
Although both of them were students at Shanghai No. 1 High School, they met only a limited number of times at school.
It would be rather abrupt to ask her to change into a maid outfit after we've just met. Jung Han thought for a moment. I decided to go ask first, and if that doesn't work.
In order to get the system's rewards, he had no choice but to resort to force.
Humph.
At this moment, Mu Xiaoya was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Hugging a pillow, legs crossed, she looked weak and helpless.
The revealing cosplay outfits in the dressing room were a huge shock to her, given her naive nature. I've grown up like this. The most revealing outfit she ever wore was a knee-length mini skirt. She wouldn't even dare to think about or try clothes like tank tops or strapless tops.
If she weren't homeless, she would have run away long ago.
That. Hey, school beauty, I need to talk to you about something.
At this moment, Jung Han came downstairs and said to Mu Xiaoya with a grin. She saw Jung Han gradually approaching her. Mu Xiaoya immediately pulled her legs up onto the sofa, staring at Jung Han warily. You stay away. After saying that, he covered his chest with both hands. She seemed afraid of Jung Han launching a sudden attack on her. Originally, she thought Jung Han was a pretty good person. Not only was he handsome, but his family was also very rich.
Most importantly, they were willing to take me in. However, after seeing the clothes in the walk-in closet, in Mu Xiaoya's mind, Jung Han was no different from a pervert. After all, how could a normal guy possibly buy so many cosplay outfits at home? And they're all women's clothing.
Seeing Mu Xiaoya's wary expression, Jung Han frowned helplessly and shrugged, saying,
Come on, is it really necessary to be like this? I'm not going to eat you. I just wanted to tell you something.
As they were talking, Jung Han had already arrived next to the sofa.
What is it? Speak quickly.
Mu Xiaoya stared wide-eyed at Jung Han nervously.
Those cosplay outfits are samples that I customized. They're not for me to wear.
I opened an online store on Taobao specifically to sell these cosplay outfits to anime fans who attend comic conventions.
Besides, do I look like that kind of perverted cross-dressing guy? Jung Han explained patiently and persuasively. Picture. Mu Xiaoya retorted without hesitation.
Upon hearing this, Jung Han felt a wave of frustration.
This girl doesn't seem so easy to fool. If you didn't like women's clothing, why would you sell these things online and keep so many cosplay outfits in your closet at home? You're kidding me. Mu Xiaoya then added a sentence. All right.
Jung Han said helplessly, then just assume I'm interested in cosplay.
Could you grant me a small wish?
What is your wish?
Mu Xiaoya seemed to have thought of something and asked nervously. Could you please wear a maid outfit for me to see? It'll only take a few minutes. Just think of it as helping me try on the clothes.
Anyway, the system said to have Mu Xiaoya change into a maid outfit, but it didn't say that she had to wear it all the time. As long as she does this, she should have succeeded, right?
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye's face immediately turned red with embarrassment.
She stared at Zhang Han with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on her face, and said in embarrassment and anger.
You wish. You pervert.
Mu Xiaoye glanced at all the clothes in the walk-in closet.
Among them, the most revealing outfits include maid outfits. Especially the neckline, it couldn't be lower.
If I wear it, won't he see everything? Just thinking about it made Mu Xiaoye feel hot all over, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
No. We absolutely must not agree to his request.
However, Zhang Han was not discouraged and continued to persuade him. Look, you have nowhere to go, and I kindly took you in.
Now I'm asking you to help me try on some clothes, but you won't even do it. Isn't this a bit too much? Faced with Zhang Han's moral blackmail, Mu Xiaoye hesitated. But maid outfits and stuff, that's so weird. If my best friends knew, they would definitely laugh at me.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Han immediately patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me.
As long as you don't tell, there will absolutely be no third person who knows. And I can assure you, as long as you help me try on the clothes, you can stay in this house as long as you want.
Zhang Han used both soft and hard tactics, making Mu Xiaoye even more conflicted. Finally, she made up her mind, nodded, and said, okay, I can help you, but you have to keep it a secret.
No problem. Zhang Han readily agreed.
Even if Mu Xiaoye didn't bring it up, he wouldn't go around spreading it.
Soon, Zhang Han took Mu Xiaoye back to the dressing room. The moment the wardrobe was opened,
Mu Xiaoye became visibly nervous, her hands clenching tightly together.
You, get out of here. I'm going to change my clothes, so don't you dare peek. Mu Xiaoye blushed and warned.
Zhang Han shrugged and turned to leave the room.
After closing the door,
Mu Xiaoye took a deep breath to calm her nervous emotions.
Then, she took out the most conservative maid outfit from the wardrobe.
This garment is made of extremely thin and light material.
It looked as if it could be torn to shreds with a single tear.
Mu Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, then slowly took off her clothes, revealing her delicate body, as smooth as a peeled egg.
Then, she put on the maid outfit. Because it was a close-fitting style, Mu Xiaoye felt a little constricted when she put it on. Especially the area on her chest, it looks like it's about to jump out. This made her afraid to make any big movements. Her figure was extremely delicate, with a slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, and fair, translucent skin with a faint pink hue, making her incredibly alluring. Although he is only 18 years old. But Mu Xiaoye already possesses extremely impressive assets. At the same time, the moment Mu Xiaoye changed into her maid outfit, the system's voice also rang in Zhang Han's mind. Drop.
Congratulations, host.
You have completed the mission. You have helped Mu Xiaoye dress up in a maid outfit and become a real domestic maid. Reward 1, God-level performer skill. Reward 2, fluent in 8 languages. Reward 3, noble medal.
As soon as the system finished speaking, a large amount of knowledge about musical instrument performance flooded into Zhang Han's mind.
Like piano, accordion, guitar, eru. If he wanted to, he could easily crush masters like Lang Lang and Mozart. And that comes right after knowledge of playing musical instruments. He is fluent in 8 languages. Zhang Han's original English level was limited to basic communication.
But now, his foreign language skills have reached a whole new level.
There are absolutely no problems communicating with foreigners.
The first 2 rewards are relatively easy to understand.
As for this noble medal, Zhang Han was a little confused, wondering what it was for.
Out of curiosity, Zhang Han directly brought up the system panel and clicked to wear the badge.
The next second,
a wealth of information about aristocratic etiquette, lifestyle, and precautions flooded Zhang Han's mind.
His overall demeanor.
And so, earth-shattering changes took place. Every move she made exuded an air of nobility and elegance. It was as if an ancient monarch had descended upon the mortal world, giving people an invisible sense of oppression.
Chapter 5 Wah, my goddess is in love. Just then, the door to the walk-in closet opened.
Wearing a maid outfit, Mu Xiaoye walked out from inside with her legs crossed and her chest hunched.
Looking at Mu Xiaoye's pitiful and charming appearance,
especially after changing into a maid outfit, her stunning curves appeared even more exquisite, making her incredibly alluring.
Zhang Han couldn't hold back any longer. As a virgin, I've watched quite a few hentai anime. But this was the first time he had ever truly seen a school beauty dressed as a maid for him. This feeling is truly amazing. Is this okay? Mu Xiaoya blushed and asked shyly. Originally, she was thinking of coming out to let Zhang Han take a look, and then she would immediately return to the dressing room. Take off this outfit that smells so slutty. But I don't know why. When she saw Zhang Han again, she was immediately drawn to his noble and elegant demeanor. It even gave rise to a certain idea. That would be being Zhang Han's maid, which seems pretty good. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly, and he felt a surge of secret pleasure. No wonder the system said it was a mysterious gift. The real gift wasn't the cosplay outfits, but Mu Xiaoya wearing them. You really know how to play, Tongzi. With so many outfits in her wardrobe, I wonder what kind of charm Mu Xiaoya would have if she wore other styles. Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Cough cough. Zhang Han coughed twice to hide his excitement, and looked at Mu Xiaoya, saying, "You look so good in this outfit, you're even cuter than Ram and Remington." Really? Although I don't know who Ram and Rem are. But when she heard others praise her, Mu Xiaoya was still genuinely happy. Really, I'm not kidding. Zhang Han smiled and said with utmost sincerity. Seeing his elegant and charming smile, Mu Xiaoya felt her heart almost melting. She dared not meet Zhang Han's gaze. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist and would just bury herself in his arms and hug him tightly. Oh, right. Didn't you just say you wanted to study music? Then you must know a lot about musical instruments, right? There's a piano downstairs, how about I play a piece for you? Zhang Han smiled and asked with an air of elegance. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoya seemed a little surprised and looked at Zhang Han curiously. You can play the piano? Zhang Han nodded. I know a little, so please don't laugh at me if I play it badly later. Mu Xiaoya is incredibly passionate about music. Especially when it comes to playing the piano. She started learning to play the piano in the first grade of elementary school. It has been a full 10 years now. I'm intimately familiar with the piano. Okay. Let's go down quickly. When it came to playing the piano, Mu Xiaoya seemed to have forgotten that she was still wearing a maid outfit. She quickly pulled Zhang Han downstairs. Zhang Han followed behind Mu Xiaoya. Through the height of the stairs, one could see her proud, full figure. As she ran, the curves in front of Mu Xiaoya rose and fell continuously. It looked as if it wanted to break free of its restraints and jump out of its collar. Zhang Han was so captivated by the sight that he almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't help but think to himself. This summer vacation, I'm determined to make Mu Xiaoya my real maid. We went downstairs. There happened to be a Yamaha limited edition piano in the living room. Upon seeing it, Mu Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Zhang Han then walked to the piano and sat down. Are you ready? I'm about to start playing. He looked up and spoke gently to Mu Xiaoya. Aha! Mu Xiaoya nodded heavily. At this moment, she was completely captivated by the world of the piano. The next second, Zhang Han stretched out his slender hands and gently placed them on the black and white keys. His fingertips danced nimbly as he began pressing the piano keys. Suddenly, a soothing and melodious tune came from the piano. Mu Xiaoya's eyes widened instantly. She stared intently at Zhang Han's hands, which were as beautiful as an artist's. Every finger and every beat was perfectly timed. Each fall seemed to contain some kind of magic, captivating Mu Xiaoya and making her unable to extricate herself. Is this Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3? Upon hearing the beginning, Mu Xiaoya immediately realized what was going on. Because this piano piece is her favorite piece. This work is renowned for its intense emotional expression and demanding performance technique. He is known as the king of piano concertos. It is also the most difficult piano piece in the world to play. Mu Xiaoya never expected that Zhang Han could play this piano piece so effortlessly. Even she couldn't do it. Such strength is truly terrifying. Mu Xiaoya's gaze toward Zhang Han began to show admiration. In this wonderful moment, Mu Xiaoya subconsciously took out her phone and recorded the entire piece. Then he posted the video on his WeChat Moments. The caption read, "There are always people better than you, and mountains beyond mountains. Today, I met a true piano master." For Mu Xiaoya, the piano is everything. She loves music and is willing to give everything for it.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately messed up her college entrance exam. She just wanted to pursue her dream. Even if she were kicked out of her home, she would not hesitate. She believed that sooner or later, her mother would understand and support her.
Along with the posting of this message on WeChat Moments, Mu Xiaoya's phone also started vibrating incessantly. Countless friends left comments after seeing this post on WeChat Moments. Wow, Goddess Mu, you finally updated your moments. Hey Mu, Campus Belle, where are you going after the college entrance exam? Hey Mu, how many points did you get on the college entrance exam? Which university are you planning to apply to? I want to be your classmate. Huh, why is there a boy here? Holy crap! Isn't that Jiang Han from the next class? Why is he with the school beauty, Mu? No way, when did you two get together? Wa'ada. My goddess is in a relationship. My youth is over, I'm never loving again. Have you noticed that this house is decorated quite luxuriously, and it overlooks the Bund, so it looks very high-end? Yes, this piano looks incredibly valuable. Could it be the presidential suite at some hotel? What? Ms. Mu, you've gone too far. You just finished the college entrance exam and you're already going to a hotel with a guy? How can you do this to us, your admirers, no, your suitors? Geneva, refund my money. Chapter 6. I was at my classmate's house. Seeing the comments on my WeChat moments, Mu Xiaoya's pretty face flushed slightly. She accidentally captured Jiang Han in the photo. Their classmates on social media all thought they were together. If it were based on her previous personality, she would definitely have deleted the post and locked her moments. But now, seeing everyone saying that she's with Jiang Han, she's not angry at all. In fact, she feels a little happy. Being with Jiang Han seems pretty good. After all, his piano skills are really amazing. Maybe he can even teach me? What are you grinning about? So happy. At this moment, Jiang Han suddenly looked up and smiled at her. Seeing Jiang Han's gentle and refined smile, Mu Xiaoya felt a tingling sensation all over her body. That long dormant heart began to flutter with excitement. She quickly turned off her phone screen and shook her head. No. It's nothing. As she spoke, she lowered her head shyly. Although she didn't mind being with Jiang Han, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable being looked at by him with that kind of gaze. Jiang Han didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he smiled and said, "How was it? I played this piano piece pretty well, didn't I? Does the Campus Belle Mu have any advice for me?" When the topic of piano music came up, Mu Xiaoya immediately became enthusiastic. She blinked and said excitedly, "It's incredible that you could play this piano concerto number 3 so perfectly. Can you tell me exactly how you did it? Please. For Mu Xiaoya, who has been learning the piano for 10 years, the piano can be said to be her lifelong spiritual sustenance. To improve her piano skills, flirting with Jiang Han is nothing at all. If she could, she would want to become Jiang Han's girlfriend, so that she could openly learn the piano from him." Jiang Han smiled, a playful look in his eyes. "You want to know?" Mu Xiaoya nodded heavily, her face full of anticipation. "Then call me master and let me hear it. Good shout, and I'll tell you." Jiang Han's lips curled up, his eyes full of cunning. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but soon her eyes hardened. To be able to learn piano, calling someone master shouldn't be such a big deal, right? What's more, she's already wearing a maid outfit. So, Mu Xiaoya imitated the cat maids in anime, bending her arms and placing them in front of her chest, saying in an extremely seductive manner, "Master, please tell Xiaoya, okay?" As she spoke, Mu Xiaoya bent down and gave Jiang Han a flirtatious wink. Her fullness in the front was extremely eye-catching. Seeing this, Jiang Han swallowed hard, almost saluting Mu Xiaoya. Long, slender legs, a perfect face, and the added bonus of a maid outfit. Such a masterpiece. It's not something an ordinary person can withstand. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of her devoted admirers at school. Jiang Han shook his head to calm himself down. Then, looking directly at Mu Xiaoya, he said in a deep voice, "Actually, it's very simple to play the piano well. As long as I teach you, you can become like me in less than half a month." But what? Seeing Jiang Han pause, Mu Xiaoya hurriedly asked. "But I charge for teaching, and you're penniless right now, how can I teach you?" Well. Mu Xiaoya was stunned. She is indeed penniless right now.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the garbage dump to make a living by scavenging for trash.
How about this?
Seeing Mu Xiaoya's troubled expression, Zhang Han continued, "You can work as my maid to pay off your debt. If you work as my maid for 3 days, I will teach you to play the piano for an hour.
How about it?"
Upon hearing this condition, Mu Xiaoya said with some dissatisfaction, "This is too unfair.
I've been your maid for 3 days, and you've only taught me for an hour?
Zhang Han shrugged and said, "There's nothing we can do about it, that's just how the market price is.
If you want to earn more class hours, that's fine too.
I have a few special cosplay outfits in my dressing room. You can choose one to wear for a day, and I'll give you 2 hours for free."
How about that? I'm magnanimous enough, aren't I? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya's face instantly flushed.
In the dressing room, the remaining special cosplay outfits were more than 10 times more revealing than the one she was wearing now.
If I wore it, wouldn't everything be exposed? You're dreaming. Even if I freeze to death outside, I would rather die than wear those clothes.
Mu Xiaoya said with great resistance. Seeing this, Zhang Han stopped teasing her and checked the time. It was almost 7 p.m. I was originally planning to go downstairs to throw out the trash and grab a bite to eat.
But unexpectedly, he brought home a school beauty. Now all I can do is cook instant noodles. Are you hungry? Would you like me to make you some noodles? Zhang Han looked at Mu Xiaoya and asked with concern. I won't eat it.
You perverted bastard.
Mu Xiaoya glared fiercely at Zhang Han.
It was obvious that Mu Xiaoya had misunderstood Zhang Han's meaning. But there was nothing that could be done.
In Mu Xiaoya's eyes, Zhang Han now seemed somewhat abnormal no matter what he did. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you throwing a tantrum?
Zhang Han said helplessly. He had no idea what he had said that had offended her. Just as Zhang Han got up, preparing to go to the kitchen to cook instant noodles,
suddenly, his phone rang.
It was my mother, Lu Xiulan, calling.
Hey, son. Your dad and I are going on a business trip, and we might not be back for a while.
Take good care of yourself while you're home alone.
I'll transfer some money to you later.
Zhang Han was already used to this kind of thing. John's parents work at a research institute in China and often have to travel to other places for business trips and inspections.
I spend about half the year away from home. Oh, I see. You don't need to send money. I'm home alone and don't need much money.
Zhang Han said calmly.
Hey, this won't do. You've already finished the college entrance exam, why don't you go out and have some fun with your classmates? Don't stay home all day playing video games, it's bad for your eyesight. By the way, it's okay to go out with your classmates, but you can't stay out all night, understand? Also, you're not allowed to date before graduating from university. Zhang's mother went on and on about a whole bunch of things. Zhang Han was already tired of hearing it. Okay, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now.
After saying that, Zhang Han hung up the phone somewhat impatiently.
My parents are great in every way, except they're a bit too old-fashioned. They won't let me date until I graduate from university. Don't they realize that this is the way things are these days? If I don't find a girlfriend soon, what kind of high-quality girls will I be able to find after I enter the workforce? What's wrong? Was that your aunt calling? Mu Xiaoya asked cautiously from the side.
She was worried that Zhang Han's mother would not agree to her living here. Zhang Han waved his hand and said, "It's okay, my mom and the others are away on a business trip.
You can stay in this room as you like." Oh.
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Just then, her phone rang.
He took it out and saw that it was a call from his mother, Tang Yun.
Mu Xiaoya panicked immediately. What should I do? My mom called me too. Zhang Han calmly replied, "Go ahead and answer it. Are you afraid she'll eat you alive?"
Mu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button.
Hello, Mom. Xiaoya, where are you now? Who is that boy?
A seductive voice came through the phone.
Mu Xiaoya's face turned pale instantly. It's over. I just posted on WeChat Moments and forgot to block my mom. She must have seen that I'm with Zhang Han. Xiaoya, speak up.
On the other end of the phone, Tang Yun's voice was icy cold. Mu Xiaoya looked at Zhang Han somewhat helplessly. When he nodded to her, she said, "I'm at a classmate's house. His name is Zhang Han.
Send me your location, I'll be right there." Tang Yun spoke in a commanding tone.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Chapter 7 Tang Yun arrives. What to do? My mom's coming over, she'll definitely drag me back.
Mu Xiaoye stuffed her phone into her pocket, looking flustered and uneasy. If her mother takes her back, she won't be able to stay here and learn piano with Zhang Han. Seeing this, Zhang Han couldn't help but smile.
What are you afraid of? You're an adult now, you can decide your own life. Besides, I'm here.
Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye was deeply moved.
Thank you, Zhang Han, you're so kind to me. You are my maid. If I'm not good to you, who will?
Zhang Han looked at Mu Xiaoye with a smile and said, feeling a little embarrassed after being scrutinized by Zhang Han's gaze.
She lowered her head and said softly, Do you really like me wearing a maid outfit? Well.
Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I guess so, it's just one of my little hobbies.
It would be even better if you could call me master again. Oh. Mu Xiaoye nodded, then turned around and said shyly, Then, master, if you teach me to play the piano, I'll be your maid, okay? Cough cough. Seeing Mu Xiaoye's charming appearance,
Zhang Han coughed twice, his mind starting to wander. He never expected that Mu Xiaoye would change her mind so quickly. At first, he was very indifferent to himself. But now, not only do they have to be his maids, they also call him master.
This feeling is just so amazing. 20 minutes later, Mu Xiaoye's phone rang again.
She took out her phone, glanced at Zhang Han, and then answered the call.
Xiaoye, come down and help your mother. I don't have an access card, and the security guard won't let me in.
On the other end of the phone, Tang Yun, who had been quite assertive, now sounded somewhat helpless.
Puff. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Zhang Han said calmly, Tell her to wait a moment, I'll have the housekeeper go down and fetch her. One Bund Mansion is a top-tier luxury residence in Shanghai.
Each owner of a large single-level apartment is provided with a high-end private butler. Help homeowners with some daily chores. Mu Xiaoye nodded and said into the phone, My classmate will have the housekeeper come down to pick you up. Please wait a moment.
Standing at the entrance of One Bund Mansion,
Tang Yun frowned, feeling a little nervous.
This community was already quite valuable, and the owners who have been provided with private butlers must have an even more extraordinary status.
It seems. My daughter's classmate is quite something.
Soon, a tall woman wearing stockings and high heels walked up to Tang Yun.
Hello, are you Miss Tang Yun? I am Lucy, Mr. Zhang's personal butler.
Mr. Zhang and Miss Mu are waiting for you at home.
Please follow me.
The security guard at the entrance saw Lucy appear. Without further obstruction, they opened the gate and let Tang Yun in. One of the security guards, who had a somewhat sleazy demeanor, couldn't help but sigh as he watched the two beautiful women leave. It's so great to be rich.
You're surrounded by beautiful women.
Especially that beautiful young woman, those headlights on her chest, they must be at least a 36D, right?
And those long, white legs, they're legs to behold.
Another security guard nodded in agreement. They probably would never have had the chance to meet such an exceptional woman in their lifetime if they hadn't worked as security guards at number 1 mansion.
On the other side,
following behind Lucy, Tang Yun soon arrived at the entrance of the 32nd floor of Building 8. I saw that luxurious gate, which resembled a royal palace.
Even Tang Yun, who was well informed, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise.
Although I haven't met my daughter's classmate yet, I've been there since I arrived at the entrance of number 1 mansion. Every corner of this residential community exudes an air of luxury. This put immense pressure on her, without her realizing it.
Miss Tang, Mr. Zhang's house is just ahead. You can ring the doorbell and go in. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Lucy took the elevator and left.
Tang Yun stood at the door, took a deep breath, and then rang the doorbell with a determined look in her eyes.
Ding dong.
A moment later, the door opened. Zhang Han came out of the house and saw the beautiful young woman standing at the door.
He paused for a moment, then asked with some surprise, Are you Xiaoye's mother? Actually, Zhang Han's rudeness can't be blamed on him.
The main reason is that Tang Yun takes such good care of herself. Judging by her appearance alone, she looks exactly like a slightly mature woman in her early 30s.
Zhang Han would believe it if you said she was Mu Xiaoye's older sister. Moreover, she has a very hot figure, showing no signs of being ravaged by time. She had long, wavy hair and wore a super short, bodycon skirt. She was tall and sexy, and her beautiful legs were exposed to the air without reservation. Although her pretty face was angry, she was still very sexy and charming. Tang Yun looked Jiang Han up and down. That's right, I am Xiao Ye's mother, and you are her classmate Jiang Han? Where is Xiao Ye? Tang Yun's voice was extremely alluring. Although somewhat aloof, it exudes a mature charm. Jiang Han couldn't help but swallow and said, I'm Jiang Han. Xiao Yu is playing the piano inside. Tang Yun responded with a blank expression, Xiao Jiang, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? I don't mind. Jiang Han quickly shook his head and waved, Auntie, please come in. Tang Yun didn't hesitate. Stepping into the entryway, I slowly took off my high heels. Jiang Han tactfully took a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Tang Yun. Thanks. Tang Yun took the slippers. In front of Jiang Han, she slipped slippers onto her delicate, boneless feet and walked straight into the living room. Mom, you're here. Upon seeing Tang Yun enter, Mu Xiaoye quickly stood up. You. What's wrong with your clothes? Upon seeing Mu Xiaoye, Tang Yun's expression changed drastically. Mu Xiaoye subconsciously glanced at her clothes, and her face instantly turned deathly pale with fright. It's over. I forgot to change my clothes. Seeing Mu Xiaoye standing there, he was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. Jiang Han had no choice but to step forward and say, forcing himself to speak, Aunt Tang, I'm the one who asked Xiaoye to change into this outfit. Tang Yun felt deeply ashamed and indignant. Seeing her own daughter dressed like that in a man's house was incredibly disheartening. Anyone would find that unacceptable. She raised her delicate hand, intending to slap Jiang Han. But halfway through, she stopped, thinking of Jiang Han's mysterious background. However, her alluring face seemed to be covered with a 1,000-year-old layer of ice, utterly cold. Xiaoye, change your clothes and come home with me. You've really disappointed me. Mu Xiaoye stood still, not moving, just staring longingly at Jiang Han. Jiang Han was also somewhat annoyed. No one, no matter who it is, will feel good about almost being slapped. He was about to speak. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Drop. Host's current situation detected the Keeping a Beauty in a Golden House system mission is issued. Task 1, ignore everything and let Tang Yun take Mu Xiaoye away. Completion reward, an inflatable doll worth 111,100 yuan, plus the title single by choice, which grants an attack speed increase of 99,999 when worn. Task 2, take the initiative and keep Mu Xiaoye at home. Completion reward, a limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car, plus the skilled god-level driving skills, granting exceptional driving abilities. Chapter 8, a small one arrived, and then a big one was delivered. I heard the system notification. Jiang Han made his choice without hesitation. He stepped forward and said to Tang Yun, I'm sorry, Auntie, I can't let you take Xiaoye away. The system's voice came again as soon as he finished speaking. Drop. Congratulations, host, for making your choice. Winner, a limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car. Reward, god-level driving skills. P.S. The vehicle is parked in the underground parking lot of mansion number 1. Please pick it up yourself. Soon, a car key appeared in Jiang Han's pocket. At this moment, Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han with some anger. What did you say? Jiang Han raised his head, looked directly at Tang Yun, and said firmly, I said, Mu Xiaoye wants to stay here, you have no right to take her away. Oh. Tang Yun sneered and retorted, she's my daughter, how can I not be qualified? She is an adult. You can choose where you want to go and what you want to do. If Miss Tang continues to cause trouble, then I will have no choice but to call security to come in and kick you out. Jiang Han looked at Tang Yun with righteous indignation and said. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's chest heaved with anger. That's absolutely outrageous. How dare you say that you're being unreasonable? He's the one who's corrupting his own daughter, yet he dares to turn around and accuse her. Is there no law anymore? She frowned, turned to look at Mu Xiaoye beside her, and said softly, Xiaoye, be good, listen to your mother, and come home with me. Did he coerce you? If he threatens you to stay, tell your mother that I will call the police and have him arrested. To Tang Yun's surprise. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye immediately shook her head and said, No, Jiang Han did not threaten me. I volunteered to stay and be his maid. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun nearly fainted from anger. How could her own precious daughter willingly become a maid for a boy? Is this still her sensible daughter?
At this moment, Jiang Han walked up and gestured towards the door, saying, Miss Tang, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back now. I still need to teach Xiaoye to play the piano later.
Mu Xiaoye chimed in, yes, Mom, you should go back. I don't want to go home right now. No. Tang Yun roared.
A lone man and a lone woman were alone in a room. I reckon my precious daughter will be completely taken advantage of by this guy before tonight.
How could she possibly leave her daughter here? She had raised her daughter all by herself with great difficulty, and she would never allow such a thing to happen.
After thinking for a moment, Tang Yin said coldly, Xiaoyu, since you don't want to go back, then Mom will stay here with you.
We'll go back after you finish your piano lessons.
Upon hearing Tang Yin's words,
Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything.
Jiang Han was speechless. They had sent a small one, and then sent a big one.
Even if it's free, does it have to be this direct? How can I possibly handle this all by myself? Moreover, if Tang Yun were to stay here, how would he complete the system tasks? That seems a bit unrealistic. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and said coldly, Miss Tang, isn't it inappropriate for you to stay here? Why is it inappropriate?
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun, with a stern face, retorted, could it be that you have some ulterior motive towards my daughter?
Afraid that I, as your mother, will get in your way?
Jiang Han was somewhat at a loss when faced with Tang Yun's questioning. Calling security to forcibly remove Tang Yun from the premises wouldn't be out of the question.
But like this, that would make it seem like you're trying to hide something obvious. If things go wrong, Mu Xiaoye might even think that he has ulterior motives towards her. If she runs away, then how am I supposed to complete the task and get the system's rewards?
If Tang Yun stays, it will be much more difficult for me to do anything strange to Mu Xiaoye. For a moment, Jiang Han found it difficult to make a decision. Seeing Jiang Han's troubled expression, Tang Yun smiled smugly to herself. You're still too green to compete with your older sister. A little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. However, before Tang Yun could feel smug for long, Jiang Han's next words instantly froze the smile on her face. Jiang Han raised his head, a smile playing on his lips, and said,
It's not impossible for you to stay if you want. However, Mu Xiaoye is staying here to be my maid, so Miss Tang, would you like to consider becoming my maid as well? I can't just let you stay here for no reason, can I?
Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Tang Yun trembled with anger.
She pointed at Jiang Han and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to be your maid? Tang Yun was both ashamed and angry at this moment.
She hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so bold.
How dare this young brat openly flirt with her in front of her daughter?
She is, after all, a female CEO with a net worth of over 100 million. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped them and then turned and left. But for his daughter, she could only grit her teeth and say, I won't agree to that condition, but I can pay your rent.
Jiang Han shrugged and said sarcastically, Do I look like I'm short of money? You. Tang Yun's face flushed red with anger. But for a moment, I didn't know how to refute it.
With the ability to live in such a neighborhood and own such a large house, Jiang Han is certainly not short of money.
They might even be richer than you. Left with no other choice, she lowered her proud head and asked, What exactly do you want? It's absolutely impossible for me to be your maid. Let's change your terms. After saying that, a feeling of shame lingered in Tang Yun's heart. Unsurprisingly, in this struggle against Jiang Han, she lost completely, even her dignity.
Seeing Tang Yun show weakness, Jiang Han revealed a triumphant smile.
He slowly sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, How about this? I happen to be short of a housekeeper to do laundry and cook. Since you don't want to be my maid, you can be my housekeeper. Is that all right? Since forcing it won't work, we can only settle for second best.
For Jiang Han, being his maid or his nanny made no difference. But for Tang Yun, the difference is significant. Although being a nanny doesn't sound very nice, it's still better than being a maid. Since the other party has given us a way out. Tang Yun saw no need to continue resisting, so she simply said, Okay, then we'll do it your way.
Yay! I'm really hungry, Mommy, can you make me some food? Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye happily jumped up and down. You brat!
I'll go cook for you now, and I'll deal with you later. After saying that, Tang Yun swayed her sexy waist and walked into the kitchen.
Chapter 9 Mom, do you have feelings for Jiang Han? Not long after,
a large table of fragrant food was then served. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Jung Han couldn't help but swallow hard.
Unexpectedly, Tang Yunran is beautiful. Her cooking skills aren't bad either.
Although they are all simple home-style dishes, they look very tempting. Seeing Jang Han drooling, Tang Yun also revealed a smug smile. But she quickly regained her composure and said expressionlessly, "My cooking skills are limited, I can only make some simple home-style dishes. I wonder if you, young Master Jiang, will find them to your liking." Jung Han could naturally hear the sarcasm in her words.
However, he didn't mind.
Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, "Aunt Tang, you're joking. With your cooking skills, you're comparable to a 5-star hotel chef.
How could I possibly not like it?"
As he spoke, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Tang Yun's bowl. "Here, Auntie, have a piece of pork rib. You've been working so hard for so long, thank you for your efforts." After saying that, Jung Han gave her a meaningful look.
Tang Yun was stunned for a moment. Jung Han's actions just now were far too ambiguous.
How dare he flirt with Mu Xiaoye in front of her?
That's incredibly audacious.
However, Jung Han was very cunning, calling her Aunt Tang repeatedly and positioning himself as a junior. His action of picking up food seemed perfectly reasonable. Tang Yun was too embarrassed to get angry, so she could only silently move the ribs aside and ignore them. Seeing this, Jung Han smiled smugly. The more Tang Yun acted this way, the stronger his desire to conquer her became.
However, he wasn't in a hurry.
"There will be plenty of time later to make her submit to me." Unaware of the subtle competition between the two, Mu Xiaoye smiled and picked up a piece of braised abalone with scallions, placing it in Jung Han's bowl.
"Jung Han, my mom's abalone is so delicious.
You should try it." Jung Han nodded, picked up the abalone, and put it in his mouth.
A rich and delicious sauce wafted from the abalone.
Jung Han chewed while looking at Mu Xiaoye with appreciation and said, "The taste is indeed very good."
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye smiled smugly and said, "Hee, I knew it. My mom's cooking is amazing." Tang Yun was completely speechless upon seeing this.
If there weren't other people around, she would have loved to give Mu Xiaoye a good whack on the head right now.
"This silly girl, the other guy even flirted with your mom. You even put food on his plate. Could you be any more naive?"
After that, Jung Han didn't do anything out of line and ate his dinner quietly. But Tang Yun, standing to the side, stared even wider.
Because she had been secretly observing Jung Han, trying to find his weaknesses. The more you understand the enemy, the faster she can find the other party's weaknesses.
Then he rescued his daughter from the fire. However, after observing for a long time, she found no flaws in Jung Han's actions. We also discovered some incredible things.
That is, even when eating, Jung Han's every move was so noble and elegant.
He was like a noble prince, so handsome that it was hard to look directly at him. In particular, Jung Han is also very handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge.
He exudes an innate aristocratic air in his every move. Tang Yun was stunned.
Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoye, who was standing to the side, also noticed her mother's unusual behavior.
"Mom, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Mu Xiaoye's voice, Tang Yun suddenly snapped back to reality.
She shook her head somewhat awkwardly.
"No. It's nothing."
Mu Xiaoye glanced at her suspiciously, muttering to herself. "You said it was nothing, but your face turned red." Recalling that Tang Yun had been staring at Jung Han, a bold idea suddenly popped into Mu Xiaoye's mind.
Could it be that Mom has taken a liking to Jung Han?
The more Mu Xiaoye thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
These days, it's all about older women dating younger men.
My mom is so well preserved she looks like she's only in her early 30s, but her body is as vigorous as a tiger. After giving birth to herself, she never looked for another partner.
Now,
I met such an outstanding guy. Maybe she really has taken a liking to Jung Han. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoye became restless. After spending half a day together, she was already completely won over by Jung Han. She even felt that being able to be with Jung Han made it unimportant whether or not she had to take the Music Academy entrance exam. After all, in this world, there are probably very few people who can play the zither better than Jung Han. Therefore, she would absolutely not allow another woman to take Jung Han away from her.
Even if that person is your own mother. That won't do.
She put down her chopsticks, leaned close to Tang Yun, and whispered, "Mom, there's something I want to tell you."
"What's up?" Tang Yun looked away and asked curiously. "Let us go to the room to talk."
After Mu Xiaoye finished speaking, she got up and left the dining table.
Although Tang Yun was somewhat puzzled, she put down her chopsticks and followed Mu Xiaoye into one of the bedrooms. After closing the door,
Mu Xiaoye stared at Tang Yun with a strange look in her eyes.
"Mom, do you have feelings for Jiang Han?" Mu Xiaoye's question left Tang Yun stunned.
After a moment, she realized what her daughter meant by interesting.
"Xiaoye, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be interested in him? What kind of person do you take Mom for?"
Tang Yun said with some shame and indignation. His expression was extremely serious. Mu Xiaoye was startled and said in a wrong tone, "Mom, why are you yelling at me? You were clearly peeking at Jiang Han the whole time, and you said you weren't interested in him."
"I am at."
Tang Yun stopped halfway through her sentence.
Just now, she was observing Jiang Han, trying to find his weakness. But gradually, she became engrossed in it.
Even, just as Mu Xiaoye said, she started to become interested in him as a person.
For a moment, Tang Yun didn't know what to say.
She was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Xiaoye, you have to believe your mother.
I'm this old, how could I possibly be interested in Jiang Han?"
"Humph, that's hard to say."
Mu Xiaoye pouted and muttered to herself. "Xiaoye."
Seeing that Tang Yun was about to lose her temper, Mu Xiaoye quickly shut her mouth. She knew her mother well. Although she usually seemed gentle, she could be terrifying when she got angry.
Otherwise, her company's employees wouldn't be so afraid of her.
At this moment, Mu Xiaoye could only silently comfort herself and tell herself not to think about these irrelevant things anymore.
Even if Mom really did take a liking to Jiang Han, we should also have faith in Jiang Han. Wrong. Why should I have confidence in Jiang Han?
If Jiang Han dares to make a move on her mother, no matter how good Jiang Han's piano skills are, Mu Xiaoye will never let him off. That's all. After an awkward silence, the mother and daughter left the bedroom.
Chapter 10, Deception and More Deception.
The two returned to the restaurant. Jiang Han had finished eating and was lying on the sofa playing on his phone. A table full of leftover food was left for the mother and daughter to clean up.
"You're back.
Please tidy up the table later."
Jiang Han looked up at them and then said calmly.
Seeing Jiang Han's imperious attitude, Tang Yun was very unhappy. Making her cook is one thing, but now, after finishing your meal, instead of cleaning up the dishes, you lie on the sofa playing on your phone.
Do you really think you're an emperor? Sure enough, no man is any good.
She appears noble and elegant on the surface, but in reality, she doesn't know how to be considerate of women at all.
Why would I be interested in a guy like that? Xiaoye is really overthinking it. Mu Xiaoye wasn't angry at Jiang Han's orders. Instead, she cooperated perfectly by clearing away the dishes. He put it in the wash basin and then said to Tang Yun, "Mom, go wash the dishes. Jiang Han is going to teach me to play the piano later."
Hearing Mu Xiaoye's words, Tang Yun felt a chill run down her spine.
She glared fiercely at Mu Xiaoye. He thought to himself, "My daughter is really too biased.
All these years, I've spoiled her for nothing.
Being someone else's maid is out of the question."
He's even helping others now, making his mother wash dishes and cook for him.
And she's even jealous of her mother, afraid that her mother will steal her man? Tang Yun's heart was ice cold.
However, she didn't say much and could only awkwardly walk into the kitchen to start washing the dishes. Looking into the kitchen, Tang Yun's back was busy, swaying her waist.
Jiang Han felt a strange sense of accomplishment. At the same time,
a glimmer of hope rose in my heart. If only I could make Mu Xiaoye and Tang Yun both my maids, and have them serve me together.
Isn't this much more fun than Genshin Impact?
Now, Jiang Han finally understands something even more enjoyable than games.
It seems I was too superficial before. Inside the kitchen,
Tang Yun was diligently washing the dishes. Suddenly, a melodious piano tune reached my ears.
Who is playing Liszt's masterpiece? It sounds so good. Tang Yun is quite knowledgeable about the piano.
She had heard of almost all of the classic masterpieces, especially those.
It was under her influence that Mu Xiaoye became so passionate about the piano.
Therefore, the moment the piece of music was played, it immediately caught her attention.
If she wasn't mistaken, the piano piece was Liszt's Reminiscences of Don Juan. when this piece of music is played. It requires using both hands to quickly move across almost the entire piano keyboard in a very short time.
It is known as one of the most difficult piano pieces. Very few people can play it. Therefore, Tang Yun subconsciously assumed that someone was playing this piano piece. After she finished washing the dishes, when I returned to the living room following the sound of the piano, she was stunned when she saw Zhang Han sitting at the piano, playing with great enjoyment.
She never expected that Zhang Han's piano skills were so high.
Now she finally understood why her daughter was willing to be his maid.
For any woman who loves the piano, they couldn't resist Zhang Han's charm. Tang Yun is the same.
Previously, she thought Zhang Han was bluffing, pretending to be good at playing the piano to deceive her daughter. Now it seems I was overthinking things. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye was sitting next to Zhang Han, learning to play the piano. I saw Tang Yun come out. He immediately gestured for her to be quiet.
Tang Yun wasn't angry.
She sat down next to Mu Xiaoye and quietly listened to the piano piece.
The song ended. Zhang Han stood up and greeted Tang Yun, "And Tang, you're here. I'm teaching Xiaoye to play the piano."
Tang Yun smiled and said with some guilt, "Xiao Jiang, Auntie misunderstood you before. With your piano skills, you can indeed teach Xiaoye and help her get into a music academy."
The aunt was worried that Xiaoye wouldn't pass the exam.
That's why I didn't let her become an art student, to waste her excellent academic performance.
But
Tang Yun paused, then said hesitantly, "Why did you make her wear these clothes, and make her call you master?" Speaking of this, Tang Yun's charming face instantly flushed red. For a conservative like her, this is really hard to accept.
Zhang Han explained frankly, "This is actually just a little hobby of mine. You can think of it as cosplay. Young people these days really like it."
Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye chimed in, "That's right, mommy, these are hobbies of us young people. There are so many anime conventions everywhere now, and a lot of people wear cosplay outfits on the street all the time, so what's so strange about that?"
Don't be so old-fashioned. Tang Yun was somewhat bewildered by their persuasive words. She even began to wonder if she was too old-fashioned and couldn't keep up with the pace of young people. Could it be? Did I really misunderstand them? Is this how young people play nowadays?
Tang Yun felt that she really needed to reflect on herself.
An hour later, Zhang Han finished his piano instruction to Mu Xiaoye. "Alright, that concludes our 1-hour piano lesson." "Oh, so fast?"
They haven't even had a chance to give it their all yet.
Mu Xiaoye winked at Zhang Han, seemingly still wanting more, trying to please him. "Let him teach me a little longer."
However, Zhang Han refused without hesitation, saying, "If you want to continue learning, then work hard to earn more class hours."
"I believe in you." Recalling the request Zhang Han had made earlier, Mu Xiaoye's ears began to burn. "That. Can't we try a different approach?" They just can't accept it.
Zhang Han glanced at Tang Yun, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and said in a low voice, "Another method is fine too. If you come to wake me up for 3 consecutive days, I can give you an extra hour of class time."
"Okay." Mu Xiaoye agreed without hesitation.
But soon, she frowned and said shyly, "I'm just waking you up, I won't do anything else."
"Rest assured. I won't let you warm my bed," Zhang Han said jokingly. Although somewhat skeptical, Mu Xiaoye nodded and said, "That's good.
I'm going to take a shower and go to bed now. I have to attend the teacher appreciation banquet tomorrow."
"Oh right, I almost forgot about that." Zhang Han only realized what was going on when Mu Xiaoye mentioned the teacher appreciation banquet. After the college entrance examination results are released, a banquet will be held to thank the teachers. This is a tradition in most high schools.
Zhang Han and Mu Xiaoye's classes both have the same teacher, so they held the event together. This teacher appreciation banquet was, in effect, a farewell dinner. After all, once you go to university, you'll go your separate ways and it'll be very difficult to have any contact with each other.
"I'll have my mom take us there then." "No need, I have a car." Zhang Han took out his car keys from his pocket and waved them at Mu Xiaoye.
He still hasn't driven the limited edition Aston Martin 177 that the system rewarded him with. "I'm attending a teacher appreciation banquet tomorrow, so I can use this to practice."
Chapter 11 is really starting to resemble a maid more and more. The next day, the sun has just risen.
Zhang Han, still fast asleep, vaguely heard Mu Xiaoye's clear voice.
"Lazybones, get up.
If you don't get up now, the sun will be shining on your bottom. Suddenly awakened, Jiang Han rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Mu Xiaoye standing in front of him, dressed in a new maid outfit. She shouted as she reached out her little hand, trying to pull Jiang Han out of bed.
Because the clothes were loose, Mu Xiaoye could see when she bent over.
Lying on the bed, Jiang Han could clearly see the scenery inside, and he quickly saluted again.
Noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Mu Xiaoye quickly shrank back.
Her pretty face instantly turned crimson.
You filthy scoundrel! Get up! It's already 8 o'clock, why aren't you up yet? Jiang Han smiled helplessly, then yawned and said, Is this your wake-up service? Such a bad attitude, do you not want your teaching hours anymore? As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. You! Mu Xiaoye glared fiercely at Jiang Han. But in order to save her class time, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Soon, she smiled again and said sweetly to Jiang Han, Master, please get up and have breakfast. If you don't get up soon, the sun will be shining on your bottom. After saying that, she bent her arms and made a cat-made gesture. Jiang Han shuddered at the sight. This girl is really becoming more and more like a maid. After getting up and changing clothes, Jiang Han stopped teasing Mu Xiaoye. Instead, I quickly washed up and went downstairs to the restaurant. By this time, the table was already laden with all sorts of breakfast items, such as milk, bread, sandwiches, steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, noodle soup, and more. Whether it's Western or Chinese style, they have it all. This breakfast is so lavish. Your mom made all of this? Jiang Han asked, somewhat surprised. No. Mu Xiaoye explained, these were all delivered by the housekeeper, Lucy. She said that if you want to have breakfast in the future, you can tell her in advance, and she will have the chef from King Yeonju deliver it. King Yeonju is the clubhouse within the residential community. It offers all kinds of services, including food, drinks, and entertainment. For ordinary homeowners, accessing these services requires them to visit the clubhouse themselves. However, for owners of large single-level apartments, a private butler can deliver goods to their door. After listening to Mu Xiaoye's explanation, Jiang Han nodded, then asked, Where's your mother? Hasn't she gotten up yet? I got up a long time ago. She went to work, saying she'd be back at noon to cook us something delicious. Mu Xiaoye picked up the soy milk, took a sip, and said absent-mindedly, Your mother is really virtuous. Whoever marries her will be very lucky. Jiang Han took a bite of the steamed bun in his mouth and said with a smile, Of course. Don't you even know whose mother you are? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye proudly raised her head. But soon, she realized something, stared at Jiang Han with the eyes of someone scrutinizing a criminal, and questioned, You wouldn't happen to have feelings for my mother, would you? I'm telling you, you're not allowed to lay a finger on my mom. Jiang Han waved his hand and said with a smile, Your mother is so beautiful and virtuous. As a normal man, isn't it normal to like her? No. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything wrong to my mother, I'll. Mu Xiaoye was getting anxious, her full breasts heaving violently. What will you do? Jiang Han asked with great interest. I'm going to get angry with you. After holding it in for a long time, Mu Xiaoye finally managed to utter the sentence. Jiang Han smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he leaned closer and stared intently at her. Mu Xiaoye felt a little uneasy under Jiang Han's gaze. She put down her soy milk and stammered, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Han suddenly asked with a serious expression, Mu Xiaoye, have you fallen for me? This unexpected question startled Mu Xiaoye. Her heart started racing, and she said somewhat flusteredly, Who do you think you are? How could I possibly like you? I won't date anyone before I graduate from university. That settles it. Jiang Han shrugged and said, Since you don't like me and aren't my girlfriend, it's none of your business if I like Sister Yun, right? Mu Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she realized who the sister Yin Jiang Han was talking about was. Jiang Han, I'll fight you to the death. Mu Xiaoye stood up, rushed into Jiang Han's arms, grabbed his arm, and bit down hard. Ah! Let go of me, are you a dog or something? If you bite again, I'm really going to chase after your mother. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye was so frightened that she quickly let go, staring with her big, bright eyes, and said fiercely, No, you can't be with my mom. Seeing Mu Xiaoye's eyes reddening, on the verge of tears, Jiang Han said helplessly, Okay, I was just joking with you, why are you taking it so seriously? Upon hearing Jiang Han's words,
Mu Xiaoye breathed a sigh of relief and smiled through her tears. Okay, then you can't bully me anymore.
Okay. Zhang Han smiled and nodded. After breakfast, Mu Xiaoye then received a message from her class.
She said to Zhang Han, our class representative said that at 4 o'clock this afternoon, people from both classes should meet in the hotel lobby first, and then go up together. I want to take advantage of the time I still have to go out and get my hair done.
Mu Xiaoye said, feeling a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han laughed and joked. You're already so beautiful, and you still need to go out to get your hair done? How are the other girls in the class supposed to compete? Hearing Zhang Han's praise, Mu Xiaoye felt very happy. She gave a coquettish laugh and said, no way.
Our classmate Chi-Chi is pretty too, and other girls dress up for the teacher appreciation banquet too.
Zhang Han thought for a moment.
What Mu Xiaoye said makes sense. So he nodded and said, then go change your clothes first, and I'll take you out to get your hair done later.
He. Master, you are so good to me.
Mu Xiaoye said with a smile, then skipped and hopped into the bedroom, changed into casual clothes, and came out. White sneakers paired with denim shorts.
It perfectly accentuated Mu Xiaoye's graceful figure. At 18, she looks good in anything she wears. He exudes youthful energy from head to toe. Let's go, I'm all changed. Mu Xiaoye returned to Zhang Han's side and said sweetly.
Zhang Han nodded, picked up his car keys, and left the house with Mu Xiaoye.
Chapter 12, My Neighbor is a Female Celebrity? We went outside. While waiting for the elevator,
suddenly, the door of the neighbor's house opened. A tall, beautiful woman wearing a Chanel mini skirt, sunglasses, and carrying a Gucci bag walked out of the house.
You are Zhou Yutong?
Upon seeing this beautiful woman, Zhang Han blurted out instinctively.
The female celebrity that Zhang Han and Mu Xiaoye met downstairs yesterday afternoon is the beautiful woman in front of them. Her name is Zhou Yutong. She's the hottest rising star in the entertainment industry this summer.
Not only is she beautiful, but her acting skills are also top-notch, and she has won many international awards.
She is one of the most sought-after female celebrities in the entire entertainment industry.
Most importantly, as the Jade Girl leader, she has never been involved in any scandals with any men.
It's you guys. Seeing Zhang Han and his companion, Zhou Yutong seemed somewhat surprised.
She took off her sunglasses and said, hello, I didn't expect we were neighbors.
What a coincidence. Although Zhang Han was dressed plainly and looked very young.
However, those who can live in one mansion, especially those in large single-level apartments, are the ones who are able to move in. They were all either very wealthy or of high social standing. Therefore, even though she is a popular female celebrity, she doesn't dare to put on any airs. Moreover, Zhang Han, who possesses a noble metal, exudes an incomparably noble and refined aura at this moment.
He's obviously not an ordinary person. Hello, my name is Zhang Han. This is my friend, her name is Mu Xiaoye. I hope we can get to know each other better in the future. Zhang Han greeted Zhou Yutong with neither humility nor arrogance.
Now that he's bound to the system, he has absolutely no need to fawn over a so-called female celebrity.
Okay. Come visit me sometime when you have time. Zhou Yutong extended the invitation with a smile. Zhang Han nodded. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and the three of them stepped into the elevator together. We arrived at the underground parking lot. After saying goodbye to Zhou Yutong, follow the system's prompts.
Zhang Han led Mu Xiaoye toward where the car was parked. Along the way, Mu Xiaoye chattered, wow, Zhang Han, I really didn't expect Zhou Yutong to be your neighbor, that's amazing.
I absolutely love her period dramas. Zhang Han curled his lip and said, what's so strange about that? Number 1 mansion is a wealthy area, and it's normal for celebrities to live there. When you have time another day, I'll take you to her house so you can play with her. Great. Great. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye clapped her hands excitedly.
Soon, following the system's prompts, the two arrived at where the vehicle was parked.
A black, top-of-the-line sports car was parked there quietly. Zhang Han took out his car keys and pressed the unlock button with anticipation. The cool headlights instantly flashed.
I saw this limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car.
Mu Xiaoye's eyes widened immediately. Wow! This sports car is so cool. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Although she didn't know much about cars, just by looking at its appearance, she knew that this car was definitely worth a lot of money.
What are you waiting for? Come in.
Zhang Han, who was already inside the car, called out to Mu Xiaoye outside. Mu Xiaoye then came to her senses and bent down to sit in the car.
The Aston Martin 177 is a top-of-the-line sports car.
The price is nearly 50 million.
The interior decoration of the car is naturally not bad either.
Precision mechanical buttons, genuine leather wrap seats, and cool ambient lighting.
Everywhere you look, you can smell the money. Boom!
Zhang Han gently pressed the accelerator, and the Aston Martin immediately let out a roar like a wild beast. For most guys who like sports cars,
this sound.
It was even more beautiful than a woman's moan. As Zhang Han drove this top-of-the-line sports car through the streets of Shanghai, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Even in major international cities, such top-tier supercars are extremely rare. Wherever it goes, it elicits cheers.
My God, what kind of car is this? This is so damn cool.
It's even cooler than my Xiaomi SU7.
You country bumpkin, this is an Aston Martin.
The price of one of these sports cars is enough to buy a whole fleet of Xiaomi cars for you.
Wow, that's amazing. I checked, and this Aston Martin costs over 40 million.
The entire project has been completed, costing nearly 50 million. Upon seeing the eye-catching sports car, passers-by quickly took out their phones and started filming. Then he posted it on his own TikTok to show off. Sitting in the car, Mu Xiaoye became visibly nervous upon seeing this scene.
She looked up at Zhang Han and asked, "Won't someone take pictures of us and post them online? That way, people will recognize us." She doesn't want to become an internet celebrity.
All she wants now is to be Zhang Han's maid and, under his guidance, get into the Shanghai Conservatory of Music.
This is Mu Xiaoye's ultimate pursuit.
Don't worry, the car windows have been specially treated.
We can see outside, but people outside can't see inside at all.
Zhang Han comforted her.
Not long after,
Zhang Han then drove his Aston Martin to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. After parking the car, Zhang Han led Mu Xiaoye to the top floor of the mall.
The hair salon that Mu Xiaoye chose is called DL Vogue.
It is said that the son of the richest man in Yanxia used to come here often to get his hair done. The cheapest haircut package costs over 3,000 yuan.
Zhang Han was almost startled when he saw the price. This is way too damn expensive. Ms. Mu, do you usually come to places like this to get your hair done? I never knew you were such a wealthy woman. Zhang Han chuckled and made a joke. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said, "What's so expensive about it? A girl's hairstyle is very important, okay?
Besides, my mom has a membership at this store, so she gets a 20% discount."
This isn't expensive?
I go to a quick haircut shop and get a haircut, it only costs about 20 yuan.
Zhang Han shook his head.
For a handsome guy like him, even a buzz cut looks incredibly handsome, there's no need to waste money on it.
Wouldn't it be better to save the money and top up your account with 648 yuan?
At this moment, Mu Xiaoye looked at Zhang Han's hair and suddenly had an idea. It takes me a long time to get my hair done, why don't you come with me and get your hair permed too?
You'd look absolutely stunning with a perm. Forget it, I don't have time for that. Zhang Han refused without even thinking.
He's fine as he is now, and he doesn't want to waste time messing with his hair. Mu Xiaoye refused to give up, clinging to Zhang Han's arm and pleading, "Master, please, just make one, I really want to see it too."
This.
Faced with Mu Xiaoye's coquettish attack, Zhang Han hesitated for a moment.
Just then, the system's voice suddenly came out. Drop.
System daily task issued, please get a stylish new hairstyle for the teacher appreciation banquet. Completion rewards, 10% of L'Oreal Group shares, mastery of calligraphy and makeup, and a traditional Chinese medicine beauty prescription.
Chapter 13 Attending the Dinner. Wow! This reward is too generous.
Seeing the series of rewards on the system panel, Zhang Han almost cried out.
10% stake in L'Oreal Group.
You should know that this reward alone could instantly make Zhang Han a billionaire. Not to mention, there's a whole series of rewards to come.
Originally,
Zhang Han was also somewhat unwilling. After the system released the task, he immediately agreed to Mu Xiaoye's request.
Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll reluctantly get my hair done. However, you have to agree to one condition.
Zhang Han thought for a moment and immediately said. He didn't want to waste this opportunity to make demands of Mu Xiaoye. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Mu Xiaoye's expression immediately changed.
What are the conditions? She knew it couldn't be anything good. When we get back tonight, I want you to wear that Ayaka Kamisato cosplay outfit so I can see it. Mu Xiaoya's pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Although this cosplay outfit of Ayaka Kamisato isn't the most revealing outfit in the wardrobe. However, it's not much better. In particular, you should wear those sheer white stockings. Just thinking about it made Mu Xiaoya feel ashamed. She immediately shook her head and said, "No. No, I'll get shy." "Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it." Jiang Han shrugged and said in a feigned indifference. Seeing the disappointed look on Jiang Han's face, Mu Xiaoya felt a little guilty. I was thinking about how I was already wearing a maid outfit. Wearing different clothes shouldn't be a big deal, right? So she said, "Okay, I promise you, but my mom can't know about this. I'll wear it for you tonight after she falls asleep." "No problem." Jiang Han immediately agreed. He didn't want Tang Yun to know that he had made her daughter wear such clothes. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. And, just thinking about that sneaky feeling is exciting. Jiang Han thought to himself. The image appeared instantly. After reaching an agreement with Mu Xiaoya, Jiang Han followed her into the hair salon. Next came the long process of getting my hair done. After Tony the hairstylist's series of skillful maneuvers, coupled with the machine's final shaping. Finally, they created a textured perm that Jiang Han thought was fairly handsome. Good. Jiang Han stood in front of the mirror, admiring his handsome face and his stylish hairstyle. Her appearance has improved even further compared to before. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Drop. Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily task. Winner, 10% stake in L'Oreal Group, valued at tens of billions of yuan. Reward, Master of Calligraphy. Reward, Makeup Mastery. Reward, a traditional Chinese medicine beauty prescription. As before, the system's voice had just finished speaking. A series of knowledge about calligraphy and makeup instantly flooded Jiang Han's mind. The prescription was converted into data and stored in the system. Jiang Han can access and read it anytime he wants. In high spirits, Jiang Han stood up from his chair, looked into the inner room, and said, "Isn't my friend ready yet?" "It'll be here soon." Teacher Tony was about to go in and check. Just then, Mu Xiaoya came out from inside. Wow. Jiang Han's eyes widened when he saw Mu Xiaoya's look. How is it? Does it look good? Mu Xiaoya showed herself to Jiang Han, then asked expectantly. Very nice. This money was well spent. Jiang Han praised without reservation. Is that so? Mu Xiaoya felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Han's praise. Seeing this, the shop assistant quickly stepped forward to flatter them, saying, "Miss Mu and Mr. Jiang are both naturally beautiful. No matter what hairstyle you have, it will look good on you." Ha ha ha. Jiang Han laughed twice, but didn't say anything more. Instead, he took Mu Xiaoya's hand and said, "Let's go, it's getting late, the teacher appreciation banquet is about to begin." Mu Xiaoya nodded obediently. The two left the hair salon hand in hand, watched by the shop assistants. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin and arrived at the Sheraton Hotel on time. Because it was during the summer vacation and the college entrance examination had just ended, many people were holding celebration banquets here, making the hotel very busy and the parking lot full of cars. Jiang Han circled around outside but couldn't find a parking space. Just as he was about to drive and park in the underground parking lot of a nearby shopping mall, a hotel security guard came up. He bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, our hotel manager said you can park your car directly in front of our hotel lobby." "Isn't parking prohibited there?" Jiang Han said with some surprise. "It's all right, sir. There's an open space over there where you can park wherever you like. I'll watch your car here, so there won't be any problems." "Oh well." The hotel security guard said so. Jiang Han didn't bother arguing with him and simply parked the car in front of the Sheraton Hotel. Every guest who enters the hotel can see this car. This was also the hotel manager's intention. The presence of this top-of-the-line sports car subtly elevated the hotel's prestige. A limited edition sports car worth 50 million yuan. If everyone is coming to our hotel to spend money, what reason do you have not to come? After Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoya got out of the car, a middle-aged man in a suit immediately came out from the lobby to greet them. "Hello, sir, madam. I am the general manager of this hotel. My name is Xia Anhua. Welcome, distinguished guests. It is a great honor to have you at our Sheraton Hotel. Faced with the general manager's flattery, Zhang Han knew that it was all thanks to that Aston Martin that he gained face. He wasn't too surprised, nodded, and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Zhang Han. So it's Mr. Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Xia Anhua's attitude was very respectful. Although he was the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel, he was quite knowledgeable and knew many wealthy people. But when faced with someone like Zhang Han, who drives a sports car worth $500 million to dine there, he still dared not be negligent in the slightest. One of their cars is worth as much as your annual revenue. These rich kids all come from terrifying family backgrounds. Mr. Zhang, this is my business card. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything in the future. Xia Anhua grasped the business card with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Zhang Han took the business card, glanced at it, and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Xia, you're too kind. It's what I should do." Seeing Zhang Han accept the business card, Xia Anhua felt a surge of secret joy. More friends, more paths. For these high-level working-class people, being able to get to know some rich kids is not a bad thing. Then I won't bother you two any longer. If you need anything, just tell me. After Xia Anhua finished speaking, he respectfully withdrew. After Xia Anhua left, Mu Xiaoye whispered, "I remember there was a guy in your class named Yang Weichao. Didn't he say his uncle was the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel? Could this Xia Anhua be his uncle?" Zhang Han shrugged and said, "How would I know? I don't get along with him." This Yang Weichao, relying on his family's wealth, had previously publicly pursued Mu Xiaoye. However, Mu Xiaoye firmly rejected him. This matter was common knowledge among their senior year students. He and Zhang Han also had some minor conflicts. Therefore, Zhang Han had no interest in finding out who his uncle was. Chapter 14. Why are you the only one making a fuss? Second floor of the Sheraton Hotel. The teacher appreciation banquet for Class 1 and Class 2 of Senior 3 at Shanghai No. 1 High School was held here. Yang Weichao took full responsibility for the expenses of the banquet. Who can blame him when his uncle is the manager of the Sheraton Hotel? Based on an average cost of 500 yuan per person, this includes all the students from both classes, plus 9 teachers. There are a total of 108 people. This teacher appreciation banquet will cost at least 50,000 yuan. Yang Weichao really went all out today. At this moment, inside a private room on the second floor, many students and teachers have already arrived at the scene. Everyone gathered together, chatting and joking, creating a lively atmosphere. After all, without the heavy burden of the college entrance examination weighing on their heads, these students can relax a lot. When Zhang Han and Mu Xiaoye appeared in the private room, the room, which had been quite noisy, fell silent instantly, and everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Soon, the crowd began to discuss it. Holy crap, isn't that Zhang Han? Why did he come with the school beauty? Have they officially announced their relationship? You rascal, it's obvious you don't have the school beauty's WeChat. The rumors about the two of them started yesterday afternoon. The school beauty posted a video on her WeChat moments, and Zhang Han was in it. I'll let you in on a secret, it seems like those two went to a hotel together back then. My god, is this really that amazing? The school beauty actually went to a hotel with Zhang Han. That's outrageous. Although Zhang Han is quite handsome and has excellent grades, but... Wah, my school beauty. Seeing the strange looks people were giving her, Mu Xiaoye lowered her head shyly. She never expected that her appearance with Zhang Han would cause such a sensation. After all, she's still just a young girl, and she's a bit shy. She whispered to Zhang Han, "I'm going to go play with Wang Qi and the others. I'll come find you later." After saying that, she ran away with a blush on her face. Inside the private room, there were 2 huge round tables, one for boys and one for girls. I saw Mu Xiaoye run over to the girls. Zhang Han felt too embarrassed to follow them, so he walked towards the boys' table. Because there were so many people, the scene was very chaotic. For a moment, Zhang Han didn't know which seat was empty. Just then, a boy who was on good terms with Zhang Han stood up and waved to Zhang Han, saying, "Zhang, the academic genius, come sit here, no one's sitting here." Zhang Han smiled and nodded, then walked over. As soon as Zhang Han arrived, people surrounded him, gossiping, "Zhang Han, are you really dating the school beauty?" "No, you're overthinking it." Zhang Han shook his head and said, After all, she was just his maid. How could this be called dating?
Beside him stood Yang Weichao, dressed in a handsome suit and with his hair styled like an adult.
Hearing Jiang Han's answer, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Jiang Han isn't dating Mu Xiaoye.
He fell in love with Mu Xiaoye when he first entered high school.
Throughout his 3 years of high school, he confessed his feelings to Mu Xiaoye countless times.
But Mu Xiaoye ignored him and even threw the love letters he sent her into the trash can. Even so, he still refused to give up. Today, he is going to confess his feelings to Mu Xiaoye again in front of so many people.
So, even if Mu Xiaoye really gets together with Jiang Han,
he also wanted to make Jiang Han back down.
After all, what's the use of being a good student or being handsome in this society? Having money is the only true measure of success.
Thinking of this, he stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "Teachers and students, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the banquet.
Waiter, bring the food."
The words had barely left his mouth. Immediately, many sycophants began to praise him.
"Young Master Yang, you are truly magnanimous.
We were able to dine at the Sheraton today thanks to young Master Yang.
Yes, this is a 5-star hotel. I've never been here before in my entire life. Young Master Yang is awesome." The teachers present did not say anything.
However, when they looked at Yang Weichao, their eyes were full of admiration and affirmation.
Hearing the praise from those around him, Yang Weichao smiled. He was secretly delighted.
At that moment, many female classmates at the girls' table were casting admiring glances at him.
Even Wang Qi, a stunning beauty whose looks are second only to Mu Xiaoye.
At that moment, she smiled at him.
This made Yang Weichao even more excited.
Jiang Han, who had been the center of attention, suddenly had his thunder stolen.
The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was Mu Xiaoye remained aloof and unmoved by his presence. However, Yang Weichao didn't take it to heart. He believes that as long as he works hard, sooner or later, he will make Mu Xiaoye submit to him. Just then,
the door to the private room was pushed open again. A male student who was late rushed in.
As soon as he entered the private room, he said excitedly, "Holy crap, guess what I saw downstairs at the hotel? An Aston Martin 177 limited edition sports car. Worth over 50 million.
Even the son of the richest man might not be able to afford one, but there's one parked downstairs in this hotel."
That's incredible. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. Oh my god. One car costs over 50 million, that's a whopping 50 million. What kind of family background do they have to be able to afford such a luxury car? They're the richest of the rich.
I never imagined the Sheraton was so amazing. Even such a super rich person comes here to spend money, which instantly elevates our social standing.
By the way, isn't young Master Yang's uncle the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel? Young Master Yang, you must know who the car owner is, right?
Yes, young Master Yang, just tell us about it.
Seeing his female classmates frantically winking at him, Yang Weichao felt incredibly pleased. At this moment, even Wang Qi, the class monitor from the next class, took the initiative to speak up. "Yang Weichao, do you know who that car owner is?" The beautiful woman has spoken. If Yang Weichao says he doesn't know, wouldn't he be contradicting himself? So he can only make up a story. "Well, of course I know. To be honest, the owner of this sports car is a friend of my uncle.
According to seniority, I should call him uncle."
Yang Weichao said this without batting an eye.
Anyway, with so many people present, it's impossible for them to know the car owner.
Upon hearing this, the students present were shocked and looked on with envy. "Young Master Yang, you're absolutely amazing. You actually met that car owner?"
The world of the rich is indeed beyond the reach of people like us.
666, I never imagined young Master Yang had such a wonderful uncle. We probably won't have the chance to see him. Yeah, maybe in the next life. Upon hearing Yang Weichao's words, Wang Qi's eyes lit up. She blinked her large, bright eyes, a charming allure beyond her years appearing on her face, and asked with a smile. "Young Master Yang, what's your uncle's name?" This, cough cough. Yang Weichao quickly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, muttering to himself. "How would I know his surname? Why are you the only one making a fuss?" Chapter 15. I don't have such a silly nephew. However, at this time, seeing Mu Xiaoye laughing heartily beside Wang Qi, Yang Weichao felt a surge of excitement, realizing that even the goddess was interested in this topic. If I try harder,
Perhaps this will win her heart? So, Yang Weichao braced himself and said, "Let me put it this way, my uncle has a rather special background.
I can't talk about it everywhere, or it might have a bad influence on him. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
As he spoke, he pointed to the ceiling, looking quite profound. The students suddenly realized what was happening and nodded in understanding.
It seems that young Master Yang's uncle is a very powerful figure with extremely influential connections.
It's definitely best not to talk about it everywhere, it's better to keep a low profile. No wonder he can afford an Aston Martin 177, a sports car of this caliber.
Sometimes, even if you have the money, you may not be able to afford it. Young Master Yang, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me.
After graduating from university, I hope young Master Yang will give me a lot of guidance.
Listening to his classmates' flattery, Yang Weichao felt a sense of euphoria.
She was laughing so hard her face was almost scrunched up like a chrysanthemum.
Not at all, we were classmates. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, I'll definitely do my best.
You don't need to be so polite with me.
Just as Yang Weichao was showing off wildly.
As Jiang Han sat in the chair, his phone suddenly received a message from Mu Xiaoye.
"Uncle Jiang. I never knew you were so amazing." Upon seeing this message, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "I don't have such a silly nephew." No, him. He was too lazy to stand up and expose Yang Weichao. Let's give him face since he treated his classmates to dinner today. These days, it's not easy to show off.
He had to act as someone's nephew and also write stories like he was writing online novels. Yang Weichao, however, was completely unaware of this.
At this moment, he was completely smitten by his classmates' praise.
Still oblivious to his own mortality, he picked up his wineglass, walked up to Jiang Han, and said with a forced smile, "Jiang, the academic genius, I heard you scored 700 points on the college entrance exam this time?
Congratulations! Shall we grab a drink?" At this moment, Yang Weichao felt extremely happy. "Jiang Han, so what if you're good at studying? So what if he's handsome?
Even without money, you still have to stand below and watch me show off, like a clown.
Didn't you see that Mu Xiaoye smiled at me just now?"
At school, she always acted cold and aloof, trying to appear so superior.
It turns out they haven't entered the workforce yet and don't know the benefits of money. Faced with Yang Weichao's provocation, Jiang Han waved his hand and said calmly, "Thank you, but I won't drink. I drove here today." "You came by car? Jiang Han, you bought a car?"
Hearing this, the surrounding students were very curious. After all, being able to buy a car right after graduating from high school is a very rare thing, even in a metropolis like Shanghai.
Yang Weichao dismissed this with disdain.
"I think you, Jiang Han, always look so poor and stingy. Even when you buy a car, it's that kind of BYD that costs 798 yuan.
How much better can it get?" So he readily agreed, "It's okay, I've had too much to drink. I can just stay here tonight, I'll ask my uncle to get you a room. Oh, and by the way, we can call a designated driver." He originally intended to book a room for Jiang Han.
But then I remembered that this was the Sheraton Hotel, and it was peak tourist season. A room costs at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan.
He didn't want to waste his money.
So they changed their minds and offered to call a designated driver for him.
Jiang Han shook his head again and said, "Calling a designated driver won't help. My car is not a vehicle that ordinary people can drive." He wasn't trying to show off, he was just telling the truth.
After all, most designated drivers drive family cars and have never driven a sports car.
If you lack driving experience, accidents can easily happen.
If Jiang Han hadn't had the god-level driving skills rewarded by the system, he wouldn't have been able to control this high-performance beast so easily.
Upon hearing this, Yang Weichao frowned and said somewhat displeasedly, "Jiang Han, what nonsense are you spouting? The Sheraton Hotel's designated drivers are all professionals, what car can't they drive? Of all the cars in the hotel, I guess only my uncle's Aston Martin is too big for the designated driver to drive."
As he spoke, Yang Weichao almost began to believe it himself. Just as Jiang Han was about to speak, saying that his car was an Aston Martin, the door to the private room opened again. Xia Anhua, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in front, followed by two waiters wearing stockings and high heels.
Each of them was holding a bottle of red wine. We entered the private room. Xia Anhua looked at everyone present and cleared his throat, saying, "Good evening, teachers and students. I am Xia Anhua, Wei Chao's uncle.
It is an honor that everyone has chosen to hold this teacher appreciation banquet at the Sheraton Hotel. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope everyone enjoys the drinks. Xia Anhua had barely finished speaking. A burst of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted in the private room. Ma Jiqiang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, also stood up and said, "Manager Xia, you are too kind. It's already bad enough that your nephew paid for this meal. You even sent over such fine red wine, we can't possibly accept that." Xia Anhua waved his hand and smiled, "Oh, you're too kind, homeroom teacher. My nephew was able to get into a top university thanks to the hard work of the teachers and the help of his classmates. These 2 bottles of red wine, although not from very old vintages, are both from Bordeaux wineries and are absolutely rare and excellent wines. I hope you teachers will not refuse them." Seeing Xia Anhua say this, Ma Jiqiang couldn't refuse any longer, so he nodded and accepted it. At this moment, Yang Weichao stood up and waved to Xia Anhua, saying, "Uncle, you're here." "I'm here." Hearing his nephew's voice, Xia Anhua turned his head to look. He happened to see Jiang Han sitting next to him, and his expression immediately changed. He quickly forced a smile and strode forward, ready to get closer to Jiang Han. Yang Weichao, however, thought that his uncle had come to see him. She glanced at Jiang Han with immense smugness. "I have my uncles backing me up tonight. I was definitely the most dazzling person at this teacher appreciation banquet. Let's see how you, Jiang Han, will oppose me now." Chapter 16: The Real Rich Second Generation. Just as Yang Weichao was feeling smug, Xia Anhua ignored him completely, walked straight to Jiang Han, and bowed deeply to him, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here." Yang Weichao was stunned when he saw this. Wang Qi was also stunned. Everyone present showed expressions of surprise. Yang Weichao's uncle is the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel. Even in a place like Shanghai where the wealthy are everywhere, they are a force to be reckoned with. And now, he actually bowed to Jiang Han. And he even had a fawning expression. At that moment, everyone's eyes showed disbelief. "Uncle, what are you doing? He's just my classmate, do you really need to treat him like this?" Yang Weichao couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, Xia Anhua's smile became even brighter. He looked at Jiang Han excitedly and said, "I never imagined that you and my son Weichao were classmates. What a coincidence. It's all fate." As he spoke, he waved. He turned to the pretty waitress behind him and ordered, "Go and get that bottle of Romani Conti from my wine cabinet." Then, he turned to Jiang Han and said obsequiously, "Mr. Jiang, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it offensive." Seeing this, Yang Weichao was completely dumbfounded. The bottle of Romani Conti in his uncle's wine cabinet has been stored since the day he was born. According to market prices, it is even more expensive than a 1982 Lafite. I didn't even bring out the wine for my own graduation banquet. And now, he actually brought out this bottle of red wine to curry favor with Jiang Han? This is absolutely outrageous. Faced with Xia Anhua's unsolicited flattery, Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "President Xia, this gift is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Besides, I drove here today, so it's not convenient for me to drink." "Oh right. Xia Anhua patted his head and said with a smile, "Look at my memory, I almost forgot that you drove here, Mr. Jiang. By the way, Mr. Jiang, I noticed some stains on the tires of your Aston Martin, so I had the cleaning staff wipe them for you. Is that all right?" Jiang Han waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Xia." After listening to their conversation, everyone present was stunned. The Aston Martin 177 parked downstairs, worth $500 million, actually belongs to Jiang Han? The entire private room instantly fell into a deathly silence. You could almost hear everyone's heartbeats. The girls stared wide-eyed at Jiang Han with intense gazes. Oh my god. Jiang Han is actually the owner of that sports car? Unexpectedly, not only is Jiang Shuaba handsome and academically excellent, but his family is also so wealthy. That's absolutely amazing. Yang Weichao stood there, stunned, his face as red as a monkey's bottom. Thinking back to just now, I realized that I had been showing off in front of my classmates by saying that the owner of that Aston Martin was my uncle. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. No wonder. Mu Xiaoya smiled so happily when she heard herself say that the owner of that car was her uncle. He thought that Mu Xiaoya had fallen for him. Turn out to be They're just laughing at him. At this moment, Yang Weichao felt like dying. As a shrewd old fox, Xia Anhua could naturally tell that the atmosphere in the private room was a bit off.
But he didn't know what was going on.
To avoid saying anything wrong, he could only cough once, bow to Zhang Han, and then take his leave. Only 2 beautiful waitresses remained in the private room.
After Xia Anhua left, the crowd remained silent for a few minutes. Then, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhang Han, and they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Holy crap! That Aston Martin downstairs is actually your car, Zhang Han? Zhang Shueba, you've been hiding your talent well. I never imagined that the real rich kid in our class is Zhang Han. I originally thought that Mu, the school beauty, and Zhang Han were a perfect match, but now it seems they're more like a rich man and a beautiful woman.
Zhang Shueba, you should mentor your underlings more often in the future. At this moment, even several of the teachers stood up and took the initiative to get closer to Zhang Han.
After all, that's a top-of-the-line supercar worth $500 million.
Even in all the years since Shanghai No. 1 High School was founded, no one has been able to afford such a luxury car.
Yang Weichao, who was once enjoying unparalleled success.
At that moment, he was instantly ignored by everyone.
In fact, many girls see him as a clown.
He even claimed that the owner of that sports car was his uncle. He has absolutely no shame.
Does Zhang Han even know he has such a foolish nephew? Even his own uncle had to treat him with utmost respect. Yang Weichao wasn't stupid enough to provoke him like a brainless villain in an online novel.
Those who understand the times are wise. There's no need to jeopardize your future for a woman. He picked up the bottle of red wine that had just been opened on the table, and amidst the puzzled looks of his classmates, walked up to Zhang Han and said, Zhang Shueba, I was blind to your greatness before.
Now I apologize to you.
I hope you will forgive me for my past offenses. Please don't take it to heart.
I won't say more, it's all in the wine.
After saying that, he raised the bottle of red wine and chugged it down his throat. A bottle of red wine was downed. Even with Yang Weichao's high alcohol tolerance, he began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. He suppressed the urge to vomit and said to Zhang Han, from today onwards,
I will never bother Mu Xiaoye again. I hope you too can be happy. Hiccup. He couldn't hold back any longer and ran to the bathroom without looking back.
Seeing him like this, Zhang Han shook his head helplessly.
To put it bluntly,
the conflict between Zhang Han and Yang Weichao back in school was nothing more than child's play.
He relied on his family's wealth. It's perfectly normal for someone to look down on themselves, a student who excels academically. Just showing off. Every man would like that.
Since Yang Weichao has already admitted defeat, Zhang Han doesn't need to dwell on the matter.
Chapter 17 Mu Xiaoye is jealous. 8 p.m.
The teacher appreciation banquet ended amidst laughter and joy. Even though there was an unpleasant little incident in the middle, it passed quickly. The group first gave a collective send-off to the 9 teachers. Then everyone gathered together again, chatted about the fun things that happened when they were studying, and finally decided to go home. After all, we are just high school graduates. Unlike some people in society who go on to get a massage or foot bath after dinner, we don't do that. Zhang Han was about to go to the girls' table to find Mu Xiaoye. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi stood up first, walked up to Zhang Han, and said with captivating charm, Zhang, the academic genius.
Can you take me home tonight?
After saying that, she puffed out her magnificent 36D breasts and gave a captivating look. Seeing this, the male students present were incredibly envious.
It's good to be rich.
If a stunning beauty like Wang Qi were to invite me to take her home, I'd do it even if it meant breaking my leg.
Maybe tonight, I'll lose my virginity.
Zhang Han shook his head and calmly said, I'm sorry, my car is a bit small and can't fit 3 people.
After saying that, he waved to Mu Xiaoye. Let's go, Xiaoye.
Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye skipped over to Wang Qi and said gleefully, Chi, Zhang Han's car only has 2 seats.
Let him take you next time. Zhang Han's lips curled up in a smile. This girl is so cunning. They're quite adept at kicking someone when they're down.
Upon hearing this, Wang Qi's expression turned somewhat off, but she still forced a smile and said, all right then. I thought Zhang Han, you were going home alone.
It's my fault.
Zhang Han chuckled and said, I should have come in a car that can seat 3 people.
I'll give you a ride next time.
Although he wasn't very interested in Wang Qi sexually.
But as a sea king, how could he let go of any fish that willingly comes to him? What's more, she's a mermaid.
After hearing Jiang Han's words, Wang Qi felt much better. She blinked her alluring eyes and said, "It's nothing, I've just never ridden in a sports car before and wanted to experience it."
Hey Jiang, if you have time in the future, remember to take me to experience it. Just a moment. Jiang Han nodded and smiled, no problem, definitely next time.
After saying that, he took Mu Xiaoye and left the private room.
After Jiang Han left, the male students in the private room began to get restless.
A boy in a polo shirt stepped forward and fawned over Wang Qi, saying, "Chi, I'll take you home later.
My car is as fast as a sports car."
As he spoke, he took out his Xiaomi SU7 car keys and showed them off to Wang Qi.
No.
I'll call a car myself to go back. Wang Qi, abandoning her previous charming demeanor, coldly refused. After saying that, he picked up his Hermes bag and left the private room.
On the way back,
Mu Xiaoye sat in the car, her expression seemingly a little unhappy. She crossed her arms and looked sullen.
What's wrong?
Jiang Han drove with one hand and asked with concern.
Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything, but looked down at her chest and sighed silently. After a while, she finally spoke, "Jiang Han, do all you guys like girls with big breasts? It looks rather sexy?"
Jiang Han was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Why do you say that?"
Mu Xiaoye pondered for a moment, then said resentfully, "If not, then why did you agree to take her out for a drive next time?"
Upon hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile.
It seems my little maid is jealous. This is a bad habit. How can a maid be jealous of other women?
I have to help her change, otherwise she'll be constantly jealous from now on. Jiang Han thought for a moment, then put on a stern face and said seriously, "Mu Xiaoye, what you said is a bit too much. When did I say I was going to take her for a drive? Besides, even if I really wanted to take her for a drive, we're classmates, what's wrong with letting her ride in my car?
Isn't this a normal thing?"
Faced with Jiang Han's accusations, Mu Xiaoye was speechless for a moment. She quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't mean that.
I was just curious, do you boys? Is it something?"
Jiang Han said matter-of-factly, "If everyone were like you, seeing me give a girl a ride and saying I like her, what kind of person would I be?"
You can't just slander someone's innocence like that. I rejected Wang Qi today because of you, Mu Xiaoye. You've really disappointed me. After saying that, Jiang Han shook his head, feigning disappointment.
He unleashed a barrage of attacks on me.
Mu Xiaoye felt a little dizzy.
She even began to doubt whether she was being too selfish. Hearing that last sentence made her feel even more ashamed. Jiang Han publicly rejected Wang Qi's invitation for his own sake, and yet she was still not satisfied and had to say such things about Jiang Han.
I'm so bad.
At this moment, Mu Xiaoye wished she could slap herself twice. Seeing the disappointment on Jiang Han's face, Mu Xiaoye said pitifully, "Master, I'm sorry, it was my fault, I shouldn't have said that to you.
Please, don't be mad at me, okay?"
Seeing this, Jiang Han felt extremely smug.
But he still pretended to be angry and ignored Mu Xiaoye.
At this point, you can't give up easily, you have to keep her hooked and make her realize her mistake. We drove all the way to the Aston Martin and into the underground parking lot of one Bund mansion. Jiang Hankai said coldly, "Get out of the car." Throughout the journey, Mu Xiaoye was extremely anxious, but Jiang Han still maintained a cold and aloof demeanor.
She immediately threw herself into Jiang Han's arms.
She clung to his neck, sobbing, Master, please don't be angry with me anymore.
I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll never think like that again, please don't stop talking to me." The objective has been achieved. Jiang Han forced a smile and nodded, saying, "You know you were wrong?" Mu Xiaoye nodded heavily. "It's good that you know you were wrong."
Jiang Han lifted Mu Xiaoye's chin, stared at her with his deep eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Since you know you're wrong, you have to accept the punishment.
That way you'll learn your lesson." "What kind of punishment?" Mu Xiaoye blinked and asked, looking confused. "You'll find out then. Remember to come to my room tonight wearing that Ayaka Kamisato cosplay outfit. I'm going to give you a good lesson."
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye felt somewhat nervous. But she still nodded obediently, blushing as she said, "Yes, master."
Chapter 18: Tang Yun's Troubles. After returning home,
Tang Yun was sitting on the sofa, rubbing her temples, looking exhausted.
"Mom, we're back."
Upon entering the house, Mu Xiaoye greeted Tang Yun sweetly. Completely oblivious to the fact that Tang Yun was in a bad mood, she skipped and hopped up to her, showing off. "Mom, look at my new hairstyle, isn't it pretty?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yun opened her eyes, glanced at the screen, and forced a smile, saying, "It looks good." "That's too perfunctory." Mu Xiaoye pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Then she noticed that Tang Yun looked a little haggard and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong? You look so unwell?" "Fine. I just didn't sleep well last night, and today, there's been a lot of work at the company." Tang Yun said it casually. But the sorrow in his eyes and brows could not be concealed. "It seems it's about company matters again." Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but sigh and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry so much, go and get some rest." "Okay, I understand." Tang Yun nodded. Mu Xiaoye didn't think much of it. "My mother is the owner of a cosmetics company, managing hundreds of employees. My work is usually very busy, and I often feel tired." Zhang Han noticed something amiss. However, he wasn't familiar with Tang Yun after all, and he didn't say anything when he saw that Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything. He could only offer a perfunctory reply, "Aunt Tang, there's a jacuzzi in the bathroom upstairs. If you're tired, you can go up and take a bath to relax." "Thanks." Tang Yun smiled and nodded. Zhang Han didn't say much. He walked to Mu Xiaoye's side and whispered to her, "Don't forget about tonight." Mu Xiaoye blushed, nodded, and before Tang Yun could notice, she turned and walked upstairs. Zhang Han smiled and followed. After the two left, Tang Yun then turned on the laptop on the table. An email popped up instantly. The email subject line read, "Notification regarding adjustments to the list of first-tier distributors of L'Oreal Group in summer hot regions." Upon seeing this email, Tang Yun's breathing became rapid. She opened the app with great trepidation, then stared at the densely packed list for a long time. Finally, she sighed deeply. He picked up his phone and called his assistant, "Xiao Qian, tomorrow you go to Impression City in Taiku Hui and shut down all our counters there. Tell the employees to move all the goods in the warehouse back to the company." "Huh? Why?" On the other end of the phone, the assistant's voice came through, filled with doubt and shock. "You should know that these are the counters in these two shopping malls. However, it contributed nearly 50% of the company's revenue. Now, Tang Yun actually wants to turn them off, which is truly unbelievable." Tang Yun rubbed her temples and explained helplessly, "L'Oreal Group headquarters just sent a notice saying they're reducing the number of first-tier distributors in China, and our company happens to be on that list." Back then, L'Oreal Group wanted to expand into the Chinese market. A considerable number of first-level distributor slots have been released. Now that its market position is secure, it naturally wants to take back all the rights and interests that were previously held by others. Direct sales from the factory ensure the highest profit margin. What about the company? The assistant was clearly getting anxious. Closing those two counters is tantamount to cutting off the company's lifeline. It's estimated that the company will soon face a cash flow crisis, and may even go bankrupt. Tang Yunshin frowned and comforted her, "It's all right. The company still has tens of millions of yuan in working capital. As long as we tighten up our operations, we can survive for another 6 months. Until then, we just need to find a new brand to represent. When the company was so small, we were able to find brands to represent. Now that we've grown, there is no reason why we shouldn't be able to." Reassured by Tang Yun, the assistant's mood improved considerably. "Yes, Miss Tang, I'll handle this matter tomorrow." "Okay, then you should get some rest. Hang up the phone." Tang Yun sighed deeply. What she just said was only to comfort her assistant, Xiao Qian. These days, finding a major brand to represent again is easier said than done. In addition, their company still has tens of millions of yuan in working capital on its books. But it won't last long. Without new sources of funding, they will face bankruptcy within 3 months at most. Thinking about this, Tang Yun felt a headache coming on. She dragged her tired body, thinking of going back to her room to sleep and taking a shower tomorrow. But then, the words Zhang Han had just said echoed in her mind. "There's a jacuzzi on the 2nd floor. Aunt Tang, if you're tired, you can take a bath and relax." She hesitated for a moment. "In the end, I left the bedroom and went to the bathroom next to the master bedroom, which had a jacuzzi." After taking off her clothes, Tang Yun lay naked in the bathtub. Warm water flowed around her from all sides. Enjoying the services of the jacuzzi, it made her feel comfortable all over, even her pores opened up, and she felt incredibly relaxed. Tang Yun closed her eyes, enjoying this pleasant moment.
10 p.m. Inside Jian Han's bedroom. Wearing a cosplay outfit of Ayaka Kamisato, Mu Xiaoye tiptoed to the door and gently knocked. Soon, the door was then opened.
Jian Han, shirtless and wearing only underwear, appeared before her.
You bad guy. You're being a pervert. Mu Xiaoye gave a coquettish cry and immediately covered her eyes. Stop pretending. The gap between your fingers is so big, do you think I'm blind? Jian Han immediately exposed Mu Xiaoye's lie. She's just shy. Could you please put your clothes on? Jian Han pursed his lips helplessly and went back to his room to put on his clothes.
Mu Xiaoye then strode into Jian Han's bedroom with her long, beautiful legs.
Seeing Mu Xiaoye come in, Jian Han subconsciously closed the door. This action made Mu Xiaoye a little nervous. Her face flushed slightly as she said, Master, now that you've seen me in this cosplay outfit, can I go back now? Go back? I haven't punished you for what you did today yet. Jian Han smiled wickedly, then ordered Mu Xiaoye, go over there and stick your butt out. Ah? Mu Xiaoye looked at Jian Han with a face full of confusion. You did something wrong, so let me spank you a couple of times, is that okay? Jian Han said to Mu Xiaoye in a teasing tone. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaoye pouted and touched her swollen bottom.
Her once vibrant face was now streaked with 2 lines of tears, a look of grievance on her face.
Bad guy. You just know how to bully people.
Jian Han chuckled awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Originally, he planned to just give Mu Xiaoye a couple of light slaps to teach her a lesson, and then let the matter drop.
But who knows?
After hitting him once, he got a little carried away. Especially when he saw Mu Xiaoye's shy and bashful appearance, he couldn't help but want to tease her even more.
Okay, stop crying.
Tomorrow I'll take you shopping, buy you clothes, and treat you to some delicious food. Jian Han patiently coaxed Mu Xiaoye for a while before she gradually stopped sobbing.
Humph, that's more like it. I won't wake you up tomorrow. I need to go back and rest properly.
After saying that, Mu Xiaoye hurriedly left the room. She was terrified that Jian Han might do something perverse to her again. Seeing this, Jian Han shook his head helplessly. It seems that it will take some time before Mu Xiaoye fully accepts me. Jian Han glanced at his watch. It was almost 10:30. So he picked up his pajamas and prepared to take a bath to relax. As a result, we entered the master bathroom. But they found that the shower head was broken and no water came out for a long time.
Damn it! What garbage!
A house worth tens of millions, and even the shower head can break.
Jian Han couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fortunately, the large apartment had 2 bathrooms.
Jian Han picked up his clothes and prepared to move to another location.
Arriving at the door of the bathroom next door,
Jian Han noticed that the lights were still on inside. He knocked on the door, but no one answered.
Then I thought, someone must have forgotten to turn off the light. Without thinking twice, he pushed the door open and went inside. Chapter 19. It was all a misunderstanding.
The door opened. Inside the bathroom, a graceful figure appeared before Jian Han's eyes. Tang Yun stood under the showerhead, her 2 long, fair legs exposed to the air without reservation.
Jian Han was completely stunned. Ah! You pervert, get out of here! Accompanied by a scream.
Jian Han finally came to his senses, hurriedly turned around and went out, closing the door behind him.
Call! Jian Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yun's figure is absolutely amazing. This has to be at least the 5th letter of the alphabet. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, Jian Han felt his mouth go dry. I was unable to calm my excitement for a long time. Jian Han began to doubt whether Mu Xiaoye was actually Tang Yun's biological daughter. Otherwise, how could the gap between the 2 be so large?
A few minutes later, Tang Yun came out of the bathroom wearing a slip dress. Seeing Jian Han standing at the door, she was furious. I have remained chaste for so many years.
I never expected today. That brat saw everything. Moreover, this brat is her daughter's classmate, and may even be her boyfriend. Tang Yun wished she could go up and bite Jian Han to death. Jian Han, you've gone too far. I'm taking Xiaoye home tomorrow.
Tang Yun said angrily, turning to walk into the house.
Hey, don't go.
Jian Han hurriedly called out to Tang Yun and stood in front of her.
How? Are you going to get physical with me? Tang Yun glared angrily at Zhang Han, fearing he might do something reckless.
Seeing this, Zhang Han explained helplessly, "And Tang, it was all a misunderstanding.
I didn't mean it.
Besides, I knocked on the door, it's your fault for not hearing it."
Didn't you see the lights were on inside?
Tang Yin sneered, looking at Zhang Han with disdain, and said, "You have a bathroom in your own master bedroom.
Why don't you go there to take a shower? You're just here to peep at me while I'm showering, aren't you?"
Zhang Han was speechless at what she said. "I had no choice but to explain, that's because the shower in the master bathroom is broken, so I had to come to this bathroom."
He. Tang Yun looked at Zhang Han with disdain. It seems to be saying, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old?
Seeing Tang Yun's expression, Zhang Han knew that if he didn't explain things clearly today,
she will definitely bring Mu Xiaoye home tomorrow."
So Zhang Han had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry for the offense" to her. Then, he picked up Tang Yun and walked towards the master bedroom. Tang Yun thought that Zhang Han was angry and wanted to violate her, so she resisted. She grabbed Zhang Han's shoulder and bit him hard.
Fortunately, the master bedroom is right next door.
Despite the pain, Zhang Han carried Tang Yun into the master bedroom's bathroom. Then, in front of her, I turned on the shower head.
"Look for yourself, isn't it broken?"
After saying that, Zhang Han reached out and touched his shoulder, only to find that the skin had been bitten and was bleeding.
"What the hell is this bad luck? Just because I glanced at you."
"They were about to bite my shoulder until it bled, that's just so unreasonable." Tang Yin picked up the shower head and looked at it, and found that Zhang Han was indeed not lying. She also felt that she had gone a bit too far.
"But then I thought about Zhang Han's actions just now."
Tang Yin said, embarrassed and annoyed, "It's all your fault. You could have just explained it to me earlier, but you insisted on carrying me." Zhang Han rolled his eyes and couldn't help but swear, "Damn, I almost spit out all my saliva just now."
"You just don't believe me, what can I do?" After saying that, he couldn't help but gasp.
"I was so excited just now that I accidentally tore the wound on my shoulder a little more open."
Tang Yun felt a little embarrassed upon seeing this. She came up to me and asked with concern, "Is your shoulder all right? Would you like me to put some medicine on it for you? What do you think? There's blood coming out, how can you be all right?"
Zhang Han felt angry when he heard this.
"If it weren't for you, would I be suffering like this?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's tone softened, "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. How about I disinfect it for you? It would be bad if the wound got infected." Zhang Han nodded.
"Okay, but it seems we don't have any disinfectant at home."
"I have alcohol in my bag. Wait a moment, I'll bring it to you." After Tang Yun finished speaking, she quickly ran out of the bedroom. Not long after, she returned with a bag. "That.
Xiaojiang, take your bathrobe off a bit so I can apply the medicine for you."
Tang Yun's pretty face turned bright red as she said this.
After all, her daughter was right next door, and she was here doing this kind of thing with her young boyfriend.
"Oh." Zhang Han nodded and took off his bathrobe. "Just take off a little bit, you don't have to take it all off."
As Tang Yin spoke, her face turned even redder.
"Oh, it's nothing.
Please apply the medicine quickly, or the wound will get infected,"
Zhang Han said somewhat impatiently.
Upon hearing this, Tang Yin felt that what he said made sense. So she suppressed her embarrassment and avoided looking at Zhang Han's broad chest, focusing instead on applying the medicine to him.
Hiss.
When medical alcohol comes into contact with a wound.
Zhang Han trembled and couldn't help but gasp.
Seeing this, Tang Yin quickly lowered her head and gently blew a few fragrant breaths onto his wound.
A woman's fragrance instantly filled Zhang Han's nostrils. Unlike Mu Xiaoye's faint, virginal fragrance, Tang Yun's scent was much stronger.
Like aged wine, it is exceptionally fragrant and mellow.
A moment later, Tang Yun finally disinfected the wound thoroughly and then bandaged it up. "Okay, now I don't have to worry about getting infected."
After she finished speaking, she looked up at Zhang Han and found him staring at her with a burning gaze.
Tang Yun's ears instantly started to burn.
She coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment.
"Nothing else, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too."
After saying that, Tang Yun hurriedly fled the room. Watching Tang Yun's panicked escape, Zhang Han's lips curled into a faint smile.
Like mother, like daughter. She's so easily teased.
After returning to her room, Tang Yun hurriedly closed the door, clutched her chest nervously, and gasped for breath. She recalled Jiang Han's burning gaze just now. For some reason, Tang Yun felt a strange sense of pride.
You little rascal.
He said he wasn't interested in me, but the way he looked at me was like he wanted to devour me alive.
It's so astringent. Tang Yun cursed inwardly.
But then she thought about it again and felt very happy. After all, she's already this age, and the fact that she can still attract a young man like Jiang Han shows that her charm hasn't diminished at all. With that thought, Tang Yun went to sleep contentedly.
Chapter 20. You two are hiding something from me. The next day. The sun has just risen.
Jiang Han was awakened by a feeling of discomfort.
No way.
Over the past 2 days, I'd been repeatedly tempted by Mu Xiaoye and her mother. He's even starting to consider whether he should find himself a girlfriend.
If this continues, it's not good for your health. A billionaire. He's still a virgin. Is that even respectable if word gets out? Jiang Han was brushing his teeth while making plans in his mind. How can I become a real man? The time is not yet ripe to make a move against Mu Xiaoye.
If we force it, it might backfire.
So, how about we go to a club sometime? While thinking about it, Jiang Han went down to the restaurant.
The dining table was already laden with a variety of sumptuous breakfast dishes.
Without even thinking, I knew it was Lucy who delivered it.
At this moment, Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye were sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. After seeing the white bandage wrapped around Jiang Han's shoulder,
Mu Xiaoye asked in surprise, Master. Jiang Han, what happened to your shoulder?
Tang Yun felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing this.
Jiang Han waved his hand absent-mindedly and said, It's nothing, I was just bitten by a dog last night. Bitten by a dog? There's no dog in the house.
As Mu Xiaoye spoke, she looked around, trying to find out where the dog was.
Yes, and it's a big female dog. It can bite. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's face instantly darkened.
She glared fiercely at Jiang Han, cursing inwardly.
You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs.
Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't dare to say anything more and sat down with an awkward smile.
Seeing that Jiang Han didn't want to discuss the matter, Mu Xiaoye didn't press him further.
He only showed concern for Jiang Han's wound. Then he quietly started eating his breakfast. Tang Yun, who was standing to the side, felt uncomfortable because Jiang Han kept glancing at her. She quickly swallowed the bread in her mouth and then drank some milk.
Then he stood up and said, I'm full. Mom, why are you eating so little? Mu Xiaoye asked in confusion. Tang Yun shook her head and said, Why eat so much in the morning?
I have things to do at the company later, so I'll head over first. The thought of signing a termination agreement with L'Oreal Group headquarters today is unbearable.
Tang Yun's face turned ugly. Mom, is everything all right at the company?
Seeing that Tang Yun's expression was not good, Mu Xiaoye asked with concern.
Fine.
Tang Yun pursed her lips and said, Children should mind their own business when it comes to adult matters. You should focus on preparing for your retake of the college entrance exam, concentrate on practicing piano with Jiang Han, and strive to get into the Shanghai Conservatory of Music as soon as possible.
Stop thinking about playing all the time, okay? Oh, I know. Mu Xiaoye said patiently.
After being nagged by her mother, Mu Xiaoye's worries vanished instantly. Jiang Han picked up a breakfast and handed it to Tang Yun, saying, Aunt Tang, please take this breakfast to the company.
You've only eaten so little you'll definitely be hungry later.
Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, then took the packed breakfast and said thank you with mixed feelings. Then, he picked up his bag and left home.
After Tang Yun left,
Mu Xiaoye stared at Jiang Han with her big, bright eyes, as if she were interrogating a criminal.
Why are you looking at me?
Jiang Han felt a little guilty under her gaze.
I have a feeling. Are you two hiding something from me? Mu Xiaoye rubbed her chin, striking a pose like Conan.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Han broke out in a cold sweat.
A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. But, even though he was panicking like a dog, Jiang Han remained incredibly calm and said, What are you thinking? Do you want me to punish you again? No. No. Mu Xiaoye quickly shut her mouth.
Thinking about what happened last night, her little bottom started to ache slightly. Seeing that the intimidation had succeeded, Jiang Han finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After breakfast, as agreed last night,
today, Jiang Han is going to take Mu Xiaoye shopping, buy her clothes, and treat her to delicious food.
It's still early. Many shops on the pedestrian street are not open yet.
So Zhang Han had no choice but to drive Mu Xiaoye to Taiku Hui shopping mall.
This shopping mall opens at 10 a.m. Is there anything you'd like to buy? I haven't decided yet, I'll just look around for now. Mu Xiaoye shook her head and said.
Originally, her family wasn't an ordinary family, and Tang Yin doted on her a lot.
So from childhood to adulthood, Mu Xiaoye basically lacked nothing.
However, even if there is no shortage. However, shopping malls are still very tempting for girls.
Fortunately, there's someone I like by my side. That's double the happiness. Okay. How about we start with this one? Zhang Han didn't care and pointed to a Chanel boutique next door. Hurrah! Mu Xiaoye nodded.
Then, linking arms with Zhang Han, they walked into the Chanel boutique. They saw the two of them come in. A saleswoman in a stocking uniform immediately came up to greet them warmly.
Welcome, sir, madam. Is there anything I can help you with? Although Zhang Han's clothes looked very ordinary, the total cost probably wouldn't exceed 500 yuan. However, the sales assistant remained very attentive.
Zhang Han's aura was truly extraordinary. Every move he made exuded nobility and elegance.
This kind of person must have an extraordinary background. Besides, even if he's not rich, he's still able to chat with such a handsome young man. For her, it's a win-win situation. I brought my friend here to buy some clothes, do you have any recommendations?
Zhang Han said with a smile.
Okay. Please follow me.
The sales assistant led Zhang Han and his companion along. When we arrived at the new women's clothing section, I enthusiastically introduced the new styles to them.
After some conversation, Mu Xiaoye's gaze finally fell on a beige dress. A seasoned saleswoman. It was immediately apparent that Mu Xiaoye was somewhat tempted by the dress. So he immediately recommended, Miss, why don't you try this dress? It suits you perfectly. Mu Xiaoye did not speak.
Instead, they turned their gaze to Zhang Han.
Give it a try. I also think we're a good match. Seeing that Zhang Han had said so, Mu Xiaoye nodded and said, okay, then I'll give it a try.
After saying that, she picked up the dress and went into the fitting room next door. While Mu Xiaoye was trying on clothes, the saleswoman, with her beautiful legs clad in black stockings, gracefully walked to Zhang Han's side.
Hey buddy, your girlfriend is so pretty. As she spoke, she even winked at Zhang Han.
Seeing that Zhang Han didn't object, she leaned closer and said sweetly, little brother, can I add you on WeChat? That way I can notify you as soon as any new products come out. He was being flirted with by a sales assistant. Zhang Han glanced at her with some surprise. She wasn't very old, looking to be in her early 20s. She had shoulder-length hair, a tall and sexy figure, and her looks were probably around 80 out of 100.
Although not as good as Mu Xiaoye.
But she is still a rare beauty.
In addition, those two headlights, swaying back and forth, look incredibly tempting. Zhang Han thought for a moment and then decided to agree. Since it's practically free, it'd be stupid not to take advantage of it. Chapter 21: The Deserted Department Store Counter. Thinking like that, Zhang Han then took out his phone, ready to open WeChat. But then, at that moment,
out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that the fitting room door had opened. Zhang Han immediately put his phone back in his pocket, smiled and said, sorry, I already have a girlfriend, so let's forget about adding each other on WeChat.
The sales assistant looked completely bewildered. No? You've already opened WeChat, and now you're telling me it's not okay? Are you kidding me?
At this moment, Mu Xiaoye, having changed into a dress, quickly walked to Zhang Han's side, tightly took his arm, and said as if asserting her ownership.
Brother Zhang Han, do you think my outfit looks good? Upon seeing this, the sales assistant finally understood. This guy is really cunning.
Zhang Han nodded and smiled. Not bad, wrap this up.
Hee, okay. Mu Xiaoye smiled sweetly.
If it were before, she might have declined. After all, this dress costs more than 20,000 yuan.
But now,
seeing that the sales assistant was actually eyeing Zhang Han, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart, and she wanted to use this to assert her sovereignty to the outside world.
In response to this,
Zhang Han naturally had no idea. After scanning the code to pay, I left under the reluctant gaze of the sales assistant.
Zhang Han left the Chanel boutique with Mu Xiaoye.
As soon as I stepped out of the store,
Mu Xiaoye stomped her foot inside angrily. What's wrong? Zhang Han asked the question knowing the answer already.
Mu Xiaoye paused for a moment, remembering that Zhang Han didn't like her being jealous, so she suppressed her anger and pouted, saying,
Zhang Han, you're so outstanding, I feel so much pressure.
The things Zhang Han has shown these past few days have put immense psychological pressure on her.
Not only is he handsome, and her academic performance is so good.
Moreover, his family is so wealthy, living in a big house and driving a top-of-the-line sports car. These days, even when you go out to buy clothes, you can get approached by sales assistants. This made her feel inferior.
Zhang Han is so outstanding. Am I really good enough for him? Seeing Mu Xiaoye's aggrieved look, Zhang Han remained silent.
He simply put his arm around her shoulder, stroked her cheek, and said gently,
Silly boy. Don't overthink it. In my heart, you are the most special one, you know that?
Seeing Zhang Han's affectionate expression,
Mu Xiaoye was almost completely absorbed in it. The happiest thing in the world is when the person you like also likes you.
Although Zhang Han did not say those 3 words aloud.
But in Mu Xiaoye's opinion, these words were no different from a confession.
She nestled in Zhang Han's arms and said sweetly, Master, I will definitely work hard to improve myself in the future and will never let you down.
The mall was bustling with people. Mu Xiaoye was too embarrassed to be too affectionate.
Soon, blushing, she broke free from Zhang Han's embrace. But their hands were clasped tightly together. This was the first time they had ever intertwined their fingers outside the room.
Master, let me take you to see the counter at my mom's company.
As luck would have it, the two arrived at the Taikoo Hui shopping mall, which had a Tang Yun company counter inside. When a relationship develops to a certain point, people will want to understand each other and also want the other person to understand them.
Mu Xiaoye now.
She wished she could share everything she owned and everything she had ever seen with Zhang Han.
Zhang Han naturally wouldn't refuse Mu Xiaoye's invitation. Perfect. He was also somewhat curious about Tang Yun. So he nodded in agreement, okay. Mu Xiaoye happily took Zhang Han's arm and led him towards the basement. Shopping malls like Taikoo Hui.
Generally, the lower floors are occupied by luxury brand stores. The upper floors house cinemas, various restaurants, and some educational institutions. Cosmetics counters and some milk tea shops are mostly located on the basement level 1 or 2 floors. Because this place is close to the subway station, there is a lot of foot traffic.
And the L'Oreal counter under Tang Yun's company. It was opened on the basement floor of Taikoo Hui.
When Mu Xiaoye brought Zhang Han to the location of the counter, she was completely stunned.
The once bustling and crowded counters were now unusually deserted.
In addition, there were several staff members there cleaning up the goods.
It looks like it's about to go bankrupt. What's wrong? Zhang Han also sensed something was wrong and asked Mu Xiaoye, what's going on? I don't know either.
Mu Xiaoye shook her head, looking bewildered and helpless.
The counters in Taikoo Hui and Impression City are the 2 most profitable counters under her mother's company. But now, why is it closed?
Just as she was wondering, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. Mu Xiaoye hurriedly waved and shouted into the distance.
Sister Qianqian. I'm here. Qianqian is Tang Yun's assistant.
Today, following Tang Yun's instructions, she came to the mall to inventory the goods and close the counter.
Suddenly I heard Mu Xiaoye's voice. She turned around in surprise, and upon seeing Mu Xiaoye, she quickly stepped forward and asked, Xiaoye, what are you doing here? My friend and I came to Taikoo Hui for fun. Mu Xiaoye gave a brief explanation, then pressed on, Sister Qianqian, what are you doing here? Why are you moving things from the store? Qianqian looked somewhat embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Didn't President Tang tell you? What are you saying? Mu Xiaoye was a little confused. Qianqian looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Finally, she decided to speak. Due to certain special reasons, our company's cooperation with the L'Oreal Group has been terminated.
Today, I am here to close this counter as instructed by President Tang. Zhang Han immediately grasped the key point. You mean to say that Aunt Tang's company has been removed from L'Oreal Group's list of distributors? Qianqian didn't answer, but turned to Mu Xiaoye and asked, Xiaoye, who is this?
Actually, she had wanted to ask Mu Xiaoye for a long time.
Who is this handsome and refined young man standing before us? I just never had the chance.
Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye subconsciously grasped Zhang Han's hand and explained, He is my classmate, Zhang Han.
Oh, so you're Xiaoye's classmate.
You're right, we have indeed been removed from the list of distributors and will no longer be able to distribute L'Oreal products.
Xin Qian observed Mu Xiaoye's actions. But she didn't say much more. He was just wondering whether he should tell Tang Yun about it when he got back. After listening to Xin Qian's words, Mu Xiaoye immediately became anxious. If that's the case, what about my mother's company?
Faced with the questioning, Xin Qian was speechless for a moment. She also wanted to know what the company should do next. If the two most profitable counters are closed, it's hard to say whether the company can survive this year. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Yun had noticed him and recruited him into the company right after graduation, she resigned long ago and found a better job elsewhere. After all, when disaster strikes, everyone flees for their own lives. She's just an employee, there's no need for her to share the company's hardships.
Seeing the expression on Xin Qian's face, Mu Xiaoye seemed to understand something. Sister Qian, I want to go to the company.
Right now, Mu Xiaoye wasn't in the mood to continue shopping. She took Zhang Han's hand and left the Taiku Hui shopping mall, heading straight for Tang Yun's company.
Chapter 22, I can be of some help with this matter. On the way to the company,
Mu Xiaoye was very nervous, and her palms were sweating. Zhang Han could only hold Mu Xiaoye's hand and whisper words of comfort to her.
After all,
he owns 10% of the L'Oreal group. Tang Yun's company is facing a predicament that can be averted with just a word from her.
However, even if he were to reveal this now, Mu Xiaoye might not believe him.
So he prepared to wait until he arrived at the company. Then, in front of the mother and daughter, tell them about it. Then help Tang Yun solve this problem, and then they won't be able to disbelieve you.
At the same time, inside the president's office of Yunmeng Beauty Company,
Tang Yun sat in the boss's chair, looking at the documents on the table, her brows furrowed into a deep frown. Opposite her sat a beautiful professional office lady wearing a tight-fitting short skirt.
Her name is Chen Mengyao.
He is the marketing director for the hot summer regions at L'Oreal Group. She came here to sign a termination agreement with Tang Yun.
Tang Yun looked up at Chen Mengyao and asked unwillingly, Mengyao, is there really no way to turn this around? If we're willing to give up some of our profits, could you talk to headquarters and ask them not to terminate our agency rights?
Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao sighed helplessly and shook her head, saying, Sister Yun, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter is a bit special, and there's nothing I can do about it.
What makes it special? Tang Yun asked curiously, why would headquarters suddenly cancel our agency rights?
When L'Oreal first entered the market in Yanxia, it was incredibly difficult to expand.
We conquered it city by city, one by one. Now that the market is stable, you're starting to discard us like a used tool?
After Tang Yun said that, Chen Mengyao lowered her head in shame. He explained, actually, our marketing department at Yanxia didn't want to terminate the agency agreement either, but headquarters was very adamant, so we had no choice.
Chen Mengyao paused, then added, actually, Sister Yun, this isn't directed at you.
It was a decision made by headquarters on short notice.
Kindness? Tang Yun was even more puzzled.
Chen Mengyao leaned closer and said cautiously, to tell you the truth, just yesterday, a mysterious person acquired 10% of L'Oreal Group's shares through various organizations and other channels, becoming our second largest shareholder. So, the overseas headquarters, in order to demonstrate their capabilities to this major shareholder, was also taking the opportunity to flatter him. We made a last-minute decision to reform the Yanxia branch, canceling all company agency rights and switching to direct sales from the manufacturer. This will increase the company's turnover in a short period of time.
Make the financial statements look better. Depend on. After listening to Chen Mengyao's explanation,
even with Tang Yun's high level of self-control, she couldn't help but swear.
Just because a major shareholder has arrived, they're going to target us partners?
That's just despicable.
At this moment, she was very angry and frustrated.
Just because of a last-minute decision from headquarters, her company is about to be brought to the brink of bankruptcy.
Anyone who hears this news will be so angry they'll want to vomit blood. Tang Yun now wishes she could stab that new shareholder to death. This is such a rip-off.
Chen Mengyao nodded in agreement and said, so, Sister Yun, it's not that I don't want to help you. This time, the CEO of the overseas headquarters spoke directly, so we subordinates have no choice but to carry out his orders. Unless you can find that major shareholder and get him to say something, then headquarters can retract its decision.
And, who knows? It can even make you L'Oreal's sole distributor in China. As they talked,
Chen Mengyao felt like she was daydreaming.
Because this new major shareholder owns 10% of L'Oreal Group. His net worth is estimated to be over 10 billion US dollars. Even the CEO of L'Oreal Group's branch in the sweltering summer has a hard time getting a meeting with him. Not to mention Tang Yun, the owner of a small cosmetics company. How could she possibly have the chance to see him? As the marketing director of L'Oreal Group's summer branch, I didn't even know the name of this major shareholder. It is said that later today, information about this major shareholder will be distributed to the company's top executives. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little excited. I wonder what this mysterious big shot looks like. Could he be an old man? Or perhaps a middle-aged man with a large belly? After hearing Chen Mengyao words, Tang Yun frowned and sighed helplessly. Could it be? Am I really going to give up on the company? If you continue down this path, it will only be a bottomless pit. If you stop now, you might still have something left. Seeing Tang Yun like this, Chen Mengyao also felt a little uncomfortable. They were best friends for many years and business partners, so naturally they cherished each other very much. If you can. Even if she was punished by the company, she still wanted to help her sister. However, reality is cruel. Even if she risks her future, she cannot salvage the situation. Chen Mengyao got up and walked to Tang Yun's side. He patted her on the shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Sister Yun, since things have come to this, don't dwell on it anymore. Every cloud has a silver lining. Maybe this incident is a turning point." I hope so. Tang Yun laughed self-deprecatingly. Having navigated the business world for so many years, how could she not see whether it was a blessing or a curse? There aren't that many fairy tales in the world. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Mu Xiaoye led Jiang Han in. Tang Yun asked in surprise, "Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Mu Xiaoye stepped forward and said anxiously, "Mom, why did you close the counter at Taiku Hui? Is the company okay?" You knew all along?" Tang Yun gave a bitter smile. "I was shopping with Jiang Han at Taiku Hui just now and I saw it. Could it be that L'Oreal Group really revoked our agency rights?" Mu Xiaoye asked worriedly. "In that case, Mom's company will go bankrupt very soon." The thought of her mother being burdened with huge debts after bankruptcy, and herself becoming the daughter of a destitute family, was unbearable. "In that case, am I still worthy of Jiang Han?" Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoye's face turned deathly pale, as if the world was about to collapse. Although Tang Yun's heart was heavy, she still managed to smile and said, "Xiaoye, don't worry. Mom will handle this. You take Xiao Jiang home first." Seeing this, Jiang Han stepped forward and slowly said, "Aunt Tang, please don't rush us to leave. Actually, in this matter, perhaps I can be of some help." Chapter 23. You're the major shareholder? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun gave a wry smile and shook her head, saying, "Xiao Jiang, thank you for your kindness, but this is not something you can solve. Perhaps your family is well off. But there are many things in this world that cannot be solved with money." She knew that Jiang Han lived in the Bund No. 1 mansion, so his family must be very wealthy. But now, the predicament her company faces cannot be solved simply by having money. Of course, money can solve the problem, but only if you have enough money to acquire the L'Oreal Group. Alternatively, acquiring the 10% stake would also work. So Tang Yun waved her hand and said, "All right, you take Xiaoye back first. I have things to do now and can't entertain you." Jiang Han was speechless upon hearing this. "No matter how nicely I talk to you, you just won't believe me." He repeated himself, "Aunt Tang, I really can handle your company's problems. Because I am the major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group." Jiang Han made no attempt to hide anything. After all, he wasn't some Dragon King's son-in-law, and Tang Yun wasn't his mother-in-law. He had no need to hide his identity. Anyway, there's a system to help with that. His acquisition of a 10% stake in L'Oreal Group was legal, reasonable, and in accordance with legal procedures. Outsiders couldn't find a single fault with it. Jiang Han had barely finished speaking. Before Tang Yun could even speak, Chen Mengyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Handsome young man, you're so funny. If you were a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group, then I would be the richest man in China." Tang Yun was amused by this. "I never expected this little rascal to be so lecherous and have such a sharp tongue. But he has a kind heart. Knowing that I'm facing difficulties and feeling down, I'm trying to cheer myself up. Although the technique was somewhat clumsy. But at least it can comfort me a little."
Of the three women present, only Mu Xiaoya's eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed.
Zhang Han, are you telling the truth? That's wonderful. My mom's company is saved.
At this point, let alone Zhang Han being a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group, even if he claimed to be the President of the United States.
Mu Xiaoye would always choose to believe without hesitation.
Because, in her eyes, Zhang Han was an omnipotent being.
Yeah, why would I lie to you? I currently own 10% of L'Oreal Group's shares. Although it's not a large amount, it still gives me some influence.
Zhang Han said calmly. Tang Yun and Chen Mengyao, however, remained dismissive, believing that Zhang Han was just joking.
Just then, Chen Mengyao's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a new email from the group headquarters.
Important notice: top secret information regarding the group's new major shareholder is available only to senior executives at the director level and above within the group and its branches.
The email also included a document.
It's obvious that this must be the personal information of that new shareholder.
I am filled with excitement. Chen Mengyao opened the document and began to browse it.
She wanted to see just who this newly minted major shareholder really was.
The file is open.
A somewhat familiar photo appeared before her eyes. Below the photo, there is a bold and large caption. Zhang Han Jian, male, from Shanghai, a city known for its hot summer climate, is a newly emerging major shareholder of L'Oreal Group and also serves as a member of the board of directors.
Snap. After reading this document,
Chen Mengyao was so startled that she dropped her phone on the ground. She was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood there dumbfounded for a long time, unable to come back to her senses.
Because she never expected it.
The handsome, refined-looking man in front of me is actually the newly appointed major shareholder of L'Oreal Group. And just now, I had even mocked him with my words.
Soon. Tang Yun also noticed Chen Mengyao's unusual behavior and asked curiously, Mengyao, what's wrong? Chen Mengyao did not speak.
Her beautiful legs, tightly encased in stockings, began to tremble slightly. Using all his strength, he finally managed to reach Zhang Han.
He said it in an extremely humble tone. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I
didn't know you were a major shareholder of our company. Chen Mengyao was truly terrified at this moment.
Don't let her current position as the director of L'Oreal Group's summer branch fool you.
He had hundreds of men under his command and was extremely powerful.
But in front of this major shareholder, they are nothing.
With just one word from him, he could make me pack my bags and leave immediately.
Mengyao, what's wrong with you? After listening to Chen Mengyao's words, Tang Yun was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Han is actually a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group? A super rich person with a net worth of tens of billions? Such an impressive person is actually her daughter's classmate?
And last night, I even bit his shoulder.
This world is truly amazing.
For a moment, Tang Yun was in a state of confusion and didn't know what to say. She could only stare at Zhang Han with her beautiful, clear eyes.
It's alright, ignorance is no excuse.
It's generally hard for anyone to believe something like this. Zhang Han smiled and offered a word of comfort to the older woman in front of him. Hearing this, Chen Mengyao finally felt relieved.
It's good that Director Jiang isn't angry. Immediately afterwards, she was overjoyed. Surprisingly, this newly appointed major shareholder has such a good relationship with Sister Yun's daughter.
And she herself was Tang Yun's best friend.
Wouldn't that give us a head start in getting close to this big shot and building a good relationship with him beforehand? As long as you lick him until he feels good.
At that time, I might be promoted directly to vice president of the Yanxia branch.
This time, she's really going to have a meteoric rise to fame. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyao said smugly to Tang Yun, Sister Yun, I knew it. Every cloud has a silver lining. Congratulations. The company's problem is solved. Yes. Tang Yun looked at Zhang Han and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect things to be so coincidental. Logically speaking, she should be happy that the company was able to retain its agency rights.
However, Zhang Han suddenly transformed into a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group. This made her feel particularly complicated.
I don't know whether to be happy or feel awkward.
In the future, if he uses this identity to do some strange things,
should I agree or refuse?
She recalled last night when he saw her naked in the bathroom and carried her on his shoulder to her bedroom.
Tang Yun's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, he didn't do anything too outrageous to himself. But who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Thinking about this, Tang Yun was hesitant to think about it any further. Chapter 24: A mistake every man in the world makes. Mu Xiaoye from the very beginning. They firmly believed in Jiang Han. At this point, his identity was confirmed. She immediately cheered, I knew it. Jiang Han wouldn't lie. He, of course. Jiang Han chuckled and pinched Mu Xiaoye's cheek, then looked at Tang Yun and said, Aunt Tang, how should I help you with this? Should we call L'Oreal headquarters directly? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's heart trembled once again. For these lower-level distributors, L'Oreal's headquarters was originally an unattainable place. And now, Jiang Han, however, could give orders at will. The stark contrast made her momentarily unable to look Jiang Han in the eye. At this moment, Chen Mengyao stepped forward and said, Director Jiang, there's no need for all that trouble. Just send an email to our headquarters in your own name, and they'll handle it. But I don't have an email address from your headquarters? Jiang Han said with a hint of helplessness. That's easy, Director Jiang. If you find this troublesome, you can authorize me to do it for you. As Chen Mengyao spoke, she became somewhat excited. If Jiang Han can authorize her to send this email. From an outsider's perspective, he and the group's second in command have an ambiguous and unclear relationship. At that time, everyone in the company will have to give her face. Jiang Han didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll leave this to you. Upon hearing Jiang Han's reply, a hint of joy appeared in Chen Mengyao's eyes. She nodded hurriedly and replied, Yes, Director Jiang, I will definitely get this done for you as soon as possible. We will absolutely not allow Sister Yun's company to be affected in the slightest. Then she looked at Tang Yun and asked, Sister Yun, do you think I should help you apply for a few more counters? I'm sure the president won't refuse. Looking at the attentive Chen Mengyao in front of him, Tang Yun was stunned for a moment. Although she is older than Chen Mengyao, the two are business partners. But in actual interactions, Chen Mengyao's status is higher than Tang Yun's. Because the other party is from the L'Oreal Group, and I need to rely on the L'Oreal Group to carry out my company's business. Normally, he has to be mindful of Chen Mengyao's mood to some extent. Friendships between women may seem grand and passionate on the surface, but in reality, they are often incredibly superficial. Many times, even when Tang Yun suffered injustice, she could only silently endure it. Chen Mengyao was unhappy, and she needed to find a way to coax her. But now, Chen Mengyao was wagging her tail, trying to please him. Tang Yun felt that even if she slapped her now, Chen Mengyao wouldn't get angry. She would even stick her butt out so that she could kick her again. And the source of all this? It's all because of Jiang Han's appearance. This little bastard treats his daughter like a maid and wants to make himself his maid too. Tang Yun glanced at Jiang Han with a complicated expression, then said, Okay, Mengyao, then I'll leave it to you. No trouble at all. This is what I should do. Chen Mengyao nodded and said in an extremely flattering tone. Then, she glanced at her phone and said, It's getting late, Sister Yun, do you think we should go have lunch together? As she said this, Chen Mengyao's gaze turned to Jiang Han. Seeing this, Tang Yun naturally understood that Chen Mengyao's true intentions were not what they seemed. Inviting him to dinner was just a way to get closer to Jiang Han. Sure. Xiao Jiang, are you busy later? Tang Yun turned her gaze to Jiang Han. I'm fine with either. Jiang Han said indifferently. Seeing Jiang Han nod, Chen Mengyao immediately replied, That's great. I know a Michelin-starred restaurant nearby. I'll go make a reservation right now. With that, Chen Mengyao picked up her phone and left the office. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye also stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. In an instant, inside the office, only Tang Yun and Jiang Han remained. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere in the office suddenly became somewhat subtle. Seeing that Jiang Han remained silent, Tang Yun brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke first, Thank you so much for today. So how do you plan to repay me? Ha? Tang Yun was taken aback at first, then her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. That little rascal is teasing me again. Originally, Jiang Han was just making a joke and never expected Tang Yun to pay any attention to him. To his surprise, faced with her own teasing, Tang Yun lowered her head and answered softly. How do you want me to repay you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han scanned Tang Yun's chest. I couldn't help but swallow. No. Are you serious? The atmosphere in the office became somewhat ambiguous again.
After saying that, Tang Yun realized that it was a bit inappropriate, and her pretty face turned even redder.
Just then, Chen Mengyao's voice came from outside the office. Director Jiang, Sister Yun. I've already made reservations at the restaurant, let's go there now.
Tang Yun felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders and wanted to leave to open the door for Chen Mengyao. As a result, her legs felt weak as soon as she stood up. He lunged forward. Seeing this, Zhang Han hurriedly stepped forward and put his arm around Tang Yun's waist. His other hand, however, was accidentally placed in front of her. The warm, soft flesh was in his arms, and a faint fragrance filled Zhang Han's nostrils, making him feel somewhat intoxicated.
Just then,
Chen Mengyao opened the door and walked in from outside, only to see this astonishing scene.
That. You guys continue, I didn't see anything.
With that, she hurriedly ran out and closed the office door behind her. Standing outside the door, Chen Mengyao's pretty face was flushed.
She covered her burning cheeks and murmured softly, I never imagined that Director Jiang and Sister Yun would have this kind of relationship. It's over. They won't kill them to cover it up, will they?
Inside the office, Zhang Han said somewhat awkwardly,
I didn't mean to. Could you please take your hand away first? Tang Yun was furious. She wished she could just chop off Zhang Han's hand. Last night, I was taking a shower in the bathroom when he accidentally saw me naked. Today. What an absurd thing to happen. And my best friend saw it too. How am I supposed to face her now? If looks could kill,
Zhang Han would have been chopped into minced meat by now. Zhang Han coughed and released her. Tang Yun quickly straightened her clothes, glared at him fiercely, and said with shame and indignation, Zhang Han, don't think that just because you helped me with this, you can do whatever you want to me.
If you dare do that again, I'll chop you up. Faced with Tang Yun's threats,
Zhang Han was also helpless and shrugged, saying,
I didn't do it on purpose. You fell down just now, I couldn't just stand by and watch you fall flat on your face, could I? Snort. To be honest, if I had to say, was it intentional?
That just means Zhang Han made a mistake that every man in the world would make.
Chapter 25 Chairman Jiang is really playing hardball. Just then, after using the restroom, Mu Xiaoye returned to the office door.
They found Chen Mengyao standing outside, looking panicked and as if she had done something wrong.
She couldn't help but ask, Sister Mengyao, what are you doing standing here? Where are my mom and Zhang Han?
After saying that, Mu Xiaoye tried to push open the door and go inside.
You can't go in. Startled, Chen Mengyao quickly blocked Mu Xiaoye's path.
At this moment, Zhang Han and Sister Yun were still unaware of what they were doing inside.
If Mu Xiaoye sees this, Director Jiang will definitely not let me off the hook, he might just fire me right now.
So now, no matter what she says, she can't let Mu Xiaoye in.
Sister Mengyao, what's wrong? Why won't you let me in? Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye asked with some confusion. Could it be? What shady things happen in the office?
Faced with Mu Xiaoye's questioning, Chen Mengyao broke out in a cold sweat, her brain racing.
She quickly came up with a reason,
Sister Yun is on the phone inside, and you'll disturb her if you go in now.
Oh, I see.
Mu Xiaoye said with a hint of doubt.
Chen Mengyao secretly wiped away a cold sweat. He thought to himself, Director Jiang, Sister Yun, please come out quickly. Stop causing trouble in there. I can't hold on much longer. I wonder if heaven heard Chen Mengyao's prayers. The next second, the door opened.
Tang Yun, having straightened her clothes, was the first to walk out of the office. Zhang Han followed behind, somewhat embarrassed.
Mom, have you finished your call? Mu Xiaoye quickly asked.
Tang Yun looked somewhat puzzled. After seeing Chen Mengyao winking at him frantically, she immediately realized what she meant and nodded, saying, all right, I just made a phone call from inside. Chen Mengyao quickly stepped forward and changed the subject, saying, you must all be hungry.
Let's hurry over, it's getting late. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye didn't think much of it.
She walked up to Zhang Han and took his arm. Upon seeing this, Chen Mengyao's eyes widened in shock.
This Chairman Jiang is really playing hardball. However, she soon felt a sense of lingering fear. Knowing so much, I wonder if Director Jiang will kill me to silence me?
Just then, Zhang Han was looking at her with an innocent expression, a playful smile on his face.
Thump!
Chen Mengyao was so frightened that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground.
Zhang Han was completely bewildered upon seeing this. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at a Western restaurant called Ramonti near the company. After entering the restaurant, Chen Mengyao gave her mobile phone number to the receptionist.
Then the four of them were led to a beautifully decorated private room.
Chairman Jiang, the steak at this restaurant is particularly good, would you like to try it?
As soon as they entered the private room, Chen Mengyao began to fawn over them.
Okay,
Zhang Han said with a smile, I haven't eaten at this restaurant before.
You can recommend one. Okay, Chen Mengyao answered with a smile. Then she asked Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye for their opinions.
In the end, the three of them chose a sirloin steak, a tomahawk steak, and black pepper beef tenderloin pasta.
All in all, it's less than 2,000 yuan. This restaurant is considered a relatively affordable Michelin-starred Western restaurant. After checking the menu, the waiter smiled and prepared to leave. But just then, suddenly, the system's voice rang in Zhang Han's mind. Drop.
System daily task issued, please get Tang Yun drunk within 3 hours. Completion rewards, 55% stake in Chateau Lafite Rothschild, flair bartending skills, wine tasting skills, and the title of God of Wine. God of Wine title, upon wearing this title, one will gain the ability to drink without getting drunk, and the host's various bodily functions will also receive a slight boost. P.S. The host can equip a maximum of 5 titles and 2 badges at a time.
After listening to a series of prompts from the system, Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. This system is awful. Is it really necessary to play this insanely? They actually asked me to get Tang Yun drunk?
Originally, Zhang Han, being an elegant gentleman, wanted to refuse, but unfortunately, the system offered him just too much.
Let's leave other things aside for now.
The mere prospect of a 55% stake in Chateau Lafite Rothschild was enough to make him unable to refuse. If you knew that Chateau Lafite Rothschild is one of the world's top 5 wineries, you would know that Chateau Lafite Rothschild is the most prestigious winery in the world.
A 55% stake is worth well over $10 billion.
The value behind having absolute control of Chateau Lafite Rothschild is something that can never be measured in monetary terms.
There are many super rich people in the world.
Everyone wants to own a bottle of high-end, unique red wine. Even if you don't drink it, keeping it as a collectible or giving it away is a very prestigious thing to do.
He then became a major shareholder of Chateau Lafite Rothschild. With proper management, the resources and connections one can acquire are beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
Therefore, Zhang Han immediately made up his mind. Tang Yun, he's determined to get her drunk.
Seeing the waiter preparing to leave, Zhang Han quickly waved and said, Hey, wait a minute. The waiter immediately stopped and turned around to ask, Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Well,
Zhang Han pretended to think for a moment, then said, Bring us 3 more bottles of Lafite wine. It just doesn't feel right to have Western food without red wine. Upon hearing this, the waiter's face immediately lit up with joy. The profit from those 3 bottles of red wine is much higher than the profit from the dishes they ordered.
However, there were 4 of them. If we order 3 bottles of red wine, will we be able to finish them? Out of professional courtesy, the waiter still offered a reminder, Sir, wouldn't 3 bottles of red wine be too much? Why don't you order 1 bottle first, and add more if it's not enough? Need not. Zhang Han waved his hand and said, I'm in a good mood today and want to drink more. 3 bottles are no problem. To be honest, Zhang Han didn't know Tang Yun's alcohol tolerance.
I don't know if these 3 bottles of Lafite will be enough to get her drunk, we'll just have to wait and see.
As a professional simp, Chen Mengyao quickly chimed in, yes.
It's rare for us all to get together today, so we should have a drink to celebrate.
We won't leave until we're drunk tonight.
Upon seeing this, Tang Yun frowned. As a seasoned drinker, she clearly sensed something was amiss.
I won't drink it. I still need to drive back later.
As she spoke, she poured herself a glass of lemonade. Zhang Han was about to say something to stop her, but Chen Mengyao spoke up first. Oh, Sister Yun, don't be such a spoilsport.
I'll just call a designated driver or take a taxi back later. You're the star of the day, you can't not have a drink.
After saying that, Chen Mengyao secretly winked at Zhang Han.
This girl's got some skills.
If Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye hadn't been there, Zhang Han would have loved to pick up Chen Mengyao and give her a good beating.
She's like my own little darling. It seems I'll have to take better care of her in the future.
Zhang Han was in a great mood and said cheerfully, Sister Mangyao is right, let's drink until we drop tonight. Hearing Zhang Han call her sister Mangyao, Chen Mangyao felt incredibly happy.
My future looks bright. It was definitely the right thing to cling to someone powerful.
Suppressing her excitement, she said to Zhang Han in a sweet voice, Chairman Zhang, please don't be so polite.
Just call me Xiao Chun, or Mangyao. Chapter 26 Private Secretary. Great. Then I'll call you Xiao Chen.
Zhang Han said with a smile. Although Chen Mangyao is much younger than Tang Yun, she is still in her early 30s. He is a full 12 years older than Zhang Han. It feels so good to be flattered by a mature and sophisticated woman like her. Indeed, the world of the wealthy is truly unique. However, Zhang Han seemed to enjoy calling him Little Chan repeatedly. Tang Yun, standing to the side, seemed somewhat embarrassed.
If you call me best friend Xiao Chen, then what should I call you? Should I call you Director Jiang, or Brother Han? Looks like you've gotten too cocky, Zhang Han. Tang Yun secretly grumbled to herself, feeling quite annoyed.
However, since there were other people present, she felt embarrassed to make a scene. When the red wine arrived, Tang Yun asked the waiter to pour her a glass and began to drink alone in silence.
I saw the scene.
Zhang Han felt exceptionally pleased. He wished Tang Yun would just pick up the bottle and start chugging. Before long, all the dishes were served. With Chen Mengyao's help, Zhang Han used all his tricks to successfully persuade Tang Yun to drink 2 more glasses of red wine.
After drinking 3 glasses of red wine, Tang Yun's pretty face was already flushed.
The way she looked at Zhang Han revealed a hint of bewilderment. When he speaks, his words are incoherent and illogical. Seeing her like this, Zhang Han immediately understood what was going on.
It seems that Tang Yun doesn't have a high alcohol tolerance. This is great news.
If Tang Yun is a female warrior when it comes to drinking, the kind who can drink without getting drunk, then Zhang Han will have no choice but to return empty-handed and abandon this mission. Judging from the current situation, it's estimated that if Tang Yun drinks a few more glasses, she'll completely black out.
But Tang Yun knows her own alcohol tolerance level.
After drinking 3 glasses of red wine, no matter how Zhang Han tried to persuade her, she refused to drink a 4th glass.
Zhang Han was extremely anxious. 2 hours have already passed.
If Tang Yun isn't drunk soon, the system's time limit will be exceeded.
Even if we get Tang Yun drunk, we won't get the reward.
Left with no other choice, Zhang Han had to change his target and started drinking red wine with Mu Xiaoye and Chen Mengyao. When it comes to drinking, the worst thing is when the atmosphere gets too cold. Once the atmosphere cooled down, it became even more difficult to persuade Tang Yun to drink again. Zhang Han can only hope that the alcohol in Tang Yun's stomach will slowly take effect. After all, red wine is not like white wine, where the effects of alcohol only come later. When Tang Yun is unconscious, persuade her to drink a few more drinks and knock her out in one fell swoop.
But then,
there were 3 girls present.
Zhang Han drank 7 or 8 glasses of red wine in a row.
Before he could get Tang Yun drunk, he himself started to feel dizzy.
No.
If this continues, he'll collapse before he can even get Tang Yun drunk.
We have to think of a solution.
Soon, an idea popped into his mind. He stood up groggily, waved his hand and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom." At this point, Mu Xiaoye was completely drunk. She was passed out on the table, her pretty face flushed, looking like she was fast asleep. As for Tang Yun, she was on the verge of being drunk or sober. She still retained a sliver of consciousness.
Hearing Zhang Han's words, she nodded, indicating that she understood.
Chen Mengyao, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. Anyone who didn't know better would think she hadn't been drinking at all. Clearly, she has an exceptionally high alcohol tolerance. Seeing Zhang Han's unsteady steps, she quickly stood up, walked to his side, took his arm, and said with concern, "Chairman Zhang, let me help you to the restroom."
Zhang Han did not refuse. He had something to ask Chen Mengyao later.
"Then I'll have to trouble you, Xiao Chun."
Zhang Han subconsciously put his arm around Chen Mengyao's waist and said.
Chen Mengyao blinked her fox-like eyes and said shyly, "Chairman Jiang, you're too kind." Then, she pressed her body close to Zhang Han and helped him to the bathroom entrance. "I saw a male symbol painted on the toilet." Chen Mengyao hesitated for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she continued to support Zhang Han as they went inside. Zhang Han, who was already quite drunk, didn't notice this at all. Standing in the toilet, he started to pee.
Call. That feels fucking good.
Zhang Han exhaled a breath of stale air. Then she turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. Standing to the side, Chen Mengyau's pretty face immediately turned slightly red. She stepped forward, helped Jiang Han up, and said somewhat apologetically, "Chairman Jiang, there's something you forgot." Under Jiang Han's puzzled gaze, Chen Mengyao blushed and helped Jiang Han zip up the chain.
Hiss. Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch. This girl has such good service.
After leaving the restroom, I stood in front of the sink and saw that Jiang Han had finished washing his hands but was still reluctant to leave.
Chen Mengyao asked with concern, "Chairman Jiang, are you alright?" "It's nothing, I just feel a little nauseous,"
Jiang Han said with a pained expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Chairman Jiang, I have a method that works quite well, but I don't know if you would mind."
"Speak quickly," Jiang Han urged. "Any method will do as long as it makes me vomit."
Chen Mengyao didn't rush to answer, but squeezed out hand sanitizer again and washed her hands carefully. Then he said, "Chairman Jiang, let me help you spit it out, and you'll be able to vomit it up right away."
Jiang Han was somewhat confused. As a high school graduate, I've hardly ever drunk alcohol, so how would I know about this kind of trick?
However, even Chen Mengyao, a seasoned drinker, said so. He had no choice but to agree.
Good.
Chen Mengyao reached out her small hand and slipped it into Jiang Han's throat, gently tapping it twice.
Jiang Han vomited successfully very quickly.
Chen Mengyao thoughtfully took out a wet wipe and wiped Jiang Han's mouth, showing no sign of disgust.
A set of movements. Jiang Han also became much more sober. He washed his face and looked at the sophisticated and mature woman in front of him again. Because of the alcohol, even though she wasn't drunk at all, Chen Mengyau's face still had a few blushes. She looked exceptionally alluring and seductive. Especially at this moment, she used an extremely alluring gesture to wipe the water from the corner of his mouth. This charm is simply unparalleled. It has to be admitted that Chen Mengyao in front of me is really too enchanting and too sexy. Xiao Chen, we really owe you a lot today. Jiang Han expressed his heartfelt gratitude.
Chen Mengyao blushed, brushed her hair aside, and whispered, "Chairman Jiang, this is what I should do."
Jiang Han stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "If I remember correctly, Xiao Chen, your current position is the director of L'Oreal Group's Yanxia branch, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyau's heart began to race. She knew that everything she had done would not be in vain. Chairman Jiang is finally going to promote me. She took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Yes." Since that's the case. Jiang Han paused deliberately.
Chen Mengyao, standing to the side, felt her heart pounding even harder.
"Would you be interested in becoming my personal secretary?"
"I happen to have a lot of business to manage, but your position at L'Oreal will have to be put on hold for a while. The girl in front of me is indeed very capable. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but most importantly, she has extremely high emotional intelligence. With the increase in rewards, Jiang Han has many businesses that all need someone to manage them. And Chen Mengyao in front of you is the perfect candidate." So he extended an olive branch. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao was so excited she almost fainted. Chairman Jiang actually asked me to be his personal secretary? Only a fool would refuse such an invitation. Being able to work alongside a billionaire as his personal secretary means access to resources and connections that are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, Chairman Jiang also said that he has many businesses to manage. Chen Mengyao agreed without the slightest hesitation, "No problem, Chairman Jiang, I'll be your personal secretary from now on." After saying that, she tightly grabbed Jiang Han's arm and pressed herself against him. Jiang Han laughed heartily, patted her on the shoulder and said, "All right, I need your help with something now." Chapter 27: Successfully Drinking Tang Yun Out. Mum. Please give your instructions, Chairman Jiang. Without asking any questions, Chen Mengyao obediently nodded. It's like this. Jiang Han cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "I noticed that Aunt Tang hasn't been in a good mood lately, so I ordered so much wine. I just wanted her to drink more. As the saying goes, a good drink can wash away 1,000 sorrows. You know what I mean, right?" After saying this, Jiang Han smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Mengyao pretended not to know anything, putting on the appearance of an innocent little girl. "Chairman Jiang, you're so thoughtful. Whoever becomes your girlfriend will definitely be the happiest woman in the world." Chen Mengyao's eyes sparkled as she continued to flatter him. "Don't worry, Chairman Jiang, I'll definitely get Sister Yin drunk so you can successfully embrace the beauty. Oh no, I mean, let Sister Yin relieve her worries." Cough cough. Jiang Han coughed awkwardly twice and said seriously, Xiao Chun, don't overthink it. Aunt Tang and I have a very pure comradeship, it's definitely not what you think.
I understand.
Comrades in arms, the kind who fire the cannons.
Chen Mengyao smiled and nodded.
Of course, she didn't dare say the last sentence out loud.
Soon.
The two then tidied up and returned to the private room.
Upon seeing them return, Tang Yun immediately berated them, "Where have you been? Why are you only coming back now?"
As he spoke, an angry expression appeared on his face.
Jiang Han was startled. Is Tang Yun on fire? You're so angry.
Chen Mengyao quickly explained, Sister Yun, Chairman Jiang drank too much just now and his stomach was upset, so he went to vomit for a while, which is why he came back late. Serves you right for drinking so much. Tang Yun muttered something under her breath. Actually, she felt a little regretful just now, wondering why she had lost her temper so badly. But when he saw Chen Mengyao come in arm with Jiang Han, their behavior was intimate. She felt very uncomfortable. Combined with the effects of alcohol, it was released unconsciously. Now that she was a little more awake, she picked up her bag, stood up, and said, "We've eaten enough, let's go back."
No.
Jiang Han panicked when he saw Tang Yun about to leave.
I haven't finished my own task yet.
Moreover, in another 20 minutes, this mission will fail. Fortunately, Jiang Han's loyal admirer, Chen Mengyao, remembered her mission and stood up to dissuade him.
Yes, Sister Yun.
We still have a bottle of red wine left, it would be such a waste to leave now. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, But I've already reached my alcohol limit, and I'll get drunk if I drink anymore. She's not the kind of woman who has no self-control. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her innocence for so many years while navigating the world of alcohol. After all, she's a woman with such high looks. However, many people wanted to get her drunk so they could take advantage of her vulnerability. Today, if she weren't drinking with her own people, she would never have drunk more than 2 glasses. It was only because her best friend and daughter were by her side that she felt safe and could drink so much. This drunken state made Tang Yun feel a little uneasy. It's worth noting that the last time she got drunk was 18 years ago.
Chen Mengyao didn't care about any of that.
She smiled and picked up the wine bottle, pouring Tang Yun another glass. Sister Yun, just drink it without worry.
With me here, what are you afraid of? At worst, I'll take you home.
Besides, it's been so many years since we've had such a good drink.
We have to drink until we drop.
Tang Yun was somewhat tempted.
She knew Chen Mengyao's alcohol tolerance.
He can finish 3 to 5 caddies of baijiu and still have time to play drinking games with others, so a little bit of red wine is no problem for him. On several occasions when she attended business drinking parties, Chen Mengyao was the one who helped her avoid drinking. Tang Yun still trusted her. With Chen Mengyao by his side, he no longer needed to worry about being taken advantage of by Jiang Han, that little lecher.
Then, under Chen Mengyao's patient guidance,
Tang Yun sat down again and drank several glasses of red wine. Before long, the aftereffects of the red wine kicked in, and Tang Yun felt dizzy and her eyelids became heavy.
Mengyao, I feel really dizzy.
After saying that, Tang Yun slumped onto the table and instantly lost consciousness.
At that moment, the system's voice also echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Drop.
Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Rewards, 55% stake in Chateau Lafite Rothschild, flair bartending skills, wine tasting skills, and the title of God of Wine. God of Wine title, upon wearing this title, one will gain the ability to drink without getting drunk, and the host's various bodily functions will also receive a slight boost.
The next second, knowledge about flair bartending and beverage tasting flooded into Jiang Han's mind.
At the same time, he also received the title of God of Wine. Jiang Han, who was originally quite drunk and had a slightly dizzy head, was now completely out of it. I instantly felt refreshed and even more sober than when I hadn't been drinking, and I felt full of energy.
This feeling is just so amazing. Comfortable. Seeing that your plan has succeeded.
Chen Mengyao winked at Jiang Han, a smug expression on her face.
Jiang Han didn't say anything, but secretly gave her a thumbs up.
Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye are both lying on the table now.
Although he was not fully conscious, he did not completely lose consciousness. If they found out, it would be bad. Chen Mengyao stepped forward, gently nudged Tang Yun, and said in a mocking tone, Sister Yun, are you all right? Let's keep drinking.
Seeing that she did not respond, Chen Mengyao took out her phone and pretended to make a call. As she spoke, her voice suddenly grew louder.
What? The boss is calling an emergency meeting? Okay, I'll be right there. Tell them to wait for me.
Putting her phone back in her bag, Chen Mengyao leaned close to Tang Yun and whispered, Sister Yun, I'm sorry, something came up at the company.
I have to go back now. Why don't you wait a bit and have Chairman Jiang take you back?
Tang Yun, who was lying unconscious on the table, twitched her fingers slightly, trying to grab Chen Mengyao. But by then, she had already gotten up and left the private room.
Chairman Jiang, the rest is up to you now.
After leaving the private room, Chen Mengyao didn't forget to send Zhang Han a text message. Upon seeing this text message, Zhang Han's lips curled into a slight smile. This secretary really knows how to handle things. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. At this moment, Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye both closed their eyes and lay on the dining table in the private room. Her jade-like legs were spread out horizontally, a very alluring pose. Tang Yun, in particular, was wearing a strapless top with a white shawl draped over it. Her already tall and sexy figure seemed even more prominent under the straps.
She exudes an irresistible allure. This subtle allure was even more tempting than what I had seen in the bathroom before. Zhang Han swallowed hard, a restless feeling stirring within him.
But he could only suppress himself. After all, we're still in a restaurant, and the timing isn't right yet.
If we rashly do something inappropriate, if we anger Tang Yun, it will be a loss that outweighs the gains. Chapter 28. Who else but my master can take advantage of me? Thinking of this,
Zhang Han then walked up to Tang Yun, patted her on the shoulder, and said,
And Tang, are you feeling better now?
After a while, Tang Yun slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and said somewhat groggily,
My head is so dizzy. Where's Meng Yao? Tang Yun, drunk, appeared exceptionally alluring.
Her cheeks were rosy, giving her a captivating and alluring look.
And Tang, you were drunk just now. Xiao Chen had to go back first because of some company business.
Tang Yun rubbed her temples, saying with some annoyance that Meng Yao is really unreliable.
She feels very dizzy and really wants to fall asleep.
But at this moment, her best friend wasn't around, and her daughter was sleeping like a log. She was genuinely too scared to fall asleep. Otherwise, she was afraid that when she woke up tomorrow, the three of them would be in one bed.
Let's go back first.
Tang Yun struggled to her feet, exhaled a breath of alcohol, and spoke to Zhang Han.
Good.
Zhang Han called over a waiter to pay the bill. Inside the private room, two people were seen with bleary eyes from drunkenness. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the two stunningly beautiful women, one tall and one short. Their admiration for Zhang Han was like a never-ending, surging river.
No wonder he ordered 3 bottles of red wine just now. 3 bottles of red wine for 2 stunning beauties, isn't that a steal? Even if it's Lafite, it's still a good deal.
Under the envious gazes of the waiters, Zhang Han helped Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye leave the restaurant together. Outside the door, a designated driver had been waiting for quite some time.
Boss, where are we going? The designated driver was a female driver, whom Chen Mengyao arranged for Zhang Han before leaving the restaurant.
I must say, this secretary is really thoughtful.
Zhang Han looked at Tang Yun and asked in a questioning tone, And Tang, shall we go back to number 1 mansion now?
I'll have the housekeeper bring us some hangover soup.
Tang Yun nodded, which was taken as tacit approval. Half an hour later,
the three successfully returned to the underground parking lot of number 1 mansion. Zhang Han transferred 200 yuan to the designated driver, and then she drove away on her electric scooter. Inside the car, Zhang Han gently patted Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye on the shoulders and said,
Wake up, we're home.
Tang Yun rubbed her sleepy eyes and lazily stretched her waist.
The fleeting allure she displayed made Zhang Han somewhat regretful. Was I being a bit too much of a gentleman while I was in the car? The 3 people squeezed into the back row. He didn't even take the opportunity to do anything.
However, what he didn't know was that if he had dared to make unwanted advances in the car just now, perhaps now, we can no longer see Tang Yun's captivating charm. It was precisely because of his previous actions that Tang Yun developed some trust in Zhang Han. They were no longer as wary as they had been at the beginning.
After getting off the bus, Tang Yun took a breath of fresh air. Looking at Mu Xiaoye, who was still fast asleep in the car, he couldn't help but mutter, That brat, she's only had a little bit of alcohol and she's already sleeping so soundly. She won't even know if someone kidnaps her. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for Zhang Han to hear.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt somewhat ashamed.
Isn't this clearly targeting me? However, Zhang Han didn't mind and laughed it off, saying, "Aunt Tang, let's take Xiaoya upstairs first.
It's too stuffy in the car, and it's not good for her health to sleep here."
Tang Yun nodded. So, the two of them, one on each side, carried Mu Xiaoya upstairs. After returning to the house, Zhang Han and Tang Yun placed Mu Xiaoya on the sofa. Call.
The two breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously exchanged a glance.
The entire living room was quiet. It seemed as if you could hear the other person's heartbeat. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat romantic.
Zhang Han broke the silence first, saying, I asked the housekeeper, Lucy, to make some hangover soup at the club.
She'll bring it up in a bit. Would you like some? Okay, thank you. Tang Yun nodded and said something.
Then, looking at Zhang Han with some suspicion, she asked in confusion, I remember you drank quite a bit, so why do you look like you didn't drink anything? In her memory, Zhang Han had drunk more than she had just drunk. But now, he acts like nothing happened, and it's impossible to tell that he's been drinking. Zhang Han smiled awkwardly and explained, maybe it's because my constitution is a bit special. I get drunk quickly, but the alcohol also wears off quickly.
I was already sober on the way back. Oh, I see. Tang Yun nodded thoughtfully.
Zhang Han, who is known as the god of wine, can now be said to be the man who can drink the most in the world.
However, this matter. He definitely wouldn't tell Tang Yun. The two chatted for a while, and the awkward feeling quickly disappeared.
Tang Yun's attitude towards Zhang Han has also improved a lot.
She was no longer as cold and hostile as before. This subconscious shift went unnoticed even by Tang Yun herself. Just as the two of them were having a lively conversation,
the doorbell rang suddenly. Zhang Han got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing outside was his personal butler, Lucy. Behind her were two waitresses from King Yeonju Club. They pushed a food cart, lifted the lid, and inside were 3 bowls of steaming hot hangover soup.
Mr. Jiang, here is your hangover soup. Lucy stood in the doorway and spoke respectfully. Okay, thank you. Zhang Han smiled and nodded. You're welcome, it's what I should do. As Lucy spoke, she waved to the waitresses, asking them to bring the hangover soup into the room.
Seeing this scene, Tang Yun couldn't help but feel a little emotional.
Although she is a female CEO with a net worth of over 100 million yuan.
But compared to Zhang Han, he lived like a beggar.
The differences between people are truly enormous. After delivering the hangover soup, Lucy left the house with 2 waiters.
Zhang Han picked up a bowl of hangover soup and handed it to Tang Yun, saying, Aunt Tang, have some soup first.
I'll go check if Xiaoyu has woken up yet.
Tang Yun nodded, ceasing her emotional outburst.
Zhang Han returned to the living room to see if Mu Xiaoya had woken up.
Just then, Mu Xiaoya opened her eyes, sat up groggily, and said in a silly voice, Mom, how did I teleport home? Zhang Han chuckled and playfully pinched her nose, teasing, Silly girl, you're sleeping so soundly, you won't even know if someone takes advantage of you later.
Perhaps because she was still a little drunk, Mu Xiaoya was much bolder than before. She stood up abruptly and put her arms around Zhang Han's neck. She planted a big kiss on his cheek, then said in a sweet, fragrant breath, besides my master, who else could take advantage of me? Zhang Han was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That girl? How dare they flirt with me?
It seems she'll forget who she is if we don't teach her a lesson. So, Zhang Han picked up Mu Xiaoya, pressed her onto the sofa, and lowered his head to kiss her.
Inside the restaurant, Tang Yun was drinking a hangover soup.
Seeing the scene in the living room, his expression was somewhat complicated. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not speak up to stop it. She could only silently hold the hangover soup and gulp it down. For some reason, seeing the two of them being so intimate made her feel a little empty inside. It was as if something had been stolen.
Chapter 29 Mu Xiaoya's Surprise. After drinking the hangover soup, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. However, not long after finishing the meal, she drank a hangover soup. So the 3 of them unanimously decided not to eat dinner tonight, as a way to lose weight. With nothing else to do, and at Mu Xiaoya's insistence,
Zhang Han had no choice but to continue teaching her to play the piano in the living room. After washing the dishes, Tang Yun returned to the living room sofa and lay down to watch TV. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang.
It was Chen Mengyao calling.
Tang Yun didn't think much of it and answered the phone directly.
Mengyao, what's wrong?
On the other end of the phone, Chen Mengyao's voice was excited. Sister Yun, congratulations. L'Oreal headquarters called and said they've decided to withdraw their decision to cancel your company's agency rights, and will designate Yunmeng Beauty as their sole agent in East China.
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun was incredibly excited and exclaimed with a smile, Really? That's wonderful. Unexpectedly, L'Oreal Group not only revoked its previous decision. At the same time, her company was designated as the sole agent in East China. The interests behind this are at least in the hundreds of millions. Thinking of this, Tang Yun couldn't contain her excitement. All of this change was due to the appearance of Jiang Han. After this series of events, her feelings for Jiang Han became complicated. Sister Yun, you're about to become a super rich woman. If you have the chance in the future, please help us working people out more. Chen Mengyao said jokingly. Stop arguing with me. Tang Yun laughed and scolded, You, the marketing director of L'Oreal Group's summer branch, do you need my help? Besides, you left me in the private room this afternoon, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao chuckled and said, Sister Yun, that was all an accident. How was I supposed to know that something would suddenly happen at the company? Besides, you still have Chairman Jiang. Chen Mengyao did not tell Tang Yun. She was now Jiang Han's personal secretary. She was afraid that if she told Tang Yun, she might be in deep trouble. The two then chatted for a while. Tang Yun then hung up the phone. Mu Xiaoye, who was practicing the piano nearby, also overheard Tang Yun's phone conversation and ran over happily, saying, Mom, have we regained the company's agency rights? Tang Yun nodded, relieved, and said, That's right, and from now on, we'll be the only distributor in the entire East China region. At this point, she glanced at Jiang Han with a complicated expression. The man remained nonchalant, seemingly not taking the matter to heart at all. Little did they know, it was all because of one sentence he uttered. This gave Tang Yun's company an extra business deal worth hundreds of millions. If they can secure the agency rights for the East China region, their company's annual revenue will increase several times over. After a moment of silence, Tang Yun apologized to Jiang Han, saying, Little Jiang, I had some misunderstandings about you before, and I apologize to you now. Thank you so much for helping me. Jiang Han looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He never expected that this incredibly arrogant woman would actually take the initiative to apologize to him. It seems to be the adult world. Indeed, when it comes to interests, right and wrong are irrelevant. As long as you can bring value to the other party, it doesn't matter how outrageous your previous actions were. However, this feeling is still quite nice. Jiang Han waved his hand and said with a smile, Aunt Tang, you're too kind. You're Xiaoye's mother, this is what I should do. Mu Xiaoye, who was standing to the side, heard Jiang Han's words. Overwhelmed with emotion, she blinked her large, watery eyes and said to Jiang Han, Master, you're so good to me. After saying that, Mu Xiaoye, disregarding Tang Yun's presence, threw herself into Jiang Han's arms. Tang Yun did not stop it when she saw this. Instead, she turned her head away, not wanting to see the intimate scene between the two. Even so, a pang of jealousy still welled up in her heart. This made her feel somewhat scared. Could it be? Has she fallen for Jiang Han too? Impossible. Tang Yun quickly dismissed the idea. She quickly composed herself, stood up, and said, It's getting late, I'm going to bed now. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. When faced with something unacceptable, people often choose to escape in order to avoid harming themselves. Tang Yun felt the same way. She didn't want to know the answer to this question, so she could only choose to escape. He saw his mother leave. Mu Xiaoye suddenly blushed and looked at Jiang Han, saying, Master, remember to come to my room at 10 p.m. tonight, I have a surprise for you. After saying that, she ran into the room with a shy expression. That evening, Jiang Han finished showering and brushed his teeth. After seeing that Tang Yun's room light was off, he left his bedroom with excitement and anticipation. He was extra careful as he passed by Tang Yun's room. Although I know that the soundproofing of each room in this large apartment is very good. Even if you're dancing inside, it won't affect anyone else. But he couldn't help it, he felt guilty for doing something wrong. In case Tang Yun suddenly gets up and wants to go to the toilet or do something else. Wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing if she caught us? So, the short distance of just a few meters made him feel like he was walking through a heart-stopping ordeal. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination. Jiang Han took a deep breath, then pushed open Mu Xiaoye's door and hurriedly went inside. Then,
He stood there, completely stunned.
wow. At that moment, what came into his view was
It was a pair of long legs wearing white stockings, revealing fair and delicate feet, standing quietly on the carpet.
it's absolutely perfect and incredibly tempting.
Jong Han felt his blood boil with rage after just one glance.
I even had the urge to get a nosebleed.
I feel that everything I just endured was worth it. Because at this moment, Mu Xiaoye had changed into an extremely revealing maid outfit. A pure and innocent face paired with alluring attire.
She's so sexy it's insane.
Especially her long, slender, and fair legs, which were tightly wrapped in stockings.
Smooth and delicate, it looks just like a work of art.
At this moment, Mu Xiaoye's pretty face was slightly flushed, and she looked at him charmingly, saying in a captivating voice, "Master, do you like this surprise I gave you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han instantly lost control. It pounced on it like a ferocious beast.
Chapter 30 Tang Yun wakes you up. 2 hours later.
It was exactly midnight. In the bedroom, Mu Xiaoye nestled in Zhang Han's arms, looking out the window at the brightly lit Huangpu River. Zhang Han took out a lighter and lit a cigarette.
He doesn't usually smoke.
I would only sneak a few cigarettes during the final sprint before the exam, when the pressure was at its peak. But at this moment, he had no choice but to smoke. After all, ending his long-standing virginity is definitely worth having a cigarette to commemorate it. And then there was the cigarette.
It's a very ceremonial thing.
Just as Zhang Han was lost in thought, Mu Xiaoye said with some concern,
"Master, will you abandon me in the future?"
Women are creatures that are inherently sentimental. Especially when you've just given up your first kill, you'll feel particularly insecure.
Zhang Han stroked Mu Xiaoye's head gently and said, "Silly girl, don't overthink it. You will always be my most beloved maid, so how could I abandon you?" Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye's expression softened slightly, and she then asked, "Then, will you take responsibility for me?"
Upon hearing this, Zhang Han pondered for a moment, then asked, "How do you want me to take responsibility for you?"
He doesn't want to get married right after graduation. Moreover, he's so young, even if he wanted to get married, he couldn't get a marriage certificate. Although he quite liked Mu Xiaoye.
However, at this stage, the greatest responsibility he can take towards Mu Xiaoye is to acknowledge that she is his official girlfriend.
Getting married right away is impossible. The outside world is so wonderful, he wants to see more of it.
Faced with Zhang Han's question, Mu Xiaoye bit her lip and said weakly, "It's just, you have to be nicer to me from now on, and you're not allowed to bully me anymore, nor are you allowed to bully other girls." She is a famous school beauty at Shanghai No. 1 High School. However, when facing Zhang Han, she turned into a timid and insecure young girl. This feeling is really quite strange.
However, Zhang Han wouldn't spoil the mood by rejecting Mu Xiaoye.
After all, you just took someone's virginity, so even if you can't do it, you should at least tell some white lies, right?
Don't worry, baby. As long as you behave well, I promise I won't bully you.
Zhang Han solemnly assured Mu Xiaoye and then reached out to hug her. Zhang Han pulled her into his arms.
A happy smile immediately appeared on Mu Xiaoye's face. However, she quickly seemed to remember something and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Master, why don't you let my mother go back? Staying here is disturbing us." These past 2 days, Tang Yun's gaze towards Zhang Han seemed a little off. Mu Xiaoye wasn't stupid, of course she could see it.
Compared to those bad women outside, she always felt that her mother was a greater threat. Hearing this, Zhang Han felt a little embarrassed. He never expected that Mu Xiaoye would be jealous of her own mother.
This matter, I can't say for sure. Maybe in a few days, your mother will go back to live there on her own? Zhang Han gave a vague answer.
Seeing that Mu Xiaoye remained silent, Zhang Han seized the opportunity to say, "It's getting late, I'm going back to my room to rest first, you should go to sleep early too." After saying that, he picked up his clothes and left the bedroom.
Mu Xiaoye's question just now was really too fatal.
He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would probably die here. Therefore, I have no choice but to slip away first. As I left Mu Xiaoye's room and passed by Tang Yun's room again, Zhang Han felt even more guilty. He was terrified that Tang Yun would come out of the room, grab his ear, and question him about what he had done to her daughter. Fortunately, the room was indeed very well soundproofed. Just now, Mu Xiaoye was screaming like a ghost, but Tang Yun didn't even hear her.
After successfully returning to the master bedroom,
Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief and gave a wry smile. To think that he could have such a thrill in his own home, It's unbelievable.
The next morning,
John Han was fast asleep in bed. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice reached my ears.
Get up now. Lucy brought breakfast.
Upon hearing the voice, John Han thought it was Mu Xiaoye calling him to get up. He muttered to himself, okay, baby, let me sleep a little longer.
But, the next second, a slender, jade-like hand grabbed Zhang Han's ear tightly. Who is your darling? Get up right now, you have no manners.
John Han was jolted awake by the pain and immediately opened his eyes to see Tang Yun, dressed neatly, standing in front of him.
Why is it you? Zhang Han grinned and said, seeing his disheveled appearance.
For some reason, Tang Yun felt incredibly happy, even a little smug.
You brat. I woke you up, and you still dare to take advantage of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm just a pushover, won't you?
She rolled her eyes at Zhang Han and said, Xiaoyu said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want to eat breakfast.
Otherwise, do you think I'd want to wake up a little brat like you?
Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, but decided to give Zhang Han some face.
We're not calling him a little pervert anymore. I see.
Zhang Han rubbed his reddened ears.
Girls are different from boys.
It's perfectly normal to need time to recover after losing your first blood. From now on, the situation will be reversed.
So Zhang Han lifted the blanket and said with a smile, I know, Xiaoyu is probably tired from playing the piano too much lately.
I'll have Lucy bring over some chicken soup later so she can have some to nourish herself.
You filthy scoundrel.
Tang Yun saw Zhang Han lift the blanket. Her pretty face immediately turned bright red, and she couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath before turning around and leaving the bedroom.
Zhang Han looked down.
I realized he was too excited last night. He came home to sleep without even putting on his pants.
My innocence. You've ruined it all.
Zhang Han said something cheeky. Then I got up, took a shower, changed my clothes, and went downstairs to the restaurant.
Tang Yun still looked shy and bashful.
Upon seeing Zhang Han appear, she instinctively glared at him.
Zhang Han was quite helpless.
Eldest sister.
Get this straight. I'm the victim, okay? What's going on? It's like I saw your naked body again. They have absolutely no shame. However, he could only say these words to himself. If I were to actually say it, she might bite me again. After breakfast,
Tang Yun picked up her bag, put on her high heels, and turned to Zhang Han, saying, I'm going to the company first.
Zhang Han was taken aback upon hearing this. Is she talking to herself? This is a very rare thing.
A few days ago, Tang Yun's attitude towards him could be described as extremely cold, even somewhat hostile.
Now, she's not only willing to wake herself up.
Even when going to work, they have to inform themselves. This transformation is no less significant than Mu Xiaoye losing her first time.
Zhang Han was secretly delighted.
He said with a smile, okay, if the company encounters any problems, you can call me anytime.
Tang Yun didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly.
Then he pushed open the door and walked straight out.
Chapter 31 Preparing the Medicine. After Tang Yun left,
Zhang Han silently finished his breakfast. Then I called Lucy and asked her to tell the club's chef to make some nourishing chicken soup and send it over.
Then, he went to visit Mu Xiaoye.
Inside the room, Mu Xiaoye was lying on the bed, secretly playing with her phone.
Seeing Zhang Han enter, she immediately pouted and said, You stinky master, you've finally come to see me.
Yes, I just finished breakfast.
Zhang Han walked to the bedside and sat down, then asked with concern, Your mother said you weren't feeling well, are you all right? How dare you say that?
Mu Xiaoye rolled her eyes and said to Zhang Han in a coquettish tone, It's all your fault.
I said I wasn't coming last night, but you still kept arguing with me. Thinking back to what happened last night, Mu Xiaoye's face couldn't help but blush. That stinky owner. They really don't know how to cherish women at all.
Even knowing it was my first time, they still went so far last night. Now her thighs are sore and she can't get out of bed at all. Fortunately, Tang Yun did not notice anything unusual about her body.
Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's expression became somewhat subtle.
He smiled awkwardly and said ingratiatingly, Okay, baby, don't be angry. It was my fault. I promise I'll be gentler with you next time. Humph. That's more like it. Mu Xiaoye proudly raised her head. Just then, Zhang Han's phone rang.
he took it out and saw that it was a message from the housekeeper, Lucy. Mr. Jiang, the chicken soup is ready and has been delivered to your door.
Please come and get it.
Upon seeing the message, Zhang Han stood up and said to Mu Xiaoye, let me help you downstairs. I had Lucy bring over some chicken soup.
How can you recover if you don't eat something? Mu Xiaoye responded sweetly. Then, with Zhang Han's help, they arrived at the restaurant downstairs.
Just as Mu Xiaoye was drinking the nourishing chicken soup, Zhang Han suddenly remembered that the system had previously rewarded him with a traditional Chinese medicine beauty prescription.
This thing should be very useful for Mu Xiaoye as well. After all, she's a girl.
Even if someone is already very beautiful, they will still want to become even more beautiful.
Thinking of this, Zhang Han said, I'm going out to buy some things later, do you want to come with me?
Mu Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, then shook her head.
Never mind, I'll just stay home. I'm not walking anymore. Zhang Han nodded and didn't insist, okay, I'll try to get back before noon. It's okay, you go about your business.
I'll stay home and wait for you obediently.
Mu Xiaoye said obediently.
She's not the kind of girl who's clingy and insists on being with her boyfriend all the time.
Okay, if you're hungry. Just call Lucy, she'll bring the food up.
Zhang Han gave a few instructions, then picked up his car keys and left home.
Because that traditional Chinese medicine beauty prescription requires ingredients that are all Chinese herbs. Moreover, some of them are precious medicinal herbs.
So Zhang Han drove his Aston Martin toward the largest traditional Chinese medicine store in Shanghai.
This shop is called Yuantang.
It is the most famous Chinese medicine store in Shanghai. It contains various rare Chinese medicinal herbs, which are extremely expensive.
Some of them are said to be rare and discontinued, rarely found on the market. Soon, Zhang Han parked the car in front of Yuantang.
Upon seeing this top-of-the-line supercar, the young man at Yuantang immediately widened his eyes.
When Zhang Han walked into the pharmacy, the waiter immediately greeted him warmly and asked respectfully, Sir, how can I help you? I'm just browsing. Zhang Han did not rush to explain his purpose. All right, this way please.
The shop assistant led Zhang Han toward the medicine cabinet inside. Looking at the dazzling array of precious medicinal herbs in front of me, there were at least 1,000 kinds. Zhang Han began searching for the medicine based on the prescription provided by the system.
Cordyceps sinensis, saffron, Fritillaria serosa, placenta, Ganoderma lucidum, donkey hide gelatin. After searching for a while, Zhang Han discovered that almost all the ingredients in the prescription could be found here.
However, one medicinal herb, Ningyan flower, is missing. Just as Zhang Han was about to ask a question, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind.
Friendly reminder, the herb Ningyan flower does not exist on Earth. This is why the medicinal effects of this formula far surpass Earth's technology. Therefore, you can directly exchange for this herb or its seeds in the shop.
The system's voice had just finished speaking. A semi-transparent panel appeared before Zhang Han's eyes.
Medicinal Herbs Mall. Ningyan flower medicinal herb, 5,000 yuan flower. Graceful flower seeds, 10 yuan seed.
Each seed can produce one graceful flower, with a cultivation period of 3 months.
After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Han couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up. Although I could apply for patent protection for this secret recipe. However, when faced with enormous profits, even if you have legal protection, it will basically be of little use. Especially in the sweltering summer. However, now, due to the existence of the medicinal herb Ningyan flower, even if he publishes the formula, it will be absolutely impossible for others to replicate this beauty potion. This is what a true monopoly looks like. Moreover, a single seed costs only 10 yuan, which is practically free.
Zhang Han was in a particularly good mood and said to the shop assistant, "Give me one of all these medicinal herbs." Then, Zhang Han recited all the medicinal materials needed for the beauty prescription. When Zhang Han said that he wanted wild ginseng that was over 10 years old, the shop assistant immediately looked troubled. "Sir, wild ginseng from this year is too precious for me to decide.
Please wait a moment, I'll go and call the manager over." Zhang Han nodded expressionlessly.
Actually, the prescription doesn't mandate that the ginseng must be wild ginseng that is at least 10 years old.
Even if they are artificially bred, that's fine. However, the system also displayed a notification.
The longer the medicinal materials are aged, the greater their medicinal efficacy will be. Jiang Han intended to use the beauty potion he made this time on his own people, so naturally he would use the best medicinal materials. Anyway, he's not short of money. Soon, the shop assistant led the shop manager out from the back room.
This is a woman with classical beauty.
She was wearing a high-slit cheongsam, revealing two long, fair, and slender legs. Her already tall and shapely figure seemed even more pronounced under the cheongsam. I feel like my whole body is radiating an irresistible allure.
She looks very young.
She should be in her early 20s. However, every move she makes is full of a unique charm, giving people a sense of allure without being bewildering.
This is something that not every girl can have. Chapter 32 Han Lianxue. Hello. My name is Han Lianxue.
The woman in the cheongsam walked up to Jiang Han, extended her hand to him, and introduced herself.
Hello, my name is Jiang Han.
Jiang Han squeezed the beautiful woman's delicate, boneless hand. Before she could even feel the warmth of her palm, Han Lianxue quickly pulled her hand back. Then, she smiled at Jiang Han, her eyes seemingly shimmering with tears. With a hint of allure, she slightly unsettled Jiang Han's mind.
This woman seems to be quite skilled.
Han Lianxue blinked her clear, autumn water-like eyes, sized up Jiang Han, and then smiled. Mr. Jiang, the shop assistants told me you want wild ginseng that's over 10 years old, is that right?
This kind of medicinal herb is not easy to find.
Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this and said with a smile, that's right, if it were easy to find, I wouldn't have come to your Yuantang. You should know that even ordinary wild ginseng is a very rare thing. Wild ginseng that is over 10 years old is even rarer.
Sometimes, even if you have money, you can't necessarily buy it.
Hearing Jiang Han's words, Han Lianxue smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you really know how to talk. To be honest, we happen to have a wild ginseng in our shop, about 10 years old, but its price is a bit.
Name your price. Before Han Lianxue could finish speaking, Jiang Han waved his hand, interrupting her.
Han Lianxue didn't mind. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said seriously, Mr. Jiang is indeed a straightforward person.
Then I won't beat around the bush with you. One price, 500,000.
As she spoke, she winked at the shop assistant. The shop assistant immediately understood and took out a carved wooden box from the medicine cabinet in the back room. Inside lay a crystal clear wild ginseng, emitting a faint, exotic fragrance.
Okay, no problem.
After systematic verification, this wild ginseng is indeed over 10 years old.
Jiang Han readily agreed.
He didn't care about a mere 500,000 yuan at all. Then he added, by the way, Manager Han, if your store has any wild ginseng of the same quality or even older, I'll take them all. Wild ginseng is one of the main ingredients in medicinal prescriptions. Its quality directly determines the quality of the finished medicine. Therefore, Jiang Han would naturally not be stingy in this regard. Hearing this, even Han Lianxue, who was well informed, was somewhat stunned.
She asked instinctively, is that really true?
After saying that, Han Lianxue realized that her words were a bit impolite, so she quickly added, no problem, Mr. Jiang. If you really want them, the main store in Beijing has 2 wild ginseng roots of similar age.
I can have them sent over.
Okay, then I'll trouble you.
Jiang Han said politely. No trouble at all. This is what I should do.
Han Lianxue smiled slightly, her heart filled with excitement.
3 wild ginseng roots were sold at once, which is unprecedented. Once this deal is completed, I will gain more say in the family council. This will also be of great help in competing for family interests in the future.
Therefore, Han Lianxue's feelings for Jiang Han also increased.
I really met a benefactor today.
Next, Jiang Han selected some more ingredients that would be used in the prescription. Han Lianxue was very generous and gave all these common medicinal herbs to Jiang Han as extras. After all, the profit from a single 10-year-old wild ginseng is enough to offset the cost of these medicinal herbs.
Not to mention, there are 2 more to be sold.
This action greatly changed Jiang Han's opinion of Han Lianxue. Not caring about immediate small gains shows she's a woman with a broad perspective and a sense of the bigger picture.
Thinking about the future. It is highly likely that this beauty drug will be mass-produced.
Jiang Han made a decision in his heart and smiled at Han Lianxue, saying, Miss Han, I look forward to cooperating with you next time.
Han Lianxue nodded upon hearing this.
She didn't know the meaning behind Jiang Han's words. She thought Jiang Han was referring to the next wild ginseng transaction, so she smiled and said, Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll let you know when the time comes.
After exchanging WeChat contacts, the two Zhang Han left Yuantang carrying 2 large bags of medicinal herbs. Standing at the store entrance, I watched Zhang Han get into that cool Aston Martin. A hint of curiosity flickered in Han Lianxue's eyes as she muttered to herself, "This Mr. Jiang is truly mysterious." After leaving Yuantang, Zhang Han went to a nearby supermarket and bought some tools to make this beauty medicine. According to the system's prompts, the finished product of this beauty potion is a kind of ointment. It's not for internal use, but rather like a face cream, applied topically for testing. After purchasing the tools, looking at the sports car packed full of cars, Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh and said, "To be able to drive a sports car like a Lalamove delivery truck, there's really no one else like you." Feeling the cramped space inside, Zhang Han's desire to buy a luxury SUV grew even stronger. Sports cars are great, but they're only good for showing off. When going out to buy things or doing things in the car, it's better to have a car with more space. "Yeah, I'll buy an SUV when I have some free time." Zhang Han touched the tip of his nose, pondering to himself. Then, he drove back to number 1 mansion, carrying large and small bags, and walked into the elevator. After returning home, Mu Xiaoye was practicing the piano in the living room. Seeing Zhang Han carrying so many things home, she asked curiously, "Master, what did you buy?" Zhang Han didn't answer, but instead kept everyone in suspense, saying, "I'll give you a surprise, you'll find out soon enough." "Oh." Mu Xiaoye nodded, looking somewhat expectant. Then, Zhang Han went into the kitchen. "I redeemed a beauty-enhancing flower in the system's shop. Then, following the system's prompts, I began making this beauty cream." As the fragrance gradually wafted over, Zhang Han began to look forward to the effects of this beauty cream. Chapter 33: Amazing Drug Effects. 2 hours later, Zhang Han finally completed the last step and successfully produced the beauty cream. Looking at the freshly made ointment in front of him, Zhang Han felt a little uneasy. "I don't know how effective it is. If it's no different from those sold in the market, then I've lost a lot of money." It cost him over 500,000 yuan to make this ointment. The finished product is less than 500 milliliters. If we consider a 50 milliliters bottle of face cream on the market, this ointment can be divided into a maximum of 10 bottles. The unit price is approximately 50,000 yuan per bottle. It can only be described as extravagant. Standing to the side, Mu Xiaoye, who had been waiting for a long time, asked curiously, "Master, what is this?" Zhang Han explained with a smile, "This is a beauty and skin care ointment. I obtained the prescription by chance, and I heard that it works very well, so I made it to try." "Real? Can I give it a try?" Mu Xiaoye blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Zhang Han with hopeful eyes. Zhang Han affectionately patted her head, "Silly girl, of course you can. Let's give it a try together. With a systematic guarantee, even if the effect is not good. It shouldn't have any side effects on the body." So Zhang Han picked up the ointment from the container and applied it directly to his face. Mu Xiaoye followed suit, extending her fair and delicate palm to rub the ointment onto the back of her hand. She wouldn't dare to apply it directly to her face like Zhang Han did. After all, cosmetics can easily cause allergies, especially homemade, unregulated products like these. A few minutes later, the clear, translucent ointment was completely absorbed by the skin. Looking at the area on the back of her hand where the ointment had been applied, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, this is amazing. Is it really that exaggerated?" Zhang Han was startled by her. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said coquettishly, "You don't understand. Look at the area where I applied the ointment, it's much whiter than the surrounding area. And my skin is also much smoother and firmer, and even my pores have become smaller." Her once smooth and flat hands were now incredibly delicate, as if they were freshly peeled eggs, so soft and delicate they seemed to break at the slightest touch. Moreover, you can smell a faint, refreshing fragrance that lingers around your nose. Zhang Han stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at his face with curiosity. "I noticed that my skin did become noticeably whiter after applying the ointment. Moreover, this white is a vibrant white." He seemed to be brimming with power, making his already handsome face even more captivating. "If you keep using it, the results will be amazing." Zhang Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. He looked at Mu Xiaoye beside him, who was eagerly applying the ointment to her face, and asked, "Xiaoye, how much do you think is appropriate for a bottle of this ointment?" "Any price is fine. These days, even a simple cosmetic procedure costs tens of thousands of yuan."
And this little bottle of ointment is more effective than cosmetic procedures, and most importantly, it won't damage your skin. Let alone tens of thousands of yuan, even if it's hundreds of thousands, I believe there would be people willing to buy it.
Mu Xiaoye said excitedly as she applied the ointment.
Although her statement was somewhat exaggerated, women's pursuit of beauty is extremely fervent. Little did they know that some wealthy women, in order to maintain their youth, do something. I have no idea how much money I've spent on my face. Some are outrageous, reaching hundreds of millions. Therefore, this top-quality ointment, priced at over 10,000 yuan per bottle, will definitely not have to worry about sales. As for selling it for a higher price, that depends on the market response. Zhang Han silently calculated in his mind. If he chooses to cultivate the Ningyan flower himself, and then replace the 10-year-old wild ginseng with artificially cultivated ginseng, and use ordinary medicinal materials for the rest. In this way, the cost of a bottle of ointment can be reduced to a few hundred yuan.
Even if the results weren't as good as they are now. But selling it for tens of thousands of yuan is still perfectly feasible.
According to the system's calculations, even the lowest grade beauty cream can achieve 50% of the current effect. Even so, it can still crush all beauty products on the market. Even if they had a conscience, the low-end version would only cost 9,980 yuan per person.
The profit margins are also incredibly impressive.
With such products, building a cosmetics company worth trillions from scratch is definitely not wishful thinking. Zhang Han was thrilled at the thought of the bright future ahead.
At this moment, the ointment on Mu Xiaoye's face has been completely absorbed. She opened her eyes and asked Zhang Han somewhat shyly, "Master, do you think this is effective?"
After she finished speaking, she brought her face closer. Then she closed her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Han immediately understood what Mu Xiaoye meant, so he lowered his head and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. It was indeed incredibly tender and smooth, like a piece of tofu, and had a faint fragrance.
Zhang Han couldn't resist taking another bite. "Ugh, master. You've kissed all the ointment off my face."
Mu Xiaoye clenched her fists and punched Zhang Han's chest twice. Zhang Han chuckled and looked at the charming and pretty little maid in front of him. He lunged forward directly.
He picked up Mu Xiaoye and then threw her onto the sofa. Chapter 34, Jointly Founding a Company. 2 hours later. Mu Xiaoye curled up on the messy sofa like a kitten.
She hugged Zhang Han tightly, looking shy and bashful.
"You mean, master, you're so mean. Tell me what's wrong with me. After applying the ointment, did it turn white?" "Oh, stop talking." Mu Xiaoye covered Zhang Han's mouth, stopping him from continuing.
Just thinking about what had just happened made Mu Xiaoye blush, and she wished she could disappear into a hole.
How embarrassing.
The two sat on the sofa and cuddled together for a while. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Tang Yun walked in carrying groceries she had just bought from the supermarket.
Seeing the two people pressed tightly together on the sofa, he couldn't help but frown. "Xiaoye. Mom, you're back."
Upon seeing Tang Yun suddenly appear, Mu Xiaoye was not frightened at all. Instead, she nestled into Zhang Han's arms. A happy smile appeared on his face, as if he were showing off to Tang Yun. Tang Yun felt somewhat helpless, but on the surface she still pretended to be calm. Zhang Han, however, was the first to stand up and greet her. "Aunt Tang, you're back.
You're too kind. You even went to buy groceries. You could have just asked Lucy to prepare them, or asked her to go and buy them. No trouble at all.
There's a supermarket right downstairs from my office, so I just bought some."
Tang Yun put the ingredients in her hand into the kitchen.
When she returned to the living room, her nose suddenly twitched.
"Huh, what's that smell in the room? Something feels off." "Oops." Mu Xiaoye and Zhang Han exchanged a glance.
Zhang Han quickly stepped in front of the trash can and changed the subject, saying, "That Aunt Tang, it might be the smell of the ointment. I just made a beauty and skin care ointment, and the effect is quite good.
Would you like to give it a try?"
Mu Xiaoye also realized what was happening and quickly chimed in, "Yes, Mom, this ointment works really well. I just tried it, and my skin has become noticeably fairer." Upon hearing this, Tang Yun subconsciously glanced at Mu Xiaoye. I noticed that she had indeed become much fairer, and her face had a faint blush, as if she had been nourished by something.
Seeing this, Tang Yun's curiosity was also piqued. "What ointment? It's so powerful, I'll give it a try." Zhang Han hurriedly ran to the kitchen and took a used ointment from the refrigerator. "Auntie, you can try it." Upon receiving the ointment, Tang Yun's face revealed a look of amazement. This ointment, it looks quite pretty. Tang Yun couldn't help but praise her.
Putting everything else aside, the color alone is very impactful for girls.
This ointment, a translucent pink color, looks incredibly tempting. Moreover, the patterns on it are very exquisite.
Most importantly, Tang Yun could smell a faint fragrance even before she opened the bottle. With curiosity, Tang Yun opened the bottle, took out a thumb-sized amount of ointment, and applied it to the back of her hand.
A few minutes later,
looking at her fair and smooth hands,
she let out the exact same scream as Mu Xiaoye. OMG! This ointment is amazing. While amazed, Tang Yun also felt a surge of excitement. Because she works in the beauty product industry, naturally, they knew the enormous commercial value behind this ointment. She grabbed Jiang Han's hand and asked urgently,
"Xiao Jiang,
did you make this ointment?"
Seeing Tang Yun take Jiang Han's hand, Mu Xiaoye said with some dissatisfaction,
"Mom."
Tang Yun then realized that her actions were a bit too intimate. So she immediately let go of Jiang Han's hand, blushing as she said, "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now."
Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand. "It's alright, Aunt Tang, I did make this ointment, and I even made 10 portions, which is enough for you. Xiao Jiang, you're amazing." Tang Yun was shocked again upon hearing Jiang Han's answer.
She never expected that Jiang Han would make beauty and skin care creams, and that they would be so effective.
Tang Yun couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me what this ointment is made of?"
The main ingredients are cordyceps, saffron, Fritillaria serosa, placenta, Ganoderma lucidum, and donkey hide gelatin.
Jiang Han didn't hide anything and explained with a smile. However, the effect of ordinary finished products is not as good.
I added 10-year-old wild ginseng to these 10 doses of ointment, which is why the effect is so immediate.
Tang Yun was taken aback for a moment, then asked, 10-year-old wild ginseng, that must cost a lot of money, right? Fortunately, the cost is only around 500,000. Let's say the unit price is 50,000 yuan per bottle.
Jiang Han said calmly. Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye were both shocked to hear this.
The small bottle of ointment costs 50,000 yuan to produce? That's absolutely outrageous. However, considering its amazing medicinal effects, this amount of money doesn't seem so unacceptable anymore. Mu Xiaoye's eyes widened as she said, "Then we just used almost half a bottle, so didn't that cost us more than 20,000 yuan? Yes." Jiang Han smiled and nodded.
While Tang Yun was still in shock, she quickly came to her senses. This ointment is so effective that even if it costs 50,000 yuan, it's not actually that expensive. You know, those female celebrities spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a single cosmetic procedure. Some of the better ones even cost hundreds of thousands or millions. This ointment is even more effective. Tang Yun is quite knowledgeable about the beauty industry. With her keen business sense, she knew that once this ointment was launched, even if it was priced exorbitantly, there would definitely be people willing to buy it. Don't even mention selling it for 100,000, even if it were 1 million. Wealthy women and female celebrities would rush to buy it. Because for women, youth and beauty are priceless. At this moment, Jiang Han smiled and said, "So, Aunt Tang, I wonder if you would be interested in joining hands with me to start a cosmetics company and promote this beauty cream to the market?" Tang Yun was stunned upon hearing this. She couldn't help but swallow, and said in disbelief, "Xiao Jiang, are you serious?" As the president of a cosmetics company, she was well aware of just how high the commercial value of the ointment Jiang Han possessed was. Once it hits the market, it will be a significant boost to existing cosmetics. This will result in an overwhelming defeat. If managed properly, conservatively speaking, the company could form an industrial chain worth at least hundreds of billions. Faced with such enormous benefits, how could Tang Yun not be tempted? Jiang Han smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, of course I'm serious. You've been working in the cosmetics industry for many years, and I have this kind of game-changing product. If we join forces, our future is absolutely limitless." Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, then, as if she had thought of something, asked, "But aren't you a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group? Why not just give this product to L'Oreal directly?" Chapter 35 Equity Division. Tang Yun's question. Jiang Han had considered this before. If this product were directly handed over to L'Oreal Group for sale, it would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there is a multi-billion-dollar group behind it doing marketing and operations.
The profits generated would certainly be much greater than those from partnering with Tang Yun to start a company. But this is not what Zhang Han wanted to see.
Although I am a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group, I only own 10% of the shares.
I don't want to give them away to foreigners.
Moreover, I have great confidence in my product.
Why give it away so easily? Zhang Han explained with a smile.
In addition, this beauty cream contains medicinal herbs that can be redeemed from the system shop but are not available on this planet. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. However, Zhang Han doesn't have absolute authority within the L'Oreal Group, so it's bound to leak out eventually.
That alone. Zhang Han cannot entrust the product to L'Oreal Group for distribution.
Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Tang Yun instantly realized that she had been overthinking things.
Owns company shares. This does not mean you have to be tied to the company.
Zhang Han could absolutely use this incredible product to rebuild a beauty company with a market value of hundreds of billions.
And it's a company that you own entirely. Isn't that a great deal? The company's equity. How do you plan to divide it? Tang Yun then raised another crucial question. When you're out there getting by, you're out there making a living. Everyone is focused on profit.
No one gets up early without a reason in a business world. Not talking about money can damage relationships.
Now that we've clarified the division of these interests, we can avoid any conflicts later.
Zhang Han thought for a moment and then said, "And Tang, you can use your existing company as an investment, and I can give you 15% of the shares. Then I will contribute my products and funds, accounting for 80%.
The remaining 5% of the shares can be given to Xiaoye." Zhang Han has always been very generous to his women. Moreover, with an absolute 80% controlling stake, Zhang Han could easily use various means to kick Tang Yun and her daughter out of the company if he wanted to. They won't get a single penny.
But the premise for doing so is that they have done something that betrays themselves. If they could obediently listen to him, then he naturally wouldn't need to do this, and could even give them more incentives.
Master, you're so good to me.
Mu Xiaoye was overjoyed to hear that Zhang Han wanted to give her shares. Tang Yun was also somewhat shocked. She never expected that Zhang Han would be so generous to his daughter.
It seems he is indeed a good man. Okay, I promise you. Tang Yun nodded and agreed immediately.
Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Han smiled and extended his right hand. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out her small hand and gently shook hands with Zhang Han. The moment their hands touched,
Tang Yun's pretty face flushed slightly. She quickly removed her hand and said in a trembling voice, "It's a pleasure doing business with you." Snort.
Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a soft snort. Her pretty face was filled with displeasure. No one knows a daughter better than her mother.
Seeing Mu Xiaoye's expression, Tang Yun immediately understood.
This little girl is jealous of herself.
Although I was indeed somewhat tempted just now.
But how could her daughter think of her like that?
Tang Yun was a little angry.
She stepped forward, grabbed Mu Xiaoye's ear, and scolded, "You brat, what are you thinking about all day long?
Did you practice the piano today? You're always slacking off. Didn't you say you wanted to go to music school? Don't come crying to me if you fail the exam."
Hearing Tang Yun's words, Mu Xiaoye immediately pouted and said with great grievance,
"You two big bad guys, all you do is bully me. Wa'ada."
Just now, you were clearly exchanging glances with Zhang Han. Moreover, his face turned red when he shook hands with her, and he said he was having wild thoughts.
Now they're turning around and scolding me. That's absolutely outrageous.
Seeing this, Zhang Han stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Aunt Tang, shall you practice the piano today?" She didn't slack off. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun finally released her grip.
He glared at Mu Xiaoye and said, "If you're not slacking off, what are you lying here for?"
Let me tell you, as an art student, your academic scores can't be neglected either. I'll sign you up for a tutoring class tomorrow, so you won't cause trouble here.
I'm not going. Mu Xiaoye immediately protested. It looked just like a fluffy little kitten. Zhang Han stood aside, watching the mother and daughter confront each other.
I didn't know what to say, so I just stood there blankly.
The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, during dinner, the mother and daughter quieted down.
Zhang Han sat down at the dining table and changed the subject, saying, "Xiaoyu, I'm planning to buy a car tomorrow.
Do you want to come with me?" I'll buy one for you too. No. Mu Xiaoye shook her head and refused, I don't have a driver's license yet.
Tang Yin frowned, as if she wanted to say something. Then Jiang Han said, okay, but it's summer vacation now, you can go and get a driver's license, you might need it later.
Tang Yin nodded and agreed, that's right, Jiang Han is right.
Xiaoye, why don't you take advantage of the summer vacation to enroll in a driving school and get your driver's license? Mu Xiaoye pouted and said in a muffled voice, but there are so many people learning to drive during summer vacation. I'm afraid that there will be too many people crammed into one car. The thought of having to squeeze into a car with other boys on a sweltering day is unbearable. Mu Xiaoye felt a sense of resistance.
Since last night, after having sex with Jiang Han and losing my virginity,
she felt that she belonged to Jiang Han.
She doesn't want to have contact with other men.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Han smiled and said, don't worry, I'll hire a car for you and a female instructor to teach you privately, how about that?
Okay, sure. Mu Xiaoye nodded obediently.
Although Tang Yin felt that Jiang Han was spoiling Mu Xiaoye a bit too much. But having learned from her previous experience, she didn't dare say anything more.
The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Han then drove his Aston Martin to the Rolls-Royce dealership.
Today, his goal is to buy a bigger car.
Last time I drove my sports car to the pharmacy to buy supplies.
When he returned, the passenger seat was so full that he almost vomited. Therefore, Jiang Han is not particularly enthusiastic about buying a sports car right now. He was more interested in SUVs and luxury cars. In this respect, Rolls-Royce is able to meet his needs very well. Both the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the Rolls-Royce Phantom are excellent choices.
Chapter 36: A bicycle that can stand up and pedal.
Rolls-Royce 4S store.
Inside the magnificent exhibition hall,
several globally renowned cars with exquisite designs and beautiful lines were on display.
As a globally limited edition top-of-the-line luxury car, Rolls-Royce is not only a vehicle but also a symbol of the owner's status. This is why many internet celebrities choose to buy a Rolls-Royce after becoming rich overnight. Because in the eyes of the public, it not only signifies wealth, but also represents status and position.
This is precisely what these internet celebrities who have risen from the bottom to the upper class lack. Although the luxury cars are beautiful, the prices are what they are, so there wasn't a single customer in the Rolls-Royce dealership. Unlike traditional luxury cars like BMW and Mercedes-Benz, many people will browse around and test drive them even if they don't intend to buy them. However, you won't find such a person at a Rolls-Royce dealership. Because these cars are simply too expensive. Even if they don't buy anything, just coming in to take a look, most people don't have the confidence to do so. The saleswomen in the store were already used to this situation. Luxury car salespeople like them are actually not much different from employees in real estate sales offices. If you don't open for business for 3 years, you can live off it for 3 years once you do. If you can sell 1 car a month, you're already thankful.
At that moment, 2 hot female saleswomen were standing at the door, idly complaining. Well, when will I finally get a wealthy customer who buys a car from me?
I haven't had a single sale in 2 months. With this meager basic salary, I can't even afford to buy a set of cosmetics.
If this continues, I'll have to become a borderline live streamer. Yeah, I heard that being a borderline streamer can make a lot of money.
Luckily, I sold one last month, otherwise I would have had to think about it too. 2 young female saleswomen were complaining to each other, one after the other. They wore tight-fitting short skirts that revealed their long, fair legs. They were tall and alluring, with delicate faces and a hint of coquettishness in their eyes. With their looks, they could probably make a lot of money as borderline live streamers. However, they were not in such dire straits. There's no need to rush into the sea. Just as they were complaining, an incredibly cool Aston Martin suddenly appeared in front of them and slowly stopped in front of the 4S store.
Wow, is that an Aston Martin? And it's a limited edition, worth over 50 million. We finally have a big client today. Looks like I won't have to go back to sea.
As Rolls-Royce car salespeople, they have some knowledge of the world's most famous luxury car brands.
This makes it easier for them to identify their target customers. And the car in front of us is an Aston Martin 177 worth 50 million yuan.
Upon seeing this, the 2 salespeople quickly jogged out to greet them, their faces beaming with smiles.
Hello, sir. Welcome to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. As soon as Jiang Han got out of the car, he was surrounded by 2 beautiful saleswomen. They spoke enthusiastically, one on each side. Zhang Han nodded and strode into the exhibition hall. This was his first time ever visiting a Rolls-Royce dealership. Upon entering, it was indeed extraordinary. Every single car on display was so distinguished and luxurious. This is something that other 4S stores do not have. Sir, which car would you like to see? Do you have any styles you like? Of the two female sales representatives, the tall, leggy one was the first to approach and ask. I'll just take a look around first. Zhang Han didn't rush to make a decision, but instead walked into the exhibition hall. The tall salesman followed behind, enthusiastically introducing each car inside to Zhang Han. Rolls-Royce doesn't offer many models, but this 4S store basically has them all, like the Cullinan, Phantom, Shining, Ghost, etc. During the tour, the long-legged saleswoman looked at Zhang Han and asked cautiously, Sir, do you have any particular favorite car models? There's nothing I particularly like. Seeing how nervous she was, Zhang Han smiled and said, however, I'm quite interested in the Cullinan. Do you have any in stock? Cullinan? Upon hearing those three words, the long-legged saleswoman's eyes lit up immediately, and she said enthusiastically, Yes, sir, please follow me. As she spoke, the saleswoman led Zhang Han to another area. A massive Rolls-Royce Cullinan sat quietly on the display stand, exuding an air of luxury and sophistication. The all-black body, coupled with the doubler logo on the front, gives the car a dignified and imposing presence. Zhang Han fell in love with the car the moment he saw it. It's big and luxurious. Sitting inside, even if you want to stand up and kick, you probably won't have any problem. I want this car. Zhang Han didn't hesitate and waved his hand to say it. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson didn't react for a moment. After a moment, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on her face, as if she couldn't believe it. It's worth noting that this Rolls-Royce Cullinan costs nearly $7 million just for the base model, not including purchase tax, insurance, and other vehicle insurance. It would have been impossible to get it down without more than $8 million. But now, Zhang Han doesn't even test drive it, he just wants to place an order. No wonder he drives an Aston Martin, he's really extravagant. At this moment, the female salesperson felt her body getting hot. I have an urge to take my clothes off. However, seeing her colleague standing next to her immediately dispelled that impulse. She walked up to Zhang Han, bowed deeply, and said, Sir, would you like to come into the VIP lounge with me? I'd like you to experience the car's performance. Zhang Han waved his hand and declined the female salesperson's invitation. He pointed to another Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away and said, No rush, I want that car too. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson felt her legs go weak. Working at a Rolls-Royce dealership means she's seen a lot and has met all sorts of big clients. But someone like Zhang Han doesn't even bother to ask. She had never seen a customer who bought two top-of-the-line luxury cars so easily before. Sir, are you sure? You want both the Cullinan and the Mirage? The long-legged female saleswoman asked instinctively. But as soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth tightly. For a salesperson to say such things is really inappropriate, and even a bit offensive to the customer. Zhang Han didn't take it to heart and nodded, saying, Okay, let's take these two for now. I'll come back to you if I need anything in the future. Oh my God? Just these two? If you need anything in the future, come to me again? Zhang Han's words were more alluring to this female salesperson than any sweet talk. If it weren't for her colleagues being there, she would have loved to stick right up to Zhang Han and give him a few big kisses. It seems I must take him to the VIP room later. We need to do his homework properly and let him experience the car's performance firsthand. Chapter 37 Cute Girl Streamer. An hour later, Zhang Han walked out of the VIP room feeling refreshed. After thoroughly understanding the car's performance, I felt very happy. The tall, leggy saleswoman had become hoarse from speaking so loudly, and her face was flushed. This is a sign of oxygen deficiency. At this time, the entrance to the Rolls-Royce dealership. Suddenly, a sweet girl wearing a halter neck mini dress and with pigtails appeared. She was holding a selfie stick, as if she were filming a video. When she walks, her pigtails sway back and forth, making her look particularly eye-catching. It's so tempting that you'd want to grab it and use it as a steering wheel. She turned to the camera and said sweetly, Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to take you on a tour of the most top-notch 4S dealership in Shanghai. Clang 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 clang. This is the Rolls-Royce dealership.
As she spoke, she picked up a selfie stick, intending to enter the exhibition hall to take photos. However, he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance, who said with a serious expression, "Sorry, you can't go in." The girl with pigtails wasn't surprised. She smiled and explained, "I already spoke with your store manager yesterday, and he allowed me to come here to take photos."
You can go and ask him.
The security guard was adamant. "Our manager said that no one is allowed to take videos today because there is a VIP in the store."
If you want to take videos, you can come back tomorrow.
The girl with pigtails looked a little unhappy upon hearing this. She spent 2 hours doing her makeup today, and then took the subway for an hour to get here from the city center. It takes almost half a day to go back and forth.
And now you're telling me I can't film?
Anyone would feel uncomfortable, especially since she had already spoken with the manager.
Security guard, is it okay if I wait until that VIP leaves before I go in to take pictures?
The girl with pigtails pleaded persistently. Although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai, only a small fraction of them can afford to patronize a Rolls-Royce dealership. Otherwise, they wouldn't only sell a few cars a month. Therefore, a customer who commands such attention from a Rolls-Royce dealership must be incredibly powerful. The girl became curious about the VIP the security guard mentioned.
What kind of important person is he? That's why Rolls-Royce dealerships treat it with such grandeur. Excuse me, miss.
Despite the girl with pigtails pleading, the security guard at the door remained unmoved and said firmly, "This is the manager's order."
I don't want to spoil your fun. Please come back another day. All right.
Hearing the security guard say that, the girl with pigtails was a little annoyed and prepared to turn around and leave.
Just then, Jiang Han came out of the VIP room.
Accompanied by the store manager and sales staff, they arrived at the entrance of the 4S store. Because new cars require a series of trivial matters such as registration, insurance, and configuration selection.
So the car can only be picked up in a week. After all, this is real life. It can't be like a system that tells you to get a car and has it immediately placed in front of you.
Jiang Han didn't care about this. As long as I can get the car before university starts, that's fine. Just as Jiang Han arrived at the door, ready to go home, he suddenly saw the girl with pigtails standing outside. A look of surprise appeared on his face.
Unexpectedly. I ran into an old acquaintance here?
Jiang Han stepped forward and greeted the girl with pigtails, "Senior Lin, what are you doing here?"
Hearing someone call her name, the girl with pigtails turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "Junior Jiang, is that you?"
"Yes."
Jiang Han smiled and nodded.
This girl with pigtails is named Lin Wanner, and she is also a student at Shanghai No. 1 High School. However, she was a year older than Jiang Han. The two met because they both participated in the school's newspaper. After 2 semesters, we've become quite familiar with each other. However, Jiang Han has never seen Lin Wanner since she was admitted to the Shanghai Theater Academy. After all, the two were just ordinary friends. At this moment, Jiang Han met her again here and felt a little surprised.
I'm asking you, sweet girl with twin ponytails. What man wouldn't like that?
Moreover, Lin Wanner is not only sweet-looking, but also has a very voluptuous figure. Her full breasts are so alluring that they make people want to seduce her. She is the kind of person who is a perfect clothes hanger.
At this moment, the store manager was following behind Jiang Han. Seeing this, he tactfully walked over and asked, "Mr. Jiang, is this your girlfriend?" Jiang Han nodded and smiled, Female friend, by the way, Senior Lin, are you here to buy a car? Want to join a group buy with me? Maybe we can get a discount." After hearing their conversation, Lin Wanner was stunned. Who would have thought that the VIP the security guard at the gate was referring to was actually Jiang, my junior? This is unbelievable. How come I never noticed when I was in school that there was such a hidden rich kid around me? Lin Wanner shook her head and said nervously, "No. No, how could I afford a Rolls-Royce? I'm just here to film a video." After the college entrance examination,
Lin Wanner registered an account on Bilibili and became a content creator
after a summer of hard work.
In addition, she has excellent personal qualities and quickly accumulated nearly 200,000 fans.
He relies on donations from netizens and the production of a few sponsored videos.
Her monthly income was enough to cover her expenses at university, with some left over. She came here today to shoot footage, which she plans to post online in a couple of days.
Unexpectedly, I ran into Jiang Han here. I see. Jiang Han nodded and looked at the store manager beside him, asking, "Won't her filming videos here affect your work?" No. It won't affect anything.
The store manager quickly waved his hand and said, "We welcome you to film videos."
Since she is Mr. John's female friend. Then come in and take pictures as you like. Ms. Lin, which car would you like to photograph? We'll get the keys right now and show you around for a test ride. Hearing this, Lin Wanner was overjoyed. I thought I was going to come all this way for nothing. Unexpectedly, I ran into Jiang, my junior. Moreover, he was a VIP customer of the store, and as a result, he received preferential treatment as well.
The store manager actually let her choose any car to take pictures of. I also need to give her the keys for a test drive. It's worth noting that even top bloggers don't necessarily receive this kind of treatment. It's only for automotive bloggers in a specific niche.
Unexpectedly, this little content creator. It's amazing to actually experience what it's like to be a big internet celebrity.
However, Lin Wanner also knew this.
The reason they received such treatment was entirely due to Jiang Han's influence. So she turned to Jiang Han and said sweetly, "Junior Jiang, are you free later? After I finish filming the video, could I treat you to lunch?"
Okay.
In response to the senior's invitation, Jiang Han readily agreed.
It's almost lunchtime now, and by the time I drive back to eat, it will be too late. It would be better to wait until Lin Wanner finishes filming the video footage and then go out for a meal with her.
Who knows, something else might happen. Chapter 38 Junior, please help me. Because Lin Wanner wanted to film a video. So Jiang Han followed her back into the exhibition hall.
With him as a super big customer, Lin Wanner also got to enjoy the 4S store's star-level service. The Rolls-Royce dealership manager personally accompanied Lin Wanner as she toured all the cars in the showroom. And with Jiang Han's consent,
he had a female salesperson take Lin Wanner for a spin in his newly ordered Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After Lin Wanner returned, her cute, loli-like face flushed with excitement. The quality and richness of this episode's video far exceeded her initial expectations. Among videos on the same theme, she is probably one of the very few. After all, very few content creators on Bilibili, a Chinese video sharing website, can enjoy such VIP treatment. The store manager accompanied the entire process, including a test drive of a luxury car worth millions. Unless they can also spend 23 million here first.
Or perhaps you have a super rich friend who's willing to stay by your side and help with the filming. After Lin Wanner finished filming the footage she needed, she excitedly said to Jiang Han, "Junior Jiang, thank you so much this time. If the video gets over 1 million views, I'll treat you to a big meal." A video with 1 million views on Bilibili is of high quality. Even top content creators with millions of followers can't guarantee that every video they post will reach that number of views. If her video gets over 1 million views, she can earn a large sum of incentive money from Bilibili.
You can also gain a lot of followers. Filming videos here today has really made me rich. Jiang Han laughed and joked, "You only treat me to a big meal after getting 1 million views? That's so insincere. So how do you want me to thank you? Just tell me, I'll get you anything that's available."
Lin Wanner patted her full chest, looking righteous and chivalrous. Jiang Han reached out and tugged at her pigtails, saying, "Stop taking pictures, or they'll droop."
You should think about where to eat now.
When Jiang Han grabbed her twin ponytails, Lin Wanner's cute, loli-like face immediately turned pink. This is also one of her major characteristics. Other girls, if they're shy, will turn red. She turned pink, just like a peach.
They're incredibly cute and kawaii. She pouted and huffed, "Junior Jiang, you pulled my hair again. I'm going to get angry if you do that again."
Although Lin Wanner tried her best to appear angry. Unfortunately, her lowly voice is a bit cloyingly sweet, as if she's being coquettish.
It has absolutely no deterrent effect. Jiang Han didn't linger for long.
After re-examining the feel of his hand, he let go and said, "Let's go, get in the car first."
Lin Wanner asked curiously, "Did you drive here? Are you a pig? How did I get here if I hadn't driven?" Jiang Han chuckled and joked. "Humph, you're the pig. You could have taken the subway. I'm not like you, a rich dog. How come I never noticed before?"
Lin Wanner retorted, unconvinced. The two chatted and laughed as they walked to the entrance of the 4S store. Lin Wanner was once again shocked when she saw Jiang Han start the prestigious and cool Aston Martin 177.
"So this Aston Martin is yours?" "Yes, it's the real deal,"
Jiang Han said with a smile. Lin Wanner was speechless for a moment. A few days ago, when she saw a video of this Aston Martin on Douyin, she was amazed at how many rich people there were in Shanghai. Top-tier supercars that cost tens of millions of dollars are commonplace. To my utter surprise, this car actually belonged to my junior schoolmate, Zhang Han.
Alright, get in the car. Zhang Han smiled and pointed to the passenger seat. Lin Wanner nodded blankly and stepped forward to sit down. Because it was so shocking, and it was my first time riding in a sports car. Ah! A gasp of surprise followed.
Lin Wanner almost fell over in the passenger seat, looking extremely disheveled.
Zhang Han immediately realized that this must be Lin Wanner's first time riding in a sports car.
I didn't know that I should lower my center of gravity before going in. Then he fell down. Lin Wanner was on the verge of tears at this point, and could only plead pitifully.
Junior, can you help me up?
Faced with Lin Wanner's request, Zhang Han naturally felt obligated to help. He bent down and gently adjusted her posture. The sports car is quite cramped, and with the two of them pressed together, some physical contact was inevitable, instantly creating a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere. However, Zhang Han did not take the opportunity to take advantage of Lin Wanner.
Joke. Would a man of integrity do such a despicable and vile thing? Unless, it was that twisted system that made me do it.
Lin Wanner glanced at Zhang Han, her pretty face blushing slightly. She never expected that she would make such a big fool of herself in front of Zhang Han. Fortunately, no one else witnessed this embarrassing scene.
Otherwise, she'll never be able to face anyone again.
No, even if Zhang sees it, it's not allowed. After Zhang Han got into the driver's seat, Lin Wanner waved her little fist and threatened, "Junior Jiang, you didn't see anything just now, right?"
Zhang Han nodded seriously and said solemnly, "Yes."
Lin Wanner gripped her pigtails tightly, looking as if she were in excruciating pain. Then, in a soft, cute lowly voice, she pleaded softly, "Junior, please don't tell anyone, okay?" Zhang Han rolled his eyes speechlessly.
"What do you take me for? I'm not a pervert. Besides, how can you blame me for what happened just now? You fell down on your own. I can't gouge out your eyes, can I?"
Seeing Zhang Han's righteous demeanor, for some reason, Lin Wanner's sense of shame subsided considerably. She said in a sweet, coquettish tone, "Oh dear, I just fell down by accident."
"So, be more careful next time. You only got lucky by running into an honest person like me.
If it were anyone else, you would have suffered a great loss today." Zhang Han continued seriously.
"Humph, you call yourself an honest person? Back when we were in the club, who was it that secretly pulled my ponytail every day?"
Lin Wanner said angrily. "Let bygones be bygones, for life is full of trials and tribulations."
"Let bygones be bygones." Zhang Han gave Lin Wanner a melancholy look.
His elegant and noble demeanor captivated Lin Wanner instantly.
"Jiang, he's so charming." After a while, she came to her senses.
Xiao said shyly, "Then you said it, let bygones be bygones, and we're not allowed to bring it up again."
"Okay, no problem."
Zhang Han nodded, then emphasized, "But you can't forget the big meal you promised me."
"I've got it in mind.
If the video gets over 1 million views, you'll treat me to a big meal."
Hee, I don't want to hear it, this is all in the past, la la la.
Lin Wanner happily swayed her pigtails. Amidst laughter and conversation, Zhang Han drove his Aston Martin to the nearby business center. The two casually found a Cantonese restaurant to have lunch.
Zhang Han looked at Lin Wanner, who was rubbing her tummy and saying she was so full, and teased her with a smile, "Stop rubbing it, it won't get smaller no matter how much you rub it."
"Humph.
I won't listen.
Lin Wanner, unwilling to accept defeat, increased the frequency.
Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "Where are you going later?" "I'll give you a ride." "Oh, no need, I'm going back to school later, it's quite far from here."
"I can take the subway by myself."
Lin Wanner instinctively refused.
The Shanghai Theater Academy is about an hour away from the East New District. Asking Zhang Han to deliver it would be too much trouble.
"It's okay, I don't have anything to do this afternoon anyway,"
Zhang Han said indifferently.
Thank you then, Junior."
As they spoke, the two stood up and prepared to leave.
Because of Lin Wanner's insistence, she paid for the meal.
It wasn't expensive, the two of us ate for a little over 300 yuan.
This is considered normal spending in Shanghai. Back in his Aston Martin, Zhang Han started the car and asked, "By the way, Senior, which campus of the Drama Academy are you at?" The Shanghai Theatre Academy is the same as Fudan University. There are several campuses. It would be embarrassing if you drove to the wrong place. I'm at Huashan campus now. Hey, I haven't asked you yet, Junior, how did you do on your college entrance exam this year? Which university did you apply to? Lin Warner asked curiously. The Aston Martin sped out of the parking lot.
Zhang Han, with one hand on the steering wheel, casually said, I applied to the economics department of Fudan University. Wow, Junior, you truly deserve to be called a top student.
It's Fudan University's economics department. That's their flagship program. Lin Warner's eyes revealed an expression of admiration. For art students like them, it's a different story compared to students with good academic performance. Actually, I admire him quite a bit. Because, generally speaking, students who choose the path of art exams usually have average talent in academic subjects. Therefore, seeing top students can easily remind one of the fear of being dominated in the past. It's all right,
Zhang Han said calmly. As a top student whose college entrance examination scores rank among the top 20 in Shanghai #1 high school, he said he was used to such praise. If it weren't for the fact that the air quality in Beijing is bad, and I'm too lazy to go too far from home. Getting into top universities like Tsinghua and Peking University isn't something you can just do casually.
Seeing Zhang Han's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Warner felt a little annoyed. Do you have to be so calm?
They rarely praise people. But when I think about how Zhang Han is not only a super VIP at the Rolls-Royce 4S store, but also drives a limited edition top-of-the-line supercar worth $500 million, I realize that he is a true VIP.
He must be surrounded by beautiful women who flatter him on a daily basis. I may just be one of the insignificant ones. Zhang Han's intervention today is probably just because the two are alumni. Instead of what I had imagined, that I did it because I had feelings for her. Perhaps she wasn't as special as she imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Warner became somewhat sullen, and her cute, childlike face turned glum. A person sat silently in the passenger seat.
Zhang Han was somewhat puzzled.
This woman's mood is just like the weather in June. It can change in an instant. They were laughing and joking just a moment ago, but now they're unhappy.
No wonder Confucius said, women and petty men are the most difficult to deal with.
The ancients were right. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Han's mind. Drop. System daily task issued. Please place your hand on Lin Warner's thigh for at least 60 seconds.
Mission rewards, 1 billion in cash, perfect singing voice and guitar playing skills, and 1 bottle of S-grade body enhancement potion, which will greatly enhance the host's physical attributes after consumption.
Chapter 39 I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. I saw this task.
Zhang Han was speechless. He's clearly a sunny and positive young man, so why does the system keep issuing tasks that don't fit his character?
Aside from being utterly insane and mad.
He had nothing more to say.
Damn it. That's it.
As for the task rewards, this time the system didn't choose to give company shares, but instead gave cash directly. This surprised Zhang Han a little.
However, he was quite happy.
Now that he's bought the Cullinan and the Mirage, he doesn't have much money left.
Although the company offers dividends, aside from the initial small amount received, it's estimated that we'll have to wait until the next quarter to receive any more dividends. So right now, this 1 billion is still very important to Zhang Han. Moreover, in a sense, 1 billion yuan in cash is actually more valuable than many shares.
After all, shares are just wealth on paper. Once the company goes bankrupt, they become worthless. Countless businesses have died due to cash flow disruptions.
Cash flow is the lifeline of a company.
Many companies with a market value of hundreds of billions may not even be able to come up with a few hundred million in cash.
Zhang Han is currently preparing to collaborate with Tang Yun to establish a new cosmetics company, but there is a funding gap.
The little money he had before was definitely not enough. Because he has a huge plan.
If this is achieved, its influence in China will increase dramatically.
Although it's possible to get L'Oreal Group and Chateau Lafite Rothschild to send some money over.
However, it must first be approved by the board of directors.
After all, it's a listed company, not a private enterprise, so it has to follow the necessary rules and procedures.
Moreover, both companies are foreign-owned enterprises, and transferring money to domestic accounts requires going through many review procedures. It's very troublesome. It's not as simple and direct as having the system transfer money to you.
In addition, there's a perfect singing voice, guitar playing skills, and an S-grade body enhancement potion. Jung Han had no reason to refuse. Especially that S-grade body enhancement potion.
Jung Han was determined to win.
He's a man determined to give all the lovely ladies a warm home.
How can one achieve this great ideal without a healthy body? As for how to complete this task,
at a traffic light intersection, Jung Han saw a bus parked right next to them and immediately had a plan in mind.
Jung Han smiled and said, I suddenly remembered an old joke. I don't know if you've heard it before? What joke is it? Lin Warner asked curiously.
Smoking Zhonghua cigarettes, driving a Lamborghini, listening to slow rock DJ music, with his girlfriend sitting in the passenger seat showing off her long legs, and casually putting his hand on her leg while waiting at a traffic light.
This life, TSK TSK TSK.
I saw it all clearly from the bus. As he spoke, Jung Han seemingly casually placed his hand on Lin Warner's milky thigh. The system's timer beeped in my mind.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Lin Warner shuddered instinctively. That cute little girl's face instantly turned pink. For a moment, she dared not look Jung Han in the eye. She turned her head to look out the window, clenching her little fists. It was as if they were enduring something. After Jung Han finished telling the whole joke, timing it perfectly, he waited until the last minute. Lin Warner said in a tone that sounded like she was about to cry, Well, Junior, now that you've finished your joke, can you let go of my hand? Her soft, sweet, childlike voice perfectly complemented her shy expression. Jung Han almost slipped and swerved the steering wheel. Fortunately, the driver's superb driving skills provided a safety net, quickly averting the danger. He was so frightened that he quickly breathed a sigh of relief.
58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Drop. Time's up. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards, 1 billion in cash, perfect singing voice, and guitar playing skills. Reward, 1 bottle of S-grade body enhancement potion. Drinking this potion will greatly enhance the host's physical attributes in all aspects. The potion is stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. System notifications kept ringing in Jung Han's mind. The next second, his phone received a bank text message notification that 1 billion yuan had been deposited into his account. Much knowledge about singing techniques and guitar playing techniques also came to mind. Jung Han reluctantly let go of her hand, coughed twice and said, Well, sorry, I got too into the joke just now and couldn't help but get carried away. Lin Warner was speechless for a moment, then rolled her eyes cutely. Junior, I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. At the same time, my mind couldn't help but start wandering. Was Jung Han indirectly confessing his feelings to himself when he told this joke? While waiting at a traffic light, I casually put my hand on my girlfriend's leg, just now his hand was on my leg too. Could it be? Was he hinting that he wanted to be her girlfriend? Oh dear, how could my junior be so wicked? Even if she's your girlfriend, you can't act like that right from the start. They haven't even agreed yet. Lin Warner puffed out her cute little face and said timidly, Junior, aren't we moving a little too fast? Can you give me some time to adjust? Jung Han was stunned when he heard this. Lowly Senior, what are you talking to me about? Why did it suddenly become giving you some time to adjust? You haven't even thought about it yet, and you're already trying to adapt? Nothing happened at all. Oh, no, that's not right. I just put my hand on my senior's thigh. But seeing how hard the senior student was working on the bus, her legs must have gone numb. Is it wrong for a junior to help a senior relax? Sigh, it's all the system's fault. A handsome and charming man like me is destined to be misunderstood by the world and bear pressure that I shouldn't have at my age. My heart hurts so much. Jung Han sighed softly and said, It's okay, senior. I can wait. Don't rush, take your time to get used to it. Seeing Jung Han's understanding expression, Lin Warner nodded gratefully. Junior, you're such a nice guy. Chapter 40 Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. An hour later. A cool and stylish Aston Martin 177 was parked in front of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. It attracted the attention of many passers-by. The imposing wing door slowly rose, and Lin Warner, blushing, carefully stepped out of the passenger seat. This time, thanks to experience and carefulness, I didn't fall again. I saw many people looking at me with envy and curiosity, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Lin Warner felt inexplicably happy. She has the personality of enjoying the attention of others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to apply to the Shanghai Theatre Academy and become a content creator on Bilibili.
However, in reality, it's extremely difficult to become the center of attention. After all, even the most beautiful woman walking down the street can hardly cause as much of a sensation as a top-of-the-line supercar. This was the first time she had ever been looked at with such envy by everyone around her.
Lin Wanner said softly, "Junior Jiang, thank you for bringing me back. I'll go inside now."
Okay, I wish you success in getting over 1 million views on this video.
Don't forget the big meal when it does. Zhang Han chuckled and joked. Hee, I've already forgotten. Lin Wanner made a funny face, then happily swayed her 2 pigtails back to her dormitory, ready to start editing video footage. The reason she didn't go home during the holidays was because she liked the atmosphere of working in the dormitory.
It is relatively efficient. When I get home, most of my time is always wasted on various unexpected trivial matters.
Hu Jingyi, who was also staying on campus in the dormitory, asked with concern when she saw Lin Wanner return, "Oh, Wanner, you're back. How did the filming of this Rolls-Royce 4S store video go?"
"That's great, we captured a lot of footage." Lin Wanner placed the bag on the table and replied with a smile.
"Don't be disappointed if you don't have much material.
When I first went to do a live stream, the staff there didn't let me film too much either."
Hu Jingyi was talking to herself when she suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait, what did you say? Lots of material? That can't be."
Lin Wanner took out her phone with a grin and said proudly, "I was lucky today. I ran into one of my junior classmates who was buying a car there, and then the 4S store manager accompanied me to take pictures of the whole store. He also test drove the Cullinan and Phantom. He bought the footage is enough to edit several videos.
After all, she's a girl, so it's inevitable that she'll have the desire to share and show off." Lin Wanner was no exception.
Upon hearing this, Hu Jingyi was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. "Wanner, you have such a rich junior?"
"I didn't know. He even bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Phantom."
"Yes, I heard it costs over 20 million in total." Lin Wanner vividly described the diamond VIP treatment she enjoyed at the Rolls-Royce 4S store.
"Ugh. I'm so jealous. Why was I only allowed to stand at the entrance when I went to do the livestream?" Hu Jingyi was so angry she almost cried.
Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she put her hands together and rubbed against Lin Wanner like a little fox. "Wanner, could you introduce this junior of yours to me?
I've been having a really tough time lately. If I don't get support from my guild, they're going to abandon me." "Go away. Don't even think about it, you little vixen. I'm not going to push my junior into this fire pit." Lin Wanner's cute, lowly-like face became wary. Her roommate was born with a foxy, seductive face. She looks exactly like Daji, the fox spirit from ancient legends. Although still somewhat green, it already has a hint of bringing disaster to the country and its people. If I introduced Zhang Han to her, wouldn't that be like voluntarily putting myself in a cuckold's position? Just as Lin Wanner and Hu Jingyi were playing around, Zhang Han drove into a 5-star hotel. The reason he didn't go directly back to mansion number 1 was that he was worried that taking the S-grade body enhancement potion would cause a big commotion. If Mu Xiaoye sees this, it will be hard to explain. After checking in at the front desk and entering the elevator, Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a little excited. Just how effective is this S-grade body enhancement potion? If it were like the super soldier serum in the movies, that would be incredibly awesome. After entering the guest room, Zhang Han closed the door and then locked it. He couldn't wait any longer and silently chanted in his mind, "Cash out the enhancement potion." A crystal-clear glass bottle instantly appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the pale blue liquid in the glass bottle emitted an eerie glow. It looks incredibly mysterious. Zhang Han didn't rush to take the medicine. Instead, he went to the bathroom in the guest room and filled the bathtub with hot water. Then I lay down inside. Based on his many years of experience reading novels, when taking body-strengthening drugs, there will almost always be a segment where the body eliminates toxins. If you drink in your hotel room while still dressed, the stench will inevitably arouse suspicion. Lying in the bathhouse beforehand will prevent those problems from occurring. I really am a clever little devil. After silently praising his own cleverness, Zhang Han opened the glass bottle and drank the S-grade body enhancement potion. It tastes pretty good, refreshing and cool, a bit like iced tea. This was Zhang Han's first reaction. Then he suddenly felt his whole body burning hot, as if he had a high fever. The water in the bathtub started to boil and bubble. Under Zhang Han's watchful gaze, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Within a few seconds, his upper body developed well-proportioned muscle lines.
8 chiseled abs came into his view.
After that, all sorts of things like V-lines and shark muscles appeared. Those muscle lines looked as if they had been meticulously sculpted by a master stone sculptor. Flowing like clouds in water, with sharp edges and distinct features.
Moreover, although the muscle mass is obvious, it does not appear bulky at all. It even gives people a very harmonious feeling.
Like a nimble cheetah, with a perfectly streamlined body and explosive power. Especially when paired with his height of over 1.8 meters, he looks incredibly stylish, instantly outshining all the sexy male celebrities on screen. Jiang Han stood up contentedly, but suddenly remembered something and looked down.
Holy crap! Bro, you upgraded too. Awesome.
After rinsing away the foul-smelling hot water from the bathtub, Jiang Han took a shower and changed his clothes.
I went into the living room and started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. 97, 98, 99, 100.
In just half a minute, Jiang Han easily did 100 push-ups with one hand. Moreover, his face didn't turn red, his heart didn't race, and he wasn't out of breath.
I don't feel tired at all. He then gave his jumping ability a little test.
They jumped directly from one side of the guest room to the other. The ceiling, which is over 3 meters high, can be touched with a simple jump.
Awesome.
Jiang Han simply didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment.
Because it was so awesome. You simply cannot imagine how wonderful it is to have a strong, healthy, and energetic body. He was a senior in high school and had a heavy academic workload.
Although I pay attention to exercising regularly, I am inevitably in a sub-healthy state. They frequently experience minor ailments such as bleeding gums and mouth ulcers. But now, after drinking this S-grade body enhancement potion, he has been completely transformed and feels incredibly refreshed.
It feels like my genetic level has been elevated.
After getting used to the changes in his body, Jiang Han left the hotel. I drove my Aston Martin 177 to One Bun Mansion.
I have a little bit of expectation in my heart.
I'm getting ready to share my joy with my little maid, Mu Xiaoye. Let her experience the benefits of physical enhancement as well. As the saying goes, it's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. A person as dedicated as him would naturally want to pass on his positive energy to his little maid.
Let her enrich herself too. Chapter 41: The Prepared Dowry. Half an hour later.
Jiang Han pushed open the door with a mischievous grin, ready to find the little maid to spread positive energy. They found Tang Yun sitting on the sofa in the living room, chatting with Mu Xiaoye.
Depend on.
Jiang Han, who was in the middle of his excitement, suddenly felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and his whole body deflated.
Mu Xiaoye saw Jiang Han come in and said happily, "Oh, Master, you're back." "Yes." Jiang Han said listlessly, "And Tang, you're back too." Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han suspiciously. "Why does it feel like he's looking down on me? Didn't she always seem quite happy when I saw her before?" However, she didn't think much of it. Instead, she took out a document from her bag and said, "Jiang Han, I've had a lawyer draft a contract." "What do you think?" Ever since Jiang Han said he wanted to start a company with her, Tang Yun has changed her way of addressing him from Xiao Zhang to Jiang Han. This means that the two are communicating on an equal footing. Jiang Han casually picked up the contract. The content is actually quite simple. Just like what Jiang Han said before. It's simply that Tang Yun used her original Yunmeng Beauty Company as an investment, taking a 15% stake in the new company. Jiang Han then invested capital and patents, acquiring 80% of the shares and becoming the company's largest shareholder. Jiang Han frowned at just a tiny difference in the contract. It's related to Mu Xiaoye's 5% stake. Jiang Han originally planned to give the shares directly to Mu Xiaoye, but the contract stated that Tang Yun would help inject 50 million renminbi. He pointed to the contract and asked, "Aunt Tang, what's going on with this clause? Didn't we agree that I would give the shares to Xiaoye? How did it become that you helped inject 50 million yuan?" Tang Yun explained with a smile, "Jiang Han, you've already helped our family enough. I would really feel guilty if you gave Xiaoyu more shares. Consider this my dowry for Xiaoye. Anyway, she only listens to you now, and she won't listen to anything I say." "Mom! What nonsense are you talking about?" Mu Xiaoye blushed and said with dissatisfaction. They were too embarrassed to look up at Jiang Han. "What do you mean by preparing a dowry for me? She's still just a little baby, not planning on getting married yet."
Zhang Han felt quite embarrassed upon hearing this.
Is this the legendary mother-in-law entrusting her daughter with something?
He hadn't even received his marriage certificate yet, and Tang Yun had already pulled this stunt on him.
This caught Zhang Han off guard. It's definitely not easy to refuse.
Since Tang Yun has already said that, if he refuses again, it will seem like he is consciously avoiding the issue of marriage.
Not only will Tang Yun be unhappy, but Mu Xiaoye will probably be sad as well. But if he accepts it, wouldn't that be tantamount to confirming Mu Xiaoye's status? They've already accepted the dowry, so what's the point of explaining their relationship? As expected, experience matters. With a simple investment, Tang Yun has created a difficult problem for herself. But Zhang Han wasn't too panicked. He's not even of legal marriage age yet. They have plenty of time to deal with it. Who can say for sure what will happen a few years from now?
Who knows, Tang Yun herself might change her mind by then.
Zhang Han readily agreed. Since you've said so, Aunt Tang, I definitely agree.
However, 50 million seems a bit low. Let me add another 50 million, making it 100 million in total, which is just right for 5%. Having just received 1 billion yuan in cash, taking out 50 million yuan is really just a drop in the ocean.
Moreover, this move is quite ingenious. If Tang Yun were to take out 50 million yuan separately, that money would truly become Mu Xiaoye's dowry.
With Zhang Han adding another 50 million, the investment became a pure capital injection.
Tang Yun was also surprised. Zhang Han actually managed to pull this trick.
Although she could propose to invest 100 million yuan all by herself. But that 50 million is all the cash Tang Yun currently has. Even if we wanted to increase it further, we simply lack the resources. She could only nod silently in agreement. Alright, then we'll do as Zhang Han says. After finalizing the shareholding and capital injection arrangements, Zhang Han and Tang Yun began discussing the factory and medicinal herb base. These two are the company's top priorities.
It also involves Zhang Han's grand plan.
Zhang Han had no choice but to be cautious. After discussing it for a while and finalizing their initial ideas, Zhang Han received a cross-border phone call. It was called from France. After Zhang Han answered the call, he heard a girl speak in broken Chinese.
Hello Mr. Jiang, I am Diana, the housekeeper of Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
To celebrate Mr. Jiang becoming a major shareholder of our Chateau Lafite Rothschild, all the staff at the chateau have prepared a surprise gift for you.
We hope you like it.
Zhang Han was stunned for a moment, not expecting that it was the butler of Chateau Lafite Rothschild who called.
She even prepared a surprise gift for herself.
Little girl, you've really broadened your path.
That's so clever, I like it. However, Diana's Chinese was so bad that Zhang Han felt a headache listening to her speak. Zhang Han smiled and said in fluent English, "It's okay, you can speak English, I understand you." Zhang Han is now fluent in 8 languages.
His English proficiency was comparable to that of senior professors at foreign language institutes, and his accent was the most authentic, elegant, and sophisticated London accent. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem communicating in English.
Diana was surprised to find that Zhang Han's English was so good. And the pronunciation is so authentic. They're just like the English royal family, who have undergone rigorous training. So noble, so elegant. Diana thought to herself. The winery's new major shareholder is probably no ordinary person.
She stammered in English, "Mr. Jiang, your erudition is truly astonishing.
It is an honor to serve such an elegant gentleman as you. All the staff at our winery are eagerly anticipating your visit."
Put.
Zhang Han almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, Diana's English was just as bad.
He suddenly realized that Diana, being French, did not speak English as her native language. So Zhang Han could only bite the bullet and say, "I also look forward to visiting France in the future and seeing the beautiful Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Thank you for the gift."
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Listening to Diana speak was pure torture. Mu Xiaoye, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "Master, who was it? Why is it suddenly speaking English? And what was that, thanking you for the gifts?"
Her English was so she only vaguely understood a little bit. Zhang Han smiled and said, "I just bought a winery a couple of days ago, and the housekeeper there said he had prepared a surprise gift for me."
Wow! Really? Mu Xiaoye was a little excited.
Winery, a word brimming with romanticism. It has a unique appeal to girls. Almost every girl has fantasized about strolling through an elegant and beautiful manor with the person she likes. Then enjoy a bottle of wine that you and your loved one made together.
Just thinking about it makes me incredibly happy. Tang Yun, standing nearby, asked curiously, which winery is it? Is it in France?
She was quite interested in this as well. At the same time, people are curious about what kind of winery Jiang Han, a billionaire, will buy.
Women are naturally inclined to gossip. Jiang Han said calmly, yes, it's Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Oh, so it's Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
You said what? Chateau Lafite Rothschild?
Tang Yun nodded subconsciously, then was so startled she almost jumped off the sofa.
This is Chateau Lafite Rothschild, the world's top wine estate.
The premier of the 5 great wineries.
Is it really necessary to be so calm?
It's like you just went to the market and bought a head of cabbage.
Chapter 42: An unexpected encounter with Zhou Yutong. Seeing Jiang Han's nonchalant demeanor, Tang Yun was utterly shocked. They bought one of the world's top wine estates and they're still so calm about it. This is truly something else.
At the same time, her curiosity about Jiang Han grew stronger.
Who exactly is this young man? Not only is it a major shareholder of L'Oréal Group, but it has also bought Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Just thinking about it is terrifying and unbelievable. Just how terrifying are his background and power?
Mu Xiaoye wasn't as excited as her mother because she didn't understand the value of Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Moreover, in her mind, Jiang Han was an omnipotent being.
What does buying a Chateau Lafite Rothschild mean?
She said with a grin, so, does that mean we can drink red wine for free from now on?
Ha ha ha. Yes.
Jiang Han was amused by Mu Xiaoye, and playfully pinched her nose, saying, not only will you be able to drink red wine for free from now on, but I'll also have the winery make a limited edition red wine with your name on it, okay?
It'll be called Xiaoye, a special red wine for a special you.
Perhaps they've become thick-skinned, or perhaps they've gained experience. He can spout such witty remarks without hesitation. Moreover, as a major shareholder of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, it would be incredibly easy for Jiang Han to release a limited edition wine.
It's just a matter of him saying a few words. Wow. Really? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye was so happy she almost fainted. Naming a wine after yourself is so romantic.
She exclaimed excitedly, then I want to make this wine with you.
Okay, no problem.
Jiang Han readily agreed, when we have some free time in the future, let's go to Chateau Lafite Rothschild for a couple of days, pick grapes ourselves, make our own wine, watch the sunset, and go horseback riding. Mu Xiaoye was instantly moved by the romantic scene described by Jiang Han.
Strolling elegantly with your loved one.
In a beautiful vineyard, we picked grapes together and made red wine. Then they snuggled together, watching the brilliant sunset. Just thinking about it made her feel numb all over.
That was the current of happiness.
She looked at Jiang Han with tender affection, oblivious to the fact that her mother, Tang Yun, was still beside her.
She pounced into his arms and gave him a hard peck. Master, why are you so good to me? Wa'ada. I really like you.
Tang Yun, who was standing nearby, felt very uncomfortable seeing this scene. She is a woman too, and she also yearns for a romantic life. The scene Jiang Han described also filled her with anticipation. Especially when Jiang Han said he wanted to name a wine after Xiaoyu.
Even though she was Mu Xiaoye's mother, she couldn't help but feel a sense of jealousy. Yes, she was jealous. Because no woman in the world can resist Jiang Han's romantic offensive. You know, this is Lafite, the world's top wine estate.
If Jiang Han really did use Mu Xiaoye's name to get Lafite to release a red wine,
their love story is destined to be known by the whole world.
And it will be passed down forever.
They're like the prince and princess in a beautiful love story. Everyone envies him.
King Yu of Zhou played the beacon fire prank on the feudal lords, all to win a smile from Bao Si. Perhaps in the eyes of historians, this was a manifestation of King Yu of Zhou's incompetence and tyranny.
This is outrageous and absurd. However, in the eyes of women, King Yu of Zhou's behavior was quite romantic and devoted. If she were Bao Si, she might even fall in love with King Yu of Zhou.
In Tang Yun's view, Jiang Han's actions were just as romantic as the story of the feudal lords playing with fire.
This is a very extravagant act.
It's probably only someone from a top-tier wealthy family like Jiang Han who could do something like that.
Tang Yun looked at Mu Xiaoye's undisguised sweet smile. My mind was in complete turmoil.
Especially when you see Jiang Han's handsome, charming, and masculine face.
He couldn't help but recall the little accident that had happened between the two of them before.
Tang Yun shook her head vigorously and quickly stood up, saying,
I'm going to the restroom.
Then he left the living room in a somewhat disheveled state. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would lose her composure in front of Mu Xiaoye and Jiang Han. Tang Yun ran to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face.
I felt a little calmer after that. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. Tang Yun, oh Tang Yun. Please don't do anything foolish.
Mu Xiaoye was unaware of her mother's unusual behavior and nestled happily in Jiang Han's arms. She gently pinched Jiang Han's shoulder with her small hands.
This pinch. Then I realized something was wrong. Wow, master. Your shoulders are so strong and broad.
Jiang Han thought to himself that he had just drunk an S-grade body enhancement potion. It would be strange if your shoulders weren't strong.
However, he certainly couldn't say this to the little maid. He smiled slightly and said, So, do you like it? Mu Xiaoye blushed and said,
Just as Jiang Han was about to show her his 8-pack abs,
his phone rang.
It was a message from the housekeeper. Lucy, Mr. Jiang, we received a package from Chateau Lafite Rothschild in France.
Would you like us to bring it up for you?
Jiang Han knew that this must be the surprise gift Diana had mentioned.
He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. What gift would Chateau Lafite Rothschild give to this major shareholder? Could it be a 1982 Lafite? Ha ha. It sounds very high class. He is probably the only one in the world who can be sure that the 1982 Lafite he drinks is genuine. Jiang Han quickly replied, Okay, bring it up. 10 minutes later. The doorbell rang.
Jiang Han knew that Lucy must have arrived.
He pushed open the door and saw that, sure enough, it was true. Lucy, dressed in a butler's uniform, stood prettily outside the door.
Several staff members from the No. 1 Mansion Property Management were standing behind him. They were pushing several small carts, each carrying 5 or 6 cases of red wine. Jiang Han glanced at it and estimated there were more than 20 boxes. Lucy took out a beautifully designed postcard from her pocket and said, Mr. Jiang, this is a letter that came with the express delivery. Jiang Han opened it and saw a line of crooked Chinese writing on it. Dear Mr. Jiang, this is a small gift specially prepared for you by all the staff of our Chateau Lafite Rothschild winery.
We hope you like it. Your faithful servant, Diana.
Jiang Han smiled, stuffed the postcard into his pocket, and said, Thank you for your hard work.
Please help me carry it in while you're at it. It's not hard work, it's what we should do.
One of the staff members quickly waved his hand and said. Just as they were preparing to move the wine into the room, the elevator doors next to the corridor suddenly opened.
A cool girl dressed in trendy fashion brands walked out.
She had long, slender legs and fair skin, and was still wearing large sunglasses that covered most of her face.
However, it couldn't hide her outstanding temperament. This person is a very popular actress. The new generation's leading lady, Jiang Han's neighbor. Zhou Yutong.
If her fans knew that the pure, elegant, and graceful actress on screen actually dresses so fashionably and hotly in real life,
that would probably shock everyone. Upon seeing Jiang Han, she greeted him, Hey handsome, are you moving things?
Yes, the staff brought over some alcohol,
Jiang Han said with a smile.
Lucy, who was standing nearby, bowed respectfully upon seeing Zhou Yutong and said, Hello, Miss Zhou. The other staff members were also a little excited.
You have to understand, this is Zhou Yutong. She's the most popular of the new generation of actresses.
However, as employees of No. 1 Mansion, they have all undergone rigorous training and have seen some important figures and grand occasions. They did not take any other extreme actions, but simply continued to quietly move the wine.
Wow! Is this red wine? It looks very good. Zhou Yutong couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the exquisitely designed and elegant box. The quality of the red wine that Diana sent over is unknown. But just looking at the appearance of the box, it just felt a bit unusual.
On the surface of each wine box is tattooed a golden Chinese dragon with outstretched fangs and claws.
It looks very imposing.
Moreover, next to the golden dragon, there is a line of beautiful French text and a small string of numbers. Although Jiang Han didn't recognize the meaning of the words on it. But after seeing the English abbreviation of their own name, they can guess some of the general meaning. It's nothing more than showering him with compliments.
As for the numbers, each box seems to have a different number. Some are from 1959, some from 1982, and some from 2000.
He casually pointed to the box numbered 1982 and said, "Miss Joe, take a box.
There's so much of it, I can't finish it all by myself. Consider it my gift. I've been here for several days and haven't visited you yet. I feel really bad about it."
Zhou Yutong covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer."
She doesn't know anything about red wine, let alone French.
Seeing Jiang Han's relaxed and casual attitude, they assumed it was just some ordinary, expensive red wine. After all, if it were a very expensive red wine, it would be unusual for 20 or more cases to appear at once.
That's way too exaggerated.
So she accepted it without hesitation. After all, we're neighbors, and we'll inevitably have to interact with each other frequently in the future. Refusing such a small gift seems a bit too pretentious.
After watching the staff place the case of red wine marked with the number 1982 into her home, Zhou Yutong thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I go to my house to get something."
Then, she hurriedly went inside.
5 or 6 minutes later, Zhou Yutong came out again, holding an orange box in her hand. Those familiar with luxury brands will recognize it at a glance. It's the classic Hermès orange.
Zhou Yutong handed the box to Jiang Han and said, "When I was doing an event before, the brand gave me a men's wallet.
I thought it was quite nice, so I kept it. If you don't mind, Mr. Jiang, I'll consider it a gift."
Although she accepted Jiang Han's gift, she wasn't the type to be greedy for small gains. This wallet costs at least 40,000 yuan in Hermès stores. In Zhou Yutong's opinion, this should be enough to reciprocate the gift Jiang Han gave her. After all, there were only 6 bottles in that case of red wine. Even red wines from the 5 first growth estates, except for those from special vintages.
A bottle costing 7 or 8,000 yuan is already considered to be of excellent quality. Thank you very much, Miss Zhou.
Jiang Han was not one to dawdle either, and readily accepted her gift. The two chatted casually in the corridor for a while longer. After seeing that the wine had been moved into the house, Jiang Han took the initiative to say, "Let's talk again next time."
Okay, bye-bye. Chapter 43. Are you trying to get me drunk again?
The two went into their respective homes. After closing the door, Zhou Yutong looked at the French on the box and curiously took out her phone's translation app to check it. Dedicated to the esteemed Mr. Jiang Han, from all the staff of Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Zhou Yutong was slightly startled after seeing the words on the screen. Chateau Lafite Rothschild would specifically send a bottle of wine to a particular person. This is truly a rare occurrence. As the world's #1 winery, Chateau Lafite Rothschild has an incredibly high level of prestige. I wonder how many international superstars would like to endorse Lafite. But Chateau Lafite Rothschild was quite stubborn and didn't want any of them.
Because they don't need so-called celebrities to raise the value of the winery.
The name Lafite alone signifies nobility and prestige.
The fact that such a proud winery would so humbly present a bottle of red wine to someone made Zhou Yutong almost unable to believe her eyes.
He couldn't help but wonder to himself, could my neighbor have been scammed?
As for Jiang Han deliberately using fake red wine to deceive her,
Zhou Yutong wouldn't think that way.
He's a billionaire who lives in a luxury apartment in one mansion, he shouldn't be so undignified.
Just then, her phone rang. It was Lin, the agent, calling. "Yutong, where are you?"
"We're all here, just waiting for you."
"Oh, I just got home. I'm coming right away,"
Zhou Yutong quickly said in a sweet voice. She picked up her bag and was about to go over when she suddenly remembered that there was a well-known wine collector in the industry at the dinner party that evening. Zhou Yutong took a bottle from the case of red wine that Jiang Han had given her.
"I'm going to take it over there so that person can take a look."
If her neighbor is indeed being scammed, she can subtly remind the other party, so as not to embarrass him in front of others. After all, Zhou Yutong couldn't help but have some affection for a handsome and charming guy like Jiang Han. That's just how it is in this appearance-obsessed world. Just as Zhou Yutong was rushing to the dinner party with the red wine Jiang Han had given her,
Tang Yun finally calmed down and came out of the bathroom. Seeing the wine box in the living room, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "What are these?" Jiang Han casually asked. Would Aunt Tang like some of the red wine sent from Chateau Lafite Rothschild?
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun subconsciously recalled the time she got drunk the day before yesterday afternoon. And then there was Jiang Han's warm embrace, which she found somewhat intoxicating and captivating.
Tang Yun couldn't help but blush, rolled her eyes, and said coquettishly, "Are you trying to get me drunk again?"
As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Yun realized her mistake. His words seemed a bit too ambiguous. She glanced guiltily at Mu Xiaoye and Zhang Han, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they didn't look at her strangely. Zhang Han feigned grievance and said, "An Tang, you've really wronged me. I really didn't mean to get you drunk that day. It was Xiao Chun who insisted on making you drink, and I couldn't stop her. A secretary is just someone who takes the blame." Getting Zhang Han to admit that he deliberately tried to get Tang Yun drunk that day is definitely impossible. Tang Yun pursed her lips. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child who's so easy to fool? Do you think I can't see through your little schemes?" However, she didn't expose Zhang Han, but just smiled insincerely and said, "Hee hee, is that so?" Mu Xiaoye, who was standing to the side, was a little unhappy. Every time Mu Xiaoye saw Zhang Han and her mother chatting and laughing, she felt a little uncomfortable. She clung to Zhang Han's arm as if in a show of defiance, and said coquettishly, "Master, I want to try what these wines taste like." Zhang Han chuckled and playfully flicked her nose, saying, "All right, take a look and see which bottle you like. We'll open it today." "Moi, master, you're so good." Mu Xiaoye happily pecked Zhang Han on the cheek. Tang Yin frowned upon seeing this and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, be a little more careful." Mu Xiaoye retorted, "I didn't do anything, why are you criticizing me?" Tang Yin wanted to say, "You kissed me right in front of me." They even said they hadn't done anything. But when I think about how I've already tacitly approved of them being together, I realize that a kiss isn't such a big deal. Tang Yun could only glare at Mu Xiaoye without saying a word. Mu Xiaoye glared back defiantly. Zhang Han looked at the mother and daughter, who were on the verge of exchanging blows, and felt a real headache coming on. Reality is indeed not like a novel. It's almost impossible to enjoy a harmonious and easy life with multiple partners. Before things have even started to look promising, they've already created a chaotic scene. If I really did that, how miserable would my family's life become? I can't even imagine. To avoid a real fight between the two, Zhang Han had no choice but to deliberately draw some attention to them. He took a bottle of red wine from the box numbered 2000 and said, "Well, how about we try this wine and see how it tastes?" The red wine bottle is also slightly different from the regular Lafite bottle. The Rothschild family crest of 5 arrows on the bottle has been replaced with a menacing golden dragon. The word Lafite was replaced with the 4 numbers 2000. Moreover, below the number, there is a golden Chinese character. The calligraphy is vigorous and elegant, judging from Zhang Han's current level of proficiency in calligraphy. The author who carved this character. His skill level is probably no less than his. Upon seeing this, Zhang Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Chateau Lafite Rothschild for their dedication. They really went to great lengths to please him, the major shareholder. This bottle alone is probably worth a fortune. Seeing Zhang Han step in to smooth things over, Tang Yun and her daughter Mu Xiaoye stopped confronting each other. Mu Xiaoye pointed with delight to the word Jiang on the bottle. The word said, "Wow. Master, that's your name." Zhang Han smiled and said, "It's quite thoughtful of Chateau Lafite Rothschild." As he spoke, he used a corkscrew to open the wine bottle and then poured it into a decanter. Drinking such a fine red wine straight would be a waste. It needs to rest for a while to allow its flavor to be released and achieve the best taste. While she was sobering up, Tang Yun went to the kitchen. "I made a few stir-fried dishes. Then I also prepared several plates of nuts. This tastes even better with red wine." Looking at Tang Yun, who had prepared everything perfectly, Zhang Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Aunt Tang, you are so virtuous." Tang Yun felt a little smug when she heard Zhang Han's praise. She lightly tossed her hair and said casually, "Since neither you nor Xiaoye offered to help, I had to do it all by myself." Mu Xiaoye pouted, unconvinced, "I'm virtuous too, okay?" Zhang Han chuckled and joked, "Yes, you're the most virtuous. How about you wash all the dishes after we finish eating?" Mu Xiaoye immediately backed down, "I still need to practice the piano after dinner. I almost cut my hand when I broke 2 plates while washing dishes last time." She developed a psychological trauma from this incident. Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Compared to her mother, Tang Yun, Mu Xiaoye really seems like a child who hasn't grown up. It gave him the feeling of raising a daughter. However, this daughter is the kind that's acceptable. Hey. This kind of enjoyment is not something that can be explained to outsiders. Zhang Han poured the red wine from the decanter into the wineglass that Tang Yun had prepared. Then, smiling, he raised his glass and said, "Cheers, cheers." Mu Xiaoye and Tang Yun also raised their glasses. They almost simultaneously wanted to clink glasses with Zhang Han. After realizing that something was wrong, Tang Yun withdrew her hand.
Mu Xiaoya happily raised her wine glass and clinked it against Zhang Han's.
Zhang Han smiled, took a sip, and then raised his glass to Tang Yun, saying, "Aunt Tang, I'd like to toast you." Tang Yun smiled slightly and lightly touched Zhang Han's lips. When Mu Xiaoya saw this, although she was displeased, she didn't say anything.
He simply raised his glass silently and took another big gulp of red wine. Her little face quickly turned bright red.
Zhang Han put down his cup and said with a smile, "Eat, eat, I'm starving." The two women picked up their chopsticks and began to eat.
Chapter 44: The Talent Scout and the Thoroughbred Horse. At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Yutong also drove to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund. Agent Lin is waiting in the hotel lobby. Upon seeing Zhou Yutong, she quickly waved and complained, "Yutong, why are you so late? Sixth Master has been waiting for you for ages."
Zhou Yutong said with a grin, "I just went home and changed my clothes.
Look, I even prepared a gift for Sixth Master."
As she spoke, she raised the glass of red wine in her hand as if presenting a treasure. "You're quite thoughtful, knowing that Sixth Master likes to collect red wine."
Sister Lin nodded approvingly.
As they talked, the two went to a private room in the restaurant on the third floor of the hotel.
The luxurious private room was already quite full of people.
As soon as Zhou Yutong entered, Sister Lin hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Yutong just finished filming and rushed over, so she was delayed a bit on the way." A woman with a beautiful appearance but a hint of worldliness said sarcastically, "It's different for a popular actress, you know.
She's very busy. It's no problem for a nobody like me to wait for you, but isn't it a bit much to make Sixth Master wait for you?"
The woman who spoke was named Zhang Ruoxia.
She debuted around the same time as Zhou Yutong and is also a female celebrity.
She wore a low-cut dress that perfectly accentuated her ample figure, with a slender waist and long, fair legs, making her look exceptionally sexy and charming. A pair of fox-like eyes, exceptionally alluring. As both being rising actresses, the two have had many conflicts over competing for resources.
Zhang Ruoxia is bold and outgoing.
In the beginning, she basically snatched away all the resources that the two of them had their eyes on.
Zhou Yutong was also lucky she unexpectedly became famous after starring in a period drama.
The company saw her potential, so they allocated more resources to promote her. This made her the popular actress and the leading lady of the Jade Girl genre. This put Zhang Ruoxia in a more advantageous position. Zhou Yutong ignored Zhang Ruoxia and instead looked at a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat.
He is the Sixth Master that everyone is talking about. A native of Beijing, with some revolutionary background, he started working in the entertainment industry as early as the 1990s. He is a leading figure among the Beijing-based faction in the entertainment industry.
They hold an extremely high position and possess abundant resources. He organized today's gathering. Zhou Yutong said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sixth Master, it was wrong of me to make you wait."
"I apologize to you."
Sixth Master said calmly, "There's no need to bring up such trivial matters again.
Friends don't discuss these things." Then he noticed the red wine in Zhou Yutong's hand and asked with slight curiosity, "What's this bottle?"
Zhou Yutong quickly replied, "Oh, right, this is a bottle of red wine that my friend just received. It's said to be from Chateau Lafite Rothschild, but I feel it's not quite the same as regular Lafite."
"Sixth Master, you're an expert in this field. Could you help me take a look?
If my friend gets scammed, I can warn him."
"Is that so? Let me see it." Sixth Master immediately became curious.
His greatest hobby in life was collecting red wine. As the world's premier winery, Chateau Lafite Rothschild naturally occupies the majority of his collection. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he knows every year like the back of his hand. Whether it's real or fake, you can tell at a glance. Therefore, many friends who buy red wine like to come to him to distinguish whether it is real or fake.
Sixth Master accepted all offers without hesitation.
After all, this is a great opportunity to explain wine culture to others. The problem with people is that they like to be teachers, and Sixth Master was no exception. He took the red wine that Zhou Yutong handed him. Upon looking at it, he frowned. The bottle of red wine that Zhou Yutong gave him was quite different from any Lafite wine he had ever seen before. Logically speaking, even if it's fake alcohol, it should at least be disguised to look like the real thing, right? But this bottle of red wine is different. Not only did they replace the 5 arrows, the most famous symbol of the Rothschild family, on the Lafite bottle with a menacing golden Chinese dragon. A golden Chinese character, Zheng, was also engraved below it. Based on these 2 points alone, Sixth Master can basically conclude that this bottle of red wine is definitely not from Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Because everyone knows that Chateau Lafite Rothschild is an asset belonging to the Rothschild family. Every bottle of Lafite wine will bear the Rothschild family logo. But what surprised him was the relief painting technique used for the estate logo on the wine bottle is exactly the same as that used for genuine Lafite red wine. This is a technology that is widely recognized in the industry as exclusive to Chateau Lafite Rothschild. True wine collectors rely on this point to distinguish genuine Lafite wine from fakes. So Sixth Master was a little dizzy. If this bottle of wine is genuine, then the other details are far too obviously fake. But if you're saying it's fake, no one in the world can replicate this relief carving technique. He hesitated for a moment, then put the red wine on the table with a wry smile and said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell if this wine is real or fake just by looking at the bottle. Although I felt in my heart that it was more likely to be fake. However, Zhou Yutong is a top-tier actress after all, so I should give her some face. It would be inappropriate to simply say it's fake." The moment the words were spoken, everyone in the private room was shocked. You should know that Sixth Master is the most famous wine collector in their circle. His expertise in this area is unmatched, even by seasoned professionals in the field. Now, there's actually a bottle of red wine that he can't tell is real or fake? Zhou Yutong, who was standing next to him, was also a little surprised. She originally thought that an expert like Sixth Master could tell the difference between real and fake red wine at a glance. But to everyone's surprise, he couldn't tell either. Sister Lin smiled and said, "Sixth Master, since you can't tell the real from the fake by looking at the bottle, why don't you just open it and taste it? You've drunk so many red wines, you'll surely know the real from the fake with just one try." Zhang Ruoxia was displeased upon hearing this. In order to please Sixth Master, she had specially prepared 2 bottles of Romani Conti today. The world's most expensive red wine. If everyone drinks Zhou Yutong's red wine, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? So she quickly said, "It's not even certain whether this wine is real or fake, so you should let Sixth Master drink it. If you get sick from drinking it, will you take responsibility? Sixth Master, why don't you drink mine instead?" As she spoke, she took out the red wine she had prepared. 2 bottles of 2011 Romani Conti. Those in the know immediately exclaimed, "This is Romani Conti? The most expensive red wine in the world. This bottle must cost hundreds of thousands, right? Sister Xia, you're really generous." Sixth Master also showed a satisfied expression. Even he didn't drink Romani Conti often. They usually keep them for themselves. Only billionaires can afford to drink wines like these, which can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, without a care in the world. Zhang Ruoxia modestly waved her hand and said, "It's not that exaggerated. This is a 2011 Romani Conti, a bottle costs only a little over 30,000 yuan. A bottle of Romani Conti costing hundreds of thousands of yuan is considered auction grade. Even she wouldn't be willing to give such an expensive gift. Celebrities aren't as rich as most people imagine. Those ridiculously high salaries are often just a gimmick. Incidentally, I also help certain important figures deal with their shady money. In reality, not that much was actually received. 2 bottles cost 70,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a Hermes bag. Sister Xia, your kindness is truly admirable." Soon, celebrities who were close to Zhang Ruoxia came out to support her. Zhang Ruoxia said with a hint of smugness, "It's rare for Sixth Master to come to our Shanghai. How can we not treat him properly? Otherwise, wouldn't it make us people in Shanghai's social circle seem impolite and ignorant of hierarchy?" As she said this, she glanced at Zhou Yutong, seemingly unintentionally. The meaning behind the words is self-evident. Zhou Yutong wasn't angry, she just smiled calmly. Despite being a top-tier actress, Zhang Ruoxia's status is a notch below hers. If I were to actually fight with her, I would be lowering myself in status. It suited the other person's wishes. Perhaps the next day, some so-called insiders will appear. He secretly leaked what happened at the dinner party today to the media, to generate buzz for her and Zhang Ruoxia. In the entertainment industry, a place of fame and fortune, you absolutely cannot survive without some cunning and shrewdness. Zhou Yutong turned to Sixth Master and said, "Sixth Master, why don't you open it and try to see if my wine is genuine? Consider it a way to get the ball rolling. Ruoxia's wine also needs to be awakened first." Sixth Master nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It would be such a waste to drink such a fine wine as Romani Conti without letting it breathe. Then let's try this bottle of red wine first. I'm really curious to see if it's real or fake. So, the waiter opened Zhang Ruoxia's bottle of Romani Conti and poured the wine into a decanter. A rich aroma of wine wafted out. Sixth Master couldn't help but nod in approval. As expected of Romani Conti, this fragrance is rich, delicate, and elegant. Just smelling it is a pleasure.
Xiao Zhang, I'm so lucky to have such a fine wine today, all thanks to you.
Zhang Ruoxia smiled brightly. Sixth Master, you're joking.
No matter how good this wine is, without an expert like you to comment on it, I wouldn't understand its subtleties.
Drinking it myself would be a waste.
Actually, this fine wine is like a thoroughbred horse, and you, Sixth Master, are its discerning eye.
Without a discerning eye, how can a thoroughbred horse be found? Sixth Master burst into laughter at Zhang Ruoxia's flattery.
Little Zhang, you're really insulting me.
How could I possibly deserve the title of Talent Scout?
But you look more like a thoroughbred horse to me, huh? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoxia was overjoyed.
It seems I've achieved my goal of flattering Sixth Master today.
If Sixth Master were willing to allocate some resources to promote her, she might also have a chance to become a top-tier star.
At this moment, the waiter opened Zhou Yutong's bottle of red wine. It spilled into Sixth Master's wine glass. An aroma of wine, several times more intense than that of the previous Romani Conti, wafted out. Upon smelling the fragrance, Sixth Master's expression immediately changed.
He quickly stood up and snatched the wine bottle from the waiter's hand.
It startled everyone present. Zhang Ruoxia quickly asked, Sixth Master, what's wrong? Sixth Master didn't reply.
Instead, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, with a fine sweat breaking out on his forehead.
Oh no, where's the decanter? He looked around the private room.
Unfortunately, there was only one decanter on the table, which already contained Romani Conti. Sixth Master gritted his teeth and, to everyone's astonishment, picked up the decanter and poured the Romani Conti red wine inside into the trash can next to him.
Then, carefully poured Zhou Yutong's red wine into the decanter.
Only after finishing this task did I breathe a sigh of relief.
Chapter 45, Collector's Edition, 1 million per bottle. Seeing this scene,
everyone in the private room was stunned. Zhang Ruoxia, in particular, looked as pale as if she had eaten shit. Sixth Master actually dumped a Romani Conti worth over 30,000 yuan directly into the trash can.
It was just to make room for Zhou Yutong's bottle of red wine. This is insane. After finishing his task, Sixth Master turned to Zhou Yutong and asked eagerly, What's your friend's name? Does he have any more of this red wine? Zhou Yutong was a little frightened by Sixth Master.
He subconsciously took a step back before saying, My friend's surname is Zhang, and he seems to have quite a lot of this kind of wine. After all, she saw more than 20 boxes.
Sixth Master's tone was sincere, even pleading, Please be sure to introduce Mr. Zhang to me, okay?
At this moment, a question arose in the minds of everyone present.
Who exactly is this Mr. Zhang? What is the origin of this bottle of red wine? Why is Sixth Master so agitated?
Sixth Master seemed to understand the doubts in everyone's hearts, and slowly said, If I'm not mistaken, this bottle of wine should be in 1982 Lafite.
Everyone else in the private room was startled. What? This bottle of wine is a 1982 Lafite? My God, this is the first time I've ever seen this. So this is what a 1982 Lafite looks like. No wonder Sixth Master was so excited, it turns out it's a 1982 Lafite.
Thanks to various online novels and short dramas, the 1982 Lafite is a household name in China.
Almost everyone has heard of its name. Even.
This term has also evolved into a popular culture, becoming a synonym for high class and sophisticated.
Although everyone present is a celebrity, not everyone has ever seen or tasted an authentic 1982 Lafite.
After all, Lafite only produces a few 100,000 bottles a year. So many years have passed since 1982 that genuine 1982 Lafite has become extremely rare. Most of them are in the hands of certain collectors and large wine merchants. Very few of them are actually available on the market, the vast majority are fake. Hearing Sixth Master say this now, they were naturally very curious and surprised. But Zhang Ruoxia was somewhat unconvinced and said, Even if it's a genuine 1982 Lafite, a bottle would only cost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan now.
It's not like I'm going to throw away my Romani Conti.
Those in the know nodded in approval.
Although the 1982 Lafite is precious and rare.
But after all, it's just a mass-produced wine. There are still at least tens of thousands of bottles of 1982 Lafite around the world.
That number is there for all to see. No matter how high the quality or how famous it is, it can't be priced sky high. As long as you have money and connections, you can always buy it. A bottle costs 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, which is roughly the current market price. Although it is precious, it is not enough to excite Sixth Master so much. It's even less likely that they would directly dump Jean Rouachia's Romani Conti, worth over 30,000 yuan, into the trash can, just to decant this 1982 Lafite Rothschild. They didn't even have the patience to wait for the waiter to bring a new decanter. Hearing Zhang Rouachia's words, Sixth Master shook his head with a wry smile. Little Zhang, you're right. If it were just an ordinary 1982 Lafite, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths, and I certainly wouldn't have poured your wine away. I also have 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite in my collection. But this bottle is different. It is a rare, non-sale reserve wine from Chateau Lafite Rothschild, reserved only for entertaining distinguished guests at state banquets. Moreover, once opened, it needs to be placed in a decanter, otherwise most of the flavor will be lost. I was forced to do this. Chateau Lafite Rothschild, a non-sale reserve? What is this? Zhang Rouachia was a little confused. She considers herself to know a little about red wine, but she had never heard of this term before. Sixth Master slowly explained, as everyone knows, even wines made from grapes from the same year and the same plot of land can vary in quality. The so-called non-sale reserve wines are the highest quality batches of wines produced by Chateau Lafite Rothschild each year, which are not sold to the public. It is reserved for the most distinguished guests of Chateau Lafite Rothschild and is usually used at state banquets in France. When I visited France with an elder, I was fortunate enough to have a small glass of it at a state banquet, and I still remember it vividly. When he said this, a look of nostalgia appeared on Sixth Master's face. That was the highlight of his life. Unfortunately, the passing of the elders in the family, coupled with the missteps of the second-generation leader of the family in choosing sides, led to this situation. Their family quickly fell into obscurity. This means that as a member of a wealthy family, he can only remain a part of the entertainment industry forever. This is a pain that will forever remain in his heart. Others see him as a glamorous figure in the entertainment industry, and everyone respectfully calls him Sixth Master. That's incredibly impressive. But only he himself knew that the so-called entertainment industry was nothing but a low-class affair. To ordinary people, big stars may seem glamorous and remarkable. However, in the eyes of true wealthy and powerful families, only the most useless spoiled brats would try to make it in the entertainment industry. Celebrities and entertainers are nothing more than playthings for actors. But he couldn't tell outsiders these things. Keeping them to himself was the only option. Everyone present was shocked to hear what Sixth Master said. You should know that Sixth Master is a member of a prominent family with red bloodlines. His statement is highly credible. A rare, non-sale collection from Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Wine served at state banquets. The prestige of this bottle of wine is off the charts. Some people started to get a little excited. Could it be that I am fortunate enough to enjoy the state banquet treatment of an elder today? So, how much does this bottle of wine cost? Zhou Yutong asked somewhat haltingly. She never expected this. The case of red wine that her handsome young neighbor casually gave her turned out to be of such great importance. They've even brought up the state banquet. This is terrifying. Sixth Master thought for a moment and said, actually, it's very difficult to buy this bottle of wine with money. As a non-saleable collector's edition, Chateau Lafite Rothschild has always only given it away and never sold it. If I absolutely have to set a price, I'd be willing to spend 1 million per bottle to buy this wine. 1 million per bottle. Zhou Yutong was so frightened she almost screamed. To put it in perspective, Zhang Han gifted her 6 bottles of this wine. Doesn't that mean he gave her 6 million yuan in one go? Although she is a popular actress with an annual income of tens of millions and a net worth of several hundred million. But it's absolutely impossible for her to spend 1 million on a bottle of red wine. Unlike houses, cars, and handbags, which are tangible items once purchased, it can be used for a long time. Once you drink the red wine, it's gone. When she heard Sixth Master say that the bottle of wine cost 1 million, she regretted bringing it with her. Giving away 1 million at once, even a fortune of hundreds of millions can't withstand such a disaster. At the same time, I was also very surprised. Who exactly is this neighbor? Why such a large-scale investment? Such precious red wine, I gave it as a gift, a whole case. Considering that I only gave back a Hermes wallet, I felt it was more than enough. Zhou Yutong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Who knows what Mr. Jiang is laughing at her behind her back? Upon hearing Sixth Master's words, Zhang Ruoxia felt a burning pain on her face. She was just gloating over her 2 bottles of Romani Conti. What about now? The 2 bottles of wine I own combined are not even as expensive as a single sip of someone else's wine. After introducing the red wine, Sixth Master said to Zhou Yutong with a sincere expression. Ms. Zhou, if it's possible, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to your friend. I genuinely want to buy this wine. If 1 million ISNT enough, we can discuss it further. Zhou Yutong looked somewhat embarrassed. In fact, all she knew was Zhang Han's name. We don't even have the other party's contact information. After all, the two had only met 3 times in total. But even if I say it now, Sixth Master certainly won't believe me. Why would a friend I've only met 3 times give me such a precious bottle of red wine? Any normal person would think it's a lie. Zhou Yutong could only vaguely reply, okay, then I'll pass on your message, Sixth Master. If they agree, I'll definitely let you know as soon as possible. Thank you, thank you. Sixth Master was very happy to hear this. There's a reason he's so excited. Because one of the big shots he knew was also a big fan of red wine, and was the second in command of the delegation when he visited. The big boss never forgot about this wine, but he was always frustrated by the lack of a channel to acquire it, and he complained to himself many times. If he can acquire this wine from Zhou Yutong's friend this time, he can give it to that big shot. Maybe I can use this opportunity to climb up to that person's coattails. That's a wonderful thing that countless people dream of. In high spirits, Sixth Master patted the bear and said, Miss Zhou, I will remember your kindness this time. From now on, if there's ever anything I, Sixth Master, can do to help you, just ask. I'll go through fire and water for you. Everyone in the private room looked on with envy. Especially Zhang Ruoxia, her face was as sour as a lemon. It seems my 2 bottles of Romani Conti were a complete waste. You must know this as Sixth Master, a leading figure of the Beijing School of Entertainment. Many well-known directors in Beijing's film circle were just his former underlings. With his words, Zhou Yutong is sure to become even more popular in the future. Zhou Yutong never expected that Zhang Han's bottle of wine could bring her such great benefits. While thanking Sixth Master, she secretly made up her mind. After we get home, you must find a way to build a good relationship with this neighbor. Now it seems that this handsome young man has an unusual background. The private room became a lively place, with everyone clinking glasses and Zhou Yutong becoming the absolute focus of attention. Chapter 46 Unparalleled Ruthless Skill. On the other side. Inside number 1 mansion. Zhang Han and his 2 companions finished off the bottle of red wine. This time, neither Tang Yun nor Mu Xiaoye got drunk. In order to experience that wonderful feeling of being slightly tipsy, Zhang Han even specially removed his title of God of Wine. Looking at the 2 stunningly beautiful women, one tall and one short, before me, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. A bold idea came to me. However, Tang Yun's eyes still seemed relatively clear. He quickly dismissed his bold idea. If this were actually put into practice, I'd probably wake up the next day to find myself facing the end of a woodcutter's axe. He coughed twice and said, It's getting late, why don't we rest first? Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaoye, whose face was flushed and who was the most drunk, suddenly lowered her head shyly. No, I'm not ready yet. Zhang Han was stunned when he heard this. Little maid, are you trying to kill your master? Tang Yun's expression immediately changed. Seeing this, Zhang Han chuckled dryly, and was about to explain. But Tang Yun stopped him with a sharp look. Then she said in a very gentle tone, Xiaoya, what do you mean you're not ready yet? Tell mommy. Mu Xiaoya pouted and said, It's a story about a puppy and a kitten. Depend on. Zhang Han felt like dying. Why was I so stupid to tell Mu Xiaoya stories about kittens and puppies when we were doing that? Now look what's happened, they've dug themselves into a hole. I'm telling you this story without implying anything. Just as Zhang Han closed his eyes, bracing himself for Tang Yun's furious outburst. But he found Tang Yun with a bewildered, adorable expression. What kittens and puppies? Hey! Zhang Han looked at Tang Yun's expression and understood. She didn't seem to understand what Mu Xiaoye meant. That's true. If you haven't heard the story of the kitten and puppy, you need to react quickly. That's something only a super experienced driver could do. Clearly, Tang Yun is not an experienced driver. They were still innocent and naive. They probably don't even have a driver's license.
Thinking of this, Zhang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
I was even a little happy inside.
At the same time, a slightly wicked thought appeared in Zhang Han's mind.
Should I help Tang Yun grow? That would definitely be interesting. But he quickly dismissed the idea. If you don't court death, you won't die. I shouldn't recklessly flirt with danger. Just as he was about to brush off the topic,
a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind.
Drop.
System daily task: tell Tang Yun a story about kittens and puppies. Task rewards: a plot of land in the Eastern New District worth 30 billion, a god-level massage skill, and a Sichuan cuisine cooking skill.
Depend on. System, are you hoping I die?
Zhang Han almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw the mission.
Brother, stop messing around, I was just joking. Why did you actually take it seriously?
Tell Tang Yun stories about kittens and puppies.
Are you really worried that I won't cool down fast enough? Chang Ji is still watching over me from heaven.
But clearly, the system lacks its own thought process.
After the task was posted, there was no further activity. Zhang Han really wanted to refuse.
But looking at that piece of land in the new district of Shanghai, worth 30 billion yuan,
he was tempted.
The new cosmetics company, currently in the planning stages, is facing its biggest challenge. The problem is the lack of land to build factories. Although his net worth is now well over 30 billion.
But most of that is wealth on paper. The actual cash on hand is less than 1 billion.
Although there are quite a few, they are still not enough to buy a piece of land in Shanghai.
After all, the land here is basically priced in the tens of billions. Moreover, land in Shanghai isn't something you can just buy with money.
It requires a relationship with the government and certain qualifications. Zhang Han could get it, but it would be extremely troublesome.
It's not as simple as just receiving it as a gift from the system.
He could acquire a 30 billion yuan plot of land simply by telling Tang Yun stories about kittens and puppies.
Zhang Han was truly moved. Gold.
A dead man hangs himself in the sky, an immortal man lives for 10,000 years.
It's just telling a story. I'll just say it. Tang Yun looked at Zhang Han, whose expression was uncertain, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What exactly did Xiao Yu mean by that?"
Zhang Han forced a simple smile, trying to disguise himself as an innocent young man. Then, after creating a safe distance to ensure that Tang Yun couldn't cut him with the knife, he said, "Actually, this is related to a story that Xiao Ye and I told each other."
She may have had a little misunderstanding. What story? Tang Yun asked curiously.
Zhang Han, with a heavy heart, told Tang Yun the story of the kitten and puppy.
One day, the puppy said to the kitten, "Guess how many candies I have in my pocket?" The kitten said, "If I guess right, will you give me some?" The puppy nodded, "Yes, if you guess right, I'll give you both." The kitten swallowed and said, "I guess 5.
Then, the puppy smiled and put the candies in the kitten's hand, saying, "I still owe you 3. Then the kitten happily ate the 2 candies laced with sleeping pills and passed out. The next day, the puppy found the kitten again and said, "Here are the 3 candies I owe you."
The kitten immediately shook its head and said, "I won't eat it. Eating candy will make my bottom hurt."
Zhang Han had just finished telling the story of the kittens and puppies. The system notification sounded in his mind.
Drop. Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily task. Reward received, a piece of land in the Eastern New District worth 30 billion.
The land deed and related contracts are already on the desk in the study.
Reward, God-level massage skill. Reward, Sichuan cuisine cooking skill.
Hearing the notification sound indicating the mission was complete, Zhang Han was not happy.
Instead, they immediately took defensive action to prevent Tang Yun from doing anything rash in her anger or embarrassment. To his surprise, Tang Yun didn't get angry and try to stab him with a knife. Instead, she said with some emotion, "This story is so heartwarming. But why does the kitten's butt hurt later? Doesn't the puppy like the kitten? Why would you put sleeping pills in the candy?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was dumbfounded.
He stared at Tang Yun for a long time.
Only at the very end did I realize that she wasn't pretending to be stupid to fool me. But he genuinely didn't understand the story. WTF? Your daughter understood it instantly, but you, as her mother, couldn't understand it? Zhang Han was a little confused for a moment. But if Tang Yun didn't understand, that would be even better.
He's not a masochist who enjoys being chased and attacked. Jung Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yeah, actually I don't really understand this story either. It's getting late, maybe I should go upstairs and rest." Feeling cheerful, he prepared to go upstairs for a relaxing bath. They celebrated acquiring 30 billion worth of land in the Madong New district. He was also really looking forward to that amazing massage therapist. "I wonder if it feels good to massage yourself." I thought that was the end of it. To everyone's surprise, Mu Xiaoye, who had just been blushing and keeping her head down without saying a word, suddenly started chuckling. After getting drunk, she may have really lost her mind, because she actually smiled at Tang Yun and said, "Mom is so stupid, she didn't even understand this. Just walk at the back." As she spoke, she raised her little hand and gestured. Then, giving Tang Yun a provocative look, she said to Jiang Han, "Master, do you want to go through the back?" I agreed. I saw the scene. Jiang Han was pondering how to relax. Seeing that his little maid could actually pull off such an incredibly ruthless feat. He was so scared his face turned green. He didn't dare to look at Tang Yun's reaction, and said, "Well, I have something to do, I'm going upstairs first." Then, in a panic, he slipped into the master bedroom and locked the door behind him. My heart was pounding wildly. She herself, the little maid. I'm afraid her owner didn't die young enough. Chapter 47. As a girl, you must protect yourself. Jiang Han fled as if he were running away. Tang Yun was also taken aback. Then look at Mu Xiaoye gesturing. I instantly understood that was the meaning behind Jiang Han's stories about cats and dogs. Tang Yun muttered a couple of things. Her charming face instantly turned blushing. Looking at Mu Xiaoye, who was still foolishly gesturing in front of her, Tang Yun was so angry that she wanted to grind her teeth to powder. She couldn't care less about the image of an intellectual woman that she had always tried so hard to maintain. He took off one of his slippers and slapped Mu Xiaoye's bottom hard. He hit and cursed at the same time. What sins have I committed to deserve such a shameless daughter like you? Mu Xiaoye immediately became much more awake. She recalled what she had just said to Jiang Han and her mother. She had an urge to jump straight off the 32nd floor. Damn, I got a little tipsy after drinking. He just said what was on his mind. Wah, I'll never drink again. Drinking alcohol is harmful. Mu Xiaoye covered her bottom, looking aggrieved, and said, "Mommy, please don't hit me anymore, I know I was wrong." After Tang Yin punched him a few times, she calmed down considerably. She put her slippers back on, looked at the timid Mu Xiaoye in front of her, and said with a complicated expression, "Xiaoye, tell Mom honestly, how far have things progressed between you and Jiang Han?" Mu Xiaoye dared not tell Tang Yun that she and Jiang Han had already made it to the top. He had no choice but to feign ignorance, emboldened by the alcohol, and say, "Mommy, what are you saying? I don't understand." Tang Yun stared at Mu Xiaoye for a long time. Then she sighed helplessly and said seriously, "Mom knows that children your age may have some impulses in that area." Speaking of which, a beautiful blush spread across Tang Yun's pretty face. Clearly, she was also somewhat hesitant to say what was to come. However, she still continued with difficulty, "But Xiaoye, as a girl, you must learn to protect yourself, okay?" Mu Xiaoye had never discussed this topic with Tang Yun. In fact, Chinese parents are often embarrassed to talk to their children about this. The child is also embarrassed to talk about this topic with their parents. For those seeking early education, self-study is the primary means of learning. Hearing Tang Yun talk about this with her, Mu Xiaoye blushed, lowered her head, and said in a voice barely audible, Mom, I understand. It's good that you know. I was just afraid that you might do something foolish in a moment of impulse." Tang Yun also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's really putting her in a difficult position to tell Mu Xiaoye this. As she said this, her palms were sweating with nervousness. I originally intended to end this topic here. But then a serious question suddenly came to her mind. This problem, let alone speaking it out, just thinking about it gives Tang Yun a headache. But remembering what Mu Xiaoye had said before, Tang Yun had no choice but to keep a straight face and said seriously, "And you're not allowed to imitate cats and dogs, understand? Dogs behave like that, which is bad." "No, I've seen it online, it's nothing." Mu Xiaoye blurted out the answer without thinking. Ever since the day Jiang Han told her the story of the kitten and the puppy, Mu Xiaoye assumed that Jiang Han was trying to give her a hint. So I secretly searched for a lot of information online. I learned a bit about it. I have gained some understanding of this aspect.
Hearing Tang Yun say this now is because the effects of the alcohol haven't worn off yet.
I naturally and subconsciously corrected her mistake. As soon as the words left her mouth, Mu Xiaoye knew she was in trouble. Sure enough, Tang Yun lifted her foot again, as if she was about to take off her slippers. Mu Xiaoye has learned her lesson this time. He took off running immediately. Running and shouting, "Mom, I know I was wrong. I'm sleepy, I want to go to sleep. Good night." After saying that, he slipped into his room. Tang Yun was furious. It's quite normal for puppies and kittens to act like that, isn't it? What kind of talk is this? Just imagining it gave Tang Yun a chill down her spine. Their initial opinion of Jiang Han, which had just begun to improve, instantly deteriorated. Really? My first impression was correct. Jiang Han, that little rascal, don't let his decent appearance fool you. He's just a pervert. I must be extremely careful with him. At the same time, we must also protect our daughter, Mu Xiaoye. Otherwise, who knows what kind of perverted thing he might come up with one day. That's absolutely outrageous. Tang Yun, who had nowhere to vent her anger, picked up a cushion from the sofa. Then I threw it on the ground. After stomping on it several times with his little feet, I felt much better after that. Afterwards, I went back to the restaurant and washed all the plates. Then I cleaned up the kitchen. After tidying everything up, I returned to my room. Midnight. Jiang Han, who had thought he would be spending the night alone, received a text message from Mu Xiaoye. "Master, are you coming over?" To be honest, Jiang Han was somewhat tempted. But thinking about the incredible ruthlessness the little maid pulled off today, I almost got myself killed. Jiang Han felt a little uneasy. I almost died young. He started to struggle with the decision, to go or not to go, that is the question. Finally, he looked out the window at the Huangpu River. She sighed softly, "I just made a mistake that every man in the world makes." Then she resolutely walked out of the master bedroom. This time, as Jiang Han passed by Tang Yun's room, his heart rate soared. If he hadn't used the S-grade body enhancement potion, Jiang Han would have been genuinely afraid he would have suddenly died. Thank goodness. This time, there was still no mishap. Jiang Han successfully sneaked into Mu Xiaoye's room. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye was standing at the door of the guest room, looking at him timidly. "Master. I'm sorry, I accidentally drank too much earlier." "Well." Jiang Han sighed. "It's okay, everyone drinks too much sometimes. But when you're drunk, please don't tell your mother stories about kittens and puppies anymore, okay? This is completely unnecessary." Speaking of this, Jiang Han's head started to ache. I saw Mu Xiaoye mention this at that time. Jiang Han's little hand trembled. My heart sank. Luckily, things didn't go wrong. Otherwise, Jiang Han wouldn't know what to do. Mu Xiaoye knew she had done something wrong, so she nodded obediently and said, "I'm sorry, master. I will never do it again." It's okay, never mind." Jiang Han waved his hand. He then asked, "Haven't you played your piano etude for today yet?" "Yes." Mu Xiaoye nodded obediently. Then her delicate little face scrunched up with hunger. "Master, you're not going to teach me to play the piano again, are you?" "Yes." Learning the piano is something that you know if you don't practice for a day, your teacher knows if you don't practice for 2 days, and your audience knows if you don't practice for 3 days. There can be no slackening whatsoever, you understand? Jiang Han said with a stern face. Okay. Mu Xiaoye nodded obediently and began practicing the piano. 2 hours later, Mu Xiaoye's mental state collapsed. Wah! Learning the piano is so tiring. I really never want to learn the piano again. Then he looked at Jiang Han next to him, who was looking quite relaxed, smoking and enjoying the breeze. Mu Xiaoye was even angrier. A man's words are deceitful. They also said the piece was very simple. Who knew it would be so difficult? With my own lack of flexibility, I simply couldn't get over it. Men really are all big jerks. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but pinch him. Jiang Han was pinched twice by Mu Xiaoye, and he gasped in pain. Seeing that she looked unhappy, I asked, "What's wrong? Who made our little darling angry?" Mu Xiaoye snorted heavily, "Someone knows it in their heart." Perhaps due to the excessive movement, Mu Xiaoye's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. It's heartbreaking to see. Jiang Han pulled her into his arms and comforted her. It's okay, just practice more and it will become a muscle memory.
You'll get used to it soon.
Originally, nestled in Jiang Han's arms, Mu Xiaoye felt quite cozy.
Hearing what he said next, I almost jumped up. Just like a cat with its fur standing on end. Still practicing? I'm not practicing this piece anymore. Jiang Han laughed heartily.
Only then did Mu Xiaoye realize that Jiang Han was just teasing her.
However, even if it was a joke, Mu Xiaoye didn't dare to agree to it anymore. Who knows what Jiang Han is really thinking, whether it's true or false? The person learning the piano isn't Jiang Han, it's her.
Mu Xiaoye felt more and more aggrieved.
Why was it always Jiang Han who was happy, and she who was always the one who got hurt? That's such a huge loss.
So she pinched Jiang Han a few more times, watching him gasp in shock, before finally stopping, satisfied.
Serves you right for bullying me. Are you scared now?
I'm scared, I know I'm scared, but that's not enough.
Jiang Han comforted Mu Xiaoye for a while.
Then she tiptoed back to her master bedroom. She fell into a deep sleep.
Chapter 48. Oh no, things have been exposed. The next morning,
Jiang Han was still fast asleep in bed. Suddenly, Tang Yun abruptly dragged him out of bed. She was wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown, her hair was a little messy, and she clearly had just gotten up. She was glaring angrily at Jiang Han and questioning him.
What did you do to Xiaoye? Jiang Han saw Tang Yun's angry expression. My first thought was, oh no, we've been exposed. However, he possesses excellent mental fortitude. Although she was already panicking, she still pretended to be clueless and helpless. And Tang, what did you say? I don't understand. Tang Yun said angrily, are you still pretending to be stupid with me? When I went to wake Xiaoye up just now, she said she couldn't get up.
She sounded a little nervous when she said this.
Tang Yun took a few deep breaths before continuing, did you go to see her yesterday?
Jiang Han felt utterly hopeless at this moment.
It seems like I'm really doomed.
This little maid is a professional at tricking her master for 100 years. But Jiang Han is not the type to sit idly by and wait for death.
He made a last-ditch effort. And Tang, have you misunderstood something? I slept here all night and was sleeping perfectly fine. She even convincingly showed a wronged expression on her face. At that moment, he felt like he was possessed by an Oscar-winning actor.
Looking at Jiang Han's seemingly genuine expression, Tang Yun felt somewhat confused.
Did I really misunderstand him?
But why did Xiaoye say her but hurt?
Tang Yun blushed and whispered. This is the crux of the problem.
Seeing Tang Yun's reaction, Jiang Han had a slight idea of what was going on. It seems that Tang Yun did not have direct evidence.
I still have a chance. Jiang Han's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a solution. Didn't you spank Xiaoye last night? Xiaoye told me about it.
She said you hit her hard, and it hurt her a lot. She probably wasn't better by morning, which is why she said her but hurt and she couldn't get up.
Ah. Tang Yun suddenly realized that this was indeed a possibility.
After hearing Mu Xiaoye say that her but hurt, he rushed over immediately.
I didn't hear what she said next at all.
I may have really misunderstood Jiang Han. Seeing Jiang Han's aggrieved expression, Tang Yun's heart softened, and she said somewhat awkwardly, I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to misunderstand you. I was just a little excited and wronged you. Misunderstand? Is a simple misunderstanding enough? I was sleeping soundly when you suddenly dragged me out of bed and started yelling at me. Do you know how scared I was? If I had a heart attack from that, would you take responsibility? Jiang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I've gotten through this hurdle. However, he put on an angry expression and launched into a tirade in the style of a hot-tempered older man, leaving Tang Yun stunned. At this point, you must be unforgiving even if you are in the right. We need to use a combination of moves to seize the initiative first. Otherwise, things could easily go wrong.
As expected, Tang Yun saw Jiang Han's angry expression.
The doubts in my heart completely dissipated. I must have misunderstood Jiang Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry now.
Logically speaking, people who have done wrong should feel guilty. Therefore, Tang Yun felt even more uncertain at this moment. She said weakly, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have made a conclusion before understanding the truth of the matter. Jiang Han also understood the principle of knowing when to stop while he was ahead, so he waved his hand listlessly and said,
Never mind, whatever, you're Xiaoye's mother. But please, there shouldn't be a next time.
If there is a next time, I have a heart condition and I'm afraid I'll die suddenly. As he spoke, he patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear.
Jung Han wasn't lying when he said that.
After all, he was so scared when Tang Yin scolded him that he was dumbfounded. Fortunately, a series of clever actions later salvaged the situation.
Otherwise, it would probably be completely finished by now. Tang Yin nodded obediently.
She was in the wrong right now, so no matter what Jung Han said, she could only listen. Jung Han looked at Tang Yin's obedient appearance.
My mouth feels a little dry. A beautiful woman, as docile as a kitten in your presence.
This visual impact.
It's something most people simply can't imagine.
If it weren't for his strong self-control,
it's quite possible that someone might impulsively do something.
But letting Tang Yin stay here is clearly not a wise choice.
That was a test. Oh no, I was torturing his willpower.
Jung Han quickly urged, "Aunt Tang, you should go now, I need to change my clothes."
Tang Yin realized something was wrong at this point.
Although Jung Han is her daughter's boyfriend,
in a sense, he is her junior.
But first and foremost, he was also a spirited young man.
It was clearly not an appropriate thing for me to be alone with him in a closed room.
Especially when you see Jung Han's well-defined 8-pack abs.
And then there's the smooth, elegant shark line and mermaid skin.
Tang Yin felt her heart beating faster involuntarily.
It is said that men are lustful. Actually, women are the same.
Especially when she met someone like Jung Han, who was handsome, dashing, and sunny. He has an incredibly manly physique, and is a particularly savage and domineering man.
It's easy to generate emotions that you can't control.
Because Jung Han really is a piece of Tang Monk's flesh.
If we were to call these still charming mature women enchantresses,
Jung Han is none other than Elder Tang, who specializes in exploiting them.
He can make them completely infatuated.
Tang Yin dared not linger any longer, her pretty face flushed, and she quickly walked out of the room.
I walked all the way down to the living room before finally letting out a long sigh of relief.
Tang Yin patted her own bare mouth with her little hand and murmured, "I wonder what that little rascal Jung Han ate to grow up like that, his figure is so good." When Tang Yin recalled what she had just seen, she felt her heart flutter.
I sat on the sofa and took several deep breaths. Only then did I gradually calm down.
At this moment, Jung Han also finished washing up, got dressed, and came downstairs. Seeing Tang Yin's complexion return to normal, he felt a slight disappointment. Tang Yin's shy, nervous, and obedient demeanor just now was particularly charming. Unfortunately, Jung Han only glanced at her a few times before she ran away.
It has to be said, it's a loss. Although being young makes it easy for one to have unrealistic thoughts. But Jung Han did not forget the important matter.
He knows very well how he came to have his current happy life. To maintain and improve one's life, one must find ways to earn more money and gain greater influence. Only in this way can he have the strength to protect his current happy life.
Jung Han coughed twice and said, "By the way, Aunt Tang, I've taken care of the land for the factory. If you're free today, how about we go take a look together?" Chapter 49. Tang Yin loses her temper. What? It was resolved so quickly? Tang Yin was startled again after hearing Jung Han's words. It hasn't even been 72 hours yet, has it?
Jung Han said he had secured a piece of land in Shanghai.
This efficiency is simply terrifying.
Jung Han looked at Tang Yin's surprised expression. He felt a secret sense of satisfaction.
She couldn't help but laugh and joke. "Actually, we have to thank Aunt Tang for this too." Thank me? Tang Yin was completely confused. What does the land you acquired have to do with me?
Jung Han said in a serious tone, "Originally, I couldn't get that piece of land, but I told them that Aunt Tang wanted it."
What would they think if they heard that?
If the most beautiful female CEO in Shanghai wants this land, then we have to give it to her.
So I successfully acquired this land. Tang Yin listened quite attentively at first.
Later, she realized that Jung Han was just teasing her. However, Tang Yin was not angry at all, on the contrary, she was quite happy. Every woman loves to hear compliments. Especially when it comes from a very outstanding man, it carries even more weight. Although she was secretly pleased, Tang Yin still tried to keep a straight face and scolded, "At such a young age, you're so glib and talking nonsense."
What are you saying? The most beautiful female CEO in Shanghai? I'm already this old. It's good enough that you don't treat me like an old woman. In fact, even Tang Yun herself didn't realize it.
Her tone of voice carried a hint of coquetry. Especially the last sentence, which even had a slightly saccharine feel to it. John Han's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he blurted out, "How could that be?
Aunt Tang, you are so young and beautiful. When I first met you, I thought you were Xiao Yu's older sister."
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun blushed. She couldn't help but say coquettishly, "You're so sweet talking." Only after the words were spoken did I realize how inappropriate they were.
"I'm just being affectionate with John Han. This is absolutely outrageous. How could I possibly act so affectionately with my daughter's boyfriend?"
Tang Yun quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Since you say you've acquired the land, let's go take a look after breakfast." John Han felt a little disappointed when he saw that Tang Yun had returned to her previous rigid and stern state.
However, he quickly composed himself and nodded, saying, "Okay."
The two had breakfast at the restaurant. While Tang Yun was clearing the table, John Han carried a breakfast to Mu Xiaoye's room.
Seeing her like this, John Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. No way. Because Mu Xiaoye's look is just too funny.
She was lying on the bed, her buttocks slightly sticking out, playing on her phone. This image immediately reminds one of a puppy wagging its tail, trying to please its owner.
Cute and funny.
Mu Xiaoye turned her head when she heard Zhang Han's laughter. Zhang Jiaomei's oval face instantly turned blush.
She pouted playfully and said, "You naughty master, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Han suppressed a laugh. "It's nothing, I just think you look kind of cute." "Damn it. It's all your fault."
"My butt still hurts, you big jerk, go to hell." Mu Xiaoye was anxious, but still dared not make any rash moves.
"I was afraid that I might accidentally aggravate my wound."
Zhang Han smiled and placed the breakfast on the small table beside the bed, saying, "Wow, I brought you breakfast and you still scold me?
Don't you have any conscience?"
Hee hee, I know you're the best to me, master."
Mu Xiaoye said sweetly and coquettishly. "How come I remember someone promising to wake me up every day at the very beginning, but now it's the other way around, and I'm the one waking you up?"
Zhang Han sat down next to Mu Xiaoye and teased her with a smile.
"Snort. How dare you say that? It's all because you always bully me, you bad person." This made Mu Xiaoye unhappy.
Her cute little mouth pouted, looking all wronged.
"I think it's just that the lazy pig can't get up on his own."
Zhang Han pinched Mu Xiaoye's nose and teased her.
"Ugh. I'm so angry. Don't ever come looking for me again."
Mu Xiaoye immediately reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, baring her teeth and snarling at Zhang Han as if to threaten him. The two played and joked around for a while, and then Zhang Han personally fed Mu Xiaoye breakfast. She said gently, "I'm going out to check on the factory site today.
Be good at home by yourself, okay?" Perhaps it was out of a man's instinct.
Zhang Han subconsciously overlooked the detail that he had gone to see the land with Tang Yun.
Mu Xiaoye, unsuspecting, obediently nodded, "Okay master, I'll be waiting for you to come home."
Zhang Han smiled and patted her head, saying, "Good, my little darling is so good."
They were a little affectionate.
Zhang Han carried the plate of breakfast that Mu Xiaoye had finished eating downstairs. Seeing this, Tang Yun said with a complicated expression, "You're quite good to Xiao Yu."
"Of course. She's my little maid. If I don't treat her well, who else would I treat well?" Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly as he continued, "Besides, isn't Aunt Tang here to supervise?
If I dared to treat Xiaoye badly, you'd probably tear me apart."
"You're smart to know what's good for you."
Tang Yun chuckled softly. The two arrived at the underground parking lot of number 1 mansion.
Tang Yun originally wanted to drive her Porsche Cayenne over there. But Zhang Han stopped her. "Aunt Tang, ride in my car today. That piece of land is a bit far, I'll drive there faster." Tang Yun hesitated for a moment before agreeing.
Followed Zhang Han to the cool and stylish Aston Martin 177. Tang Yun was also somewhat shocked.
"So this car is yours?"
This was the first time she had ever seen this world-class supercar.
I was instantly struck by its captivating, elegant, and modernly crafted design. Zhang Han said calmly, "Yes." He then used the key to open the gull-wing door.
Tang Yun wasn't shocked for long and quickly regained her composure. After all, knowing Zhang Han's identity as the major shareholder of L'Oréal Group and the owner of Chateau Lafite Rothschild, they became more resilient to other matters. An 18-year-old billionaire owns a supercar worth 50 million yuan.
It doesn't seem like a big deal.
Under Jiang Han's gaze, Tang Yun gracefully sat in the passenger seat of the Aston Martin 177.
Clearly, Tang Yun had ridden in a sports car before.
She knows how to protect herself from accidental exposure and maintains a graceful demeanor.
This left Jiang Han, who was standing to the side, slightly disappointed.
Actually, when he let Tang Yun ride in the supercar, he had a slightly wicked thought in his mind. I hope Tang Yun will be like his twin-tailed lowly senior. He fell down in the passenger seat. Then he might be able to enjoy another wonderful view. But now that his dream has been shattered, Jiang Han can only sigh slightly. If I gain it, I am fortunate. If I lose it, it is my fate.
These things can't be forced.
After Jiang Han got into the driver's seat of the Aston Martin 177, he started the car immediately.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With a thunderous roar, Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin 177 out of the underground parking lot. Sitting to the side, Tang Yun couldn't help but glance at Jiang Han. At this moment, he was full of vigor and high spirits, and was in the prime of his life. With the addition of a sports car, you have to admit, it does have a unique kind of impact.
Tang Yun glanced at it twice and then quickly looked away.
She was terrified that Jiang Han would notice her loss of composure.
Chapter 50 Xia Anlin. An hour later,
Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin to the land in the Eastern New District, which was worth 30 billion yuan and was a reward from the system.
This piece of land covers an area of 400,000 square meters.
It is roughly the size of 60 standard football fields. It is undeniably magnificent and grand. Compared to Tesla's 500,000 square meters of land, it's only slightly smaller. Tang Yun saw a vast open space stretching as far as the eye could see.
I was utterly shocked. This is the open space you were talking about?
At first, she thought that the open space Jiang Han mentioned was just a very small piece of land. A few thousand square meters would be great. You have to understand, this is Shanghai, the financial center where land is incredibly valuable in the sweltering summer. Who knew Jiang Han would be able to unleash such a stunning bombshell?
500,000 square meters of land. Even though she knew about Jiang Han's terrifying wealth. Yet, I was still shocked by his extravagant gesture. Jiang Han smiled and was about to speak. Suddenly, I heard a car horn. A dozen or so black luxury cars and vans suddenly drove up on the highway not far away.
The convoy arrived at a very high speed.
Before long, we arrived near the land.
Many business people in suits stepped out of their luxury cars. Some engineers also took various instruments and tools out of the van, as if preparing to survey the land.
In the lead white Rolls-Royce Phantom, the elegant coach doors slowly opened.
Surrounded by several security personnel in black suits, a tall woman in white stepped out of the car. Upon seeing her, Tang Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
It was her?
Jiang Han turned around and saw a stunning figure in white.
He was slightly surprised.
This was the first time in his real life that he had encountered such a stunning woman in a white suit. It's well known that white suits are very difficult to pull off, requiring a high level of skill in both skin tone and overall demeanor. If you're not careful, you might end up with something that looks like a dog instead of a tiger. This woman, however, clearly did not have those problems.
Her face, though mostly hidden by sunglasses, was still stunningly beautiful, with a cold and aloof elegance like that of a celestial maiden.
His entire being exudes confidence from the inside out, a confidence that is both grand and imposing. Her fair, slender neck was slightly raised, like a proud queen awaiting the audience of her subjects.
She perfectly embodies what a domineering female CEO is. Tang Yun seemed to know this woman. Jiang Han asked curiously, "Who is she?" Even though they were both women, Tang Yun's eyes revealed a hint of envy.
Her name is Xia Anlin, and she is the fourth-generation heir of the Xia family in Shanghai. After graduating from the University of Pennsylvania at the age of 23, he inherited the family's multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, Yanxia Biopharmaceuticals, and served as chairman and executive director.
He has been hailed by the media as the youngest billionaire CEO in the entire summer and one of the world's top 20 young billionaires.
At this point, Tang Yun glanced at Jiang Han with a complicated expression. Of course, you should be the youngest billionaire in all of China right now.
So it was her. No wonder she looked familiar. Jiang Han nodded secretly.
After Xia Anlin graduated from university last year, news of her taking over the family business caused a great stir in the country. Even though he was still a student at the time, he had still heard about the related news. At that time, almost all the news reports on Weibo were about Xia Anlin. Hailed as the youngest and most beautiful female CEO with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, she once became the dream girl of every man. She's rich and beautiful. If I could hook up with this rich woman, I could save myself at least 10 lifetimes of hard work. I never expected to run into her here today. Zhang Han was also somewhat surprised. Just as the two were discussing Xia Anlin, she also noticed Zhang Han and Tang Yun not far away. There was no way around it that cool and prestigious Aston Martin 177 was just too eye-catching. With Xia Anlin's discerning eye, it was impossible for her not to recognize the value of this car. A top-tier supercar priced at a staggering 50 million. Furthermore, Zhang Han possesses such a noble, elegant, and outstanding temperament.
Xia Anlin was equally amazed when she first saw him.
I quickly made a judgment in my mind.
This man's identity is definitely not simple.
At the same time, a sense of unease arose in her heart.
Could this mysterious man also have his eye on this land?
It is worth noting that Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Company is preparing to build a world-class biomedical research center. There is a huge demand for large tracts of land.
This land in front of us is arguably the best option available right now. And this large-scale project was spearheaded by Xia Anlin.
It was extremely important to her, and she couldn't afford to lose it. That's why Xia Anlin brought executives from the company and the bank here today to discuss matters related to purchasing the land.
We'll wait until the construction team completes the preliminary survey work.
They then produced a complete business plan and applied for funding from the family board of directors.
We'll take over this land directly.
Suddenly, a mysterious stranger appeared. This instilled a strong sense of crisis in Xia Anlin. She suppressed her unease and walked towards Zhang Han in her high heels.
I'm going to test the waters and see what the other person thinks.
Day.
With crisp, loud footsteps, Xia Anlin, accompanied by two bodyguards, walked up to Zhang Han.
She extended her hand and smiled. Hello, I am Xia Anlin.
May I ask your surname, sir?
Zhang Han's heart stirred slightly. Judging solely from the way Xia Anlin introduced herself, I knew she was an extremely confident woman.
My name is Xia Anlin, and I am Xia Anlin. It's just a difference of one word. The meanings are completely different. The former is just a simple self-introduction.
The latter, however, subtly reveals a sense of pride and confidence that everyone should have heard of my name. As Zhang Han's thoughts raced, he extended his hand and gently shook hers, saying calmly, Hello, I'm Zhang Han.
This is my friend, Tang Yun. Xia Anlin's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Zhang Han?
As far as she knew, there didn't seem to be any prominent Zhang family among the business families in Shanghai.
There is indeed a high-ranking official surnamed Zhang.
However, it's highly unlikely that his children would be so ostentatious as to drive around in a top-of-the-line supercar worth 50 million yuan.
Even the worst company wouldn't stoop to this level.
Perhaps it is a dragon that came from outside the country, which is why it is so mysterious.
Seeing that she hadn't gotten the information she wanted from the name, Xia Anlin went straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, are you here today also for this piece of land? Zhang Han was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Xia Anlin to be so direct. They didn't even bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. This style does indeed have a bit of the feel of a domineering female CEO.
He smiled and said, Yes, I came here today to take a look at this piece of land.
Xia Anlin's expression darkened slightly, but she did not lose her composure.
She simply said coldly, Let's not beat around the bush. Our Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group is determined to acquire this land.
If Mr. Jiang insists on competing, then we will naturally oblige. But I hope Mr. Jiang can reconsider and avoid meaningless competition.
Zhang Han, who drives a top-of-the-line supercar worth 500 million yuan and has a noble, elegant, and somewhat mysterious demeanor.
Xia Anlin was somewhat wary. They do not want direct conflict. So she brought up the name of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group, hoping that Zhang Han would back down. Chapter 51. Is this land yours? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun gave Xia Anlin a strange look. Didn't Zhang Han say that he had already acquired this land? Why did Xia Anlin come over and say she wanted to compete? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm sorry, Miss Xia, I think you may have misunderstood me. Xia Anlin's expression softened considerably. She thought Zhang Han had been intimidated by her words, and smiled. Since Mr. Jiang is willing to make concessions, then naturally everyone is happy.
If there is an opportunity in the future, we can also cooperate on 1 or 2 occasions.
Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, I think Miss Xia, you still haven't understood what I meant.
This land is now mine, so there is no competition between us at all.
What? This land is yours? How is that possible? The 3 questions in a row revealed Xia Anlin's shock.
Her beautiful face, which had remained calm and composed like a proud goddess from the heavens, was now serene. For the first time, he showed a look of panic.
If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do.
Zhang Han shrugged indifferently.
Xia Anlin was momentarily flustered.
This land is crucial to her overall plan. If what Zhang Han said is true, and he has already taken over this land,
then his first major project since taking the helm of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group may very well be aborted.
This will be a huge blow to her prestige.
Although she is the eldest daughter of the 4th generation of the Xia family, her father is the current head of the Xia family.
She was also deeply loved by her grandfather, Xia Tianyao. One failure will not shake her position, nor will it lead to her resigning.
However, this will create significant obstacles for her in taking control of the Xia family in the future. But Xia Anlin comes from a prominent family and is the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate.
She quickly calmed down, waved to the company executives behind her, and said decisively, contact the land management department immediately to check the current ownership of this land. As a qualified leader, one cannot simply believe everything others say.
It is essential to personally verify the information to ensure its accuracy. Only then can a judgment be made.
Therefore, even though Xia Anlin believed Zhang Han's words to some extent, she still ordered her subordinates to investigate the corresponding situation. Seeing this, Zhang Han naturally adopted an indifferent attitude. The system has completed all the procedures. No matter how others investigate, they will not be able to find the problem.
He leisurely led Tang Yun on a stroll. My satisfaction with this land is growing deeper and deeper.
Although the land has not been developed and looks somewhat barren,
building a factory on this site would likely require some effort.
However, being located in the world's largest infrastructure country during the hot summer months, these issues are naturally not a big problem. As a professor from an architecture school said, the level of infrastructure development during the hot summer represents the pinnacle of the world today.
If a representative from Yanxia is not present at an international infrastructure conference, then the conference lacks value and credibility.
It's easy to imagine how impressive the infrastructure is during the hot summer months. Therefore, Zhang Han was not worried about building the factory at all.
As long as there is land and money, a factory can be built quickly. The next problem lies in the product lines and workers used to produce cosmetics. This is the most important thing.
Without production lines and workers, everything is like a rootless duckweed.
Even if there are factory buildings, it's just an empty shell. Zhang Han plans to rely on L'Oréal Group to solve this problem. As a major shareholder of the company, it's not unreasonable for you to undermine a little bit of their business, is it? L'Oréal's cosmetics production line is one of the most advanced in the world. Zhang Han and Tang Yun chatted briefly about their plans for future development. Xia Anlin also received the report from her subordinates.
This piece of land was bought by a mysterious buyer for 30 billion yesterday.
And the mysterious buyer's surname is Jiang. Although Xia Anlin had been somewhat prepared, she still couldn't help but feel angry and regretful upon hearing the news. Zhang Han snatched her away.
However, as the female CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, she also knew that anger would not solve anything. Xia Anlin suppressed her negative emotions and walked back to Zhang Han's side, smiling as if nothing had happened. Mr. Jiang is indeed extraordinary.
He made such a big move without making a sound. Mr. Jiang, what kind of business do you plan to do with this land?
She decided to first probe Zhang Han's background.
We'll make plans later.
Anyone who can come up with 30 billion yuan in cash to buy a piece of land is definitely not an unknown nobody. As long as she knows what industry Zhang Han is in, with the Xia family's connections and resources, she will definitely be able to find out the relevant information with a little inquiry.
Zhang Han casually laughed and said, Miss Xia, you flatter me.
I'm just doing a little bit of small-scale work, making some cosmetics.
I'm afraid it won't meet your standards. Only he could make such an amazing beauty cream.
There's no need to worry about other cosmetics companies taking any countermeasures once they find out.
Therefore, there is no need to hide it. Xia Anlin was somewhat surprised after hearing this.
Spend 30 billion to buy land to make cosmetics.
This is truly an incredible feat. But after her initial shock, she also realized it made sense. The cosmetics industry is also an extremely profitable industry, not much less so than the biopharmaceutical industry in which the Xie family operates. The cash flow is very abundant. That's why Mr. Jian was able to quietly produce 30 billion yuan in cash. They acquired the land before anyone could react. Then I wish Mr. Jian all the best and a prosperous opening soon. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you in the future. Xie Anlin knew that things had come to this point and there was nothing she could do to change the situation. With Zhang Han already having acquired the land, it would be unwise to antagonize him further. So she lowered her stance slightly and congratulated Zhang Han. In business, having more friends means having more options, while having fewer friends means having more obstacles. There's no need to make enemies for no reason. Although she wasn't afraid of trouble, she wasn't foolish enough to deliberately cause trouble. Zhang Han smiled and nodded, saying, I also look forward to the opportunity to work with you, Miss Xie, in the future. After a few polite exchanges, the two Xie Anlin then left with her senior executives. Tang Yin watched Xie Anlin's departing figure and exclaimed in amazement, I never expected that you, Zhang Han, could make Xie Anlin bow her head and submit. She's notoriously domineering in Shanghai's business world. She will do anything to secure a project she sets her sights on. Zhang Han said calmly, she's not stupid. Of course she knows who she can afford to offend and who she can't. The land is in my hands. What can she do even if she's not happy? If she knows what's good for her, she'll just keep quiet. Tang Yun was stunned by the domineering aura that Zhang Han inadvertently revealed. After a while, she rolled her eyes and said defiantly, you talk big, but she's the eldest daughter of the Xie family. Tang Yun stopped talking at this point. The Xie family is indeed very powerful. But Zhang Han is clearly more mysterious and powerful. The L'Oréal group alone is probably enough to rival the entire Xie family. Not to mention Chateau Lafite Rothschild in France. Perhaps in his eyes, the Xie family really is nothing. Thinking of this, Tang Yun was speechless. Zhang Han, that little rascal, seems so unreliable most of the time. It's also a little bit perverted. But his family background is terrifyingly top-notch. My own daughter found such a boyfriend, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chapter 52 Aunt Tang, I'll go get a room. Aunt Tang, what would you like to eat for lunch? Seeing that Zhang Han had examined the land enough, he took the initiative to ask a question. Tang Yin glanced at her watch and said, why don't we go back to number 1 mansion for dinner? I think we should have enough time, and it's not too late. Although I no longer hate or despise Zhang Han as much as I did at the beginning. But it was just the two of us eating alone. Tang Yun still felt something was off and couldn't accept it. Especially after hearing his story about the kitten and puppy yesterday. In her mind, Zhang Han had already quietly become synonymous with pervert. It took courage for me to come out with him to look at the land. If the two of them were to eat alone again, she was afraid she would turn into that poor little cat. I woke up to find that my butt hurt. Seeing this, Zhang Han didn't insist and shrugged, saying, alright, let's go back and eat then. After the two got into the car, Zhang Han drove the Aston Martin 177 toward number 1 mansion. However, an accident happened on the way back. A serious traffic accident occurred on the outer ring road. A large truck went out of control, and then more than a dozen vehicles collided in a chain reaction, completely blocking the road. The road conditions in Shanghai are already not very good, and this incident immediately brought the entire route to a standstill. Zhang Han's Aston Martin 177 was stuck on the road and could not move. 40 minutes passed, and the vehicles in front still showed no sign of moving. Tang Yun, sitting in the passenger seat, began to fidget, looking anxious and glancing around nervously with a furrowed brow, shifting her body back and forth. He looked very anxious. Sigh, the traffic in Shanghai is really bad, it's so congested. Aunt Tang, are you hungry? I have some biscuits and bottled water here, would you like some? Seeing Tang Yun's anxious appearance, Zhang Han asked her with concern. Tang Yun's expression turned even more unpleasant after hearing the words, mineral water. She forced a smile and said in a hoarse voice, it's okay, Zhang Han. I'm not hungry or thirsty. It's just that there are so many cars. Zhang Han looked at the long, motionless line of cars ahead, shrugged, and said helplessly, yeah, bad luck. We just happened to run into a car accident up ahead. Tang Yun didn't reply, but became even more anxious. Later, she curled up completely, looking trembling, pitiful and helpless. Zhang Han couldn't understand why Tang Yun had suddenly become like this.
He wanted to show her some concern, but she seemed unwilling to speak. They had no choice but to remain silent as well. Time passed second by second, and almost 20 minutes later, the car had only moved a negligible amount of space. Tang Yun's anxiety was reaching its peak, and even through the center console, Zhang Han could still feel her urgency. Her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows were furrowed, and her pretty face was flushed red, as if she were struggling with something.
Zhang Han couldn't help but ask again, "And Tang, are you all right?"
Tang Yun answered with exceptional difficulty this time, speaking slowly and haltingly, "I am fine."
Zhang Han, you don't worry about me.
Zhang Han felt tired just watching her strain so hard.
What's wrong with Tang Yun? A bold idea immediately popped into Zhang Han's mind.
He instinctively wanted to shake his head and reject it, but then he turned to look at Tang Yun's distressed expression. He seemed a little unsure of what to expect.
Could it be that Tang Yun really needed to pee so badly?
He really does look like he's about to need to use the restroom. I was looking at land in the new district of Shanghai before. Because of the hot weather, Tang Yun drank 2 bottles of water.
After being stuck in traffic for so long, it's quite normal to feel the urge to urinate.
But this matter is too private and too embarrassing.
Zhang Han didn't feel comfortable speaking up.
All he could do was quietly turn on the air conditioning to lower the temperature inside the car a little. After all, the warm interior of the car used to be very comfortable, so it's normal to feel a bit suffocated if you don't try. When it's a bit cold, people are more energetic and have a stronger ability to hold their breath.
Tang Yun noticed the change in temperature inside the car. She felt extremely uneasy and secretly glanced at Zhang Han with some fear. Will they find out I've been holding my pee?
But seeing the calm and composed expression on Zhang Han's face, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It should not have been found.
Perhaps the air conditioning really worked. After tensing up and concentrating, the unbearable feeling seemed to lessen considerably.
At the same time, the previously jammed traffic began to slowly pick up.
It seems there's hope for me.
Tang Yun's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly calmed down.
The happy expression on her face didn't even last 2 seconds. Tang Yun instantly broke down.
She tried her best to control herself, but she felt as if her body did not belong to her, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not exert any strength.
Finally, he let out a very relaxed sigh. Zhang Han, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded.
After sighing, Tang Yun instantly turned into an ostrich, burying her face deep inside, not daring to look up again, looking ashamed to face anyone. Silence fell over the car. The atmosphere was almost frozen. Zhang Han hesitated, unsure of what to say in this situation. Given Tang Yun's current state, it's definitely impossible for her to return to number 1 mansion.
If Mu Xiaoye were to see this, it would be like mud falling into his crotch. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit.
So he took out his phone and searched for nearby 5-star hotels.
Then I drove the car over there. When we arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot, he whispered to Tang Yun, who was crying silently and shedding tears. "And Tang, can you wait here for me? I'll get a room so you can clean it up."
Tang Yun was now like a walking corpse, or a mindless puppet. Hearing Zhang Han's words, he simply nodded blankly. His once bright and piercing eyes had become dull and lifeless, devoid of any of their former brilliance.
The once proud and elegant Tang Yun has now become like a vegetable, unable to think.
Zhang Han sighed silently, stood up, and prepared to leave the driver's seat.
Tang Yun instinctively whispered, "No. I'm scared." She feels extremely insecure right now.
Leaving her alone in the car is undoubtedly a form of mental torture. Zhang Han felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this.
Tang Yun's pitiful appearance is incredibly arousing to men's protective instincts. He gently comforted her, "It's all right, Aunt Tang, don't be afraid. I'm going, I'll be right back.
Please wait here for a moment."
Tang Yun knew that Zhang Han's suggestion was the most rational choice,
because she had gradually come to feel that awkward sensation.
If this drags on any longer, I might. As for going directly back to number 1 mansion, the moment the idea popped into Tang Yun's mind, she dismissed it. She definitely can't let Mu Xiaoye see her like this. This is the last vestige of dignity a mother can have.
But asking Tang Yun to go to the hotel with Zhang Han would be too difficult for her.
Even knowing that Zhang Han might not necessarily do anything.
But Tang Yun still couldn't get over that hurdle. While struggling with the decision, she suddenly came up with a solution.
Chapter 53. I will forget about this. That.
John Han, drive the car to my house.
Tang Yun spoke in an almost inaudible voice.
Although bringing a man home was a first for her. But compared to going to a hotel with John Han,
it's also easier to accept. John Han didn't expect Tang Yun to take the initiative to suggest going to her home.
But he quickly realized that this was the best option at the moment.
John Han readily agreed, okay, let's go there now. And Tang, where do you live?
Tang Yun blushed as she set up the navigation on her phone map and then handed the phone to John Han.
He didn't speak. John Han smiled but didn't say anything. Following the navigation on my phone, I drove my Aston Martin to Tang Yun's house. Tang Yun's home is a little distance from the Madong New district.
Although John Han had already increased his speed as much as possible within the limits of traffic rules.
But Tang Yun's expression still uncontrollably turned awkward.
After it gradually evaporates, it still has a sticky feeling.
It's really uncomfortable. Fortunately, nothing else went wrong on the road this time. John Han arrived at his destination after driving for more than 30 minutes. Imperial Bay.
The average price per square meter in this fairly upscale residential community is around 80,000 yuan.
That's quite in line with Tang Yun's background.
Under her direction, John Han drove the car to the underground parking lot of the residential area.
Then she said softly, "And Tang, we're home. Let's go upstairs." To his surprise, Tang Yun reverted to her autistic childlike demeanor.
He sat blankly in the passenger seat, his head buried, not moving. Because she suddenly realized another problem.
What if I run into someone I know in my neighborhood?
That would truly be a direct form of social death. However, it's unrealistic to expect her to suggest going to a hotel on her own initiative.
When people are in a state of extreme distress, they are more likely to choose to escape reality. Tang Yun is currently in this situation. Hiding away makes it feel like nothing ever happened.
Seeing this, John Han had no choice but to reach out and lift Tang Yun out of the car. Tang Yun remained completely still. It's not the kind of relaxed stillness, but the kind of stillness where you don't dare to move at all. Then, like an ostrich, she buried her head deeply in John Han's shoulder. It's as if by doing this, I can avoid all the awkwardness and simply escape into my own world. After John Han locked the car, he carried Tang Yun out. As for the stained seat cushions, we'll have to find someone to deal with them tomorrow, and we'll have to find a female car washer who keeps quiet about it.
Another minor trouble.
But John Han didn't have time to think about all that right now. Dealing with the immediate matter was the most important thing. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that Tang Yun would suffer too much of a mental blow and do something that she and Mu Xiaoye would regret for the rest of their lives. After all, for a proud woman like Tang Yun, this was practically the end of the world. However, John Han quickly came up with another problem. Because he had no idea which building or apartment Tang Yun lived in. So he could only gently pat Tang Yun's back and ask softly, "And Tang, where do you live? Could you point it out?" Tang Yun raised her head slightly and then cautiously looked around. After confirming that no one was around, with a flushed face, she pointed to the elevator not far away and said, "Building C, room 1203. The key and the elevator card are in my bag." After saying that, she quickly buried her head back down. This action gave John Han an urge to pat Tang Yun's head. Because it looks really cute. But John Han managed to restrain his impulse. He was afraid that if he put his hand on her, Tang Yun would bite him hard. John Han is almost traumatized by this. He took the key and room card from Tang Yun's bag, then carried Tang Yun to room 1203 in the elevator. After opening the door, he gently placed Tang Yun on the sofa and then softly comforted her, "And Tang, it's alright. Now it's just the two of us, so you don't have to worry about running into anyone else. I will also have someone I trust take care of the car seat cushions, and that will be the end of it. Don't feel too much pressure. People aren't machines, everyone encounters things like this. I understand." John Han's comfort gave Tang Yun great warmth. But at this moment, she could no longer contain her despair and collapse, and began to wail loudly. "I really didn't mean it, John Han, you have to believe me. When I was in the car, Tang Yun could no longer speak, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. John Han had no choice but to sit on the sofa and gently pat her back to comfort her, saying, "It's okay, it's all in the past. I believe you. You definitely didn't do it on purpose, and no one would do it on purpose, right?" With John Han's gentle comfort, Tang Yun gradually regained her composure. Although she is still crying, she can speak normally now. "Yes, that's normal.
Everyone needs to use the restroom, right? Jung Han, don't you think so? Tang Yun anxiously grasped Jung Han's hand and asked, as if a drowning person were clutching a last straw. That was all her hope. Jung Han nodded firmly, and Tang, you're right, I understand you. He can indeed understand. This was a terrible thing for Tang Yun. Unfortunately, I encountered a bizarre traffic accident that caused a massive traffic jam, and to make matters worse, I was stuck in the middle of the road, unable to move at all. If it were a man, or a child. If things get really bad, we can just run to the green belt and take care of it. At most, people will say a couple of things about my lack of manners. Even if they are seen, they will still lose 2 pieces of meat. But Tang Yun was different. She was a woman, and a proud one at that. It would be better to let her die than to make her do such a thing in broad daylight. If others find out about this, it will be no different from social death for her. You could even say it was worse than death. If there was no one else in the car, it would be fine. If she was alone, the problem would be solved, and she could just wash the car herself later. But Jung Han happened to be sitting next to her, making their relationship rather awkward. Tang Yun herself was very concerned about her image, so of course she was embarrassed to bring up this matter. So, Tang Yun had no choice but to keep it to herself. You might have been able to hold it in and nothing would have happened, but then you had to relax. She kept going back and forth, and eventually she couldn't stop. That's why such a terrible thing happened. Fortunately, Jung Han had high emotional intelligence and handled the matter in a low-key manner, returning safely to Tang Yun's home. If it were a boisterous young person, Tang Yun might have simply opened the car door and rammed into the car, potentially killing herself and ending it all. Tang Yun had also thought of this. So, after regaining her composure, she blushed and said to Jung Han, "Thank you, Jung Han. If it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know what to do." Jung Han smiled and said, "It's alright, it's all in the past. This is what I should do, after all, you are Xiaoya's mother, right?" Tang Yun quickly got up and sat down next to her, saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Jung Han guessed what Tang Yun wanted to say and took the initiative to speak. In life, everyone will inevitably encounter some unexpected and embarrassing things. Don't worry, Aunt Tang, I'll forget everything that happened today and pretend this day never happened. Tang Yun nodded silently. In fact, she knew very well that people are not like cell phones that can be reset to factory settings. Jung Han said he would forget everything that happened today. But how could she possibly forget? However, Jung Han had done everything he could and had not taken advantage of others' misfortune, so he could say he had a clear conscience. The two fell silent again. After a while, Tang Yun suddenly said somewhat awkwardly, "Jung Han, wait here for me for a moment, I'm going to the restroom first." Upon hearing this, Jung Han's eyes instinctively drifted to her. Tang Yun is wearing a beige Chanel suit today. Dignified and elegant. It showcases the mature charm of a beautiful woman. Tang Yun also noticed Jung Han's gaze shift, and her pretty face turned bright red. At that moment, she really had the urge to die. Today was such a terrible day. She was too embarrassed to look Jung Han in the eye, so she awkwardly turned her head away and ran to the bathroom as if fleeing. Jung Han watched her graceful yet slightly disheveled back as she walked away, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 54: Tang Yun's Transformation. When Tang Yun came out again, Jung Han's stomach couldn't help but growl. Gurgle. A powerful feeling of hunger arose spontaneously. They originally returned from the new district of Shanghai around noon. So many things happened on the way. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's normal to feel hungry after not eating for so long. Jung Han, who possesses master-level Sichuan cuisine skills, decided to cook something himself. He ran to the kitchen and found that the refrigerator was full of food. Eggs, eggplant, black fungus, pork, carrots, green peppers, all sorts of ingredients are available. After examining the food in the refrigerator, Jung Han quickly made a decision. He first rinsed the rice, washed it, and cooked it. Then take some black fungus and green peppers out of the refrigerator and soak them in water. He took out another piece of pork, rubbed his hands together vigorously, and began to process the pork with his hands. This step seems simple, but under Jung Han's masterful culinary skills, it appears quite extraordinary. He set the processed pork aside and took out the soaked black fungus and green peppers. I placed it on the cutting board and started chopping it quickly. The cleaver danced in Jung Han's hand, and with a few flashes of cold light, the black fungus and green peppers were evenly sliced into thin strips of uniform size.
What seems like a simple act of chopping vegetables becomes an art in Jiang Han's hands.
Flowing like clouds in water, unrestrained and free. It possesses a breathtaking beauty.
Only a master-level skill can turn cooking into a delightful experience. Although there was no audience, Jiang Han remained completely focused on his performance. The system not only endowed him with powerful skills, but also with corresponding focus.
Only when people have something to hold on to can they achieve something.
A person who doesn't know how to focus is destined to never reach the pinnacle in their field.
Time passed silently.
After Jiang Han served the prepared shredded pork with garlic sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and smashed cucumber on the table,
Tang Yun also came out of the bathroom wrapped in a sexy bathrobe.
Jiang Han's eyes lit up when he saw her. Unexpectedly, Tang Yun's appearance changed so much after removing her makeup. Originally appearing stiff and aloof, she now seems to possess a touch of delicate charm.
He exclaimed sincerely, "Aunt Tang, you are so beautiful."
Tang Yun felt a little shy at this moment. After all, she was only wearing a light bathrobe. Her full breasts, partially hidden, were extremely alluring. After hearing Jiang Han's words, she blushed and said coquettishly, "You're just a smooth talker, always being indecent."
Jiang Han chuckled and said, "I mean it all. By the way, Aunt Tang, you must be hungry, right? I made some dishes. Would you like some too? You always cook at home before, so now you can try my cooking."
Seeing that Jiang Han had arranged everything so perfectly, Tang Yun felt a warmth in her heart. For so many years, she had not been treated so gently. This feeling of being loved and pampered made her feel somewhat overwhelmed. Looking at the extraordinary and handsome man in front of her, Tang Yun felt a strange feeling rising in her heart. She said in a tone 100 times gentler than usual, "Well, I'll try your cooking too." Jiang Han looked at Tang Yun with some disbelief.
Is this still the same old-fashioned, strict, and slightly aloof Tang Yun? Why is it suddenly so docile, like a bamboo rat suffering from heatstroke? This stark contrast filled him with a deep sense of satisfaction. Why are most men so madly in love with aloof, icy beauties?
I just like her cold and aloof demeanor in public, but warm and passionate in private. Tang Yun perfectly fulfilled Jiang Han's fantasies about this.
He suppressed some inappropriate thoughts and smiled, "Aunt Tang, let me serve you some rice."
After Tang Yun sat down at the dining table, she looked at the dishes in front of her that looked and smelled delicious.
I couldn't help but be a little surprised.
Because she is a very good cook. Therefore, it is known how exceptional Jiang Han's skills in preparing these dishes truly are. Stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and smashed cucumbers are dishes that any hotel chef can make. But this Yuxiang Rosi shredded pork with garlic sauce is truly a masterpiece. Even in 5-star hotels, you might not be able to taste it. After all, every master chef is qualified to be a royal chef for state banquets. Even if a typical 5-star hotel hires a master like him, they will only have him come out to entertain a very small number of distinguished guests.
Tang Yun was very surprised.
I never expected that Jiang Han was not only good at playing the piano, but also so good at cooking.
How many more skills does he have that she doesn't know about? Tang Yun's curiosity grew stronger.
Jiang Han carried 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen, placed 1 bowl in front of Tang Yun, and said, "I was worried that you didn't have a good appetite, so I made a Sichuan dish, shredded pork with garlic sauce, to whet your appetite."
I don't know if you'll like it. He was obviously lying through his teeth.
The system only gave him master-level Sichuan cuisine skills. Jiang Han's skills in other cuisines were enhanced due to factors such as knife skills.
At best, it's just an entry-level skill. But Tang Yun didn't know that.
She thought Jiang Han was genuinely worried that she had a poor appetite, which was why he specially made the appetizing Sichuan dish, shredded pork with garlic sauce. In that instant, a feeling called sweetness rose in her heart.
Although I know this feeling is wrong.
But it still spread uncontrollably in Tang Yun's heart. A beautiful smile curved her lips. "Thank you. This dish smells amazing, and the knife skills are excellent. It must taste delicious." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of shredded pork with garlic sauce and put it in her mouth.
The aroma explodes on your taste buds instantly.
That extreme domineering power made Tang Yun involuntarily exclaim with satisfaction, "It's so delicious."
Jiang Han, you're amazing.
Jiang Han looked at her satisfied expression.
A great sense of accomplishment welled up inside me.
For a chef, the greatest encouragement is when their work is recognized by diners. He smiled and picked up a piece of tomato, placing it in Tang Yun's bowl, saying, "If you find it spicy, you can eat something sour to neutralize it." After Tang Yin nodded her thanks, she also picked up a piece of smashed cucumber and put it in Jiang Han's bowl, saying, "Eat some yourself, don't just keep putting food on my plate." Tang Yin blushed slightly as she said this. She seemed a little shy. This was the first time in her life that she had ever served food to a man other than her father. Although neither of them did anything intimate, they behaved as before, acting out of affection but not out of courtesy. But both Jiang Han and Tang Yun knew very well what was going on. Their relationship can never go back to what it was before. They can no longer simply be elders and juniors. Neither of them said anything, maintaining a tacit understanding and pretending that things were just the same as before. The only difference is, Mu Xiaoye was never mentioned again during their conversation. Although it was just a thin layer of paper, serving as the final barrier between the two. But it is precisely this thin veil that allows them to enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the moment without being disturbed by the awkward atmosphere. After all, given their social statuses, the societal pressures they face if they want to be together are immense. It's almost impossible. Mu Xiaoye alone is an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 55. I think you're just a little pervert. After finishing the meal, as usual, Tang Yin consciously began to clear away the dishes. Wearing a loose bathrobe, she did these seemingly simple housework chores. Every gesture she makes exudes a captivating charm. This immediately reminded Jiang Han of a study material he had once read. Housekeeper's Kitchen.avi. Compared to the somewhat incompetent maid Mu Xiaoye, Tang Yun is the real top-notch maid material. Not only is she an excellent cook, but she is also very serious and meticulous when doing housework. Most importantly, she has a mature and charming oval face full of classical beauty. And a figure as shapely as a ripe apple. Imagine wearing those maid outfits. What a beautiful sight it would be. Hiss. I dare not think about it. Tang Yin looked up and saw Jiang Han's burning gaze. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she tossed her hair aside. Then she said in a soft, coquettish voice, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jiang Han remained silent, but boldly continued to stare at Tang Yun. Seeing her shyly turn her pretty face away slightly, he smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, you are so virtuous and beautiful. If I marry you, I will definitely be the happiest man in the world." Tang Yun felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing this, but on the surface she still pretended to be angry. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm already this old, who would want to marry me?" Just as Jiang Han was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Mu Xiaoye calling. Jiang Han chose to answer the phone. Mu Xiaoye's timid voice came through the phone. "Master, why haven't you come back yet? I miss you." "Ahem, I'm at your house getting to know your mom better." Jiang Han felt a little mischievous, but said gently, "Good girl, I'll be right back. There was a little accident on the way." "Ah. Master, are you all right?" Mu Xiaoye's voice suddenly became anxious and full of worry. "Don't worry, there was a multi-vehicle collision on my road. I'm fine, it's just that the traffic jam lasted a long time." "That's good." Mu Xiaoye breathed a long sigh of relief, then said shyly, "Master, I've prepared a little surprise for you." Jiang Han subconsciously recalled the little activity from last night. He glanced at Tang Yun guiltily. Fortunately, there was no unusual expression on her face. They probably didn't hear their conversation. Jiang Han coughed twice, then said in a serious tone, "Okay, I understand. I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yun asked, "Was that Xiaoye calling?" Jiang Han nodded, "Yes, they're probably worried because I haven't come back so late." The words were spoken. Both of them remained silent for a moment. Mu Xiaoye was like an insurmountable chasm, separating the two of them completely. Tang Yun felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach. How could she be entangled with her daughter's boyfriend? And even enjoy the tenderness he gave her with a clear conscience. She sighed softly and gave a forced smile. Xiaoye has this kind of personality, a bit like a kitten, very clingy. "It's getting late, let's go back." After saying that, she lowered her head and quickly walked to her room. Then she changed into a light gray women's suit and came out. Jiang Han wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Tang Yun's expression wasn't cold at all. In fact, she had a gentle smile on her face. But the distance between the two was much greater than before. He felt disappointed, but he also knew it. Tang Yun's attitude was the wisest choice. Because if the two of them continue to develop in this way, that's playing with fire and getting burned. It's inevitable that you'll get burned. In silence, the two walked to the underground parking lot.
Zhang Han opened the gull-wing doors of the Aston Martin and got into the driver's seat. After waiting for a while, I saw that Tang Yun did not sit down. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tang Yun did not answer. She just blushed and didn't say anything. Zhang Han looked at the marks on the passenger seat and suddenly understood. I made a foolish mistake. The car hasn't been washed yet. Zhang Han gave an awkward smile and said, "I'm sorry, Aunt Tang, I completely forgot about that." The person in the passenger seat. Stop talking. Tang Yun, like an angry lioness, let out a low growl tinged with shyness. Zhang Han's heart stirred slightly. Instead of listening to Tang Yun, he continued, "Actually, it's almost evaporated by now. Aunt Tang, just bear with it for a while and you'll be fine. And it doesn't have much of a smell, so you don't need to be afraid." As he spoke, he pretended to lean closer to examine the marks on the passenger seat. Tang Yun exploded instantly. She rushed into the car, grabbed Zhang Han by the neck tightly, and shouted loudly with a flushed face, "Don't smell it." She really wants to die right now. She had previously thought that from now on, she would keep her distance from Zhang Han. I can't do anything to betray my daughter again. But those thoughts are long gone now. The only thought in her mind right now is, it's all to make that little pervert Zhang Han not want to smell the traces he left behind. Especially in front of her. For a proud and intellectual woman like Tang Yun, this is no different from a public execution. It's so shameful. He was in pain as Tang Yun held him so tightly. Although I wish it could stay like this forever. But there's a little maid waiting at home. If I go back too late, it might really explode. So after enjoying it for a while, Zhang Han said, "Aunt Tang, I know I was wrong, please let go first. I was just joking with you. I hope you're not too stressed, this is all in the past now." Tang Yun then released Zhang Han, her face flushed as she scolded, "How could you do this? It's so outrageous." Zhang Han said in a serious tone, "I'm just saying that you still can't let go. Actually, it's not a big deal. Everyone encounters this situation. It's just a normal phenomenon. I think you're a little pervert." Tang Yun gave a heavy snort. He crossed his arms and looked sullen. Yet it has a strange kind of cuteness. Zhang Han chuckled inwardly, but a wry smile appeared on his face. "I'm a pervert, okay? Aunt Tang, please fasten your seatbelt first. If you don't go back soon, Xiao will really be getting impatient." Hearing this, Tang Yun didn't say anything more and obediently fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Han started the Aston Martin and drove towards number 1 mansion. Throughout the journey, the two remained silent. But this silence was different from the silence that had just come from Tang Yun's house. The former silence meant that the two would henceforth be like two parallel lines. They drifted further and further apart, never to meet again. But the silence now seems more like a quarrel between a young couple, each refusing to speak to the other out of spite. It even carries a hint of sweetness. Because there was no traffic jam this time. So the Aston Martin quickly drove into the underground parking lot of one mansion. After getting off the bus, Zhang Han looked at Tang Yun, who was still pouting slightly, like a little girl throwing a tantrum. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, Aunt Tang, I'll wash the car myself tomorrow. I absolutely won't let anyone know you were in the passenger seat. You still dare to talk." Tang Yun was so angry she wanted to jump up and down. She wished she could just take off her high heels and slap her little feet on Zhang Han's hateful, stinky face. Zhang Han chuckled and decided not to tempt fate any further. He took Tang Yun upstairs. Chapter 56. Meow meow meow, I've been cheated on? Open the door to your home. Hearing the noise, Mu Xiaoya happily carried a plate of egg tarts she had made herself to the door. "Master, you're finally back? I made you egg tarts." After seeing her mother and Zhang Han enter at the same time, Mu Xiaoya's face showed surprise, and she asked loudly, "How did you all come back together?" Mu Xiaoya suddenly felt that the egg tart in her hand no longer tasted good. Moreover, it seemed to faintly emit a green light. Zhang Han went to inspect the land, didn't he? Why did you come back with your mother? Meow meow meow, I've been cheated on? Staring at him with a questioning look in his eyes, Zhang Han subconsciously felt a little guilty. He coughed twice, trying to explain, but Tang Yun calmly said, "I just came back from the company and ran into Xiao Jiang, so we came up together." What a coincidence. Mu Xiaoya looked at the two of them suspiciously. "What else did you think?" Tang Yun asked back with a straight face. Zhang Han sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, Women are indeed born liars.
Especially with beautiful women, you can't believe a word they say. Judging from Tang Yun's calm expression, it's as if Zhang Han hadn't been there to witness everything today.
They probably couldn't help but believe it. What she said is true. I see. Although Mu Xiaoye had a vague feeling that something was not right.
But he didn't notice anything wrong from his mother's expression. She held up the plate in her hands and said to Zhang Han in a fawning manner, "Hee, master, try the egg tarts I made, aren't they delicious? I watched videos online and learned how to make them for a long time." Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he had gotten away with it.
I picked up the egg tart and took a bite.
The taste was surprisingly good, and he gave a thumbs up, praising, "Wow, not bad."
When did Xiaoye become so amazing? Hearing Zhang Han's praise, Mu Xiaoye was overjoyed. But she said arrogantly, "Humph, I've always been amazing, okay?"
Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Tang Yun felt inexplicably uncomfortable.
She frowned subconsciously and said, "What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go inside." Okay, why are you being so mean?" Mu Xiaoye muttered something under her breath. She obediently went inside.
Zhang Han picked up an egg tart and handed it to Tang Yun, saying, "Aunt Tang, you should try it too, it tastes pretty good." Tang Yun glanced at Mu Xiaoye in front of her and said indifferently, "Xiaoye made this for you, I dare not eat it, otherwise someone will be jealous of me again."
Puff! Zhang Han almost burst out laughing. "Please.
Judging from your sour tone, it's hard to say who's jealous of whom." He watched as Mu Xiaoye walked into the living room, then lowered his voice and whispered,
"Aunt Tang, you reacted really quickly. I admire you."
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun blushed, a hint of panic flashing across her face.
Seeing that Mu Xiaoye hadn't noticed what was happening, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense at home, understand?"
Zhang Han grinned and held up the egg tart in his hand, saying, "Then please have this, Aunt Tang, it tastes really good." Tang Yun glared at Zhang Han before reluctantly taking the egg tart from his hand. Zhang Han stopped teasing Tang Yun, and the two walked into the living room together.
At this time, Mu Xiaoye was sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV.
Upon seeing Tang Yun enter, she pouted and said in a spoiled tone, "Mom,
I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Okay, I'll make it for you right away. All you ever do is eat."
Tang Yun rolled her eyes at Mu Xiaoye before tying on her apron.
I went into the kitchen and got busy.
Zhang Han sat down next to Mu Xiaoye and said with a smile, "Did you miss me at home today, my little cutie?"
"No. I don't want to miss you, you stinky owner."
As Mu Xiaoye said this, she shifted her body and snuggled closer like a kitten. Then her delicate little nose twitched slightly as she began to sniff Zhang Han's scent. Mu Xiaoye only believed half of what Tang Yun had just said. The atmosphere between Tang Yun and Zhang Han was just too subtle.
It's completely different from before.
Especially the way Tang Yun looked at Zhang Han.
Something's really wrong.
Therefore, she was certain that something had happened between her mother and Zhang Han that she didn't know about. Women always have a terrifying sixth sense when it comes to this.
They don't talk about evidence at all, they only talk about intuition. Zhang Han felt a little uneasy watching Mu Xiaoye's actions. But he still tried to remain calm and asked, "What's wrong?"
After Mu Xiaoye noticed that she didn't smell any strange odors on Zhang Han, she realized that he was not smelling anything unusual.
My heart relaxed. It seems I might have really misunderstood.
She said sweetly, "It's all right, master."
"How did the land survey go today?" Zhang Han nodded and said, "It's not bad, it meets expectations quite well.
I'll talk to an infrastructure company in a couple of days, and the factory should be built in about 4 or 5 months. Zhang Han wasn't in a hurry to produce the beauty cream. The growth cycle of the Ningyan flower alone takes half a year. Once I've settled down the medicinal herb base and planted the first batch of Ningyan flowers, the harvest will probably be next year. All that's needed is to set up the factory and production lines before that. As for the production of finished Ningyan flower products directly purchased from the system store,
Zhang Han certainly isn't that stupid. Seeds cost 10 yuan each, while finished products cost 5,000 yuan each. Anyone with a normal IQ knows how to choose.
Although he can sell beauty cream at sky-high prices,
there will definitely be quite a few wealthy women who will foot the bill.
But clearly, the most profitable business in the world is always one of small profits but quick turnover. Just like in 10-cent games, a skin costs a few dozen yuan, which seems insignificant.
But when the quantity is large, the profits become terrifying.
In fact, making a profit is not Jiang Han's top priority. What he really cares about is the social impact that comes from his large investment.
This is the most important thing. Having money alone is useless. No matter how much money you have, if it's just sitting in a bank account, that's a string of numbers. The government can freeze your account with just a word. However, if you invest your money in real businesses, it created enough jobs. Millions of people depend on you for their livelihood.
Make the local people's livelihood closely related to you.
The resulting influence and implicit power are terrifying.
Especially when local finances are directly related to your business operations, laws and policies are, to some extent, in your favor.
Shannon is the invincible land, Longgang is unmatched. That's how it came about.
As a man with a system, Jiang Han naturally has ambitions. He also hopes that one day, he will be able to command the wind and rain with a single word, making the whole world take notice. To achieve this goal, you need to spend your money and transform it into social influence.
It is a process that must be gone through. Chapter 57. Please, you two, let me go.
Men are most attractive when they are thinking. Especially since Jiang Han is so handsome and dashing.
Mu Xiaoye stared at Jiang Han, who was deep in thought, and couldn't help but be captivated.
They didn't come to their senses until Tang Yun called them to eat.
Okay, Mom, we're coming right now.
Mu Xiaoye responded, then gently patted Jiang Han and said, Master, time to eat. When Jiang Han, who had just finished thinking, heard this sentence, there was a slight awkwardness. Before he came, he had just had dinner with Tang Yun at her house.
Continue eating now. Even a stomach made of iron couldn't handle it.
But a direct refusal is obviously not an option. He walked into the restaurant and found Tang Yun also looking troubled by the dishes on the table. After happily taking a bite of her food, Mu Xiaoye looked at the two people who were sitting motionless in their chairs without touching their chopsticks and asked curiously, Master, Mom, why aren't you eating? Jiang Han and Tang Yun exchanged a bitter look.
A feeling of shared misfortune welled up in my heart.
At that moment, their relationship seemed to have grown even closer. Tang Yun symbolically picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and placed it in Jiang Han's bowl, saying, Mom's not having a very good appetite today, so you and Xiao Jiang should eat more.
Jiang Han looked completely bewildered. You're sabotaging your teammate.
Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han, who was completely bewildered and on the verge of tears, and a smug smile appeared on her lips.
Xiao Jiang, hurry up and eat. Don't you think my cooking is bad? Things have come to this.
Jiang Han was also in despair. If both of them say they have a poor appetite, that would be too fake.
Mu Xiaoye is so perceptive, she will definitely notice the problem.
Jiang Han had no choice but to pick up his dinner with tears in his eyes and take a big, vicious bite. Then he expressed his dissatisfaction with his eyes. Tang Yun covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyebrows curving into a smug expression.
You little brat, see if you dare bully me again.
When Mu Xiaoye saw her mother putting food on Jiang Han's plate, she immediately called out in dissatisfaction, Mom.
Tang Yun asked in confusion, Huh? What's wrong? You.
Mu Xiaoye hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. If she were to ask her mother not to serve Jiang Han any food, it would seem like she was being petty and making a mountain out of a molehill.
Although this behavior is a little bit ambiguous.
But it's perfectly normal for elders to serve food to younger people. Mu Xiaoye had no choice but to swallow her words and said angrily, It's nothing, you should eat some too.
Tang Yun said with a smile, Didn't I say I didn't have an appetite?
You and Xiao Jiang should eat more.
As she spoke, she placed another large pork knuckle on Jiang Han's plate.
He said warmly, Come on, Xiao Jiang, you're at the age where you're growing, eat more meat. Jiang Han was in a terrible state of mind. But it's difficult to flare up. He could only glare fiercely at Tang Yun twice. He made a shoo sound with his mouth. He looked like he was ready to fight to the death if you put any more food on my plate. Upon seeing this, Tang Yun blushed slightly and gave an awkward, dry laugh.
They didn't pick up any more food.
Jiang Han originally thought he had escaped a disaster.
I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then they saw Mu Xiaoye use her chopsticks to put a large handful of food into her bowl, and sweetly say, Master, what do you like to eat? I'll get it for you.
Jiang Han was almost in tears.
You two conspired to mess with me, didn't you? Please, you two, mother and daughter, let me go. But clearly, this is something that cannot be said aloud.
Finally, Jiang Han no longer wanted to recall how he had managed to finish his dinner. Even with the enhancements from the S-Class body serum, eating 2 meals in such a short period of time was an unbearable ordeal for him. He slumped into a chair in the restaurant, his eyes vacant.
I just want to be alone and quietly contemplate life. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh when she saw his utterly hopeless expression.
At this time, Mu Xiaoye had already gone to the living room to practice the piano.
She tiptoed to Zhang Han's side, gently patted his shoulder, and said reproachfully, "Do you have to be so dramatic? I just let you eat a little more, is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" Zhang Han rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Big sister, you call this eating a little bit too much? Try eating 2 meals at the same time and see what it's like." Tang Yin rolled her eyes at Zhang Han and said, "Who's your older sister?
You have no respect for elders."
Wasn't I eating too?
Zhang Han's reply was very simple.
He.
Tang Yun was also a little embarrassed.
She only drank 2 sips of soup while eating, as if she hadn't eaten anything at all.
On the contrary, Zhang Han was caught off guard by the mother and daughter's antics.
I was forced to eat most of the food. She lowered her head and said softly, "Then, shall I get you some digestive tablets?" Never mind. Zhang Han waved his hand listlessly.
After all, his body has been enhanced in every way, and his digestive ability is much better than that of an ordinary person. A few minutes later, the uncomfortable feeling of fullness had almost disappeared. Zhang Han would never want to experience that again, even if it meant his life.
Tang Yin thought Zhang Han was angry with her. That's why I didn't let her get the medicine.
After stealing a glance at Mu Xiaoye to confirm that she was practicing the piano diligently, she stretched out her fair little hand and placed it on Zhang Han's stomach.
I pressed it gently.
Seeing Zhang Han's surprised expression, Tang Yin blushed and whispered, "If your stomach is bloated, just press it a few times and it will be fine." Zhang Han was naturally not foolish enough to say that his stomach was no longer bloated. After thoroughly enjoying Tang Yun's massage, Zhang Han asked, Aunt Tang, when are we going to get the car washed tomorrow?" Zhang Han originally planned to hand over the Aston Martin to his butler, Lucy, for cleaning.
Anyway, his personal butler kept his mouth shut. "I won't go around saying things I don't mean. Another girl. You can rest assured." But no matter what Tang Yin said, she wouldn't agree and insisted that Tang Yin wash the clothes herself. Zhang Han had no choice but to agree. Who made that stain the one left by Tang Yin? She should at least have some say in the matter. When Zhang Han brought up the topic, Tang Yin was no longer as embarrassed or unable to face it as before. Humans are such adaptable creatures. Since it has already happened, we can only choose to face it. Although she was still a little embarrassed, Tang Yun was able to speak in a calm tone. "Tomorrow morning, after washing the car, we can contact the infrastructure company." "Okay." Zhang Han readily agreed. Then they walked out of the restaurant. He went to instruct the little maid, Mu Xiaoye, on practicing the piano. He had been in the restaurant long enough. If we don't go out soon, Mu Xiaoye might start to have some suspicions again. Zhang Han couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy being a man these days. Especially a responsible and good man like him. If he were less responsible, he would just have his own fun first. When you get tired of something, just switch to something else, just like Wang Xiaozong. There's no need for so many things anymore. However, Wang Xiaozong only plays with popular online green tea girls, so he wouldn't feel bad even if he changed partners. Zhang Han was unwilling to give up the 2 women beside him to anyone else. "I'm not like the guy who built the arch dam. I don't have that kind of special hobby." In this respect, Zhang Han is actually a somewhat selfish, and even a bit domineering man. Once something belongs to him, even if he no longer wants it, no one else is allowed to touch it. I'd rather keep her as a canary. As for other people's, if you're interested, you can just play along and have some fun. That's also possible. That's just how double standards we are. However, this is a thought shared by the vast majority of men. After all, male chauvinism is still quite normal. However, in an era dominated by feminism, many people can only dream about it and have no way to realize it. Chapter 58: The Amazing Balance. Thinking about things. So when Zhang Han was instructing Mu Xiaoye on how to play the piano, my condition wasn't very good, and there was a small mishap in the middle. After several days of guidance from Zhang Han, Mu Xiaoye's skill level has made a qualitative leap compared to before. You could tell Zhang Han wasn't in the right state of mind. In the past, even if Zhang Han played the piano with his feet, she probably wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. So Mu Xiaoye asked with concern, Master, what's wrong? Are you all right?
Zhang Han snapped out of his reverie and gave an awkward smile. It's nothing, I was just thinking about something and got distracted.
Mu Xiaoye said understandingly, is it something to do with the company?
If you feel tired, Master, you don't need to teach me to practice the piano anymore.
Go upstairs and rest first. I can practice by myself.
Zhang Han felt a warmth in his heart. Although this little maid always manages to cause trouble for her master, but she's still very well behaved. Like a warm, cozy cotton padded jacket, it's so comforting. He smiled and ruffled Mu Xiaoye's hair, saying, it's alright, nothing at the company is as important as teaching you to play the piano. I'm waiting for you to introduce me to some pretty senior girls after you get into the Shanghai Conservatory of Music next year. Mu Xiaoye was smiling sweetly at first. Upon hearing the rest, her face instantly went from sunny to cloudy. She gave a loud snort and slammed her small hands on the piano, making a clang 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 sound. Muttering to himself, you big jerk.
You stinky master. You heartless philanderer.
Seeing her angry expression, Zhang Han laughed rather unkindly.
How much fun would be missing in life if we didn't tease the little maid? And this also subtly satisfied his little evil thoughts. If he gets humiliated by his mother, he turns around and bullies his daughter. If he gets humiliated by his daughter, he turns around and bullies his mother. A magical balance has been achieved.
Zhang Han would never reveal this thought to outsiders. He wanted to live a few more years. After playing with the little maid for a while and teaching her to play the piano for a bit,
it's almost time to rest. Zhang Han coughed twice and said, want to learn something new tonight? Don't want. Mu Xiaoye called out decisively.
Her cute face was full of vigilance.
She's gotten smarter now and doesn't believe everything Zhang Han says like she used to. It's a shame she trusted the online tutorials so much before.
But what was the result? She was in so much pain all day that she didn't even dare to go to the toilet. Seeing Mu Xiaoye's timid appearance, Zhang Han felt a little helpless.
Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. That's referring to Mu Xiaoye right now.
Having to abandon his original idea, Zhang Han pinched her little cheek and said, alright, I'll let you off the hook for today.
Hee, master, you're so kind. Mu Xiaoye smiled sweetly, then asked with some worry, Master, you're not angry with me, are you?
Zhang Han gently tapped Mu Xiaoye's head and teased, having a little maid like you, I'm going to be driven crazy by you sooner or later.
Mu Xiaoye pouted and said, feeling wronged, don't hit my head. I'm not smart to begin with. If you hit my head, I'll become even dumber.
Then, looking at Zhang Han pitifully like a puppy, he said, Master, please don't be angry with me.
I'm really in a bit of pain today.
I'll learn new knowledge in a couple of days. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Zhang Han shook his head helplessly, fine, since you're my little maid.
Yay! I know you're the best, master. After spending some time being affectionate, Zhang Han went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Mu Xiaoye appeared in Zhang Han's master bedroom wearing an adorable maid outfit.
Then she said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Master, it's time to get up and have breakfast.
Do you want me to help you get dressed? Zhang Han was awakened by Mu Xiaoye's sweet voice. I felt a sense of relief. This is the right way to start the day. His previous experience of being woken up by Tang Yun almost gave him a psychological aversion to getting out of bed.
Zhang Han smiled mischievously and said, okay. Before they studied together, Mu Xiaoye would definitely have been too embarrassed to help Zhang Han get dressed. But now, both of them have learned the story of the kitten and the puppy.
Helping someone get dressed is nothing special. Mu Xiaoye picked out a set of Hermes casual t-shirt and casual pants from the closet, and then gently helped Zhang Han put on the clothes.
It playfully asked, Master, would you like me to brush your teeth and wash your face for you?
Why are you being so well behaved today?
But I'll do this myself.
Zhang Han smiled as he walked into the luxuriously decorated restroom.
After washing up, I went downstairs to the restaurant with Mu Xiaoye.
As usual.
The housekeeper, Lucy, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast early in the morning. But what Zhang Han found strange was,
Tang Yun was not in the restaurant.
Generally speaking, Tang Yun was the first of the three to get up.
Zhang Han frowned and asked, Xiaoyu, where is your mother?
Mu Xiaoye also asked in surprise, I don't know. Zhang Han was just about to go upstairs to check on Tang Yun's room when he saw her coming down the stairs. Today, Tang Yun wore a white bodycon miniskirt, looking exceptionally alluring. She's somewhat like a mature and charming female teacher. However, she didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Even with delicate, light makeup, her tired expression was still noticeable.
Jiang Han asked with concern, "And Tang, are you alright? You don't look too well." Tang Yin shook her head, saying weakly, "I'm fine." Jiang Han frowned. How could Tang Yin be alright in this state? But seeing that she seemed unwilling to talk more, Jiang Han didn't say anything more. Mu Xiaoye seemed to understand something. He picked up a cup of hot soy milk and handed it to Tang Yun, saying, "Mom, drink some of this to warm your stomach." Tang Yun nodded gently and took small sips of the drink. The pained expression on his face eased somewhat. Jiang Han is not a stereotypical straight man. Judging from Tang Yun's actions, one can roughly guess what she meant. She's probably visiting her relatives. He couldn't help but frown. According to the original plan, I was supposed to go to the car wash with Tang Yun after breakfast. Then contact the infrastructure company. But judging from her appearance, she clearly couldn't complete the task. Jiang Han then secretly sent a message to Tang Yun on his phone. "Aunt Tang, how about I go to wash the car by myself today? You should rest well at home." Tang Yun saw the message Jiang Han sent. He glanced at Mu Xiaoye subconsciously first, and seeing that she didn't notice anything amiss, he replied, "No need, let's go together." Jiang Han's perverted behavior yesterday really scared her. Tang Yun was really worried that Jiang Han would collect the seat cushion with the mark he left on it. Some unspeakable things. She had to personally supervise the cleaning to ensure it was thoroughly cleaned. Only then can she feel at ease. Seeing that Tang Yun was so insistent, Jiang Han didn't say anything more. He replied with an okay and then continued eating. Chapter 59. Are you saying I'm dirty? After breakfast, Jiang Han then said to Mu Xiaoye, "I'm going out now. Be a good girl at home, little maid." Mu Xiaoye looked somewhat reluctant to part, and took Jiang Han's arm, saying, "Master, can I go with you? I'm so bored being home alone." Before Jiang Han could speak, Tang Yin frowned and said, "No way. Stop thinking about playing all day long. Have you been practicing the piano properly? Don't wait until the exam is approaching to cry and say you haven't learned it yet." Mu Xiaoye pouted, looking aggrieved, and said, "Okay. I won't go then. Why are you yelling at me?" Tang Yun knew she had overreacted a bit. Because she was going to wash the car with Jiang Han. If Mu Xiaoye came along, the car wouldn't be able to be washed. So my tone became a bit intense without my realizing it. Thinking of this, Tang Yun softened her tone slightly and said patiently, "Okay, how about Mom takes you to Disneyland this weekend? Didn't you say you wanted to go to Disneyland a long time ago?" Mu Xiaoye rolled her eyes dramatically. "I don't want you to take me, I want my master to take me." Jiang Han, who was standing to the side, laughed and said, "Great. Let's go to Disneyland together this weekend." He's also quite interested in Disney. Back in my senior year of high school, I was so busy with my studies that I had never been to Shanghai Disneyland since it opened. Seeing that Jiang Han had agreed, Mu Xiaoye immediately smiled happily. "Hee, it's a promise then, pinky swear, never to change it for 100 years, whoever changes it is a little pig." Seeing her daughter and Jiang Han being so intimate, Tang Yun's feelings were incredibly complicated. It feels like the little cabbage you painstakingly raised has been completely eaten away by a pig. Most importantly, she actually had a tiny bit of affection for that pig. Tang Yun quickly stopped her thoughts and said, "I'll go out first." Then, while turning around, he sent a message to Jiang Han. "Come out in 10 minutes to avoid arousing Xiaoye's suspicion." Jiang Han looked at the message. His expression was subtle, although he knew what Tang Yun meant. But no matter how you look at it, this is clearly a text message about infidelity. If Mu Xiaoye saw this, she wouldn't be able to explain herself no matter how hard she tried. "Aunt Tang, your cheating skills aren't up to par. You should have prepared a backup account." After silently making a couple of complaints, Jiang Han waited patiently for 10 minutes. After a reluctant farewell from her little maid, Mu Xiaoye, she embarked on her journey to see her mother. If there is a voiceover, that must be the outcome of today's competition. Mu Xiaoye is defeated. We arrived at the underground parking lot. Tang Yun had been waiting next to the Aston Martin 177 for quite some time. He was also carrying a large bag of things. Jiang Han walked over to take a look. Inside, they found cleaning tools such as detergents, rubber gloves, and brushes. Jiang Han said with a smile, "Aunt Tang, you're very well prepared. Tang Yun nodded without saying anything.
She secretly went to the supermarket alone last night to buy all these things. Then I put it in the trunk of the Cayenne.
It's only now that I've taken it out.
Zhang Han could tell that she looked uncomfortable, so he advised her again, "Aunt Tang, if you're not feeling well, you should go upstairs and rest.
I can wash by myself."
Despite her discomfort, Tang Yun forced herself to say, "It's okay, I can do it." But as soon as she finished speaking, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed.
Zhang Han shook his head helplessly.
Since Tang Yun insisted on holding on, he would just let her be.
As for the foolish thing Zhang Han would do playing the domineering CEO and forcing Tang Yun to rest, he couldn't bring himself to do it. This trick might work against Mu Xiaoye. As for dealing with Tang Yun, let's save our breath.
Without saying a word, he opened the gull-wing door of the Aston Martin 177 and took the passenger seat cushion out and threw it on the ground. Anyone in the know who saw this would probably be heartbroken.
This seat cushion alone costs tens of thousands. Most people wouldn't even dare to sit down.
But Zhang Han simply threw it on the ground like trash.
Aside from being rich and willful, there's not much else to say.
Seeing this, Tang Yun couldn't help but say, "It's so dirty to throw it on the ground."
"Can't you put it on the hood?" Zhang Han asked in surprise. "Isn't it supposed to be washed and then thrown away? Are you suggesting we'll use it again?" "It's definitely unusable now, it's all dirty." Tang Yun felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. "What do you mean by all dirty? Are you saying I'm dirty?"
Although Tang Yun herself disliked herself quite a bit, women are such contradictory creatures.
"They simply won't reason with you," she said angrily. "Can't I keep it myself?" Zhang Han glanced at Tang Yun with a strange expression and said, "Aunt Tang, you don't mean to keep this as a souvenir, do you? Isn't this a bit perverted?" "Depend on." Tang Yun was so angry she wanted to swear. "What does it mean to be a little perverted? Aren't you the pervert? If you hadn't looked like you wanted to smell this seat cushion yesterday, I wouldn't be here today with my period coming up, miserable washing the car next to you." Tang Yun was furious.
She was already feeling unwell and in a weak state, and then Zhang Han's anger made her even more furious. Tang Yun felt a wave of dizziness, and the whole world began to spin. Seeing that something was wrong, Zhang Han instantly unleashed superhuman speed and rushed in front of Tang Yun. He caught her in his arms before she fell to the ground.
"Have to. Judging from her appearance, she probably has heat stroke.
After all, it's July now, the hottest time of the year." It was stuffy in the underground parking lot, so it's normal for Tang Yun to suffer from heat stroke. As for the possibility that she was angered to death by herself,
Zhang Han said, "I'm not taking the blame for this, okay?"
Logically, the wisest choice now would be to carry Tang Yun upstairs. Let her rest for a while and she'll get better.
But Mu Xiaoye is still staying at home.
If she sees me carrying the unconscious Tang Yun upstairs, then you might have to choose a propitious burial site in advance to bury yourself.
But just letting things drag on like this isn't a good solution.
Zhang Han was also somewhat troubled for a moment. If passers-by see this and misunderstand, that would be terrible. He didn't want to accidentally earn the title of a drug addict. Just as Zhang Han was struggling with this problem, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind.
Drop.
The host's current situation has been detected. System daily task issued, please perform CPR on Tang Yun for 60 seconds. Reward, 80% of the shares in Xinfeng Medical Group, valued at 40 billion. Reward, traditional Chinese medicine internal medicine skills, Western medicine surgical skills.
Reward, 1 bottle of S-grade lifespan extension potion.
For the host only extends lifespan by 10 years upon use.
Chapter 60 Performing CPR on Tang Yun. See the system's reward. Zhang Han couldn't sit still any longer.
Holy crap, there are things that can extend lifespan? Upon seeing this, Zhang Han trembled with excitement. What he was most worried about after obtaining the system was that he was afraid he wouldn't live long enough to suddenly kick the bucket. Anyone who possesses a system desires to have an endless lifespan.
May you always enjoy a happy life.
Just like the emperors of ancient times, none of them did not wish to live forever. Even the first emperor, a powerful and ambitious ruler, invested a great deal of manpower, resources, and money in the pursuit of the elusive dream of immortality. In the end, it all came to nothing. The system is now telling him that he can extend his lifespan. Zhang Han was so excited he wanted to roar to the heavens. Although a bottle of S-grade lifespan extension potion can only extend lifespan by 10 years.
However, this means an infinite number of possibilities.
As more and more tasks are triggered in the future, there might be a second bottle, or even a third bottle soon.
Moreover, according to the system's notes, this bottle is for personal use only. Is there a lifespan extending potion that can be given to others? Humans aren't plants or trees, how can they be without feelings?
Even if a person could live forever, they would still watch their loved ones grow old and pass away before them.
That is also a great pain.
Zhang Han was so excited that his body trembled just thinking about how the system could solve this problem. Moreover, the system's mission rewards this time are unexpectedly generous.
New Peak Medical, many people may not be familiar with the name. However, one of his hospitals is probably familiar to many people. Amcare Hospital, one of the top private hospitals in the sweltering summer.
It is the first comprehensive medical institution in Yanxia that was established according to international standards and has leading diagnostic and treatment technologies. Throughout the hot summer, it operates 7 hospitals and more than 10 clinics in all 4 first-tier cities and some second-tier cities. The hospital has over 500 full-time doctors, over 1,000 part-time expert team members, over 1,000 nursing team members, and over 700 registered beds.
Their strength is extremely formidable.
And this amazing Amcare hospital is just one of the hospitals under the New Peak Medical Group.
It's easy to imagine how powerful this company is.
The shares, valued at 40 billion, are one thing, but more importantly, they involve connections and resources. In some ways, the social influence that New Peak Medical Group can generate is even greater than that of Chateau Lafite Rothschild.
Because people won't die from not drinking red wine, but if you get sick and don't go to the hospital, you might die.
Especially when certain special illnesses can only be treated by hospitals with strong capabilities. Moreover, patients who can afford to see private hospitals are all wealthy and influential. These patients are the most valuable human resources of Xinfeng Medical Group.
If used properly, it would be an immense fortune.
So when Zhang Han saw the mission reward, he made up his mind.
I'm determined to do this task. It's just artificial respiration. You may not have seen pork, but you've seen pigs run, right?
Zhang Han laid the unconscious Tang Yunping inside the Aston Martin 177.
Then I took a deep breath.
He leaned down towards Tang Yun and slowly began to perform artificial respiration.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
When the system timer reached more than 40 seconds, Tang Yun's fingers twitched slightly twice. A strange feeling she had never experienced before made her subconsciously open her eyes. They met eyes, with only 2 centimeters between them. I saw Tang Yun wake up. Zhang Han's mentality collapsed. With only 40 seconds left on the countdown, he had to continue performing CPR on Tang Yun for another 10 seconds.
Only then can the task be completed. It's definitely impossible to get him to stop now. This is a precious potion that can extend one's life by 10 years. Let alone performing artificial respiration, even if you asked him to go through fire and water. Maybe Zhang Han will grit his teeth and go for it too.
The mission was on the verge of failure.
Zhang Han steeled his heart and continued performing artificial respiration. 57 seconds, 58 seconds, 60 seconds. Ding, mission complete.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired 80% of the shares of Xinfeng Medical Group, valued at 40 billion.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired traditional Chinese medicine internal medicine skills.
Congratulations, host.
You have acquired Western medicine surgical skills.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of S-grade lifespan extension potion. This potion can only be taken by the host and will extend lifespan by 10 years. After a long while, Zhang Han slowly moved away from Tang Yun's pretty face. Tang Yun closed her eyes tightly and clenched her fists. He seemed startled.
Still no eyes open. An unspoken silence fell over the air.
Zhang Han finally felt guilty and said in a very gentle tone, "And Tang, just now I." Tang Yun seemed to be startled awake, and then belatedly realized what she had just experienced. She suddenly stood up and stepped back, her back almost touching the car window. Then an expression appeared on her face, looking at Zhang Han with great sadness and disappointment.
After watching for a few seconds, tears finally welled up in my eyes and fell.
Tang Yun raised her right hand to cover her lips and began to sob. It wasn't the kind of silent tears I actually cried out loud. Upon seeing this, Zhang Han felt a pang of regret and reached out to wipe away Tang Yun's tears. Tang Yun still covered her lips with her right hand, a hint of panic flashing across her face. She cried out in a low, frantic voice, You don't come any closer. Seeing this, John Han had no choice but to stop and raise his hands to appear as if he posed no threat. Then he patiently explained, "I saw you fall, Aunt Tang, and I was worried something might happen to you, so I gave you artificial respiration." Actually, even John Han himself didn't believe what he said. For the first 40-odd seconds when Tang Yun was unconscious, it was somewhat understandable to say that artificial respiration was performed. But when Tang Yun woke up, John Han also performed artificial respiration. He even did it for 10 minutes straight. Even kindergarten kids wouldn't believe it if I told them. Tang Yun was certainly not stupid enough to be less intelligent than a kindergarten child. She cried even harder, managing to utter a few words through her sobs. "You lied to me. I don't believe you. Don't call me Aunt Tang." John Han was at his wits' end. I could only stand silently to the side. After watching Tang Yun cry for a while, she gradually calmed down. She's no longer as exaggerated as before, she's become more like a lady. But she was still sobbing very softly. Perhaps having regained some strength, Tang Yun struggled to get out of the Aston Martin 177. But perhaps he was too weak. She had just gotten up when she fell back down in her seat. John Han took 2 large steps forward with concern. He helped Tang Yun up and asked with concern, "Aunt Tang, are you alright?" Tang Yun reached out her small hand and slapped John Han twice hard. You could tell she hadn't held back at all in those 2 blows. However, thanks to the S-level body enhancement potion, this pain was nothing to John Han. I didn't feel anything. After helping Tang Yun up, he gentlemanly tidied her slightly disheveled shirt and skirt. When John Han made this move, Tang Yun's pretty face instantly turned bright red, as if she had been frozen in place. It won't move an inch. After a while, it seemed as if he suddenly came to his senses. Picking up her bag from the side, she completely forgot about washing the car and staggered away quickly. John Han wanted to chase after her, but seeing Tang Yun's threatening gaze, he had no choice but to stop. I watched her get into her Cayenne and then leave the parking lot of one mansion. Chapter 61: The Seductive Female Secretary. Watching Tang Yun's departing figure, John Han stood there and sighed helplessly. He's really obsessed. He originally planned to wait until the 60-second task time was up, then end the artificial respiration. But what was the result? Tang Yun was the one who took the initiative first, but things turned out this way. John Han was also somewhat confused. What exactly is going on in this woman's mind? Even though he felt his emotional intelligence wasn't too low, he still felt helpless in this situation. My head felt completely tangled, and I had a terrible headache. Especially when thinking about the evening, when he would have to face both Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye at the same time. John Han's head throbbed even more. I stood there for a long time, trying to come up with a solution, but I couldn't. I almost couldn't resist posting a question on Jihu. I accidentally gave my friend CPR. What should I do? I need help urgently. However, John Han's rationality allowed him to restrain this impulse. Even a fool would know that they wouldn't get any useful help. He scratched his head in frustration, looking at the washing tools Tang Yun had tossed aside. I decided to wash the car first. Let's think about this after we wash the car. It took John Han almost an hour to finally clean the passenger seat thoroughly. All traces left by Tang Yun were also completely erased. As for the smell, since there was no odor to begin with, John Han simply sprayed some air freshener on it. After all the work was done, he couldn't help but wipe away a bead of sweat. An absurd thought popped into my head. Could it be that Tang Yun didn't want to wash the car, so she took the opportunity to run away? John Han was amused by his own absurd idea. If that were really the case, that would be great. He shook his head, threw the used cleaning tools into the trash can next to him, and then opened the gull wing door of the sports car, intending to let it air out for a while. While waiting for the passenger seat to dry, John Han suddenly had an idea. When in doubt, consult your best friend. You could ask his secretary, Chen Mengyao. As Tang Yun's best friend, Chen Mengyao must know that she is angry and how to make her happy. Thinking of this, John Han quickly took out his phone and made a call to Chen Mengyao. The call was answered the next second. Chairman Jiang. What can I do for you? My secretary is really, really sexy. Hearing Chen Mengyao sweet voice, John Han might have teased her a couple of times in the past. However, he was already overwhelmed by Tang Yun's antics, so he naturally didn't have the leisure to indulge in such things. So John Han went straight to the point. Where are you right now?
I need to talk to you. Chen Mengyao reacted quickly. I'm at home right now. Where are you, Chairman Jiang? I'll come find you. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Chairman Jiang. Ha, my little secretary has quite a few ideas. Is he afraid that he'll eat her up? However, Zhang Han didn't point it out and simply said, oh, then I'll wait for you at Starbucks in the IFC mall. Chen Mengyao readily agreed, okay Chairman Jiang, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Then, seemingly a little shy, she said, Chairman Jiang, what kind of clothes would you prefer me to wear to see you? Wow, they even offer personalized customization? That's quite a variety. Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mengyao said sweetly, I'm your little secretary, so of course I have to listen to you, Chairman Jiang. I'll wear whatever you like. What if I like to wear nothing at all? Zhang Han chuckled and made a joke. Chen Mengyao said coquettishly, oh dear, Chairman Jiang, you're so naughty. How can you be like this? Would you really let other men see your little secretary? Alright, just make it similar to last time. Chen Mengyao's outfit that day was quite to Zhang Han's liking. A black business suit paired with a short women's blazer creates a sophisticated and elegant look for working women. It perfectly matches Zhang Han's past fantasies about an exceptional female secretary. Okay, Chairman Jiang, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Han couldn't help but shake his head. Tang Yun and her best friend have completely opposite personalities. A rigid and conservative person. The other is enthusiastic and bold. I have no idea how they became such good friends. Perhaps there really is such a thing as complementary personalities. Zhang Han didn't bother to think about the reasons behind it. With a feeling of excitement, he took out the bottle of S-grade lifespan extension potion. The appearance of the S-grade lifespan extension potion is similar to that of the previous S-grade body enhancement potion. They are all crystal clear glass bottles. The only difference is that the S-grade body enhancement potion is a light blue liquid, while the S-grade lifespan extension potion is blood red. Under the light, it even looked a little eerie. Zhang Han did not hesitate and directly drank the potion in the bottle. Because he had already inquired with the system, he was told that the S-grade lifespan extension drug would not have any side effects, nor would it cause detoxification. So you can drink it directly. The medicine tasted a little like syrup and had a faint, almost imperceptible, bloody smell. After drinking it, Zhang Han could clearly feel that every cell in his body was emitting joyful cries. Suddenly, I felt incredibly energetic, as if I had endless energy. This joy, which felt as if his entire being was being elevated, made Zhang Han involuntarily close his eyes. A few minutes later, Zhang Han slowly opened his eyes and got into the Aston Martin 177. We drove directly to the IFC mall. 10 minutes later, Zhang Han walked into the Starbucks in the mall and randomly found a seat to sit down. After waiting a little while longer, he heard several male customers around him making excited noises. Holy crap! Look, everyone! She's an absolutely stunning beauty. Seriously, those long legs are absolutely amazing. Damn! This OL uniform is so damn alluring. If I had a secretary like this, I'd gladly shorten my lifespan by 10 years. Chapter 62. Is this friend of yours really yourself? Day. A series of high heels clicking on the ground followed. Zhang Han looked up. Sure enough, the stunning beauty the male customers were talking about was none other than his personal secretary, Chen Mengyao. Just as Zhang Han had requested over the phone, Chen Mengyao dressed up as a sophisticated working woman. She was wearing thigh-high tights today. The black off-the-shoulder skirt accentuated her slender waist and rounded hips, while the white shirt tightly hugged her ample bosom. Her long, slightly wavy black hair cascaded down her shoulders to her waist. Even though it was the typical attire of a white-collar woman, her temperament made her stand out, and every gesture she made exuded an indescribable charm. Especially Chen Mengyao's charming oval face, after wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. It perfectly showcases the captivating charm of a sophisticated and mature woman. A slight upturn of the corners of her mouth was visible on her face. Amidst the envious, jealous, or greedy gazes of all the Starbucks customers, she walked gracefully to Zhang Han's side. Then he bowed slightly and said respectfully, Chairman Jiang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The angle at which Chen Mengyao bent over was also very deliberate. She has a similar posture to the female secretary in the movie. Zhang Han, after all, has weathered many storms. He did not lose his composure because of this, but dealt with it calmly and composedly.
After admiring the view for a while, he nodded and said, "It's all right, I just arrived recently."
Please have a seat. Chen Mengyao obediently sat down and asked curiously, Chairman Jiang, what brings you here today? Cough, cough, cough.
Zhang Han felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this. After all, it's something that's really hard to say out loud.
You can't just tell Chen Mengyao that you forcibly kissed her best friend Tang Yun, can you?
Zhang Han considered his words carefully before speaking, well, mainly because a friend of mine accidentally did something wrong and made one of his female friends angry. So he wanted to know what he could do to get his female friend to forgive him and stop being angry. As you know, I know absolutely nothing about this, so I came here to ask you.
Put. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chairman Jiang, is this friend you're referring to yourself? However, she wasn't bold enough to say it out loud.
Trying hard to suppress a laugh and putting on a serious expression, Chen Mengyao nodded and said, I understand, Mr. Jiang, your friend just wants to make his girlfriend happy, right? She wouldn't really be called a girlfriend, but she's pretty close.
Zhang Han silently added in his mind, my girlfriend and her mother are probably not that different, right?
This matter is difficult in some ways, but not difficult in others. Chen Mengyao chuckled and continued, the key is to see what made your friend's girlfriend angry.
Huh, there's a reason behind this? Zhang Han asked curiously.
Of course.
The anger from infidelity is not the same as ordinary anger.
Chen Mengyao said matter-of-factly, for a woman, the most unacceptable mistake is betrayal.
Mr. Jiang, your friend didn't cheat on you, did he? No, not at all.
Zhang Han secretly wiped away his sweat, feeling a little guilty.
His relationship with Tang Yun shouldn't be considered cheating, right?
Strictly speaking, it was he and Tang Yun who cheated on Mu Xiaoye. That matter shouldn't be difficult to resolve. Chen Mengyao said confidently, Chairman Jiang, you can ask your friend to do something romantic, like taking her out for a French meal or giving her a gift. Women are all like that, soft-hearted, and a little coaxing will do the trick.
So what kind of gift do you think would be good? For example, Xiaochun, what do you like? That's the crux of the problem.
Zhang Han also knew that there were only a few tricks to coaxing girls. Send some gifts, treat them to a nice meal, and say some romantic words. However, it's important to tailor your gift to the recipient's preferences to avoid giving the wrong gift and causing the opposite effect. That's why he asked his secretary, Chen Mengyao, for advice. Because she is Tang Yun's best friend, sometimes, a best friend may even understand her better than she understands herself. Upon hearing Zhang Han's question, Chen Mengyao seemed to have misunderstood something. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she whispered, well, every girl likes different things. For me, I don't really care what it is.
As long as it's a gift from someone I like, I'll be very happy and satisfied.
As she spoke, she gently blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with alluring charm. Zhang Han thought to himself, this won't do, I need to ask more directly.
With a determined look, he asked directly, then what kind of things do you think a woman like Tang Yun would like? Perhaps feeling guilty, Zhang Han couldn't help but add, I was just giving an example, using her as a case study.
Ah! Even though Chen Mengyao is no longer a little girl. At that moment, her face flushed red, just like a young girl's, and she immediately realized that she had been deluding herself. It's also Zhang Han's fault for being so nervous before he looked too much like a little boy who was too afraid to confess, so he had to find out what the goddess liked in a roundabout way. This caused her to misunderstand. Now she understood perfectly well that Zhang Han had summoned her today to inquire about her best friend, Tang Yun.
Then I recalled the scene I saw in Tang Yun's office that day. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but secretly admire him. This chairman himself is no ordinary person, he actually has the idea of taking over everything.
She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear to cover her delicate, slightly reddened ear, then blushed and said, if it were Sister Yun, this matter might be a bit more difficult.
Zhang Han frowned, not bothering to hide his embarrassment, and asked directly, why do you say that? Chen Mengyao explained. Chairman Jiang, you must know Yun's personality very well.
She's not the kind of girl who lacks her own opinions. If she's really angry, you can't make up for it by saying a few nice words or giving her some gifts.
Moreover, as you know, Mr. Jiang, she's not particularly wealthy, but she's certainly not short of money.
She buys most of the things she likes herself and doesn't care if other men give them to her. So this is indeed quite difficult.
Hearing Chen Mengyao say that, Zhang Han also felt a bit of a headache.
Clearly, Tang Yun is not the kind of woman who is easily seduced by men. They have their own opinions and are not greedy for material things. The strategy is extremely difficult.
but this is also reasonable. If Tang Yun were really that easy to seduce, with her stunning beauty, she would have already remarried and started a new family with another man. How could I possibly be single all this time? Moreover, judging from her extremely awkward responses earlier, Zhang Han even had some doubts. Tang Yun has never kissed another man. Because her reaction was exactly the same as when I first played ball with Mu Xiaoye. Although it seems incredible. But Zhang Han firmly believes that kissing skills cannot be faked. This is a subconscious action, and it's very, very difficult to control. Zhang Han felt helpless and frowned, saying, "Is there really no other way?" Chapter 63 Chairman Jiang is too domineering. Seeing Zhang Han's nervous expression, Chen Mengyao felt even more aggrieved. My own best friend, what have I done to deserve this? It's incredible that such an outstanding and wonderful man like Zhang Han could be so worried about her. But she's not a little girl anymore, and she quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling as she said, "It's not that absolute. Although Sister Yun is very independent and self-reliant, she is ultimately just a woman. Every woman longs to be cherished and loved. If you, Chairman Jiang, show her more care and spend more time with her, she will definitely be moved by you. And Mr. Jiang, you don't need to worry too much. If it's just a small matter, Sister Yun won't stay angry for long. She's not the kind of woman who makes unreasonable demands." Zhang Han pursed his lips. If it were really just a trivial matter, why would he bother asking you? However, he also knew that Chen Mengyao had a point. Different women require different strategies. A philosopher once said, if she is naive and inexperienced, show her the world's splendor. If she is world-weary, take her on a carousel. A mature woman like Tang Yun longs most for the companionship and care of an excellent man. Zhang Han had a general idea in mind, but he still asked, "That's true, but everyone has things they like, right? What do you think Sister Yun likes the most?" Chen Mengyao thought for a while and hesitated before saying, "It's probably jade. I saw that she bought a lot of jade bracelets and earrings a while ago, and she even gave me one as a gift." Zhang Han nodded, "Okay, I got it. By the way, you're free this afternoon, right? If you say you have something to do, then I have something to do. If you say you don't have anything to do, then I don't have anything to do." Chen Mengyao smiled playfully and teased. Ha ha. Being flattered like this by a stunningly beautiful office lady made Zhang Han feel quite pleased. He said, "I'm going to talk to an infrastructure company about a contract this afternoon. Why don't you come with me?" Originally, this matter should have been handled by Tang Yun and him together. However, Tang Yun has now disappeared without a trace. Zhang Han had no choice but to ask his secretary to accompany him. This will also allow her to familiarize herself with the work at the new cosmetics company. After school starts in September, I will go to Fudan University. It certainly wouldn't be as free as it is now. The work also had to be handled by Tang Yun and Chen Mengyao. Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao nodded obediently and said, "Okay." Then, tilting his head curiously, he asked, "Chairman Jiang, are you planning to build something? Are you going to talk to an infrastructure company about a contract?" Zhang Han casually remarked, "I bought a piece of land in the Madongnu district and plan to build a factory there." Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Good heavens! I bought a piece of land in the Madongnu district. That would cost at least several billion. Judging from Chairman Zhang's tone, it was as if he had just received a package. She sighed softly and said enviously, "Chairman Jiang, I finally understand what it means to be infuriated by comparison. You are truly too domineering. Ha, you little secretary, you're quite the flatterer. Let me tell you, you can't be sloppy when it comes to work." Zhang Han pretended to be serious and reprimanded him. "Oh dear, they genuinely admire you from the bottom of their hearts, it's not flattery," Chen Mengyao said coquettishly. Then she stood up, swaying her alluring waist, and walked to Zhang Han, saying, "Chairman Jiang, let me help you up." TSK. This secretary is quite something. I'm not old enough to be unable to walk, so why would I need someone to help me? But of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse. Isn't that why you hire a female secretary? If you don't serve your boss like this, how can you be called a personal assistant? He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, my little secretary really knows how to take care of people." "That's right, Mr. Jiang, if you ever feel unhappy with other women in the future, just come to me, and I'll definitely make sure you're happy." Chen Mengyao's words seemed to be hinting at something. Then, she charmingly took Zhang Han's arm and gently helped him up from his seat. Then, she breathed softly into his ear and said, "Chairman Zhang, would you like to ride in your car or mine later?
Jiang Han patted Chen Mengyao naturally. He smiled faintly and said, sit in my seat.
Today I'll show you what excitement is all about. Chairman Jiang, you're so mean. Chen Mengyao gave Jiang Han a charmingly disdainful look, but did not resist.
Then, they walked intimately together, arm in arm, towards the Starbucks entrance. The male customers nearby were green with envy at the sight.
Holy crap! This is what a real personal secretary is like. It's so sour. Damn it, when will I ever get to experience this taste? Damn!
The rich get married in the end, while the poor can only watch.
I'm so jealous.
Hearing the envious voices around him, Jiang Han felt increasingly pleased. Taking my secretary out is such a source of pride. No wonder those nouveau riches, once they have money, the first thing they do is find a female secretary.
The feelings involved are truly indescribable to outsiders. Jiang Han put his arm around Chen Mengyao and walked outside Starbucks.
Looking at the cool and stylish Aston Martin 177 parked by the roadside, he smiled and said to his secretary, the keys are in my pocket, could you get them for me?
Chen Mengyao blushed and gently patted Jiang Han, saying, Chairman Jiang, you're so mean. You just like to bully people. Jiang Han chuckled and joked, isn't it good that I'm giving you a chance to take advantage of me? Okay. They're so happy right now.
Chen Mengyao gave Jiang Han a charmingly coquettish look, then reached out her small hand to take out her keys. The next second, she frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Chairman Jiang, I can't get this key out. Chen Mengyao was stunned for a moment before realizing she had made a mistake. He quickly took out the car keys from another pocket and handed them to Jiang Han. He whispered, Chairman Jiang, here are your car keys.
Jiang Han calmly took the key and pressed it lightly.
The cool and stylish gull wing door slowly rises. In the past, Chen Mengyao would have been amazed to see this.
But right now her mind is completely foggy. So nervous that he couldn't even speak.
Normally, she would just joke around, but when she really got involved, it was a different story.
My first reaction was that I was a little uneasy.
While still half asleep, Chen Mengyao sat in the passenger seat of the Aston Martin. She wrinkled her nose in surprise and said, Hey, Mr. Jiang, why does your passenger seat feel a little damp? Jiang Han calmly replied, Oh, I just washed it this morning, so it might not be dry yet.
Chapter 64 Zhenghe Group. So that's how it is. Chen Mengyao didn't think much of it.
After curiously examining the interior, which resembled the cockpit of an Aston Martin fighter jet, she asked, Chairman Jiang, which infrastructure company are you planning to partner with? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han gave an awkward smile.
He really hadn't decided which infrastructure company to partner with.
Although he knew that the infrastructure in Yanxia was particularly impressive, he didn't know much about construction companies.
So Jiang Han asked, which construction company do you think I should hire?
Chen Mengyao thought for a moment and counted on her fingers.
Yanxia Construction, Yanxia Railway Construction, Yanxia China Railway, and Yanxia Power Construction should all be pretty good, right?
Among them, China Construction ranks first in the world, China Railway Construction ranks 6th in the world, China Railway ranks 7th in the world, and China Power Construction ranks 10th in the world.
That's pretty awesome. We have 4 in the world's top 10. Hearing Chen Mengyao introduction, Jiang Han couldn't help but be a little surprised.
I only knew that Yanxia had strong infrastructure, but I didn't expect its strength to be this great. 4 of the world's top 10 construction companies are among them.
Awesome.
Chen Mengyao face also showed a hint of pride, of course, who told us to be the infrastructure powerhouses.
So which one do you think is better? Jiang Han asked.
Although, generally speaking, the one ranked first is usually the best. But it also depends on whether it suits you. These construction companies, which rank among the world's top 10, are certainly capable. Building their own factories is more than enough for them, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
Therefore, finding the one that best suits you is quite important. The most crucial point is that the construction period cannot be delayed too long. It must be completed at least before the first batch of Ningyan flowers are planted.
Sometimes smaller companies are more flexible in their systems and have a better attitude towards serving customers.
A hint of hesitation appeared on Chen Mengyao face.
She said hesitantly, Chairman Jiang, I don't actually know much about this.
However, when I was studying for my MBA at Jiaotong University, I met a senior executive from Yanxia Construction 8th Bureau. Perhaps I can make a call and ask for you.
She was a little afraid that Jiang Han would misunderstand and think she was trying to get business for her friend. So he looked a little nervous after he said it. Great. It would be even better if you knew someone there, especially since they are your friend.
They should definitely support your business. Jung Han readily agreed. It doesn't matter who does the business. As long as the work is completed with high quality and quantity, it's okay to give the secretary face.
A look of gratitude appeared on Chen Mengyao's pretty face. Chairman Jiang, you've been so kind to me, I don't know what to say.
Ha, no need for thanks, let's get down to business. Jung Han chuckled and joked. Chen Mengyao said sweetly, Chairman Jiang, do you want me to be your slave? If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it.
As she said this, she gently blew a breath.
Hiss. Jung Han felt a tingling sensation on the top of his head.
This little vixen is really quite alluring. Fortunately, he's not a novice anymore, so he won't lose his composure in front of his secretary. With a slight smirk, she retorted, actually, Xiao Chen, you're not bad as a cow either.
Ugh, Mr. Jiang, you're so mean you just like to bully people.
Chen Mengyao playfully scolded him, then took out her phone and said, then, Chairman Jiang, I'll call my friend right now.
Good. Jung Han nodded.
Chen Mengyao found her friend's phone number in her contacts, selected speakerphone, and dialed it.
A dozen seconds later, the call was connected. Hello, is this Sister Wang? This is Xiao Chen. We took classes together in the MBA program at Jiaotong University before. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. What can I do for you?
My boss wants to build a factory, but he is worried about not finding a suitable infrastructure company, so that's why I'm troubling you. Wang Jia's voice rang with excitement on the other end of the phone.
Is L'Oreal Group going to build a factory?
Chen Mengyao looked at Jiang Han with a questioning gaze, and only continued after seeing him shake his head.
No, that's my current boss. I'm no longer with L'Oreal. Oh, I see. So, Mr. Chen, where are you working now?
Chen Mengyao was momentarily speechless. Jiang Han is a major shareholder of L'Oreal Group, but she doesn't currently hold a position at L'Oreal.
This is a really difficult question to answer.
Seeing this, Jiang Han whispered a reminder, Zhanghe Group.
He only registered this company a few days ago, it's currently just an empty shell.
It will be used to invest in the new cosmetics company that Tang Yun and I will co-found. To avoid having their own name appear directly on the shareholder list, they were essentially putting on a disguise. This was a decision Jiang Han made after listening to recommendations from investment banking professionals. Using company investment has many advantages over individual investment.
Upon hearing Jiang Han speak, Chen Mengyao quickly repeated, I currently work at Zhanghe Group as the chairman's secretary. Zhanghe Group?
On the other end of the phone, Wang Wei sounded somewhat puzzled. I quickly ran my fingers through my mind and found no relevant memories. She subconsciously pursed her lips. It seemed that this Mr. Chun from L'Oreal had switched jobs to a small company.
I couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous.
However, Wang Wei wasn't foolish enough to reveal it directly over the phone, still politely saying, oh, I see.
I wonder what size factory your boss is planning to build, Mr. Chen. Has the land approval been obtained yet? How about we meet in person later to discuss this in detail? It's hard to explain over the phone.
Chen Mengyao herself didn't know how big a piece of land Jiang Han had acquired or how big a factory he planned to build.
How could anyone possibly say it? All right. However, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I probably won't be free to see you and your boss until after 3 p.m. Wang Wei glanced at the schedule and replied. Actually, this is just a small routine meeting, it doesn't matter whether you attend or not.
If it were L'Oreal Group that wanted to build a factory, Wang Wei would definitely have cancelled the regular meeting immediately. Even a small branch office in the sweltering summer of a multi-billion-dollar group's projects must be taken very seriously.
However, it was a little-known Zhanghe Group.
She was too lazy to spend too much energy on it.
The reason he agreed to meet alone was because they were classmates in the executive MBA program at Shanghai Jiaotong University.
After expressing her gratitude, Chen Mengyao hung up the phone.
Jiang Han chuckled and joked, it seems your classmate isn't very enthusiastic.
Chen Mengyao looked somewhat embarrassed. I haven't been in contact with her for a while, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry.
After all, she had previously claimed to be friends with Jiang Han, so who knew he would be so cold towards her?
As a seasoned professional, she could naturally detect the perfunctory tone in Wang Wei's words. If they really valued it, they would definitely cancel the meeting.
Why would you adopt such a condescending tone and say you'll only have time after 3 p.m.? It's okay, it's normal.
After all, people are selective in their approach to things.
We didn't use the L'Oreal Group's name, so it's understandable that she doesn't take us seriously. Jung Han remained calm and showed no anger.
That's just how realistic this world is. If you lack ability, not only will others look down on you, but even your own family will. As for why he didn't directly mention the L'Oreal Group's name, it's mainly because Jung Han was still planning to poach employees from the L'Oreal Group. Therefore, they should not know for the time being that I am going to start a cosmetics company. Otherwise, those production lines and skilled workers wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Even a major shareholder cannot act arbitrarily. After all, he only holds 10% of the shares and does not have absolute control.
When poaching talent, you have to do it secretly, not too openly. Chapter 65. Auntie, please have some self-respect. It's still early, it's not until 3 p.m. Jung Han wouldn't be foolish enough to just go and wait at Yensha Construction. As a major sponsor, you can't lower yourself. However, it depends on who it is and whether it's profitable. Jung Han was clearly in a stronger position when it came to selecting infrastructure companies. There's no need to lower yourself to wait in advance, just go when it's almost time. Strictly speaking, even the chairman of Yensha Construction Corporation is far inferior to Jung Han in terms of status and position. Not to mention a mere branch of the 8th Bureau. The reason we didn't just replace Wang Wei directly was, on the one hand, it's to give the secretary some face. On the other hand, Jung Han knew that he hadn't revealed his identity, so it was understandable that the other party didn't take it seriously. If he got angry because of that, it would be a bad thing. It has a smack of entrapment tactics. He wouldn't be so narrow-minded. So Jung Han didn't pay much attention to Wang Wei's slight rudeness and leisurely strolled around the nearby shopping mall with his secretary. I casually spent over 100,000 yuan to buy some autumn clothes that I plan to take with me when school starts. I had a casual meal with my secretary at a Sichuan restaurant in the mall. While shopping, Jung Han did not buy Chen Mengyao any expensive gifts. I just randomly picked a pair of Gucci sunglasses to give her. The price is only a little over 4,000 yuan. Compared to the tens of thousands he spent himself, that's just a drop in the ocean. The reason why only such a small gift was given was not because Jung Han from 2006 was stingy. Jung Han has always been very generous to his women. But you need different tactics to deal with different people. He hadn't even established a relationship with his secretary yet, so it would be a mistake to send her gifts worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan right away. What should we do after we've officially started dating? Sending away luxury cars worth millions and mansions worth tens of millions? Even if Jung Han is rich, he wouldn't spend money like that. This will only make others think he's foolish and rich. Moreover, human nature is a very complex thing. When you get something too easily, you often don't know how to cherish it. Desire is like a bottomless pit, it will never be satisfied. Therefore, Jung Han was also consciously trying to whet Chen Mengyao appetite. Clearly, his move was very successful. Chen Mengyao was not angry because Jung Han only gave her a pair of sunglasses worth a little over 4,000 yuan. On the contrary, they became even more enthusiastic and respectful towards Jung Han. The luxurious lifestyle that Jung Han inadvertently displayed was exactly what Chen Mengyao pursued and longed for. Every girl harbors a dream of high society. In Chen Mengyao's eyes, Jung Han is the epitome of high society. After all, if even L'Oreal's major shareholder, a super rich man with a net worth of 150 billion, can't be considered upper class, then that world is so absurd. Seeing that it was almost 3 p.m., Jung Han drove his Aston Martin 177 toward Yensha Construction Bureau number 8. When the car arrived there, it was exactly 2:50 p.m. Jung Han is a very punctual person. He doesn't like waiting for others. Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. Jung Han wouldn't make anyone wait for him. After agreeing on a time with someone, he would usually arrive a little early. This has nothing to do with family background or social status, it is simply a person's code of conduct. Because they were driving an Aston Martin 177, Jung Han and Chen Mengyao did not encounter any obstacles when entering the 8th Bureau of Construction in Yensha. This is not a secret place, and there is no such thing as a pass. Even if such a thing exists, it would only apply to ordinary people. People who drive top-of-the-line supercars worth $500 million are obviously not in this category. Walking into the office building of Yensha Construction Bureau number 8, Chen Mengyao took out her phone and called Wang Wei. "Hello, is this Sister Wang? We've arrived at the company, where are we supposed to find you now?" "I'm in room 602, the Deputy General Manager's office." "Where are you and your boss?" I'll have my assistant come down and show you around.
The company elevator requires a card you can't get on without one,
Wang Wei said quickly.
My boss and I were in the lobby on the first floor, next to a rockery and a pond.
Chen Mengyao glanced around at her surroundings and replied. Okay, I understand. The assistant will be down right away. Please wait a moment. Wang Wei didn't have high expectations for this deal.
However, they still made the necessary gesture. After all, Chen Mengyao was also a classmate of the CEO MBA program at Shanghai Jiaotong University.
Even if the other party is no longer with the L'Oreal Group, giving them face shouldn't be a problem.
Hopefully, her boss isn't too incompetent. It would be great if she could get a contract worth several million.
It's better than nothing. In the past, Wang Wei wouldn't have paid much attention to projects worth tens of millions of yuan.
However, due to the impact of the overall economic environment in recent months, the total amount of infrastructure investment nationwide has decreased significantly. The overall business situation of Yanxia Construction Group is not very good. The 8th Bureau, in particular, has experienced a more significant decline compared to its sister units. If this continues, it will be too late when the group headquarters conducts its year-end review. The 8th Bureau is likely to be publicly criticized, and the resources allocated by headquarters next year will be significantly reduced.
Thinking of this, Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Everyone in the company is worried about this.
It would be great if there were a big project to boost morale.
Given the current economic situation, all large companies are cutting back on spending and tightening their belts. Strive to weather the economic downturn. Where do we even begin to talk about large projects? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, I heard a knock on the door.
She said in a slightly louder voice, "Please come in." As soon as she finished speaking, her assistant walked in with a man and a woman.
Needless to say, the girl was Chen Mengyao, her classmate from the MBA executive program at Jiaotong University.
The young man beside her caught Wang Wei's eye.
There's no other reason, it's simply because Zhang Han is just too handsome. Especially his noble, elegant, and masculine aura.
This made Wang Wei's heart beat faster. A woman of her age who considers herself to know how to enjoy life and has good taste. I admire men like Zhang Han the most.
Wang Wei seemed to vaguely understand. Why would Chen Mengyao leave a large international company like L'Oreal Group to join a little-known small company like Zhanghua Group?
I was a junior secretary to the chairman of the board. With such a handsome and charming chairman, even she would probably be tempted. Wang Wei warmly extended his hand and shook hands with Zhang Han. Hello, you must be Mengyao's boss, Chairman Jiang? You are so handsome and accomplished at such a young age. Doing business with such a handsome man?
Let alone millions.
She'd be happy to be friends even if we didn't do business together. Wang Wei felt a pang of regret, wondering why he had been so foolish as to attend the meeting.
If I cancelled a meeting, wouldn't I have more time to spend and talk with this handsome and charming man? I've really lost out big time. Seeing Wang Wei's incredibly enthusiastic demeanor, Zhang Han felt a little uneasy. He gave a polite but slightly awkward smile. Hello, Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. I am Zhang Han. Hey. Wang Wei happily responded, then said enthusiastically, Chairman Jiang, what kind of factory are you planning to build?
Just tell me what your needs are, and I will definitely meet them if it's within my power. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Jiang Han up, saying, Chairman Jiang, please sit down.
It's tiring to stand. Xiao Zhang, quickly pour tea for Chairman Jiang and General Manager Chen. Zhang Han quickly dodged.
A chill ran down my spine, and I almost got goosebumps all over.
What's with the way you're acting like you want to take advantage of me? Auntie, please have some self-respect. They don't even look in the mirror to see what they look like. Don't you have any self-awareness? Chapter 66 Chairman Jiang, you just love bullying people. Zhang Han coughed lightly twice, then spoke.
The main reason I'm here today is to discuss the development of the D2658 plot with your company.
D2658 is the land parcel number in the new district of Shanghai. Upon hearing the number, Wang Wei subconsciously frowned. D2658, that sounds familiar. A few seconds later, her eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Han with disbelief, exclaiming, You mean the D2658 plot in the new district of Shanghai? Zhang Han nodded calmly, yes.
Wang Wei was so excited that he stood up and paced back and forth, rubbing his hands together. D2658 in the Madong New area is the largest piece of land in Shanghai that can be developed in recent years, apart from the site of Tesla's Gigafactory. It covers a whopping 400,000 square meters, second only to Tesla's Gigafactory's 500,000 square meters. It's worth noting that the total investment in Tesla's Gigafactory exceeded $50 billion. The first phase of investment amounted to a whopping $8 billion. Even if we discount the development area, this D2658 project should still cost at least $40 billion, right? A 40 billion yuan project, just thinking about it, is terrifying. Their Yanxia Construction Corporation has a market value of just over 200 billion yuan, while the 8th Bureau is just a small branch of it. In his excitement, Wang Wei suddenly remembered something and hesitated, saying, "Chairman Jiang, but I heard from General Manager Xie of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical that he also wants that piece of land."
Xie Anlin is the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar group and the leading figure of the fourth generation of the Xie family.
It holds a pivotal position in the entire business community of Shanghai. The rumors she spread were heard by almost all the major companies in Shanghai.
It's truly unbelievable that Zhang Han was able to snatch food from Xie Anlin's jaws.
Zhang Han smiled and said, "That's right, but I also wanted that piece of land, so I took it."
Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Wang Wei was once again startled. The Xie family of Shanghai is renowned throughout the entire summer business district. Outsiders who are unaware of the situation might assume that Yanxia Biopharmaceutical, which Xie Anlin heads, is the Xie family's biggest asset. In fact,
this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Xie family's strength.
One point to mention is that the current richest Chinese in Thailand is Xie Anlin's second great-uncle. It's easy to imagine just how terrifying the Xie family's power is. But compared to this handsome young man, the Xie family seemed utterly insignificant. There's no need to worry about giving the Xie family face. How could Wang Wei not be surprised and shocked? She suddenly regretted her earlier slight underestimation. At the same time, I felt a sense of fear.
If I offend this man with terrifying wealth and mysterious background, I won't be able to survive in the Shanghai business world anymore. Wang Wei quickly bowed and apologized respectfully to Zhang Han. "I'm so sorry, I was blind to your greatness before and didn't know your strength, Chairman Jiang. I'm really sorry for wasting your precious time." Zhang Han waved his hand with a faint smile. "No need to be so polite.
We hadn't even met back then, so how could you say I didn't recognize your talent?
You're Xiao Chen's friend, so let's skip the formalities and talk about the development."
Wang Wei nodded hurriedly. Yes, you're right.
However, Chairman Jiang, this project is far too large in scale, exceeding my authority to handle it.
Please wait a moment, I will go to report to the chairman and have him talk to you personally." After speaking, Wang Wei bowed deeply once more, then quickly jogged out of the office. Her assistant quickly followed her out.
Only Zhang Han and Chen Mengyao remained in the large deputy general manager's office. Standing to the side, Chen Mengyao couldn't help but sway her slender waist and sit in Zhang Han's lap, saying sweetly,
"Chairman Jiang, why are you being so nice to them?"
Her beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion. Clearly she was moved. She was deeply moved by Zhang Han's words.
This is giving Wang Wei a tremendous amount of face.
In essence, Zhang Han used his status and position to endorse Chen Mengyao. She acknowledged that she was Zhang Han's true confidant. From now on, anyone in the know who understands Zhang Han's strength must show Chen Mengyao deference whenever they see her.
Such a simple sentence is something that countless people dream of.
Chen Mengyao understood the weight of Zhang Han's words, so she was genuinely moved. He truly treated her like his personal secretary.
Instead of just playing around on a whim. Zhang Han chuckled and patted Chen Mengyao's bottom, teasingly saying, "You said you'd be my slave. If I don't treat you well, wouldn't I become a heartless capitalist?"
She thought of the things Zhang Han had said to her in the car earlier.
A beautiful blush spread across Chen Mengyao's pretty face.
She shyly patted Zhang Han with her small hand and said coquettishly, "You're so annoying, Mr. Jiang, you just love to tease me."
Zhang Han laughed heartily. Chen Mengyao nestled in Zhang Han's arms.
She couldn't help but chide him, "Chairman Jiang, this is someone else's office.
They'll feel embarrassed." Zhang Han chuckled and joked, "Oh? So, it's fine to do it in your own company office?"
Chen Mengyao blushed and said softly in a voice barely audible, "She's your secretary, so of course she has to listen to you unconditionally in the company." Upon hearing this reply, Zhang Han's lips curled into a slight smile.
Chapter 67, Initial Investment of 1 billion. A few minutes later.
A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Then there was a knock on the office door.
Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Han sat on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Please come in."
A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with slightly balding hair, walked in with an excited expression. He was followed by a group of men and women who appeared to be high-ranking executives.
Wang Wei was the fourth person standing behind him.
As soon as the middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Han, he bent down and extended his hands warmly, saying, "Hello, Chairman Jiang, I am Gao Jiwei, chairman of Yanxia Construction 8th Bureau." Jiang Han did not get up, but remained seated on the sofa. He extended his hand and gently shook it, saying indifferently, "Hello, Mr. Gao. Now that you've demonstrated your strength, you should adopt an attitude befitting your status. When I met Wang Wei before, it was just a friendly greeting, so I could be a little more polite. But now that we're going to start talking about cooperation, we have to put enough pressure on the other party.
This is the only way to secure the greatest benefit for yourself." Moreover, Wang Wei's attitude at the beginning was only so-so.
Therefore, since Jiang Han has already given his secretary face, there is no need for him to give Wang Wei face as well.
His pride isn't so cheap either. Gao Jiwei looked embarrassed. He was the chairman of the 8th branch of Yanxia Construction.
He hadn't been treated like this in a long time. Only when I went to the headquarters of Yanxia Construction Group at the end of each year to give a performance report did I face those super big shots at the group headquarters.
That's why such humility is necessary. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset.
You should know that this Mr. Jiang in front of you owns land worth 30 billion yuan.
And it was by snatching food from the jaws of the Xie family.
The Xie family, a name that sends shivers down your spine just thinking about it. And this Mr. Jiang actually had the confidence to go toe-to-toe with the Xie family, and even won. In terms of status and position, he might even be higher than the chairman of their Yanxia Construction Group headquarters.
How could a mere chairman of the 8th Bureau branch possibly afford to offend such a terrifying figure?
Gao Jiwei then said with a smile, "Chairman Jiang, I wonder how much you plan to invest in the factory development." Jiang Han picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, and said calmly, "Not much. Let's start with 1 billion in the beginning, and then see how things go."
1 billion.
Even if one had some estimate of the amount Jiang Han invested, hearing the figure of 1 billion from him was still quite surprising.
All the senior executives of Yanxia Construction 8th Bureau present were shocked. Gao Jiwei's face also revealed an uncontrollable excitement.
If they can land this mega contract. At this year's annual performance review meeting at the headquarters of the Yanxia Construction Group, their Shanghai No. 8 Bureau branch will definitely come out on top.
I might have a chance to move up in rank. Although 1 billion sounds a bit different from the 8 billion of the first phase of Tesla's Gigafactory. This is a world of difference compared to the total investment of 50 billion.
But one thing needs to be made clear.
Because manufacturing cars is an incredibly large investment project.
The total investment of 50 billion in Tesla's Gigafactory includes all costs, including the electric vehicle production line.
Not much was actually spent on factory construction and land development.
It might only amount to around 700 or 800 million if you add it all up.
The main focus is elsewhere. Jiang Han's 1 billion yuan was entirely spent on factory construction and land development.
From this perspective, the importance of this deal to the infrastructure company is comparable to that of the Tesla Gigafactory.
It even exceeded that.
Tesla's Gigafactory is a large-scale project that even the highest levels of government pay close attention to during the sweltering summer. It's easy to imagine the significance of Jiang Han's casual remark about 1 billion.
It gave everyone present a huge shock.
Gao Jiwei blushed and said excitedly, "Chairman Jiang, please rest assured, as the world's #1 construction company, Yanxia Construction will definitely be able to complete all your needs with high quality and quantity. We will provide you with a world-class construction team and design team to help you complete the construction of the factory and the development of the land in the shortest time with the highest quality."
As he spoke, Gao Jiwei became increasingly passionate. He wasn't exaggerating.
This is because the architect overcame one challenge after another in the sweltering summer heat, defeating one formidable opponent after another.
The confidence and pride that comes from finally standing at the world's highest peak.
If they can't handle the construction in the sweltering summer, then no company in the world can. The infrastructure of a major power is truly impressive.
Seeing Gao Jiwei's confident demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. "Great! Mr. Gao, what a spirit! A confident person is always able to particularly move others."
Moreover, Jiang Han had originally planned to cooperate with Yanxia Construction. The other party is the world's #1 construction company. Although its market value is only over 200 billion, its potential should not be underestimated. To put it dramatically, architecture in the sweltering summer can be considered one of the foundations of the nation. The connections within the upper echelons of Yanxia possess extremely rich political resources.
Many large domestic projects utilize their manpower. Moreover, everyone knows about the infrastructure sector. More or less, it will involve some unspeakable things. For example, black, for example, gray.
Because construction sites absorb a large number of young and middle-aged laborers. In the early years, when everyone was scrambling to get construction sites, it was all about fighting tooth and nail to get them. Zhang Han didn't want to get involved in this matter, lest he dirty his own hands. However, it's better to make a powerful friend and have them help you with things that you're not comfortable doing yourself.
It is also necessary.
Although Zhang Han now appears to be very powerful and wealthy, it owns many valuable shares. But he has not yet truly converted those shares into his own influence. After all, L'Oréal Group and Chateau Lafite Rothschild are both based overseas, and New Peak Medical Group itself has only recently taken over. They took advantage of opportunities to build factories and develop land. Let the architecture of summer become your loyal ally. For Zhang Han, it was also a very worthwhile deal. So he and Gao Jiwei quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Furthermore, a certain plan was made regarding the overall framework of the project. Of course, this is only a preliminary plan. For a project of this scale, it is naturally not something that can be finalized in such a short period of time. We need to wait for a professional construction team and design team to conduct an on-site survey of the construction site.
Only then can the final solution be derived. The two talked for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, Gao Jiwei warmly invited, "Chairman Jiang, how about we have dinner together?" Zhang Han nodded and smiled, "Then I thank you, Mr. Gao." "Ah, of course, of course. Chairman Jiang, you've taken such good care of Yanxia Construction. If I didn't treat you to dinner, my brothers would all say that I, Lao Gao, don't know how to behave." Gao Jiwei laughed heartily. Then, adopting the demeanor one would show to a superior, he bowed respectfully and gestured with his hand, "Chairman Jiang, please." The cooperation agreement has been reached. Zhang Han stopped putting on airs. He patted Gao Jiwei on the shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "We'll be partners from now on, so there's no need for you to be so polite, Mr. Gao." Gao Jiwei felt very pleased to hear this. She was even a little overwhelmed by the favor. Zhang Han is a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. He's richer than the chairman of the Yanxia Construction Group headquarters. I can treat him with this affectionate gesture. Now I'll have something to brag about. Surrounded by a group of senior executives, Zhang Han and Chen Mengyao walked out of the company building. I saw the Aston Martin 177 parked at the entrance. Everyone present was startled again. But I quickly came to terms with it. Only a supercar worth 50 million yuan can be driven by a billionaire with a terrifying net worth like Zhang Han. Gao Jiwei's car is a black Land Rover Range Rover. People in the construction industry especially like to buy Land Rovers. It looks imposing and majestic. That's quite in line with his net worth. Zhang Han didn't like noisy atmospheres because the dinner was a private, small gathering. Therefore, Gao Jiwei only retained the group's general manager and vice chairman. The other executives could only leave in disappointment. As for Wang Wei, out of consideration for Chen Mengyao, she was allowed to stay. The restaurant was a private kitchen. Over drinks, the two sides grew closer. After Zhang Han received the title of God of Wine, that terrifying alcohol tolerance completely intoxicated Gao Jiwei and several other senior executives from Yanxia Construction 8th Bureau. He faced toasts from Gao Jiwei and others. That means they welcome everyone who comes. At first, Gao Jiwei was a little worried that this way of drinking Zhang Han wine might displease him. Therefore, he was very restrained. But later, he realized that he had really been overthinking things. Zhang Han was actually giving them face by not feeding them the other way around. Chapter 68. Aren't you going to invite me up for a cup of tea? 8 p.m. Gao Jiwei and several senior executives were also drunk that they were completely out of their minds. His face flushed red, his tongue slurred, and he gave Zhang Han a thumbs up, saying, "Chairman Jiang, let me tell you what's on my mind. Actually, I was a little bit resentful towards you before. But now, I, Lao Gao, am convinced, truly convinced. Your capacity for alcohol is extraordinary. I've never admired many people in my life, but Chairman Jiang, you are definitely one of them." As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Then he grabbed a nearby trash can and started vomiting. Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, then calmly called the waiter to pay the bill.
I called a designated driver for them. After watching the designated driver help Gao Jiwei and the other executives into the car, he smiled and said to Chen Mengyao, who was standing there dumbfounded, "Let's go." Chen Mengyao stood there and murmured, "Chairman Jiang, your alcohol tolerance is amazing.
How come I didn't notice it last time?"
Zhang Han's lips curled slightly as he casually replied, "Last time I was just giving you an Aunt Tang face."
A gentle evening breeze blows. This made Chen Mengyao shudder involuntarily.
She's wearing rather light clothing today, so she's quite likely to catch a cold from the wind. Seeing this, Zhang Han gently pulled her into his arms.
Chen Mengyao nestled happily against Zhang Han's strong chest.
With her slender little hand, she tapped twice gently and whispered, "Chairman, where are you planning to go later?"
Zhang Han smiled knowingly. "Let me take you home first."
Chen Mengyao let out a soft moan. Then, with a mixture of shyness and anticipation, she said, "Yes, thank you, Chairman." Because Zhang Han had been drinking, he handed the car keys to Chen Mengyao. Looking at the prestigious and cool Aston Martin 177, Chen Mengyao face showed a hint of nervousness. "Chairman Jiang, if you let me drive this car, I'm afraid that if I accidentally damage it, even I myself wouldn't be enough to compensate you." Zhang Han chuckled and patted his secretary's bottom, saying, "Drive with confidence."
"I'd love for you to crash this car and then pay me back for it." Chen Mengyao blushed slightly and said coquettishly, "Chairman Jiang, what if I take that seriously? When have I ever boasted? It's just a car, it's nothing compared to my little secretary."
Zhang Han chuckled and pinched him twice more. Chen Mengyao took 2 deep breaths, and then, as if receiving an Olympic torch, took the car keys from Zhang Han's hand.
When I got into the driver's seat, my whole body was trembling slightly. A top-of-the-line supercar worth 50 million. There are probably very few people in the world who will have the opportunity to drive this car. With Zhang Han's hands-on guidance, Chen Mengyao successfully started the car.
Then he stepped on the gas, and the sudden surge of power almost startled her.
"Chairman, your car is amazing." "Of course." Zhang Han sat in the passenger seat with a smile and said,
"It must be said that the driving experience of this sports car is very good.
Moreover, it's not difficult to learn."
In just a short while, Chen Mengyao was driving quite skillfully.
No vehicles dared to approach along the way. Half an hour later,
an Aston Martin 177 smoothly drove into the underground parking lot of a luxury apartment building in Shanghai.
Looking at Zhang Han sitting in the passenger seat,
Chen Mengyao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Chairman, we've arrived at my house."
She didn't have the heart to say the rest.
Actually, ever since Zhang Han said he would take her home first,
this route already hints at something. Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you going to invite me up for a cup of tea?" Chen Mengyao blushed slightly.
She hesitated for a moment, which was unusual for her, before finally saying, "I'm a little scared."
Zhang Han chuckled lightly. "What's there to be afraid of?"
Zhang Han pressed her for an answer, and Chen Mengyao felt even more embarrassed. She blushed and said coquettishly, "Oh, Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid you'll eat me up."
Zhang Han just smiled and didn't say anything.
Then he gazed tenderly at Chen Mengyao. A subtle silence fell over the car.
A long time passed again.
Chen Mengyao clenched her fist tightly, as if she had made an important decision.
He whispered in an almost inaudible voice, "Chairman Jiang, it's getting late. Why don't you take me upstairs first?" After saying that, she lowered her head. She no longer dared to look Zhang Han in the eye. Zhang Han smiled slightly. He then opened the car door and got out.
Seeing this, Chen Mengyao obediently got out of the driver's seat. Then she walked to Zhang Han's side and gently took his arm.
"Which building do you live in?" Zhang Han asked a question. "Building 108A." Chen Mengyao leaned against Zhang Han's chest and whispered. A few minutes later, the two walked to the elevator of Building 1. There happened to be a young couple waiting for the elevator nearby.
Upon seeing Chen Mengyao nestled in Zhang Han's arms, the boy next to him subconsciously swallowed.
Chen Mengyao looks like this now. It looks so tempting.
She has a tall and slender figure, standing at 1.7 meters. A white shirt, a tight-fitting pencil skirt, and black stockings. Then her pretty face flushed slightly. That mature, charming, and captivating aura instantly crushed his originally sexy girlfriend into nothing.
When taking the elevator, the boy kept stealing glances at Chen Mengyao's figure, his face full of lust.
Once they reached the 7th floor, Jiang Han walked out with Chen Mengyao in his arms, and only then did he reluctantly turn his gaze away. The elevator doors closed. His girlfriend, who had been silent until now, suddenly said coldly, "Have you seen enough?" The boy then realized what was happening. What stupid thing did he just do? The boy gave an awkward smile. "Baby, you've misunderstood me." Smack! The girl slapped the boy across the face and sneered, "Let's break up. Since you enjoy looking at other women so much, then go ahead and look all you want." After saying that, he walked out of the elevator without looking back as soon as the elevator doors opened. After seeing Jiang Han's handsome and charming face, she could no longer stand her boyfriend. "I didn't react just now because I wanted to pretend to be a lady in front of my crush." Unfortunately, Jiang Han ignored the flirtatious glances she had just given him. "Otherwise, I might be able to spend a wonderful time with my crush tonight." Thinking of this, the girl sighed softly. His jealousy towards Chen Mengyao deepened. "It's all that awful woman's fault. If it weren't for her, I might have gotten my dream guy." The boy stood there dumbfounded, on the verge of tears. He never expected that it would just be taking an elevator. He lost his girlfriend. At this time, Jiang Han helped Chen Mengyao to the door of 08A, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Where's the key? Do you want me to get it for you?" Chen Mengyao recalled the little accident that happened this morning when she was helping Jiang Han get the keys. She gave Jiang Han a sweet pat before reaching into her bag to take out her keys. Then he respectfully handed the key to Jiang Han. Chapter 69. The little maid gets into trouble. After playing a game of Honor of Kings, Jiang Han sat on the living room sofa and started smoking. This is another cigarette with sentimental value. Jiang Han had just played a game of Honor of Kings with his secretary, something he hadn't even expected. Chen Mengyao looked very skilled, but it turns out she's just a smooth talker. In terms of skill level, he's a complete novice. If it weren't for my superior skills, they might just give away first blood. Fortunately, I acted decisively in the jungle. Before I knew it, I had already secured 2 first kills. I'm almost a true first blood warrior. Jiang Han sighed softly. In the end, I unknowingly became the kind of person I used to hate the most. Just as Jiang Han was smoking and reflecting on life, Chen Mengyao had already cut up a fruit platter and placed it in front of him. Then she squatted down and said in a sweet voice, "Chairman Jiang, have some fruit to replenish your vitamins." Jiang Han smiled and said, "Taking vitamin supplements won't help, you need to take zinc." Chen Mengyao was a little embarrassed. After all, she's so bad at the game. It almost cost Jiang Han his life. Her face flushed red, and she dared not look at Jiang Han again. Jiang Han didn't mind, and smiled as he picked up a cherry and put it in his mouth. Just then, his phone rang. It was Mu Xiaoye calling. Upon answering the phone, Mu Xiaoye's voice sounded anxious. "Master, why haven't you come back yet? I'm all alone at home, and I'm so scared." "Wa'ada." Jiang Han frowned and asked, "Where's your mother? Hasn't she come back yet?" Mu Xiaoye chuckled and said happily, "Mom said she has some things to take care of these 2 days, so she won't be staying at number 1 mansion." "You naughty owner, you're not allowed to bully me when my mom's not around." "Put." Jiang Han almost burst out laughing. The little maid's last sentence was simply a cover-up, a self-deceptive act. It's no different from simply saying, "My mom's not here, come and bully me." Jiang Han was a little disappointed that Tang Yun hadn't been staying at number 1 mansion for the past few days. "I feel like something is missing inside." He had already gotten used to living with Tang Yun. However, Jiang Han had already guessed the reason. It's likely that Tang Yun couldn't face herself, which is why she chose to run away. Although Jiang Han was a little annoyed, he kept a straight face and said, "Okay, I know. I'll be right back. Don't be afraid, little cutie." "Kindness." Mu Xiaoye responded emphatically, then whispered guiltily, "Master, I just went to buy some fruit. I'll wait for you to come back." Without waiting for Jiang Han's reply, she quickly hung up the phone. Fruit? Interesting. Is Mu Xiaoye helping him supplement his vitamin intake because she noticed he was lacking vitamins? Jiang Han couldn't help but smile slightly. This little maid of mine is actually kind of adorably silly. Seeing the smile on Jiang Han's face, Chen Mengyao asked curiously, "Chairman Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Han smiled and said, "It's alright, it's getting late, I'll head back now." Oh. Although I was mentally prepared for this, I was still surprised to hear that Jiang Han wouldn't be staying overnight.
Chen Mengyao still couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed.
But she obediently controlled her emotions and didn't say anything more.
After all, she was just Jiang Han's secretary, not even his official girlfriend.
Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Chen Mengyao was so understanding.
If someone has a dramatic and troublesome personality, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He went to the entrance and put on his shoes. Chen Mengyao suddenly called out, "Chairman Jiang, wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Jiang Han turned around and asked.
Chen Mengyao blushed, walked to Jiang Han's side, and then squatted down, saying, "Chairman Jiang, let me help you put on your shoes."
Tsk tisk.
Jiang Han smiled and watched as Chen Mengyao helped him put on his shoes like a virtuous young wife. Then he gently patted her and said, "I'm leaving now.
Get some rest." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please be careful on your way."
Chen Mengyao nodded, then pecked Jiang Han on the cheek and said coquettishly, "Remember to miss me."
"You little devil."
Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the room.
Chen Mengyao stood at the door, watching Jiang Han walk into the elevator.
The doors were only closed when the elevator display showed the number had reached the basement level. Although she doesn't make a fuss or steal, that doesn't mean Chen Mengyao isn't cunning. She wanted to try her best to be the most obedient, sensible, and well-behaved woman by Jiang Han's side. After Jiang Han suffered a setback with another woman,
then I will remember how good she was.
The entanglements and complexities between Jiang Han, his best friend Tang Yun, and Tang Yun's daughter Mu Xiaoye.
Chen Mengyao is someone I know very well.
Therefore, she believed that as long as she didn't do anything foolish, she would definitely have a place by Jiang Han's side.
Half an hour later,
Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin 177 back to the Bun No. 1 mansion. After pushing open the door, I found that the lights in the living room downstairs were on.
But there was no one. Jiang Han frowned. I was just about to go upstairs. A kitten suddenly jumped out from some corner.
The reason she was called a kitten was because Mu Xiaoye had changed into a catgirl-maid outfit.
She was wearing an incredibly cute cat ear on her head. It perfectly hid Jiang Han's quirks. Jiang Han was seen returning. Mu Xiaoye even playfully imitated a cat's meow. "Meow master, do you like me like this?"
Jiang Han smiled wryly and said, "I like it, but I'm afraid my body can't handle it." He played mini-games twice at Chen Mengyao's house before.
"If I go home and play games again, these iron-hard kidneys probably can't handle it."
Mu Xiaoye wrinkled her nose, as if she was a little dissatisfied.
"Women are human beings too."
Mu Xiaoye was initially happy that her mother wasn't home today.
Jiang Han then said he couldn't handle it? How can this be?
Seeing the unfriendly look in Mu Xiaoye's eyes, Jiang Han knew.
Have to. I'll be playing games again tonight. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this is too hard for me. Being a man is tiring these days. Being a man with many girlfriends is more tiring.
However, Jiang Han was still a little uneasy, even though he had been enhanced by an S-class body strengthening potion.
I'm not really scared.
However, strategy is also important.
Even Superman couldn't handle playing too many minigames in a short period of time. So he coughed twice and said, "Did you practice the piano obediently today, little cutie?"
Mu Xiaoye pouted and said unhappily, "I practiced for more than 4 hours today."
Jiang Han nodded and said, "Which song did you practice? Let me listen and see how well you did. If you didn't do well, you'll get a spanking." It was originally just a very normal sentence. But to everyone's surprise, Mu Xiaoye's pretty face suddenly turned red. She looked at Jiang Han with a hint of disdain and said reproachfully, "Master, you're a little perverted." Jiang Han was stunned. "I just want to stall for time. I'll also teach you how to play the piano." How did I become a pervert? What's wrong with you two, mother and daughter? You both think I'm a pervert. This is a complete case of reputation being damaged. Look how well behaved my little secretary is, she only ever praises me.
Jiang Han was filled with a desire to complain, but he was too embarrassed to do so. He could only hold his breath, walk to the piano, point to the piano bench, and say with a stern face, "Sit."
Mu Xiaoye obediently sat down and began to play the piano. Jiang Han quickly frowned. Mu Xiaoye played a Czerny piano etude that wasn't too difficult, but it was full of flaws.
Even without Jiang Han's guidance, she wouldn't have had much trouble playing this piece.
But now, he's performing worse than even a beginner.
Moreover, with Jung Han's masterful piano skills, he would naturally be able to tell the difference immediately.
There are some parts that Mu Xiaoye deliberately played wrong. Although Jung Han is usually very gentle with Mu Xiaoye,
he often pampered her and doted on her. However, Jung Han was very strict when it came to piano lessons.
There will be absolutely no ambiguity, because strict teachers have always produced outstanding students. The leniency and ambiguity shown here are actually condoning Mu Xiaoye's behavior and harming her. So Jung Han immediately said sternly, "What's going on? What are you playing?"
Logically speaking, Mu Xiaoye should have been scolded by Jung Han in this way. She'll be wiping away tears with red eyes very soon. But today, Mu Xiaoye did not wipe away her tears. She just stood there with red eyes, looking aggrieved yet hopeful.
Damn it! Jung Han only realized it at this moment. This little maid is deliberately trying to cause trouble for me. Chapter 70, Awakening a Strange Attribute. The next morning, he was a little exhausted after discovering Jung Han's tragic fate. Sure enough, even a body made of iron can't withstand such intense exertion. Fortunately, it has already been strengthened once.
If it were me in the past, I might have died suddenly. Jung Han rested on the bed for a while before getting up. When I got down to the restaurant, I found that breakfast had not yet been set out on the table.
Jung Han was slightly taken aback. Why isn't there breakfast?
It took her a while to realize that Tang Yun used to contact the housekeeper, Lucy, every morning to have breakfast delivered.
Since Tang Yun isn't home, there's naturally no one to prepare breakfast.
Jung Han suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, as if something was missing. Although it was a little inconvenient for Tang Yun when she was at home. I can't play games with the little maid in the living room like I did yesterday.
But unknowingly, Tang Yun has done a lot for this family.
She prepares breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, and also helps with cleaning up the dishes, tidying up the kitchen, and washing dirty clothes.
All of this was done secretly by Tang Yun.
She was like a virtuous young wife, managing everything at home perfectly. Without Tang Yun, Jung Han wouldn't have been living such a comfortable life these past few days.
Jung Han suddenly felt a strong urge to bring Tang Yun back home, no matter what. I can't live without her.
Previously, due to a strange urge to avoid things, Jung Han was somewhat afraid to face Tang Yun. After all, he had forcibly kissed her. He planned to go to Tang Yun after she calmed down.
Moreover, Mu Xiaoye is her daughter. But now, Jung Han has made his feelings completely clear.
He also understood Tang Yun's place in his heart. Only children make choices.
He's an adult now. So he wants them all. My feelings are already made up. But how to get Tang Yun to accept him? That's a different matter altogether.
The mere fact that the two individuals are separated by their social status is an insurmountable chasm. He wanted to get a conservative woman like Tang Yun to accept him. They also have to endure the strange looks from the world.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Unless Jung Han is willing to give up Mu Xiaoye, but that's absolutely impossible. Jung Han would never let go of either Tang Yun or Mu Xiaoye.
If anyone dares to make a move on either of them, Jung Han will make that person regret ever being born. Even if either Mu Xiaoye or Tang Yun wanted to leave, Jung Han would absolutely, positively refuse. Even if it means forcing them, I will keep them by my side.
You can call him a jerk. But this is a man's most primal possessiveness.
Jung Han, who was at a loss for what to do, sent a message to the housekeeper, Lucy. Tell her to prepare breakfast and bring it over first. While waiting for breakfast, Jung Han went upstairs to check on his little maid.
Because I was doing yoga stretching exercises last night. Mu Xiaoye's body was rather stiff. So Mu Xiaoye got hurt again.
But her situation this time seems to be much better than last time.
Unlike last time, when I couldn't even lie down. I can only lie face down. Humans are such adaptable creatures.
However, he is a kind and considerate master who cares for his maid. Ignoring the maid's objections, Jung Han carefully examined her wound again. After Jung Han finished treating the wound, Mu Xiaoye blushed, stomped on Jung Han's feet twice with her little feet to vent her dissatisfaction, and then said coquettishly, "You stinky master, you big bad guy. All you do is make me do yoga." Just looking at her expression, although she was shy, she was full of smiles. Jung Han felt a little worried when he saw the little maid like this.
Could I have accidentally led my little maid in a strange direction? It seems to have awakened some strange attribute. Look at her previous reactions. It does look a little like M. Jung Han couldn't help but gasp. This. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Jung Han quickly shook his head, trying to clear those strange thoughts from his mind. Then he said, "The wound is treated, get up and eat." Mu Xiaoya pouted and shook her head, pouting, "No, I'm sick right now, I want master to feed me. Like last time." After saying that, she blinked her big eyes pitifully. Jung Han saw this. There was a subtle feeling in my heart. This. Doesn't it feel a bit like a daughter being affectionate with her father? Thinking of Tang Yun again, Jung Han couldn't help but blush and coughed, saying, "Alright, I'll agree since you're a patient today." Yay! Master, you're so sweet. I love you so much, Bo. Mu Xiaoya happily flapped her wings twice, her little feet wobbling back and forth. Jung Han shook his head helplessly. She, the little maid, was becoming more and more like a little girl. 10 minutes later. The housekeeper, Lucy, along with the staff of the number 1 Mansion Club, delivered a sumptuous breakfast to the restaurant. Although it is a normal serving of food for 5 people. But Jung Han still easily handled 4-5 of them. If it weren't for wanting to leave some for Mu Xiaoya, Jung Han felt he could have handled everything by himself. After eating a lot of food, Jung Han's feelings of emptiness and fatigue subsided considerably. His abundant energy returned to his body once again. This surprised Jung Han a little. It seems the effects of the S-grade body enhancement potion are even more powerful than he imagined. It not only makes him faster, stronger, better in physique, and more durable. It also gave him a powerful recovery ability. With sufficient energy, the body can quickly maintain its peak condition. This discovery also brought Jung Han a little surprise. Sure enough, none of the S-level rewards from the system were simple. Jung Han brought the remaining breakfast to Mu Xiaoya's room. Then he acted like a kind old father. He fed the little maid by hand. Jung Han could clearly sense this during the process. Mu Xiaoya's dependence on him is growing deeper and deeper. While Jung Han was happy, he also had some worries. Mu Xiaoya is so dependent on him now. If she finds out later that she had feelings for her mother, Tang Yun, what exactly will that little maid do? Just imagining it made Jung Han feel a little uneasy. People are doing things, and Brother Chang is watching. Jung Han felt that it would be best to keep fewer knives at home in the future. It would be safer. But no matter what, the things that need to be done still need to be done. As for what happens next, let's just take it one step at a time. The most urgent task now is to coax Tang Yun back home. At least, don't let her become estranged from you. Women like Tang Yun, once they truly make up their minds and make a decision, it's virtually impossible to change her mind now. But how should I even begin? Thinking about this question, Jung Han gently stroked Mu Xiaoya's hair as he fell into deep thought. At this time, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Han Lianxue, the store manager of Yuantang, calling. It has to be admitted. Although we only met once, Jung Han was deeply impressed by the classical beauty in the Cheongsam. Chapter 71 Reunion with Han Lianxue. He picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Han Lianxue's voice, as melodious and clear as a nightingale's, immediately came through the phone. "Mr. Jiang, did Lianxue disturb you?" Jung Han smiled and said, "It's nothing, Miss Han, what brings you here?" Han Lianxue seemed to chuckle softly and said, "Mr. Jiang, the 2 10-year-old wild ginseng roots you requested last time have arrived. When would be most convenient for me to deliver it to you?" Wild ginseng. Jung Han suddenly had an idea. Yes, Tang Yun left in a hurry and didn't take the beauty cream he made with her. Judging from her previous reactions, Tang Yun really liked and valued this ointment. He could have used the opportunity of delivering the ointment to go see Tang Yun. Presumably even if she was unwilling. They might even see me out of respect for the beauty cream. Because no woman can resist the temptation to become beautiful. If Tang Yun is willing to meet, things will be much easier. Thinking of this, Jung Han's mood brightened, and his tone became lighter. "It's all right, no need to go to such trouble. Miss Han, where are you right now? I'll come and get it directly." Han Lianxue seemed surprised by Jung Han's response and replied after a short while, "I'm staying at the Waldorf Astoria on the Bund. I'll wait for you, Mr. Jiang, in the hotel's executive lounge." "Okay, I'll be there in a bit." Jung Han hung up the phone after agreeing on a time with Han Lianxue. Mu Xiaoye asked warily, Master, who is it?
Being so close to Jiang Han, she could hear a woman speaking on the phone. And her voice is quite pleasant.
This immediately set off alarm bells in Mu Xiaoye's mind.
Jiang Han smiled and gently stroked Mu Xiaoye's delicate nose, saying, It's the boss who delivered the raw materials for my beauty and moisturizing ointment.
Upon hearing about the ointment, Mu Xiaoye became excited. Really? I was worried that the ointment would run out so quickly, but now we have the raw materials again. Jiang Han smiled slightly and said, Yes, there will be new ointment soon.
At the same time, I silently added in my mind, Your mother will soon be able to use the new ointment I made.
Jiang Han walked to the door accompanied by Mu Xiaoye. Just as he was about to leave, Mu Xiaoye quietly tugged at his clothes.
Jiang Han turned around, puzzled.
Mu Xiaoye looked pitiful and said, Master, can we go home early today? I missed you so much yesterday.
Jiang Han smiled and patted the little maid's head, saying softly, Don't worry, I will definitely come back to have dinner with you tonight.
Try to bring your mom back to eat with us too. Mu Xiaoye, unaware of Jiang Han's thoughts, happily exclaimed, Okay. I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, she took the initiative to peck Jiang Han on the cheek.
Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, then walked out of the house. Arriving at the underground parking lot, I drove my Aston Martin 177 to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund, where Han Lianxue was staying. The hotel is not far from the Bund No. 1 mansion.
20 minutes later, Jiang Han arrived at the hotel entrance. Led by the doorman with utmost respect, we arrived at the executive lounge on the second floor. Han Lianxue was already sitting on a single sofa, waiting there.
She wore a fuchsia cheongsam paired with black stockings. It's like a beautiful, vibrant red rose.
It exudes a captivating charm.
Especially the thin black veil on her face.
This only added to her mystique. Only a beauty with a classical temperament like Han Lianxue could possess such beauty.
Only then can one wear such a slightly retro outfit with such charming appeal. The few guests and staff in the executive lounge were all quietly observing her.
Unfortunately, under her silent yet powerful aura of cold beauty and mystery,
not a single man dared to approach her.
Han Lianxue also saw Jiang Han.
She stood up and walked up to Jiang Han with a smile, extending her small hand, which was covered by a white silk glove, and said, Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Han subconsciously glanced at her pretty face and small hands a few more times.
It has to be admitted,
this mysterious and veiled charm, like a woman partially veiled, greatly enhanced Han Lianxue's allure.
But Jiang Han was no naive newcomer, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. He extended his hand and gently shook hers, smiling as he said, Good morning, Miss Han. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat.
Han Lianxue extended her hand in greeting.
Jiang Han then sat down.
On the table were two exquisite wooden boxes, exactly the same as the ones that had contained the 10-year supply of wild ginseng last time.
Jiang Han understood. The medicinal herbs I need must be inside. Han Lianxue smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, would you like to open it and take a look?
It was just transported from our headquarters in Beijing this morning.
Jiang Han nodded and said, Okay.
Then he opened the two boxes and carefully examined them.
Han Lianxue was not surprised by Jiang Han's caution.
After all, it's a deal worth 1 million.
Anyone would take a closer look.
If Jiang Han had adopted a casual and perfunctory attitude, people would look down on him.
People would only think of him as an ignorant, arrogant, and dissolute rich second generation.
Jiang Han confirmed, through the system and his own TCM internal medicine skills, that the two wild ginseng plants in front of him were genuine. He nodded in satisfaction. A 10-year-old wild ginseng plant can produce enough for one person for 1 year.
It seems like a lot, but for Jiang Han, it might not be enough. There are 4 people in total, himself, Tang Yun, Mu Xiaoye, and his secretary.
When my parents return from the research institute, I'll have to prepare 2 more sets.
There might be other people who need it in the future.
Therefore, Jiang Han would prefer as many of these as possible. He smiled, took out a checkbook, casually wrote down 1 million, and signed his name.
He handed it to Han Lianxue and said, Miss Han is indeed very reliable.
If you have any wild ginseng that is more than 10 years old in the future, please contact me in time.
I will buy them all at this price. Han Lianxue looked at the 2 large, elegant characters on the check.
Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Your calligraphy is truly vigorous and powerful. I never imagined Mr. Jiang's handwriting was so good, it has the style of a master.
Jiang Han smiled slightly.
He is a man who is proficient in calligraphy. Although they can't compare to those stunningly beautiful and unparalleled figures.
But in the country, his penmanship is definitely among the top 100.
Their skill level goes without saying.
He waved his hand with a smile and said, "Just a little hobby, nothing to mention."
Han Lianxue covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me." After saying that, she tried to put the check into her Hermes bag.
However, a small accident occurred during the placement process.
Her white silk gloves fell to the ground. Zhang Han bent down to pick it up and handed it to Han Lianxue.
Han Lianxue seemed a little flustered.
She took the gloves discreetly with her other small hand, still wearing a silk glove, and whispered,
"Thanks."
Zhang Han glanced at Han Lianxue's other small hand, and his eyebrows furrowed unconsciously. Because on her fair, slender little hand, there was a large red scar. Although not exactly shocking, it greatly ruined the beauty of her small hands.
Zhang Han immediately understood. Why is it that every time I see Han Lianxue, she always wears a thin veil on her hands? It turns out it wasn't just to add a sense of mystery. The bigger reason was to cover up the scars on her hands. Chapter 72. It's just applying some medicine. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? At this time, Han Lianxue also noticed Zhang Han's gaze, and a bitter smile appeared on her pretty face.
"I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang, you must have found this amusing. When I was little, I was playing around and accidentally knocked over the stove where we used to boil medicine at home, which is why my hands are like this now." Zhang Han showed a hint of apology and waved his hand, saying,
"I'm the one who should be saying sorry.
After all, it was someone else's painful experience, and my actions were tantamount to reopening Han Lianxue's wounds. Every girl loves to look beautiful. Even a small injury to her hand would likely be a lifelong pain for her.
Especially for a beauty like Han Lianxue, who exudes a unique aura.
The scars on her hands are like flaws on a beautiful jade.
Although they don't diminish her beauty, seeing them always brings a touch of sadness and regret. Because of this incident, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly cooled down.
Zhang Han was about to get up and say goodbye. At that moment, a system notification sounded in my mind.
Drop.
System daily task issued. Please personally apply the beauty cream to the scars on Han Lianxue's hands for 10 minutes. Completion reward, 10% stake in Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group valued at 20 billion, medicinal cuisine cooking skills, and Cantonese cuisine cooking skills.
Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group? Isn't this the company run by Xia Anlin, the female CEO with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan? The system actually rewarded the group with shares. This surprised Zhang Han a bit. Moreover, Zhang Han hadn't expected that the beauty cream could remove scars.
The system issuing this task is practically like giving me a free reward. All you need to do is apply the ointment to Han Lianxue. Especially since they rewarded me with 2 such useful skills this time.
It smells amazing.
Zhang Han, who had been tricked by the system several times before, almost shed tears of gratitude.
System, you finally become a human again. Those perverted things were not my intention. After applying the ointment to Han Lianxue's small hands for 10 minutes, they looked perfectly normal.
Zhang Han immediately felt confident that this time things were going well. He said confidently, "Miss Han, I have a way to remove the scars on your hands." Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Han Lianxue's beautiful eyes.
Then came a deep sense of helplessness.
She smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Jiang, you don't need to comfort me.
I've tried everything, and this is all I can do now."
Zhang Han knew that hearing is unreliable, and seeing is believing.
No matter how much I say now, Han Lianxue won't believe me.
So he said in a deep voice, "If Miss Han doesn't mind, come with me and you'll see." Inside the sports car was the beauty cream that Zhang Han had originally planned to bring to Tang Yun.
I just didn't expect it to be used on Han Lianxue first. Seeing Zhang Han's confident demeanor. Then I thought of his lavish spending and mysterious identity.
A glimmer of hope rekindled in Han Lianxue's heart.
She nodded, somewhat excitedly, and said, "Okay."
Zhang Han picked up 2 boxes of 10-year-old wild ginseng from the table and then gestured for Han Lianxue to follow.
The two walked quickly to the parking lot of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
Upon seeing the cool and prestigious Aston Martin 177, Han Lianxue hesitated and asked, "Mr. Jiang, where are you taking me? Although I really want to heal the scars on my hands." But Han Lianxue is no longer a 3-year-old child. I've only interacted with Zhang Han twice in total. Even judging from his speech and demeanor, I felt that Zhang Han was a trustworthy person. But Han Lianxue couldn't just get into his car so easily.
What if Zhang Han is a hypocrite, a scumbag in human form? Wouldn't I be completely helpless, crying out to heaven and earth without getting any response?
Seeing the hint of wariness on Han Lianxue's face, Zhang Han smiled and said,
No, it's just that the thing that can remove your ointment happens to be in the car.
As he spoke, he unlocked the Aston Martin 177 with the key. The gull-wing door slowly rose, and Zhang Han took out an exquisite ceramic bottle from the passenger seat. It contained a beauty cream.
The translucent pale red color exudes a refreshing fragrance.
Even though it wasn't the first time Zhang Han had met him,
I am still amazed by its breathtaking beauty. Han Lianxue exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? It's so beautiful."
Zhang Han smiled faintly. This is what can remove the scars on Miss Han's hands. As he spoke, he dipped his finger in the ointment and continued, "Miss Han, please take off your gloves so I can apply the ointment for you." Han Lianxue hesitated for a moment before taking off the white silk glove on her right hand. Then, somewhat embarrassed, she said to Zhang Han, "Mr. Jiang, let me apply the ointment myself." After all, helping someone apply toothpaste is too ambiguous. Especially since she has that special constitution. Zhang Han shook his head firmly.
The task required me to personally apply the ointment for 10 minutes. If Han Lianxue applies it herself, wouldn't that mean his mission would fail? But Zhang Han certainly couldn't say that, so he pretended to be serious and said, "The ointment is only one of them.
The key is to use it in conjunction with special techniques to maximize the effect of the ointment and completely remove the scars."
Miss Han, if you don't believe me, you can try a little bit of the ointment first and see the effect.
His words weren't entirely a lie. Zhang Han possesses two exceptional skills: masterful massage techniques and traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine.
It is true that massaging acupoints can promote the skin's ability to absorb ointments.
But even if Zhang Han doesn't help apply it, this beauty cream is made from 10-year-old wild ginseng.
If Han Lianxue applies the ointment a couple more times, the scar will be completely gone. Zhang Han simply couldn't tell her that. Han Lianxue looked at Zhang Han with a skeptical expression.
As a member of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, she naturally knew that some treatments required special techniques to be completed. But she had never seen Zhang Han in the circle of traditional Chinese medicine families before. Moreover, those who can master this skill, even if she is exceptionally intelligent, she must be at least 30 years old. That's a skill that can only be honed through diligent study and practice. Zhang Han looks so young, he doesn't seem like one of them at all.
Seeing his confident demeanor, Han Lianxue couldn't simply label him a liar.
We can only take it with a grain of salt and see how effective this ointment is. We'll make further plans. So Han Lianxue took some ointment and applied it to the scars on her hand.
When applying the ointment, Han Lianxue's movements were very gentle and careful.
It's as if they're afraid of accidentally touching the scar.
Even so, when applying the ointment, Han Lianxue couldn't help but let out a soft "hmm."
The expression on their faces became unnatural. Although the changes in his expression were very subtle, his voice was also very soft. However, with Zhang Han's enhanced body, he was naturally able to perceive it keenly.
His expression couldn't help but become somewhat strange. It's just applying some medicine, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Chapter 73 Special Physique. After applying the ointment, Han Lianxue's delicate face instantly turned crimson. She took 2 deep breaths before casually asking, "Mr. Jiang, is this all right?"
Zhang Han nodded and said, "Yes, in a few minutes, Miss Han, you can see the effect for yourself and then you'll know whether what I said is true or false."
Han Lianxue saw how confident Zhang Han was. A sense of anticipation rose in my heart.
You should know that this scar is a pain that will never go away for her.
Whenever I see it, my heart aches as if it's being pricked by a needle.
If it really could be as Zhang Han said,
it can be removed.
Then she won't have to feel sad and heartbroken alone in the dead of night anymore.
A few minutes later, the ointment was completely absorbed by the skin. Han Lianxue looked nervously at her delicate hands,
like a nervous and anxious student waiting for their college entrance exam results. After seeing the scars on my hands fade to a visible degree,
Han Lianxue couldn't help but exclaim, "It really works."
Before she knew it, tears had filled her eyes. For a woman, hands are the second most important part of her body after her face. Many people think that she usually wears a thin veil on her hands, which makes her look mysterious and sexy. But who knows the inferiority complex and sorrow she felt, the despair she felt after repeated unsuccessful treatments. Now there is finally hope for removing the scars. Han Lianxue was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Jiang Han smiled and said, "Now Miss Han knows that I wasn't just talking big, right?" With tears in her eyes, Han Lianxue nodded heavily and said gratefully, "Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I shouldn't have doubted you before." Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Ignorance is no excuse. I'll help you apply the ointment then. This is the only way to truly remove scars." After seeing the amazing effects of the beauty cream, Han Lianxue believed everything Jiang Han had said before. But the thought of having Jiang Han hold his hand while applying the ointment made him hesitate. Han Lianxue felt a little nervous, shy, and uneasy. However, after struggling with the decision, Han Lianxue's eyes revealed a determined look, all in order to completely remove her scars. Then, she carefully extended her slender hand, her pretty face flushed, and whispered, Mr. Jiang, could you be a little gentler when applying the ointment? I have a tiny bit of. At this point, Han Lianxue suddenly found it difficult to speak. Jiang Han glanced at her curiously. It's just applying some ointment, nothing more. Why does she look even more nervous than when Mu Xiaoye took the unconventional path? Jiang Han didn't think much of it and directly applied some ointment with his hand. Then he grabbed Han Lianxue's small hand and began to apply the ointment. Jiang Han was stunned by the sight of this application. Han Lianxue twisted her body, seemingly resisting, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Jiang Han was speechless. It's just applying some ointment. Does it have to be this exaggerated? I'm very serious. When the timer in my mind reaches 120 seconds. Han Lianxue's pretty face looked very uncomfortable, and her forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Although she tried her best to control herself, she still occasionally let out painful groans. Seeing Han Lianxue's expression, Jiang Han frowned, realizing that things were not so simple. Sure enough, the task given by the system was not as simple as it seemed. But since the mission has already begun, Jiang Han had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue applying the ointment. Half the time has passed. Han Lianxue seemed to have finally reached her breaking point, unable to bear this torment that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Tears streamed down her face. He fell onto the passenger seat of the car. It's obvious. Han Lianxue was in great pain. Jiang Han was so startled he almost jumped up. No way? Sir. You have to believe me. I was really just applying ointment. But Han Lianxue's reaction at this moment. If someone else sees it, I doubt anyone would believe Jiang Han's nonsense. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the parking lot at that time. Jiang Han and Han Lianxue were in the car again. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. What's happening now? After Han Lianxue sighed. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't even lift my head. But in order to avoid Jiang Han misunderstanding, she could only force herself to endure her discomfort and speak with difficulty. Well, Mr. Jiang, I just have a little bit of a special condition, so. Before he could finish speaking, she covered her pretty face with her other hand, feeling extremely ashamed. Anyway, this is so embarrassing. If Jiang Han hadn't been the only one who witnessed this scene, no one else was present. Han Lianxue wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Jiang Han was also quite embarrassed. But there's not much I can say. After all, whatever he says now is somewhat like someone who is standing on thin ice and doesn't understand the situation. She could only silently comfort him, saying, "It's okay, just bear with it a little longer, the scar will disappear soon." Han Lianxue frowned and nodded. Then I gritted my teeth and persevered. Jiang Han was also feeling bad. After all, Han Lianxue is definitely a top-tier beauty with a score of 97 or higher. Of all the girls Jiang Han had ever met, only Tang Yun, Mu Xiaoye, and Xia Anlin could compare to him. As for the twin-tailed lowly senior and the secretary Chen Mengyao, in terms of looks alone, she is still inferior to Han Lianxue. In particular, Han Lianxue possesses a noble and elegant temperament that is not found in ordinary people. So, seeing such a beautiful woman in front of him, he looked so pitiful. It's easy to imagine the trials Jiang Han will face. These 10 minutes were not only a test in torture for Han Lianxue. For Jiang Han, it was an even greater test in torment. Sure enough,
the system's tasks weren't so simple to complete and reward you. I was too naive.
Zhang Han sighed softly. At the same time, he also made some guesses about Han Lianshua's physique.
Because there are indeed some people in this world with rather special physical constitutions.
They are particularly perceptive in certain areas. For example, their sense of touch can be several times, or even dozens of times, stronger than that of an average person.
It's like the hearing of a blind person. They are usually exceptionally perceptive. Han Lianxue may also be one of those with this special constitution.
It's just that hers is special, a little more special than the average person. It's just applied to the scar.
The pain is much stronger than that of others. As time passed by second, the system's timer has finally reached the last minute.
Zhang Han, who has been patiently waiting for 9 minutes, has finally reached the last minute.
He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
A hopeful look appeared in their eyes.
But at this very moment, Han Lianxue suddenly burst into tears.
And she tried hard to get rid of Zhang Han. She was in excruciating pain.
Zhang Han immediately thought, this won't do. We've made it through the first 9 minutes, and now it's down to the last minute. We absolutely cannot let all our efforts go to waste.
So he continued to apply the ointment to Han Lianxue and comforted her in a magnetic voice. It's all right, Miss Han, it'll be over soon.
Who knows Han Lianxue? She cried even harder. Moreover, the resistance is much stronger.
Left with no other choice, Zhang Han had to firmly grasp Han Lianxue's hand.
The countdown continues. Drop.
Congratulations, host, you have completed your daily task. Reward, 10% stake in Yensha Biopharmaceutical Group, valued at 20 billion.
Reward, medicinal cuisine cooking skill. Reward, Cantonese cuisine cooking skill.
I heard a system notification in my mind. Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief.
The task is finally complete. Chapter 74. Behave yourself at home and wait for me. He released Han Lianxue's hand and said happily, Miss Han, look, the scar has been removed. To Zhang Han's surprise, Han Lianxue should have shown joy. Like an ostrich, its little face buried deep in its shell.
He wrapped his arms around himself and curled up in the passenger seat. Even when Zhang Han tried to comfort her in a low voice, she remained motionless.
It's like a robot without emotions. The way she looks.
This reminded Zhang Han of Tang Yun from back then.
The same passenger seat as the Aston Martin 177.
They both had expressions that were almost as if they had given up on life.
Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a little self-doubt. Is my Aston Martin 177 cursed?
After comforting her for almost 5 or 6 minutes, Han Lianxue pleaded as if she were about to cry, Mr. Jiang, could you please leave for a moment?
Zhang Han nodded and was about to leave. But I accidentally discovered the seat cushion on the passenger seat. Zhang Han finally understood. Why does Han Lianxue have such a suicidal expression?
Even though he was in such an awkward position, he insisted on staying in the passenger seat and refused to move an inch. Zhang Han suddenly felt an urge to roar to the sky.
Damn it!
I just washed the passenger seat.
This Aston Martin 177 is truly addictive. I have to go get washed again.
Although he already knew the truth, Zhang Han wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it directly.
Isn't this forcing Han Lianxue to die?
The person was crying so hard that tears were streaming down their face.
She's like a little girl.
So he considerately got out of the Aston Martin 177.
Then I waited for a while, watching Han Lianxue take out a large pile of napkins and wipe the passenger seat again and again. He just came out.
At this moment, Han Lianxue seemed to have regained some composure. With a slightly flushed face, she said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, my reaction was too strong just now.
Thank you for helping me remove my scars.
Looking at her hands, which had become flawless again, even whiter than before, she felt a sense of peace and wonder.
Han Lianxue felt extremely grateful to Zhang Han,
although he had just put himself in a very embarrassing situation.
But Han Lianxue knew that Zhang Han couldn't be blamed for this.
She put her silk gloves back on, looking at her other hand with a conflicted expression.
If I ask Zhang Han to help me apply the ointment again,
Han Lianxue was genuinely afraid that she would die from the pain. She burst into tears. Her pretty face flushed red, and she looked very embarrassed.
She said, well, Mr. Jiang, could you please help me remove the scar on my left hand another day? John Han's first reaction was to refuse. The mission is complete. He naturally no longer needed to apply the ointment himself. Just take this beauty cream back with you. Han Lianxue applied the cream for a few days, and the scars naturally disappeared. The process of applying ointment to Han Lianxue in those 10 minutes. This was also a great torment for John Han. He really didn't want to experience it a second time. But just as the words of refusal were about to come out, he looked at Han Lianxue's radiant, beautiful face, as lovely as a peach blossom. John Han nodded as if possessed. Okay. Then next time Miss Han needs me to apply the medicine for you, just give me a call. Han Lianxue blushed and nodded gently, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." After speaking, he subconsciously glanced at the passenger seat of the Aston Martin 177, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing her like this, John Han asked knowingly, "Miss Han, what's wrong? Is there anything else you want to say?" Han Lianxue hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing, Mr. Jiang, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Then, blushing, she quickly left as if fleeing. Han Lianxue prayed silently in her heart. "I just wiped it carefully once. Mr. Jiang probably won't find out. After all, tears have no color. You probably wouldn't be able to tell unless you look closely, right?" Thinking this way, Han Lianxue felt a little better. John Han looked at Han Lianxue's disheveled yet undeniably elegant figure from behind. His expression was complicated. He sighed helplessly. "Why? The passenger seat needs washing again." John Han's lips curled up unconsciously. Then he placed 2 wooden boxes containing 10-year-old wild ginseng on the passenger seat. That's one of Aston Martin's downsides. The storage box is too small. Moreover, it requires manually opening the hood, which is particularly troublesome. Therefore, the passenger seat is usually only used for storing things. Looking at the passenger seat, which was cluttered with miscellaneous items, John Han began to look forward to his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Rolls-Royce Phantom. Those two are big guys. Especially the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which is known as a land-based palace. Then hire a professional driver, and the level of sophistication will instantly go up. John Han smiled and shook his head, ending his endless reverie. He took out his phone and called Tang Yun. Although I think it's more likely she's at home. But it's better to ask anyway. To avoid going to the wrong place later. This only creates an awkward situation. The first call went unanswered. John Han didn't hesitate and dialed again. The call still didn't go through. Until the third one. The call was finally connected. "Why did you call me?" Tang Yun's tone wasn't very nice, it was somewhat fierce. But if you listen carefully, it seems to carry a hint of coquettishness. John Han tried to keep his tone calm and said gently, "And Tang, I just made some beauty and moisturizing cream. Would you like me to bring it over?" "I don't want to." Tang Yun blurted it out almost reflexively. Once she spoke, she fell silent again. John Han wasn't surprised and said gently, "And Tang, why are you getting upset about your skin? I'll bring you the ointment and leave. I definitely won't bother you." He was obviously just trying to fool Tang Yun. It's like a man saying, "I'll do this and that, but not that." You can't believe a single word of it. But Tang Yun clearly didn't understand this principle. They believed John Han's lies. She hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Then you can leave the ointment at the security guard's office in the community. I'll go get it myself later, cough cough cough." When we get to the later parts. Tang Yun couldn't help but cough twice. She sounds a little weak. John Han frowned and said, "You have a cold." Here, he used an affirmative tone. Instead of a question. Because of his current level of expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine. The 4 diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation have all reached their pinnacle. Even just through the voice on the phone, they can accurately diagnose the vast majority of diseases. A mere cold is nothing to worry about. Tang Yun gave a soft snort and said, "It's none of your business, it has nothing to do with you." John Han's lips curled up slightly involuntarily. Actually, Tang Yun looks quite cute like this. It's similar to a young girl having a disagreement with her boyfriend when they're dating. However, he dared not say those words aloud. He continued gently, "Okay, I'll come over now. You stay home and wait for me." Zhang Han deliberately used the phrase "wait for me obediently at home." This is a rather ambiguous statement. He wanted to test Tang Yun's reaction. To his delight, Tang Yun did not seem to have a strong aversion to it. She just muttered quietly, "Who wants to wait for you?" Then he hung up the phone. Chapter 75, Tang Yun's other side. Upon hearing Tang Yun's words, Zhang Han felt confident. He put his phone in his pocket and started the Aston Martin 177. He didn't rush to Tang Yun's house. Instead, they first drove to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine shop and bought some herbs to treat colds and nourish the body. I went to the supermarket and bought some sour plums, osmanthus flowers, red dates, and lotus seeds. It took about half an hour. Then I drove my Aston Martin to Tang Yun's apartment complex. Because I had been here once before. So Zhang Han easily found the underground parking garage of the community. Then he carried the beauty cream and the 2 large bags of things he had just bought. I took the elevator to Tang Yun's doorstep. Then I called her. This time the call was answered very quickly. Zhang Han smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, I'm at your door now, please open it." As he spoke, he pressed the doorbell on the wall. Tang Yun's voice was somewhat flustered. I told you to leave the things with the security guard at the gate of the residential area, didn't I?" Zhang Han said with feigned helplessness, "But I'm not comfortable leaving the things with the security guard." Tang Yun's attitude was firm. "Then you can leave it at the door, I'll pick it up myself later." Zhang Han sighed and said, "Okay, I admit it, I'm worried about you and want to see you." When he said this, Zhang Han's tone was very gentle. Tang Yun fell silent. Then, as if scoffing, she said, Who needs your concern? I'm fine on my own, I don't need you to come see me." Towards the end, Tang Yun's tone seemed to have softened a little without her realizing it. It sounds like there's a touch of gentleness to it. Zhang Han threatened, "Are you sure you won't open the door? If you don't open the door, I'll shout." "What are you trying to shout?" "Let me tell you, I'm not falling for your act." Tang Yun's voice sounded somewhat fierce but was actually weak inside. Zhang Han gathered his strength and shouted, "Tang Yun, open the door. You have the guts to kiss me, but you don't have the guts to open the door." Snap. The sound of the phone falling to the ground reached Zhang Han's ears. Just as he was about to shout it a second time, the door opened with a whoosh. Behind them, Tang Yun's charming face, a mixture of anger and shyness, was revealed. She retorted angrily, "Who kissed you? Explain yourself." Zhang Han didn't say anything, but pushed the door open. "Ah!" Tang Yun was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Han only realized it at this moment. Tang Yun was wearing a loose-fitting pink loungewear set. Even when she was at No. 1 Mansion, she always dressed very formally and rarely wore casual clothes. Zhang Han had seen her at her most revealing. The only time I saw Tang Yun wearing a bathrobe was last time I visited her home. I never expected Tang Yun to wear such cartoon-style loungewear. This little girl-like demeanor was in stark contrast to the image of Tang Yun in Zhang Han's mind. Especially her mature and charming demeanor, which can only be cultivated through the years. It intertwines with the pure, innocent, and naive look in her eyes now. This contradictory charm made it feel like a fire was burning in Zhang Han's heart. Tang Yun clenched her small fists nervously and said, What do you want to do?" Zhang Han casually closed the door. Then, under Tang Yun's wary gaze, he handed her the ceramic bottle containing the ointment, saying, "Here, I brought you some ointment." Tang Yun took the ointment. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you." Then she whispered, "The ointment has been delivered. Can you leave now?" Zhang Han just stared at her without saying a word. A beautiful blush appeared on Tang Yun's classically charming face. She asked nervously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "I was a little worried about you just now, but I'm relieved now." "What are you worried about?" Tang Yun frowned her pretty eyebrows. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Han's words. Zhang Han did not answer. He carried the bag in his hand, walked into the kitchen, and said gently, "Aunt Tang, you don't look like you've eaten yet. Would you like to try my cooking? It's pretty good." Tang Yun recalled the fish-flavored shredded pork that Zhang Han had made here last time, and how incredibly delicious it was with its numbing spiciness and fresh aroma. It made her swallow hard, much to her dismay. Tang Yun glanced quickly at Zhang Han, who was washing the ingredients.
Seeing that he hadn't noticed her little action, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, trying to put on a stern face, she said coldly, "No need, I can do it myself, cough cough cough." She couldn't help but cough again halfway through her sentence. When a woman has her period, people's resistance is always a little weak. And I was subjected to such a huge shock yesterday. Unfortunately, Tang Yun caught a cold. After preparing the ingredients, Zhang Han did not rush to cook. Instead, they first took out the medicinal herbs they had bought from the Chinese medicine shop. Codonopsis palaciula, Angelica dehurica, Lycium barbarum, Schisandra chinensis. Tang Yun's eyes showed a hint of curiosity when she saw Zhang Han take out these things. She wanted to ask. But after thinking about it, I held back. As if guessing Tang Yun's doubts, Zhang Han took the initiative to say, "This is the base for making medicinal porridge for you. Your cold isn't serious, a bowl of porridge should be enough to make you feel better." Tang Yun finally couldn't hold back and pouted, saying, "He's just bragging." Even with the most effective medication, a cold may not be cured in one treatment. It's important to know that the common cold is both the easiest and the most difficult disease to treat. It's said to be easy to treat because you don't even need to take medicine. After a few days of rest, you should be able to recover gradually thanks to your own immune system. Saying it's difficult to treat is true even if you take medicine. It's also difficult to recover quickly. It will take some time to heal. Zhang Han now says that drinking a bowl of his medicinal porridge can completely cure a cold. Tang Yun thought he was just bragging. Zhang Han simply smiled and remained silent when he heard Tang Yun's question. He possesses both medicinal cuisine cooking skills and traditional Chinese medicine internal medicine abilities. Treating a minor illness like a cold is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Yun's body is currently too weak to tolerate strong tonics and can only eat bland food, Zhang Han could make a spicy hot pot with a medicinal broth base. All of these methods allowed Tang Yun to cure her cold after eating hot pot. Not to mention foods like porridge that are good for the stomach. Zhang Han methodically processed the ingredients on the cutting board. Although there were no earth-shattering, flashy action effects. However, his operation was smooth and effortless. Tang Yun was quickly captivated by what she saw. It was a charm that was hard to describe in words. Every swing of Zhang Han's sword was so elegant and free. Her demeanor was so noble and elegant, matching the focused expression on his face. It even makes one wonder if Zhang Han is actually cooking. Instead, it was a fashion show. But those medicinal herbs and foods that are cut into neat, uniform, and fine shreds. Yet it proved it silently. How terrifying is Zhang Han's knife skills? This is a skill that only a top master can possess. Chapter 76. What is this if not perverted? Zhang Han quickly processed all the raw materials. He opened 2 pots at the same time. Then pour water and herbs into a pot. A strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. Tang Yun couldn't help but frown and subconsciously pursed her lips. With such a strong medicinal smell, will the porridge taste good? She already had a cold and didn't have much of an appetite. Now that I smell this unpleasant odor again, I have even less appetite. Seeing the expression on her face, Zhang Han smiled and joked, "Aunt Tang, please calm down. If it doesn't taste good, I'll just let you take a bite." "Who's going to bite you?" Tang Yun's pretty face flushed slightly. After seeing Zhang Han's ambiguous smile, she subconsciously recalled what had happened that night at number 1 mansion. She realized that this little rascal had seen her. Thinking of this, Tang Yun's pretty face turned even redder. He simply turned around and walked out of the kitchen. But they didn't go too far. I sat down at the round table in the restaurant. From her angle, she could actually still see what was happening inside the kitchen. Zhang Han smiled and continued with his work. After he finished simmering the broth for the medicinal porridge. After filtering the medicine residue. Then they started cooking plum and lotus seed porridge. During the simmering process, Zhang Han would occasionally add some of the medicinal broth. Then adjust the heat when cooking the porridge. This step is also key to making the medicinal porridge delicious and nutritious. The chef needs to use their eyesight to identify the state of the medicinal herbs and ingredients in the porridge. Then cook it with the most suitable heat. This is almost impossible for a master chef to accomplish. Only someone like Zhang Han, a genius with several god-level skills, could be considered an overpowered all-rounder. Only then can one perform such difficult moves with ease.
Half an hour later.
Zhang Han carried a large bowl of casserole to Tang Yun.
So much? I can't eat that much. Tang Yun no longer used the tactic of silence.
But his tone still couldn't be described as friendly. Zhang Han simply smiled and opened the lid of the casserole.
A strong, sweet and sour aroma burst forth instantly. The aroma made Tang Yun's mouth water uncontrollably.
The nausea that was originally caused by a cold and a bad mood was instantly replaced by a strong appetite.
Tang Yun only realized it at this moment. She hasn't eaten anything since last night until noon today. Now, this aroma is so enticing, it's making my stomach rumble. An indescribable hunger welled up inside me. She just didn't want to appear too eager in front of Zhang Han. So I tried my best to suppress that little bit of impulse in my heart.
Zhang Han scooped a large bowl of plum medicinal porridge with a spoon and then placed the bowl in front of Tang Yun.
A richer, sweet and sour aroma filled my nostrils than before.
Her stomach growled involuntarily.
Gurgle. Tang Yun's pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
They were all somewhat afraid to look Zhang Han in the eye. She was afraid he would laugh at her. Zhang Han would never do something so foolish. He simply served himself a large bowl as well, and then said gently, "And Tang, if you're hungry, please eat something first." Tang Yun hadn't originally planned to eat the medicinal porridge Zhang Han had made.
One reason is that they think it definitely won't taste good.
More importantly, she didn't want to forgive Zhang Han, that little bastard, so easily.
That was her first kiss. One of the most precious things a girl can have. As a result, he took it away from me in such a muddled way. Moreover, he was her daughter's boyfriend.
This left Tang Yun somewhat unable to face reality.
So they chose to escape.
But now, this bowl of plum medicinal porridge cooked by Zhang Han is just too fragrant and tempting. Even though Tang Yun was unwilling 100 times over.
But I still couldn't resist picking up the spoon.
I scooped up a small spoonful and drank it.
It smells so good, it tastes so good.
Tang Yun was immediately captivated by the sweet and sour taste of the porridge the moment she took her first sip.
Moreover, after swallowing the medicinal porridge, I felt a warm and cozy feeling all over my body.
It felt like basking in the sun, making Tang Yun feel very comfortable. She, who had initially felt a lack of appetite, suddenly had a great appetite. This made her unable to control herself and she took a second and a third sip.
Perhaps he drank it a little too quickly. Tang Yun choked a little. He coughed heavily. Cough, cough, cough.
A little porridge clung to her lips. Zhang Han picked up a tissue and naturally wiped her face, saying gently, "And Tang, be careful, drink slowly, don't rush." When Zhang Han touched her pretty face with his hand. Even though there was a tissue between them. However, Tang Yun still became somewhat stiff. She instinctively tried to push Zhang Han's hand away. But before she could make a move, Zhang Han quickly withdrew his hand. Then something happened that made Tang Yun blush. She scolded him, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, "You've really gone too far." Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly. He countered, "Why do you say I'm going too far?" Tang Yun saw his self-righteous demeanor. I was even angrier. "What did you do yourself? Don't you have any self-awareness?" She said angrily, "You used the tissue you used to wipe my mouth to wipe your own mouth. What is this if not perverted, perverted?" Tang Yun originally wanted to say that this was a disguised kiss. But then I thought about what happened that day in the underground parking lot of number 1 mansion. Tang Yun hurriedly blushed and changed her words. Zhang Han put on an innocent expression, "I'm sorry, I just wiped it casually, I didn't think much of it." This shouldn't be a big deal, right? It's not like we're fighting, right? Zhang Han even added an emphasis when he typed. A mischievous smile played on his lips. Tang Yun saw his expression. There's nothing I don't understand. This little rascal is blatantly flirting with me. Tang Yun felt both ashamed and angry, but she didn't know what to say. Because we'll continue this topic. In the end, she will definitely be the one who suffers. So Tang Yun simply didn't say a word and silently started drinking the plum medicinal porridge. I'm going to kick that little rascal Zhang Han out after I finish the porridge. Tang Yun originally thought that Zhang Han had realized his mistake. They came to apologize. The result was that a flying dragon came and attacked. If it weren't for the fact that this bowl of porridge was just so fragrant and delicious, Tang Yun really wanted to smash the bowl over Zhang Han's head to vent her anger. Jung Han looked at Tang Yun, whose pretty face was puffed up with anger, as she drank porridge. Far from panicking, I was not flustered at all. I even felt a little amused. There was a reason why he did that. If all you want is for Tang Yun to stop being angry about what happened in the parking lot that day, it's actually very simple. All Jung Han needs to do is sincerely apologize. Then behave better. They said it was just an accident. He was absolutely certain that Tang Yun would forgive him. Because she's the kind of woman who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. On the surface, he appears quite old-fashioned and stern. In reality, however, they are easily swayed by emotions. Otherwise, Tang Yun wouldn't have made concessions to him time and time again. It's even less likely that it was because he shouted a few words. So I let myself in. Chapter 77, The Legendary Tsundere. They are willing to open the door. This in itself signifies an attitude. But Jung Han wanted more than just Tang Yun to forgive him. This forgiveness is based on the elders' tolerance and forbearance towards the younger generation, instead of being based on equality between men and women. If Jung Han manages to get Tang Yun to forgive him through this method, they want to take their relationship to the next level. It's still incredibly difficult. Therefore, Jung Han must make Tang Yun clearly realize that he has feelings for her. Just like a normal man appreciating a woman. And not just limited to his role as his daughter's boyfriend. This understanding was only established in Tang Yun's mind. And make her accept it. Only then can one have the possibility of taking a further step in the future. That's how it became possible for Tang Yun to truly accept him. That's why Jung Han used the tissue that had been used to wipe Tang Yun in front of her. Then wipe your mouth. The purpose was to awaken Tang Yun's memory and remind her of what happened in the parking lot. And it was repeatedly emphasized. This made it impossible for her to remain an ostrich. Bury yourself in the sand and pretend you've forgotten about it. It now seems that I have only achieved half of my goal. Tang Yun's impression of that incident was reinforced. But as for accepting this, there is still a long way to go. However, Jung Han wasn't in a hurry. He understood the principle that haste makes waste. Moreover, winning over Tang Yun is far from as simple as taking advantage of someone. In an unusual silence, the two finished the plum medicinal porridge in the casserole. Tang Yun wiped her mouth with satisfaction, instinctively wanting to show a happy expression. Drinking this porridge is so comforting. But then he thought of Jung Han, that hateful little bastard, sitting right across from him. Tang Yun had no choice but to put on a stern face and said coldly, "You've had the porridge and the ointment, you can leave now." Jung Han put on an innocent expression, "And Tang, you're kicking me out right after I finished eating? Isn't that a bit much? I haven't even digested it properly yet. What if I get appendicitis?" Tang Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jung Han. "With your physique, as strong as an ox, I'm going to get appendicitis?" Just thinking about that morning when I saw Jung Han's incredibly domineering physique in the master bedroom. Tang Yun blushed slightly. Jung Han's muscular physique is just too good looking. Even if she denies it 100 times, 1,000 times. But at that time, she did indeed feel a little bit of attraction. Yes, that's right, just a tiny bit. Of course, Tang Yun would never say these things to Jung Han. She continued in a cold tone, "Oh, then stay if you want." After saying that, she began to clear the table. Jung Han witnessed this scene. He really wanted to hold Tang Yun in his arms. This woman. She is so virtuous. Marrying a woman like this, who is such a good homemaker, would bring you endless happiness. This time, Jung Han didn't act like he did at number 1 mansion. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, like a grown man, watching Tang Yun's slender figure clearing the table. Instead, they offered a helping hand. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Yun's eyes. This was the first time she had seen Jung Han help clear the table. Previously, people simply referred to him as a great pianist. The reason is that hands are very precious. They slack off on the sidelines with a perfectly justifiable attitude. But Tang Yun also agreed with this reason. Because of Jung Han's piano skills, the value of his hands is at least in the billions. If classical music lovers were to see these hands being used for washing dishes and cooking, they would probably angrily shout, "This is a crime against human musical art." Although she was quite angry at Jung Han's behavior, she couldn't help but say, "I'll wash it." Otherwise, if your hands, as a piano master, get hurt, I can't afford to pay for it. Although there was a hint of mockery. But you could still hear the concern in her words.
Jong Han couldn't help but want to laugh. Is this the legendary saying one thing but doing another?
He smiled and shook his head, not only not stopping, but also reaching out to grab the bowl from Tang Yun's hand.
Tang Yun was startled and asked, "What do you want to do?"
Jong Han said gently, "And Tang, you're sick, so let me clear the table today."
Be good, listen to me, you rest well over there. It's clearly a tone used to coax a child.
However, Jong Han's magnetic voice made it sound so warm and heartwarming, captivating the listener. Although Tang Yun wasn't voice activated, her heart still skipped a beat. Under Jong Han's gentle gaze, she suddenly felt a little flustered. He put down his rice bowl and quickly walked to the living room. I sat on the sofa and took small, deep breaths.
Adjust your emotions.
But a warm, steaming sensation slowly spread from her stomach.
It made her feel warm all over.
It's very comfortable. But at the same time, it also made her feel a little hot.
When Jong Han finished cleaning up the table and came out,
Tang Yun's pretty face was already flushed red from the heat. His eyes were somewhat unfocused.
I was sweating a lot.
The symptoms of a cold also disappeared without a trace because of these sweat stains. But at this point, Tang Yun had no time to pay attention to her cold symptoms.
She felt very hot. Release some heat. It gets a bit cooler.
But then she saw Jong Han coming out of the kitchen. She forced back the urge, her pretty face flushed, and asked tremblingly, Did you put poison in the porridge?"
Upon hearing this, Jong Han nodded frankly, "Yes."
"As expected, you're a pervert."
Tang Yun blushed and scolded.
At the same time, a sense of sorrow rose in my heart.
I shouldn't have let him in because I was soft-hearted. What's the difference between this and inviting a wolf into the house?
Jong Han frowned and said, "Please, there must be medicine in this medicinal porridge."
Have you forgotten about the medicinal herbs I processed earlier?
Tang Yun instantly recalled the medicinal herbs that Jong Han had initially processed in the kitchen.
I also couldn't stand the taste of Chinese medicine. I left the kitchen. Did I misunderstand Jong Han again? Tang Yun blushed and asked, then why did I become like this? This reaction.
It looks like she's been drugged. Among the TV series she watched,
the female lead's reaction was similar to hers now.
This made Tang Yun very distrustful of Jong Han's words.
They suspected he had secretly added something else to the medicinal porridge, in order to achieve their ulterior motives. Jong Han sighed helplessly and asked, "Aunt Tang, have you ever been to a sauna?" Tang Yun did not speak. Because she is feeling very unwell right now.
So he simply nodded slightly. Seeing this, Jong Han continued to explain, "Many times when we catch a cold, taking a sauna will make us feel better.
Actually, this medicinal porridge works on the same principle. So you'll feel warm all over after you drink it. As for the slight discomfort in your body, it's because I added some nourishing herbs to replenish your qi and blood. Aunt Tang, you might be a little too weak to handle such a tonic. But it's okay, just bear with it for a bit, it'll be over soon." Chapter 78, helping Tang Yun set her bones. Seeing Jong Han's sincere expression, Tang Yun believed about 70% of what he said. Moreover, Jong Han has not done anything out of line so far, which makes his words more credible. Despite her physical discomfort, Tang Yun asked one last question. "Then, why do you look perfectly fine?"
Jong Han smiled and said, "Because those herbs were prescribed specifically for your condition, of course they wouldn't have any effect on me. Besides, my physical condition is already quite good, so this little bit of medicine won't have much of an effect.
I naturally appear to be fine."
Tang Yun's eyes showed a hint of doubt as she muttered to herself.
There are such miraculous medicinal diets?
But the facts were undeniable, leaving her no choice but to believe them. Since she hadn't been drugged, Tang Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems she doesn't need to worry about being by Jong Han.
Tang Yun's tone softened slightly, and she said with a slight tremor, "Can you leave now?"
Although this medicine is not what I imagined. However, the effect is that it smells very good.
Tang Yun felt extremely hot, as if she were in a sauna. "I want to get some fresh air and cool off."
But Jong Han sat beside him. She couldn't bring herself to do that.
It's really uncomfortable.
Jong Han put on a concerned expression, "Aunt Tang, I need to stay by your side and watch you digest the effects of the medicine before I can leave."
Otherwise, if something unexpected happens and you're all alone, wouldn't I be filled with regret?
These words were obviously meant to deceive Tang Yun.
With his current level of expertise in medicinal cuisine and traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine, even making a medicinal porridge can go wrong.
You could just buy a block of tofu and smash your head against it to your death. But Tang Yun didn't know that, and thought Jiang Han really cared about her.
I won't leave because I can't let go of my worries.
A strange warmth rose in her heart, making her happy.
But Tang Yun certainly wouldn't show this happiness. She just gave a small snort. Hypocrite, you'd be ecstatic if something happened to me. Jiang Han couldn't help but curl his lips upwards. Tang Yun's contradictory manner is always so adorable.
But he didn't say anything, he just continued to sit quietly to the side.
He gazed tenderly at Tang Yun. A few minutes later, unable to bear the heat any longer, Tang Yun whispered in a voice barely audible, "Could you turn on the air conditioner for me? She doesn't even have the strength to walk anymore. Right now." If Jiang Han wanted to do something,
they had absolutely no ability to resist. They can only be slaughtered at the mercy of others. Jiang Han put on a serious face and said, "No, you absolutely cannot turn on the air conditioner now. The medicinal effects of the diet are still helping to improve your body. If you turn on the air conditioner now, you might catch a cold, and your condition will worsen. Aunt Tang, just bear with it a little longer, it will pass soon."
Reason told Tang Yun that Jiang Han was right.
But her body was telling her that if she didn't cool down soon,
she might really go crazy.
Left with no other choice, she could only turn her body slightly to the side. "Then cover yourself up as much as possible." He tugged at his collar slightly.
Phew! A gust of wind blew by.
It made her feel much more comfortable.
Jiang Han, standing to the side, remained outwardly calm and composed.
But at this moment, my heart was also in turmoil.
20 minutes later. The effects of the medication have completely worn off. Tang Yun felt refreshed and invigorated. Not only did my cold symptoms completely disappear,
even the weakness I felt after my relatives came to visit was gone.
There was absolutely no pain. Her overall physical condition is even better than when she was healthy. This wonderful feeling is full of vitality.
Tang Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This medicinal diet is amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, his buttons popped open because he was so excited. Jiang Han's eyes widened instantly, and he felt a warm current flowing from his nose. Tang Yun was stunned for a moment, then screamed.
"Ah!"
She instinctively picked up the cushion next to her and threw it at Jiang Han. Then, in a panic, she ran into the room. Jiang Han easily caught the pillow with his hands. Tang Yun, whose door was tightly shut, clearly had no intention of coming out.
"I have a bit of a headache." He's not taking the blame for this. The button clearly popped off on its own.
Even if he closed his eyes immediately, it would be too late, so he could only take everything in. Of course, he wouldn't dare say that out loud. If he were to say it, Tang Yun might actually grab a kitchen knife and fight him to the death.
Now that we have achieved our purpose in coming here today, and we also received a little unexpected surprise, Jiang Han then prepared to leave.
So he walked to Tang Yun's door and knocked.
I prepared to say goodbye and leave. But he hasn't spoken yet.
He then heard the sound of something heavy falling inside. There was also a muffled groan from Tang Yun in pain.
Jiang Han's expression immediately changed. They didn't even bother to knock on the door.
He kicked the doorknob so hard it broke, then pushed the door open and rushed inside. Tang Yun was lying on the ground, clutching her foot in pain, looking like she had twisted a bone.
Jiang Han quickly walked to Tang Yun's side. She knelt down and asked with concern, "Are you all right, Aunt Tang?"
Tang Yun didn't say anything, she just put her head on her knees. Then he clutched his ankle, looking like he was in great pain. She was so flustered that she rushed back to her room.
"I twisted my ankle by accident."
He fell to the ground. Tang Yun never expected things to turn out this way. Now her ankle is throbbing with excruciating pain. It hurt her so much she wanted to cry. At the same time, I felt particularly wronged.
I feel like I'm incredibly unlucky.
I had just recovered from a cold when I twisted my ankle.
And that little bastard Jiang Han got away with it.
If it weren't for her strong willpower, she probably would have cried long ago. Even so, Tang Yun still felt very uncomfortable. Seeing her in pain, Jiang Han reached out and said, "Let me give you a massage." You've injured a bone, it needs to be set.
No, don't.
Tang Yun wanted to refuse, so she subconsciously shrank back a little.
However, her reaction speed was nowhere near that of the enhanced Jiang Han.
Jiang Han grabbed her ankle in one swift motion.
Tang Yun froze. It's as if I've suddenly turned into a little bamboo rat suffering from heatstroke.
They dared not move an inch. I feel like my hands have lost all their strength.
My mind went blank. Tang Yun tried to struggle, but Jiang Han grabbed her. Don't move.
I'm going to set your bones, otherwise it will be difficult to fix if they get crooked.
Jiang Han's mood was not very calm either. He breathed a soft sigh of relief and said, I've pressed it for you. If it hurts, just bear with it for a moment, it'll be over soon.
After saying that, he began to massage Tang Yun's ankle. Logically speaking, Jiang Han should have god-level massage skills.
Such a minor sprain should be easy to treat. However, his hands trembled, which was extremely rare for him.
Tang Yun's skin was very fair, and not the kind of paleness created by makeup, but a porcelain white with a sheen. Her calves were as smooth and white as lotus roots, very well proportioned. My skin felt slightly cool, but not cold.
Instead, it resembles warm, smooth jade.
5 round, delicate toes were painted with pretty cardamom. Because Jiang Han was holding her, Tang Yun's toes twitched restlessly before tensing up.
Chapter 79. Are you jealous?
Jiang Han took a deep breath and cleared his mind of distractions. He began to seriously massage and set Tang Yun's bones.
Tang Yun's mind was also in a mess.
The chaos and countless thoughts overwhelmed her, causing her mind to malfunction.
Even my ankles don't seem to hurt anymore. My heart is beating very fast.
I could hear the thud, very clearly. Breathing became difficult, like a fish out of water.
Tang Yun couldn't help but take small, deep breaths. Jiang Han noticed that her breathing was a little off and asked with concern, "And Tang, are you alright? Did you hurt yourself?"
Just bear with it for a bit and it will be fine soon.
Tang Yun didn't dare to look at him.
She turned her head and whispered, "No, it's nothing." Jiang Han pointed his finger at Tang Yun's injured area and applied slight pressure to adjust her dislocated bone.
After a muffled groan, Jiang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. A dozen minutes later,
Tang Yun, her face flushed and head bowed, dared not look at Jiang Han.
They finally realized something was wrong. She couldn't help but ask, "Is it finished yet?"
Jiang Han mustered his courage and said, "Not yet, let me massage you for a while longer." After saying that, he stared into Tang Yun's beautiful eyes.
Tang Yun was being stared at by Jiang Han.
I felt a sudden, chaotic turmoil in my heart.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say. I could only nod and whisper an "oh."
She turned her head away, avoiding Jiang Han's gaze.
Jiang Han pressed the button for another 10 minutes or so.
Then he reached out and grabbed Tang Yun's other ankle.
I started pressing the buttons. A blush appeared on Tang Yun's delicate and pretty oval face. She twisted her right ankle. But Jiang Han is pressing his left foot now.
She wanted to pull her foot back, but it seemed as if an invisible force was preventing her.
In the end, Tang Yun chose to remain silent. It's as if they know nothing at all.
She let Jiang Han massage her.
Time always flies by at times like these. When Jiang Han's phone rang,
he was shocked to realize that it was already 5 p.m. and several hours had passed without him noticing.
Tang Yun, who was already half asleep, was also startled awake.
She discovered that Jiang Han was still holding her little feet in his hand.
Startled, he quickly shrank back.
Then he sat on the ground and hugged his knees with both hands.
A pitiful look.
Jiang Han subconsciously revealed a look of disappointment.
Then he answered the phone. "This is a call from the little maid, Mu Xiaoye. I definitely have to answer." "Hey, master, why aren't you back yet? Didn't we agree to have dinner together?" Mu Xiaoye's tone was somewhat angry.
Jiang Han quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. I had something to do earlier, I'm on my way now, almost home in half an hour."
Mu Xiaoye exclaimed in disappointment, "Another half hour?"
"Okay, then master, drive carefully, I'll wait for you at home."
"Okay, my sweetheart is so good."
Jiang Han then coaxed the little maid with sweet words.
He hung up the phone only after she turned her anger into joy.
Then he noticed that Tang Yun was looking at him with a disdainful gaze.
He. She gave a cold laugh. Jiang Han felt a little guilty and asked, "What happened to Aunt Tang? What's wrong?" You know the truth in your heart. How shameless of you to deceive my daughter with such glib talk.
Tang Yun seemed a little excited, and her voice became much louder. Just now, I watched Jiang Han using sweet words to coax his daughter.
Tang Yun felt an inexplicable anger in her heart.
This anger stemmed not only from Jiang Han's deception of her daughter. There was also a subtle emotion that she herself was absolutely unwilling to admit.
Jiang Han's expression was somewhat strange. He looked at Tang Yun and then said, "Aunt Tang, you're not jealous, are you?" Hearing Jiang Han's words,
a hint of panic flashed in Tang Yun's beautiful eyes.
She quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be jealous? How could I possibly be jealous?" Tang Yun's voice grew louder and louder. "It's like cheering yourself on."
Jiang Han, on the other hand, remained much calmer. With a slight upturn of her lips, she countered, "If you weren't jealous, why did you react so strongly, Aunt Tang?"
Tang Yun noticed the playful tone in Jiang Han's voice.
Her pretty face flushed slightly.
He said, "Why can't I be angry when you lie to my daughter like this?" "What did I lie to her about?"
Jiang Han said confidently. "You're not even on your way home, yet you're saying you're almost there."
Tang Yun looked very angry. That little rascal. They're clearly lying, but they act like they don't know they're wrong. That's absolutely outrageous.
Men really are all big jerks.
You can't believe a single word they say.
Jiang Han revealed a strange smile as he stared intently into Tang Yun's eyes.
She only spoke after she began to subconsciously avoid the question, "Does Aunt Tang want me to tell Xiaoye that I didn't go home so late because I massaged your feet in your room all afternoon?"
While speaking, Jiang Han glanced at Tang Yun's delicate ankles, seemingly unintentionally.
Tang Yun fell silent after hearing Jiang Han's words. It is undeniable. Jiang Han's statement is true.
Based on her understanding of her daughter. If Jiang Han really said that,
Mu Xiaoye will definitely explode. They might even have to sever their mother-daughter relationship with her.
And she really did it just now. She lingered on the tenderness Jiang Han offered, while he was massaging his other, uninjured foot. They did not resolutely stop him.
Instead, they adopted a tacitly acquiescing attitude. Tang Yun suddenly felt very regretful.
But it's impossible for her to just give in to that little rascal Jiang Han like that.
Tang Yun stubbornly replied, "So what? Is there anything I can't say? Besides, you forced me to do it."
Although the voice was still loud.
But if there are other people around?
One could immediately tell from Tang Yun's tone that she was all bark and no bite, all strength and no substance.
Jiang Han didn't point it out. Some things are better left unsaid if said too explicitly. Because it's not ready yet. If we absolutely have to bring that little bit of ambiguity out into the open and make it clear, he could certainly humiliate Tang Yun.
It left her utterly ashamed and speechless.
But what can we gain? Want to satisfy the thrill of winning an argument with a woman?
Then Tang Yun completely blocked him, and they never spoke to each other again. Then you'll never experience this kind of little surprise again. Especially after massaging Tang Yun's little feet.
That wonderful feeling and psychological satisfaction. This intensified Jiang Han's desire for Tang Yun.
To satisfy a momentary urge to speak, he completely gave up the chance to have Tang Yun. Jiang Han would never do something so foolish. So when faced with Tang Yun's lack of confidence, he chose to back down and said sincerely, "Yes, it was my fault.
I shouldn't have said that to Aunt Tang." Chapter 80, Winning Hearts and Minds. Snort. Tang Yun gave a heavy snort.
It's as if they're expressing their dissatisfaction. But she also knew that this topic was very disadvantageous to her. So I chose to skip it quickly.
He urged her directly, "Then why aren't you leaving now? Otherwise, Xiaoye will call again later." Jiang Han nodded. But they didn't rush to leave. Instead, she spoke gently, "Aunt Tang, would you like to come back with me? I always feel a little empty inside when you're not home."
This is a straight shot. This was something Tang Yun hadn't expected. She hadn't expected Jiang Han to take the initiative to invite her back to number 1 mansion.
She also said, "When you're not home, I always feel a little empty inside. Just thinking about it makes one blush. If you feel ashamed."
How could Jiang Han, that little rascal, have the nerve to say that out loud? Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she said somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't it just what you wanted that I'm not at number 1 mansion, so you can?"
She was a little embarrassed to say what came next. Actually, she's not stupid. Of course, you can see the changes in Mu Xiaoya these past few days. Especially the charming and alluring femininity that Mu Xiaoya inadvertently revealed in her eyes. This is completely different from her previous girlish demeanor. Tang Yun already had the answer in her heart. She must have had sex with Zhang Han. But after all, her daughter is already an adult. Moreover, she finds it very difficult to talk about this. Therefore, the only option is to let things take their course. There was no excessive criticism of Mu Xiaoye. I just gently reminded her to take protective measures. Most importantly, don't follow the example of kittens and puppies by walking behind. But Tang Yun was definitely too embarrassed to say these things to Zhang Han. Even with Zhang Han's thick skin. Upon hearing Tang Yun's words, I couldn't help but blush a little. After all, her mother said in front of you that she knew you had eaten her daughter. But Zhang Han was a seasoned veteran, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. She spoke in a very gentle and affectionate tone, Aunt Tang, you may not believe it, but this morning at the restaurant, when I didn't see you, I felt like I had suddenly lost something in my heart, a sense of emptiness. At that time, I knew that you were very important to me, and I couldn't live without you. As he spoke, Zhang Han himself became somewhat emotional. Her eyes were slightly red, and after a brief pause, she continued affectionately, so, Aunt Tang, would you please come back? I admit that I acted impulsively before. But that wasn't my intention. I really just wanted to help you in the parking lot that day. Stop talking. Tang Yun roared hoarsely, interrupting Zhang Han's words. Tears welled up in her eyes without her even realizing it. Tears fell one after another, like pearls from a broken string. It dripped onto the floor, splashing up sparkling fragments. Zhang Han wanted to go up and comfort Tang Yun. But she firmly pushed him away. With tears streaming down her face, Tang Yun said, Please leave. Don't say anything more. I don't want to see you right now. Zhang Han sighed and said, Alright, but Aunt Tang, I really hope you can come back. After saying that, he turned and left Tang Yun's room. It was only the moment I stepped out of my house. He suddenly turned around. He noticed that Tang Yun was also covering her mouth and looking at him. Zhang Han smiled and waved, mouthing, I'll wait for you. The door to Tang Yun's house was closed. After walking out the door, Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly. Judging from Tang Yun's previous reaction, he knew that his last words had indeed moved Tang Yun. And from now on, he had truly broken through the first line of defense in Tang Yun's heart. He officially embarked on his journey to pursue Tang Yun. It's impossible to win Tang Yun over with occasional flirtatious gestures. Only by making her understand her feelings can we truly help her. And he persevered and persisted in trying to influence her. Only then can she forget the opinions of the world and bravely be with herself. This premise must be clearly conveyed to Tang Yun. I like you, and I want to pursue you. But I can't actually say, I like you, I want to pursue you. Say those words out loud. It might sound a bit complicated or pretentious. But Zhang Han had no choice but to do it. Because once he makes his feelings clear, Tang Yun will have to face a choice. Should I be with him? Now, Tang Yun's answer is definitely no. But if Zhang Han doesn't confess his feelings, Tang Yun will find out that he is pursuing her. That leaves some room for error between the two. This also left Tang Yun some room to deceive herself. This would allow her to enjoy Zhang Han's pursuit without having to rush into making a decision. Zhang Han also makes her sink deeper and deeper into the web of love he has woven. Only when they were completely unable to extricate themselves did they launch the final all-out attack. As we all know, confessing your love is the clarion call to victory, not the battle cry to launch an attack. Zhang Han was driving his Aston Martin 177 back to the Bun No. 1 mansion. I called the housekeeper, Lucy. Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can do for you? Lucy's attitude remained as respectful as ever. Zhang Han said calmly, Lucy, go to the Cartier boutique in Taikoo Hui and pick out a pair of diamond couple bracelets for me. The style should be youthful and high-end. After you buy it, wait for me in the underground parking lot of the community. I'll transfer the money to your card later. Let me know if you need more. Lucy replied respectfully, Yes, Mr. Jiang, I'll go right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Han transferred 1 million yuan to Lucy's card. The next second, Zhang Han received a message from Lucy. Mr. Jiang, you transferred too much money. A diamond bracelet that is not a high-end item in a Cartier boutique would not cost that much. Zhang Han replied while waiting at a red light. It's alright, you can spend the extra as you see fit. Consider it your errand fee. Although he wasn't particularly interested in Lucy. But it's perfectly acceptable to casually flirt with someone. Moreover, the position of a private butler is inherently special and sensitive. There are many private matters that need to be handled by her. So Zhang Han transferred a little more money over. Just consider it a way to increase Lucy's affection level. It's also a way to win over some people's hearts. It's clear that Zhang Han's move was very successful. In the voice message Lucy sent, her voice trembled with excitement, sounding like she was about to cry. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. But this amount of money is just too much, I really can't accept it. I will return any extra diamonds to you after you purchase the diamond bracelet. Zhang Han casually replied, it's okay, you can keep the extra. I'm driving, so I'll talk to you later. After he finished speaking, he didn't look at his phone again. A mere million is nothing to him, it's not worth his time. The reason for sending Lucy to the Cartier boutique to buy a diamond bracelet. It was also to make the little maid Mu Xiaoya happy. Of course, there's also a bit of a desire for compensation. After all, he had just flirted with her mother this afternoon. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Chapter 81. I promised you what you asked last time. Half an hour later. Zhang Han drove his Aston Martin to the underground parking lot of one mansion. Lucy, dressed in a butler's uniform, was already waiting there. She was also carrying 2 red bags with Cartier's exquisite logo printed on them. After Lucy saw Zhang Han get out of the car, she walked up to him and handed him the bag, while also taking out a receipt and saying respectfully, Mr. Jiang, the total price of this pair of couple bracelets is 720,000 yuan. I've picked out the latest Love Series couple bracelets from Cartier, which they launched this summer. The men's bracelet is made of 18K rose gold and is adorned with 99 sapphires and 99 diamonds. The women's bracelet is made of 18K white gold and is adorned with 99 pink gemstones and 99 diamonds. Zhang Han listened patiently to Lucy's introduction. And then I kept it in mind. Nodding in satisfaction, he smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Lucy bowed respectfully and said, it's all I should do. Here's the receipt. I'll transfer the rest of the money to you now. Zhang Han immediately waved his hand and said, I've already talked about the money twice, this is the 3rd time. You can keep the rest of the money yourself. Everything should be done no more than 3 times, I hope you won't make me break that rule. Seeing Zhang Han say this, Lucy had no choice but to nod in agreement. A hint of emotion and admiration flashed in his eyes. To encounter a boss who was so generous and handsome. It's like a dream. Beautiful but unreal. If she hadn't still retained a shred of reason. She couldn't wait to throw herself into Zhang Han's arms. Zhang Han paid no attention to the little housekeeper who was already showing signs of infatuation. I carried 2 bags upstairs. After pushing open the door, he found the little maid sitting in the living room waiting for him. He had an angry expression on his face. My little darling, I'm home. Zhang Han smiled and walked to Mu Xiaoya's side. He quietly hid the 2 bags behind his back. Mu Xiaoya gave a heavy snort. Then he turned his head away. It means I don't want to talk to him. Seeing this, Zhang Han took out 2 red Cartier bags and said with a smile, look what I bought for you? Mu Xiaoya, who was sulking, turned her head. Upon seeing the string of gold lettering on the bag, he exclaimed in delight, Cartier. Then it quickly dawned on me, you went to Taiku Hui? Zhang Han lied without changing his expression, yes, I spent a long time looking for these bracelets to pick out for you, which is why I came back so late. A blush appeared on Mu Xiaoya's pretty face. Ah, master, I didn't know you were back so late because you were buying me a gift. I thought you were going to stand me up again. As she spoke, Mu Xiaoya became embarrassed. Zhang Han said magnanimously, it's alright, ignorance is no excuse. Take a look and see if you like it. As he spoke, he took out 2 jewelry boxes. Open the lid. A pair of exquisitely crafted couple bracelets came into view. Hundreds of diamonds and gemstones shone brightly under the lights. Like a sky full of stars. Zhang Han smiled slightly and whispered in Mu Xiaoya's ear, do you like it? Aha! Mu Xiaoya nodded vigorously. His eyes were filled with emotion. Master, why are you so good to me? As she said this, Mu Xiaoya couldn't help but let her voice tremble with a hint of tears. He was clearly deeply moved. Zhang Han gently placed the women's bracelet on Mu Xiaoye's fair wrist. Then he smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, "You're my little maid. If I'm not good to you, who else should I be good to?" Mu Xiaoye suddenly threw herself into Zhang Han's arms and burst into tears. Much later, he then raised his head. Then she took the initiative to hug Zhang Han's head. Stand on tiptoe. It pecked at it. A long time passed again. She finally let go and breathed out in small gasps. Then, he put the men's diamond bracelet on Zhang Han's wrist. I happily took a few photos. After doing these things, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no! We forgot to eat. The food's going to get cold." Zhang Han casually replied, "It's alright, we can just have the chef remake it if it gets cold." That's the good thing about having money. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Moreover, you can enjoy the best service anytime, anywhere. But Mu Xiaoye pouted sadly, "I've been preparing a French feast for so long, and I was thinking of giving you a surprise." Zhang Han could spout witty remarks without hesitation. "Seeing you happy is my biggest surprise." Mu Xiaoye was overjoyed to hear this. After she smiled sweetly, Zhang Han smiled and made a phone call to Lucy. She was instructed to immediately arrange for the head chef of the #1 mansion club to prepare a sumptuous French meal. Half an hour later, one after another, exquisite and delicious dishes were delivered to my home. To make the meal a little more romantic, Zhang Han even specially opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. After a few glasses of red wine, I was able to drink some. Mu Xiaoye's eyes began to glaze over. She stared at the couple's bracelet on her wrist and smiled wistfully for a while. Then, she stood on tiptoe and whispered in Zhang Han's ear, "Master, I've agreed to what you asked me to do last time." Zhang Han didn't react at first. Looking at Mu Xiaoye, whose cheeks were flushed and whose eyes were full of spring, Zhang Han suddenly realized something. Somewhat incredulous and excited, he exclaimed, "Really? A cute young maid gently wakes up her master in the morning. It's probably every man's ultimate fantasy." Mu Xiaoye seemed a little embarrassed. Blushing, she ran back to her seat, looking at the little maid's adorable attempt to cover up her secret. Zhang Han couldn't help but start looking forward to tomorrow morning. Chapter 82: Zhou Yuton's Flattery. Early morning. Inside the master bedroom, Mu Xiaoye, dressed in a black and white Lolita-maid outfit, walked out of the restroom next door. She popped a few mint candies into her mouth and then carefully exhaled a breath. Only after confirming that there was no taste in his mouth did he puff out his cheeks. She looked annoyed and said to Zhang Han in a coquettish tone, "You stinky master. You big bad guy." Zhang Han chuckled and took out a cigarette. They happily placed their orders. Mu Xiaoye wrinkled her delicate little nose and pouted, smoking again. "It stinks. You're a bad person." Zhang Han casually stubbed out his cigarette and said, Okay, I won't smoke anymore." "My little one won't let me smoke, so I won't smoke." Mu Xiaoye's tone softened. "Smoking is bad for your health, and I'm worried you'll get sick in the future." Zhang Han nodded and said, "That's right, I'll buy a few cigars to try later. If this stuff doesn't reach the lungs, the damage will be less." Kindness. Mu Xiaoye nestled obediently in Zhang Han's arms. The two cuddled together for a while. Zhang Han got up from the woods. "Then I took a shower. Feeling refreshed, I changed into a Zegna casual suit. Mu Xiaoye and I went downstairs to the restaurant and had breakfast together. After breakfast, Zhang Han received a phone call. It was a call from the Rolls-Royce 4S store in Shanghai. He has already completed the necessary procedures for the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Rolls-Royce Phantom he ordered. You can pick up the car anytime. When asked, he said he went to make the request himself. Let the 4S store deliver it. Zhang Han was quite curious about the Cullinan. After all, it is the world's top luxury SUV. Besides, I'm getting a little tired of driving sports cars and want to try something different. So he replied, "I'll come and pick it up myself later." The Rolls-Royce dealership naturally agreed respectfully. Seeing that Zhang Han was about to leave again, Mu Xiaoye immediately felt a little unhappy. She has been staying at home alone for the past few days. Zhang Han only returned at night. It almost made her think she was living the life of a married housewife ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoye didn't know whether she should be angry or not. We should still be happy. Jung Han seemed to have read the little maid's mind and said with a smile, all right, don't be unhappy. Once I'm done with this busy period, let's go to Disneyland together. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye immediately burst into laughter. Well, you agreed then, how about this weekend? Jiang Han carefully considered his recent work arrangements. The matter of land and factory construction has been handed over to Chen Mengyao, the secretary, to be in full charge. As for the car, I should be able to pick it up today. The next step is to import cosmetic production lines from the L'Oreal Group and recruit skilled workers. Another thing is to establish a medicinal herb planting base used to grow the fairy flower. To be honest, there's no rush for either of these things. Taking a day off on the weekend shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to invite Tang Yun along. Let's see if we can further improve the relationship. After all, it's a place like Disneyland. It's quite effective at attracting girls. This was also true for Tang Yun. Because girls of all ages have a girlish heart. After considering it for a moment, Jiang Han nodded and smiled. Okay, let's go to Disneyland together this weekend. Mu Xiaoye thought that we was what Jiang Han was talking about. It was just her and Jiang Han. I felt so sweet and excited. The slight disappointment I felt earlier vanished immediately. She took the initiative and pecked Jiang Han on the cheek with her toes. Sweetie said, okay, master, I'll wait for you at home. Jiang Han gently patted her head. Then I went out of the house. I pressed the button at the elevator door. After waiting a few minutes, the elevator doors opened with a ding. A familiar woman was standing inside. Jiang Han greeted her with a smile. What a coincidence, Miss Shou. Inside the elevator was none other than the popular actress, Zhou Yutong, the reigning queen of the Jade Girl genre. She felt a little nervous when she saw Jiang Han. I learned it from 6th Master at that drinking party that day. After learning just how awesome the case of wine Jiang Han casually gave away was, she developed a deep curiosity about her mysterious neighbor. There was also a sense of awe. Although I wanted to get to know Jiang Han, but I never dared to take the initiative to approach them. Now Jiang Han takes the initiative to greet him. Even though she had weathered many storms, she couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive and excited. She quickly took off her sunglasses and replied with a touch of humility, "Good morning, Mr. Jiang. It's a pleasure to see you again." Jiang Han was slightly taken aback. I never expected this big star's attitude to suddenly become so strange. Although Zhou Yutong was quite approachable before, there was still a hint of aloofness in her words. She can't quite let go of her celebrity airs. But it seems like it's taken a complete 180-degree turn. There was even a hint of ingratiation in it. Interesting. Jiang Han smiled. I stepped into the elevator. Zhou Yutong hesitated for a moment, then stayed in the elevator instead of leaving. He asked, Mr. Jiang, which floor would you like to go to? I'm going to the parking lot on the basement level. When Jiang Han was speaking, I took a quick look at Zhou Yutong. She has a pure and charming oval face, and her skin is as white as a freshly peeled egg. So delicate it could be broken with a touch. If Zhou Yutong is already beautiful enough on screen, in reality, she is even more charming and beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water, a bud waiting to bloom. No wonder she became famous just by playing a supporting role in a period drama. She is hailed by everyone as the new generation's Jade Girl leader. The fairy sister who makes countless men dream of her. With just that one pure and delicate face, she completely outshone the so-called milk tea sister. Zhou Yutong felt a little shy when Jiang Han looked at her like that. Actually, a big star like her who has been tested on the screen for a long time. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be that much shyness. But first and foremost, she is also a woman. I saw a young, handsome, and exceptionally good-looking perfect male god with an extremely mysterious and terrifying background. He looked at himself like that. I still couldn't help feeling a little nervous and shy. She stretched out her slender hand and pressed the elevator button for the basement level. I wanted to say something, but I carefully considered my words. I can't think of anything suitable to say. Faced with Jiang Han, a mysterious scion of a wealthy family, Zhou Yutong was truly at a loss for what to do. She was afraid that she might accidentally say something wrong and displease him. Ordinary people might think that a big star like her is glamorous and powerful. But only they themselves know. Faced with capital and power, how fragile their glory is.
Like a delicate porcelain doll, it would shatter at the slightest touch.
With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and we arrived at the underground parking lot.
Just as Jung Han stepped out of the elevator, she was about to say goodbye and leave. Jo Yutong hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and leaned closer, saying sweetly, Mr. Jiang.
Jung Han turned around and glanced at her. What's wrong?
Jo Yutong brushed her hair aside shyly, then held up her phone and said, I know this might be a bit presumptuous, but Mr. Jiang, could you please let me add you on WeChat? After saying that, she looked at Jung Han with a nervous expression.
Chapter 83 Card Delivery Ceremony. He. That's interesting.
Jung Han's lips curled up slightly. As a popular actress and a top star known as the Jade Girl leader, Jo Yutong actually took the initiative to add him on WeChat.
And it was done in such a pleading tone.
That pure and captivating face, praised by countless people as having an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. What was revealed was trepidation and unease. If her crazy fans and ardent admirers found out about this, they would probably be so shocked they wouldn't be able to speak. As for why Jo Yutong's attitude changed so drastically,
Jung Han probably had some guesses in his mind as well.
I suspect it's related to the case of wine I gave her. After all, it was a gift from Chateau Lafite Rothschild to curry favor with its newly appointed major shareholder.
It certainly won't be that simple. Perhaps Jo Yutong learned some information from this.
That's why they chose to curry favor with him. After all, compared to Chateau Lafite Rothschild, a small, popular actress is really nothing to mention. Seeing that Jung Han remained silent, Jo Yutong thought that her behavior had displeased him. He quickly waved his hand apologetically and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I was too abrupt.
Please consider it a slip of the tongue and that I didn't say what I just said.
Watching the goddess-like superstar, who was unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, trying so hard to explain herself in front of me,
Jung Han couldn't help but smile slightly.
He waved his hand casually and said, It's okay, I was just thinking about something else.
Jung Han didn't pay much attention to adding each other on WeChat. His WeChat account doesn't have any diamonds.
He took out his phone, tapped the QR code page, and then jokingly said with a smile, I'm a little flattered to be asked for WeChat by a big star, huh?
If your fans find out about this, will I have to wear a mask every time I go out to avoid getting rotten eggs thrown at me?
Jo Yutong blushed slightly, tucked her hair behind her ear, and said, Mr. Jiang, you're too kind.
How can a little star like me compare to a big shot like you? It is my honor to add you on WeChat.
Really? Only simps see goddesses. The goddesses in their eyes are nothing more than simps to some people. These so-called big stars, as long as you have power and influence, they'll be as obedient as the last one. Jung Han felt quite pleased to be flattered like that by Jo Yutong.
After all, she's a big star.
There's a slight advantage in terms of status.
But Jung Han didn't take it too seriously.
He chatted casually with Jo Yutong until he reached his Aston Martin 177.
He took out the key and opened the gull wing door.
Seeing this, Jo Yutong tactfully said goodbye, then I won't bother you any longer, Mr. Jiang.
Have a safe journey, and let's keep in touch again in the future. Jung Han got into the car and waved casually.
Then he stepped on the gas. The cool and stylish Aston Martin 177 disappeared into the distance before Jo Yutong's eyes.
She didn't rush to talk to Jung Han about Sixth Master.
After all, we had only just added each other on WeChat. They plan to wait a few days until they are a little more familiar with each other. Please introduce me to Sixth Master again. After seeing this top-of-the-line supercar worth 50 million, Jo Yutong was even more convinced that Jung Han was a scion of a powerful and wealthy family.
A top-tier supercar with only 3 units produced worldwide. That's not something you can get just by having money.
If you can make good use of such top-tier connections, that would be great. This may be the biggest opportunity of her life.
Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation and longing flashed in Jo Yutong's beautiful peach blossom eyes. An hour later,
Jung Han drove his Aston Martin 177 to the Rolls-Royce dealership in Shanghai. The store manager, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, greeted us respectfully.
Mr. Jiang, your 2 cars are already parked in the lobby. Should we arrange a card delivery ceremony for you? Upon hearing this,
Jung Han subconsciously recalled a bizarre scene. Congratulations to Mr. Jung for joining the micro-business industry 3 months ago and winning a Rolls-Royce through his own efforts. He is a new kind of micro-businessman, balancing career and family. He is warm, generous, and full of youthful energy. He bought the Rolls-Royce so that all his family members in the micro-business team could have a seat.
John Han, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps.
He shook his head and refused, saying, "No need."
Two female saleswomen from the Rolls-Royce dealership walked up to him carrying black suitcases and handbags.
He was also holding two black umbrellas in his hand. "Mr. Jiang, to thank you for your support of our Rolls-Royce brand, here is a Rolls-Royce custom luggage box and umbrella for you."
John Han was curious after hearing this.
He had heard of the fame of Rolls-Royce umbrellas.
It is said that one umbrella is worth a full 100,000 renminbi. It's definitely an essential tool for the nouveau riche to show off when they go out.
But this was the first time he had ever heard of buying a Rolls-Royce suitcase. The store manager took the suitcase from the salesperson and respectfully placed it in front of John Han, saying, "This is a specially customized suitcase from our Rolls-Royce.
The entire suitcase is made of high-grade genuine leather, and the metal parts are made of aerospace-grade aluminum. Each box costs more than 250,000 yuan. That shows quite a bit of sincerity." John Han couldn't help but nod.
The two boxes and two umbrellas together are worth over 700,000 yuan. Moreover, the design of the trunk does indeed align with the characteristics of the Rolls-Royce brand. It highlights a noble and elegant style. The details are also very well done. The logo on the wheel hubs of the trunk is also Rolls-Royce RR.
It looks very high class.
John Han said with satisfaction, "Okay, put the box in the trunk of the Phantom. Then please hire two drivers to take the Phantom and the Aston Martin 177 back to one mansion."
He can't wait to drive his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and have some fun. This is currently the world's most luxurious SUV.
No man can resist its temptation. Every man has a dream of playing with a big machine. The Rolls-Royce 4S store naturally fulfilled John Han's request without hesitation. Soon, two experienced professional drivers were brought over. John Han briefly taught one of the drivers how to drive the Aston Martin 177.
He then boarded the elegant and imposing Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
The red and white striped body is so eye-catching, it's hard to miss at first glance.
It's exhilarating.
John Han skillfully started the car. That surge of power made him nod in satisfaction. Although it certainly can't compare to a monster like the Aston Martin 177.
However, it is an SUV. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is definitely up to par. And most importantly,
John Han no longer has to sweat profusely while driving. The pleasant sensation of the cool air from the air conditioner blowing in his face made John Han sigh involuntarily.
Everyone understands the engine of a sports car. Even the most powerful air conditioner is no match for the terrifying heat emanating from the engine.
So those jokes. The girl got so hot as soon as she got into the Lamborghini that she wanted to take off her clothes.
Actually, it's not entirely without a basis in reality.
While driving the Cullinan, John Han also discovered one of its advantages.
That means the sound insulation is excellent.
After closing the car windows, there was a sense of tranquility that felt like being cut off from the world. John Han was truly shocked.
No wonder the top billionaires mostly choose Rolls-Royce as their mode of transportation.
Because it has such a precise understanding of the psychology of the super rich. That is privacy, comfort, and prestige.
Rolls-Royce has perfectly achieved all three of these points.
Especially with this top-notch soundproofing, whatever you do inside is absolutely impossible to hear from outside.
After he drove the Cullinan back to the underground parking lot of one mansion, they didn't rush up.
Instead, after the two drivers left, he made a phone call to the maid, Mu Xiaoye. The two new cars have arrived.
"Little one, would you like to get out and take a look?" At this time, Mu Xiaoye happily replied, "Okay, I'll come down right away." Chapter 84 only eats candy, not bitterness. 10 minutes later, Mu Xiaoye came down wearing a white t-shirt.
The t-shirt was slightly loose, but it still couldn't hide the girl's graceful figure. Her long, dark hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate oval face was charming and pretty. Her dimples were more intoxicating than fine wine, and she didn't come out dressed as a maid. Because Mu Xiaoye always felt ashamed to wear this.
"That's why I'm willing to wear this at home."
A large part of the reason was to please John Han, their master.
In response to this, John Han naturally agreed.
He didn't have that particular hobby either.
A beautiful sight like a maid outfit. It's fine to enjoy it alone at home. It will be shown to other men. Only an idiot would do that. Jiang Han waved to Mu Xiaoye, and when she came closer, he smiled and said, "Look, do you like this car? You can drive it after you get your driver's license." Wow! It's so beautiful. I saw this red and white Rolls-Royce Cullinan in front of me. Mu Xiaoye's eyes were practically sparkling. Noble and elegant, fashionable and graceful. It completely hit Mu Xiaoye's sweet spot for cars. Moreover, the vast majority of girls especially like SUVs. Because they think bigger is better. It looks particularly grand. Mu Xiaoye was no exception. Compared to that imposing, massive body, the surrounding luxury cars were instantly crushed into insignificant proportions. After Mu Xiaoye walked around the Rolls-Royce Cullinan for a while, Jiang Han took out his key and pressed it. Then opened its signature double doors. He smiled and said, "Would you like to go up and take a look?" However, beneath Jiang Han's smile, there seemed to be some unspeakable deeper meaning. Mu Xiaoye did not notice anything unusual. He nodded happily and said, "Okay." After getting into the car, I couldn't help but exclaim, "This car is so spacious. It's much bigger than my mom's." Tang Yun was driving a Porsche Cayenne. Actually, the space isn't considered small for an SUV. However, compared to the Cullinan, the difference is naturally enormous. In most SUV models, the front seats are more spacious. It will be relatively narrower at the back. But the Rolls-Royce Cullinan is different. To ensure a comfortable ride for our valued customers, the rear seats are also very spacious. Mu Xiaoye could even stretch her two long legs up perfectly straight. Jiang Han closed the door. The car fell silent instantly. It was like a magical performance. It's like eliminating all external noise. Mu Xiaoye was so shocked by this experience that her jaw dropped. She asked Jiang Han incredulously, "Wow, master, could you close the door again? The soundproofing is amazing." Jiang Han smiled and said, "No rush, I'll show you a magic trick." Then he turned on the car's air conditioning. Then the electric curtains on the car windows were drawn. The interior of the car instantly became dark. Mu Xiaoye blinked her big eyes and asked, "Master, what kind of magic trick do you want?" Jiang Han smiled and turned on the button for the starry sky ceiling. A sky full of stars suddenly appeared on the roof of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Twinkling stars. Mysterious and romantic. Mu Xiaoye was immediately captivated, so beautiful. Jiang Han smiled slightly and said, "The most beautiful part is yet to come. You have to look at it from this angle to see it beautifully." As he spoke, he reclined the back seats. Then he gestured for Mu Xiaoye to lie down. Mu Xiaoye didn't think much of it. I obediently laid down on it. Then I stared at the starry sky above the car. "It really feels like looking at the stars," she exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Han also lay down beside him. He smiled and put his arm around Mu Xiaoye's shoulder, saying in a magnetic voice, "Yes, we can watch the stars together in the car from now on." Kindness. Mu Xiaoye nodded happily. An hour later. Amidst the melodious jazz music, Jiang Han lit a cigarette with a sense of satisfaction. Mu Xiaoye wrinkled her delicate little nose and said indignantly, "Master, you clearly promised me. You said you wouldn't smoke anymore. You lied to me again. And you're bullying me." Jiang Han had no choice but to put out his cigarette again and coaxed, Okay, I'll listen to you, darling. Shall we go up now?" Mu Xiaoye's pretty face flushed slightly. He whispered in a voice barely above a whisper, "Let's wait a little longer." Kindness? Jiang Han smiled mischievously, "Why? Oh, you're so naughty." Mu Xiaoye playfully punched Jiang Han twice with her little fists and said coquettishly. Jiang Han laughed twice. He stopped teasing the little maid. I started to enjoy the melodious and pleasant jazz music. The quality of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan's in-car audio system is absolutely superb. It uses the top-of-the-line audio brand Tian. Moreover, Jiang Han also opted for the high-end customized version. A single set costs nearly $1 million. The effect is naturally fantastic. Mu Xiaoye nestled in Jiang Han's arms, looking up at the starry sky above, listening to the melodious and pleasant music. My whole heart is melting. She couldn't help but draw a few small circles on Jiang Han's chest with her little hand. Then she said sweetly, "Master, I love you so much." Jiang Han felt very satisfied after hearing this. It feels so good to be completely loved and worshipped. He smiled and ruffled Mu Xiaoye's hair, saying, "Me too." Did you rest well, baby? Mu Xiaoye nodded first.
Then he shook his head again. She opened her arms wide and said in a coquettish tone, Master, I want you to carry me up, okay?
That adorable expression. It looks just like a newborn kitten.
Zhang Han smiled and picked up Mu Xiaoye, saying, Okay, who told you to be my little darling?
He. Mu Xiaoye smiled sweetly.
She whispered in his ear, I want to be your little princess, so I can only eat candy and never suffer.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xiaoye's crystal clear earlobes instantly turned bright red.
Then she buried her face deep inside. She dared not look at Zhang Han's expression any longer. This was a sentence she saw online when she was looking for study materials. She initially thought it was a little cheesy.
But I feel so happy being with Zhang Han today. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but blurt it out.
She had heard that men prefer girls to take the initiative.
Say some embarrassing things. To make Zhang Han happy.
She mustered up her courage and said something. But as soon as she said it, Mu Xiaoye became too shy to face anyone.
Zhang Han heard what she said. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning. I stood there stunned for a long time, unable to react. Chapter 85 L'Oreal's phone call. After going upstairs,
Zhang Han fed the little maid some more fruit.
Zhang Han chuckled mischievously, How was it? Did you enjoy the meal, my little princess?
Mu Xiaoye immediately lost her temper. After struggling to drink a sip of water,
she raised her leg and kicked Zhang Han. I'm not eating fruit anymore. I'm getting cavities. That awful owner is so mean, she complained indignantly. Zhang Han chuckled. While the maid went to wash up, he called Lucy.
Tell her to instruct the chef to prepare some Hangzhou-style dishes.
A few days ago, I watched a food blogger on Bilibili recommend several Hangzhou-style restaurants.
It made his mouth water.
Especially Dongpa pork, beggar's chicken, and squirrel mandarin fish.
Those must all be arranged. So much energy was consumed.
We need to add some more information.
In fact, most of the chefs at number 1 Mansion Club are only at the expert level. He's more than qualified to be the head chef of a regular hotel.
However, it is still quite a distance from being a master. Not to mention Zhang Han's Cantonese culinary skills. However, Zhang Han really doesn't like cooking. The main reason is that I find it troublesome. Being able to be a happy couch potato.
They are waited on hand and foot, with food served to them and clothes handed to them.
Why should he work so hard? What's the point of him earning money then?
Unless you're trying to win a girl's favor through your cooking skills. Or perhaps you're in a good mood and want to enjoy a delicious meal.
Otherwise, I'd rather just lie here leisurely on the sofa. Watch TV, play games. Teasing the little maid. Waiting for the food to arrive is much more enjoyable. After enjoying a delicious meal,
Zhang Han was preparing to play some fun and healthy after dinner games with his little maid.
He then suddenly received an overseas phone call. From the United States of America, across the ocean. Zhang Han frowned and chose to answer the call. A fluent English female voice came through the phone. Hello. Are you Mr. Jiang?
I am Jennifer L'Oreal, the executive director of the L'Oreal Group.
You could tell Jennifer L'Oreal's tone was very confident.
She seemed to think that Zhang Han would definitely know her name.
In fact, anyone with even a little knowledge of the American fashion and socialite circles can easily understand this. Almost everyone has heard of Jennifer L'Oreal, the second daughter of the head of the L'Oreal family. She was once considered by everyone to be the perfect successor to take the helm of the L'Oreal Group.
But now Zhang Han is at the helm of the L'Oreal Group,
the most elite socialites and super socialites in the entire United States.
She is best friends with Trump's daughter. He frequently attends various high-profile social events. Unfortunately, Zhang Han was unaware of these things.
I'm not interested either. He simply replied in equally fluent English. Hello, Miss Jennifer. It's me.
Jennifer, on the other end of the phone, was taken aback when she heard Zhang Han's accent. Such a fluent, noble, and unique British royal accent.
It was extremely rare, even among the nobles of London.
Despite the United States' developed economy and status as a world superpower, it is not a threat. However, it originated from a colonial background. They had an innate sense of inferiority towards the nobility of the British Empire.
I really admire their elegant culture. I felt like I was in a wild and untamed place. Therefore, many citizens of the United States are admirers and worshippers of the British royal family and nobility. It has a huge number of fans. Jennifer L'Oreal is one of them. Therefore, for Jung Han, who can speak fluent British royal and aristocratic accent, she felt a liking for him immediately. More importantly, Jung Han's voice is so magnetic, so captivating. So when Jennifer spoke, she subconsciously became a little nervous. Mr. Jang, I will be arriving in Yanxia tomorrow. I wonder if you could meet with me to talk about your shares in the L'Oreal Group. Regarding the sudden change of major shareholders in the L'Oreal Group, the L'Oreal family was quite shocked. It's worth noting that the L'Oreal family is considered one of the 24 richest families in the world. All members of the L'Oreal family are proud of this word. I am proud to be a member of the family. But now, the major shareholder of the family's flagship conglomerate, they are no longer members of the L'Oreal family. This is for the ever-proud L'Oreal family. It's no different from doing it in front of everyone. I slapped them hard across the face. It brought shame to the entire family. The acquisition of shares has made the L'Oreal Family Foundation the group's largest shareholder again. It is imperative. But soon, they discovered, there are not many shares left available for acquisition on the market. Those large funds, institutions, and securities companies will absolutely not easily relinquish their shares, unless you pay a premium several times higher. But that's obviously impossible. Even 1% of L'Oreal Group's shares are incredibly expensive. If we acquire it at a premium, even the world's richest person, they might not even be able to afford that price. The only way for the L'Oreal Family Foundation to regain a controlling stake over Jung Han is now through this. It means finding Jung Han to buy his shares. So, after a heated discussion within the family, the final decision was to send Jennifer O'Reilly, the most outstanding young member of the family, to the hot summer. He personally negotiated with this mysterious Mr. Jang. Acquire his shares. So Jennifer made that call. After Jung Han learned of Jennifer's purpose for coming, I was a little surprised at first. Then I felt a little happy. This is like someone delivering a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. If it weren't for the fear of revealing one's purpose, this will put them at a disadvantage in subsequent negotiations. Jung Han even considered sending Jennifer a banner as a token of his appreciation. What a kind person. He is currently worried about a lack of cash because he is preparing to develop land, build factories, and invest in medicinal herb bases. Jennifer then offered to buy his shares and give him money. Zhang Hanli almost burst out laughing. In exchange for shares in other companies, Jung Han might still be a little reluctant to sell. But he himself had long wanted to sell his shares in the L'Oreal Group, because he's waiting for his new cosmetics company to be established. A beauty cream has been launched. All other cosmetics companies will inevitably face the most brutal test. This is a revolutionary blow. No cosmetics company could withstand it. Their company's stock price will definitely plummet. If he didn't sell his shares in L'Oreal Group, he would be losing a large sum of money for no reason. He cut himself in the process. Now Jennifer says she wants to buy the shares. What else could they be but retail investors who bought at the peak? They were like fat sheep that came to their doorstep. What kind of spirit is this? It's simply magnificent and selfless, breathtaking. Jung Han readily agreed, no problem, Miss Jennifer. I look forward to meeting you tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a beaming smile. Mu Xiaoye was delighted to see him so happy. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, what's wrong? Jung Han smiled and said, your master is about to make a lot of money again. Really? Mu Xiaoye also became happy. Although it's unknown how terrifyingly valuable the large sum of money Jung Han mentioned would be. But seeing their owner making money, the little maid was very happy. Jung Han looked at Mu Xiaoye with a mischievous smile. Now that we've made money, shouldn't we do something fun to celebrate? Mu Xiaoye was clearly scared. No, master, I really can't eat anymore. Seeing Jung Han's slightly disappointed expression, Mu Xiaoye gritted her teeth. His face turned bright red. Master, wait for me a moment. After saying that, she ran upstairs with a thud. A few minutes later, Mu Xiaoye brought down a fruit platter. He handed it to Jung Han without saying a word. Her delicate and pretty face was stunningly beautiful. Chapter 86, Why not buy back all of them? The next day, Jung Han got up at around 8 a.m.
Although I was quite tired last night. But the strengthened body is naturally fantastic.
After waking up, he was a vigorous and energetic man again.
After Jung Han fed Mu Xiaoya breakfast, they set off for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Shanghai.
Jennifer L'Oreal stayed at this hotel.
He will talk to her about his 10% stake in L'Oreal, which is worth hundreds of billions.
20 minutes later, Jung Han arrived at the hotel. State your name.
Soon, a man who looked like a manager walked over.
He bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Jiang, Ms. Jennifer is waiting for you in her room. Jung Han nodded. I followed him to the entrance of a private elevator. This is the private elevator that goes directly to the presidential suite.
Only guests of the presidential suite have the right to use it. Furthermore, other guests are prohibited from entering the entire floor where the presidential suite is located. This is all to ensure the privacy of guests in the presidential suite. After all, the Ritz-Carlton is the most upscale and top-tier hotel brand under Marriott International. Their presidential suite costs as much as 100,000 yuan per night. Such exorbitant prices are only affordable to a very small number of top billionaires, celebrities, and politicians. Naturally, every guest in the presidential suite is either extremely wealthy or of high social standing.
People like them. Privacy and security should always be the top priority. Jennifer L'Oreal is the most outstanding young member of the L'Oreal family. A socialite with the potential to take the helm of the entire L'Oreal family in the future.
Her status is second to none among all guests who have stayed at the Ritz-Carlton in Shanghai.
To put it bluntly, even Wang Xiaosong is no match for Jennifer. It's easy to see how much the Ritz-Carlton Hotel values Jennifer.
Jung Han was the distinguished guest she specifically requested to meet. Naturally, it also received the highest level of treatment from the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. After being personally escorted to the presidential suite by the hotel's general manager,
he immediately spotted Jennifer L'Oreal sitting in the living room. Jung Han's eyes lit up when he saw it. Although he didn't have any particular fondness for foreign women, but Jennifer L'Oreal is definitely the kind of Caucasian woman who fits the aesthetic of people in the sweltering summer.
She has a head of thick, seaweed-like long hair, slightly curled. His eyes were as blue and clear as the sea. Her skin was very white, ivory-colored. She looked very noble and elegant.
Jennifer smiled when she saw Jung Han.
His smile seemed very warm. But if you look closely at her eyes, you'll see they are incredibly indifferent.
Behind her stood two white women with resolute eyes.
They were dressed in camouflage uniforms, their eyes constantly revealing vigilance and defensiveness, as if they were ready to strike at any moment.
If I'm not mistaken, these two should be her bodyguards.
She truly deserves to be called one of the world's top socialites.
This is certainly no ordinary affair. Jung Han was even thinking that he should hire a few bodyguards.
Although he has a strengthened body, he wasn't intimidated at all by facing 3 or 5 ordinary big men. But after all, weapons have no eyes.
My current level of fame is not high, which is slightly better. If we wait until we become famous.
Without a few bodyguards around, one inevitably feels a little insecure. Jung Han made up his mind that he would find a way to hire a group of high-quality, highly qualified security personnel when he had free time later. Although things were on my mind. But a friendly smile naturally appeared on his face, and he took the initiative to shake hands with Jennifer.
Good morning, Miss Jennifer. Jennifer L'Oreal and Jung Han shook hands lightly. An uncontrollable admiration flickered in his eyes. This man. He's so handsome, so dashing. Especially his elegant and refined demeanor. For Jennifer L'Oreal, who has always considered herself a socialite, it has a fatal attraction. This is practically her dream man. Moreover, Jung Han's identity is also so mysterious. It comes from the ancient East. They possess enormous wealth. Just think about these 2 points.
This made Jennifer's heart flutter. He's practically the template for the male protagonist in those epic love stories.
A noble and mysterious Eastern prince. And I am that princess. However, despite being tempted, Jennifer did not forget her purpose.
She took the initiative to speak, saying, Mr. Jiang, our L'Oreal Family Foundation would like to acquire the shares of the L'Oreal Group that you hold.
Would you be willing? Please believe me, we are here in good faith and will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Zhang Han nodded and said, okay. Jennifer was somewhat surprised when she heard this. She had already prepared herself to spend a lot of time persuading Zhang Han. After all, L'Oreal Group shares are extremely valuable. As the top well-known brand in the sunrise industry of cosmetics, L'Oreal Group earns staggering profits in markets around the world every year. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a golden hen. Moreover, the cosmetics market is far from saturated. These shares have tremendous potential for future appreciation. No far-sighted investor would choose to sell their L'Oreal shares. This is why Jennifer was forced to come to Yanxia to talk to Zhang Han in person. But Zhang Han actually agreed so readily. This made Jennifer a little incredulous. Some even suspected that Zhang Han was an incompetent fool, all show and no substance. Because the value of these shares was not seen. That's why I made the decision to sell so readily. Zhang Han seemed to see through the doubt in Jennifer's eyes. He shrugged casually and said, my purchase of shares is just a normal investment. If you can give me a satisfactory price, why wouldn't I sell? Jennifer said with slight excitement, Mr. Zhang, please rest assured, our L'Oreal family is absolutely sincere. We are willing to spend 60 billion Yanxia coins to buy 5% of your group shares. A 5% stake in L'Oreal is currently worth 50 billion yuan on the stock market. Jennifer acquired the company at a premium of $10 billion, which is equivalent to a 20% increase in the price. It can certainly be said that they are very sincere. Because you can't just sell so many shares whenever you want. If Zhang Han chooses to sell his shares on the stock market, it will inevitably cause a sharp drop in L'Oreal Group's stock price. This resulted in a significant decrease in the value of the shares he held. This is why Zhang Han did not choose to sell the shares directly before. Zhang Han agreed to Jennifer's offer. However, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't agree to this condition. Jennifer was shocked. She couldn't imagine what reason Zhang Han could have for refusing her. I bought L'Oreal Group shares less than a month ago. That would generate billions in profits. You won't find a better deal anywhere else in the world. She suspected that Zhang Han had been deliberately teasing her. They actually had no intention of selling their shares. Jennifer said somewhat angrily, Mr. Zhang, I am very serious about doing business with you. I hope you can consider this carefully before giving me an answer. Zhang Han smiled and said calmly, acquiring 5% of the shares is too little. If you want to buy, why not buy them all back? Chapter 87, using some items to offset the cost is also acceptable. What? Upon hearing this, Jennifer opened her mouth in surprise. Zhang Han's demand was that 10% of the shares be repurchased in one go. Jennifer's first reaction was ecstasy. They were able to repurchase so many shares. When she returns to the United States, he will become a great contributor to the L'Oreal family. He's practically guaranteed to take the helm of the L'Oreal family business in the future. Her sisters would no longer be able to compete with her. But Jennifer quickly realized the difficulty of the matter. A 10% stake in the L'Oreal Group is worth a whopping 100 billion Japanese yen. However, if we go by her previous offer, that would require paying a full 120 billion Yanxia coins. This staggering astronomical figure. It's enough to drive everyone in the world crazy. Many small countries probably don't even have that much in annual fiscal revenue. Even though the L'Oreal family is one of the 25 richest families in the world. We want them to come up with 120 billion yuan in one go. That's pure fantasy. The previously prepared 60 billion yuan has already mobilized most of the L'Oreal family's available working capital. If another 60 billion is to be spent, it seems their family will have no choice but to sell off their assets. And this is absolutely unacceptable to the proud L'Oreal family. Once a family begins to sell off its assets, from the outside, this appears to be a sign of decline. Jennifer shook her head with a bitter expression and said, Mr. Zhang, 10% of the shares is too much. We can't pay that much cash. Zhang Han chuckled inwardly. It's because we know you can't come up with that much cash. That's why I said that. He kindly said, buying shares doesn't necessarily have to be all in cash, you can use some other items to offset the cost. Upon hearing this, Jennifer's eyes lit up. Although it is not permissible to directly sell assets under the family name. But what if they were packaged into a merger and acquisition plan?
It's a very common business practice. The outside world will not have any negative associations with this. Overjoyed, Jennifer said repeatedly, Okay, Mr. Jiang, what do you need?
Our L'Oreal family has many beautiful estates in Ojo. If you like, you can include them in the transaction. Those manors looked luxurious and grand, very high class.
However, the cost of repairing the house, cultivating greenery, and employing servants each year is also a huge expense.
Even wealthy and powerful families. Maintaining a farm is not an easy task. After all, not every estate can be like Chateau Lafite Rothschild in France. It generates amazing profits.
More often than not, it serves as a symbol of status. It's just for the entertainment of these rich kids on ordinary days. For the L'Oreal family, who are about to spend a large sum of cash and are destined to be strapped for cash.
If we can take this opportunity to get rid of these estates, this is also a great thing. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, No need, I already have a manor. Jennifer sighed in disappointment. That's true.
A super rich individual who could buy 150 billion yuan worth of L'Oreal Group shares.
How could he not own a manor? She forced a smile and said, So, Mr. Jiang, what would you like to order? I want ownership of L'Oreal Group's summer division.
Jiang Han said calmly.
Upon hearing this, Jennifer instinctively refused, saying, That's absolutely impossible. It's important to know that China is the world's second largest economy.
It has an incredibly vast market and a massive consumer base. It's a place that all multinational corporations around the world are scrambling to compete for.
Jiang Han wants to divide ownership of the company in Yanxia district. That's absolutely impossible. Every year, L'Oreal Group earns billions in profits from the hot summer market. Like a hen that lays golden eggs.
If she dares to sell it to Jiang Han,
on the day we return to the United States,
he'll probably be disqualified from being an heir by the family. Jennifer would never agree to Jiang Han's request.
Seeing this, Jiang Han shrugged and asked in return, Then there's nothing to talk about? You can't produce anything I want even if you risk your lives. As he spoke, he prepared to get up and leave. Jennifer saw this. He immediately got angry.
He quickly called out, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment.
Could you give me another chance? I think we can talk some more.
If Jiang Han had rejected her from the beginning, Jennifer wouldn't be in such a hurry or lose her composure. But she had already seen hope of achieving cooperation. But she herself broke it. The regret in my heart could be said to have reached an extreme.
That's human nature.
As a philosopher once said, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light.
And that's Jennifer's current mindset.
I could have accepted failure if I hadn't seen hope.
Seeing Jennifer like this, Jiang Han's lips curled up slightly.
His actions just now were intentional.
Now it seems. The results were surprisingly good.
He slowly sat back down and said casually, Miss Jennifer, what would you like to talk to me about?
Jennifer's tone already carried a hint of pleading, Mr. Jiang, I really can't hand over all the ownership of the Yanxia branch to you. I won't be able to explain this to my family. Could you please change your request?
Jiang Han pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, I have a friend who happens to need a few cosmetic production lines. If you can include L'Oreal Group's cosmetic production lines as part of the transaction, I can consider it further. This was actually Jiang Han's true purpose. He had no interest in owning any of the L'Oreal Summer Division shares.
Waiting for his beauty cream to come out. The first to fail was the Yanxia branch of an international cosmetics brand. L'Oreal Group is no exception.
Only the production line and the skilled workers are available.
That's what Jiang Han really needs. Since L'Oreal Group needs our help, Jiang Han naturally wouldn't be polite.
You have to take a big bite and make a fortune to do yourself justice.
Jennifer heard Jiang Hanshin's new request. I'm having some hesitation.
If Jiang Han had made this request at the very beginning,
she would definitely refuse without even thinking. L'Oreal Group's cosmetics production line is one of the most advanced in the world. The cost of just one line is several $100 million.
If it were to be sold to the public, they would absolutely not choose to sell it, not even if the price were increased by a zero.
This is equivalent to two armies going to war.
Then, his own act of selling high-quality weapons to the other side was just as stupid. However, after experiencing a series of emotional ups and downs,
from heaven to hell, and then from hell to heaven,
Compared to the ownership of the branch company in Yanxia, a few production lines don't seem like a big deal. After all, L'Oréal Group's real competitive advantage lies in its proprietary cosmetic formulas. And the brand value accumulated over many years. Even if Jiang Han's friends wanted to go to the production line, they wouldn't have the formula or the brand.
To think they could compete with L'Oréal Group is a pipe dream, a pipe dream. Chapter 88 Lunch Together. After much deliberation.
In the end, Jennifer made her decision. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I agree. Jiang Han smiled slightly and extended his hand to her, saying, a wise choice.
I wish us a pleasant cooperation.
Jennifer gave a wry smile, wearily grasped Jiang Han's hand, and said, Mr. Jiang, you are truly a negotiation genius.
Doing business with you is not an easy task. She's not a fool. It's easy to see the little tricks Jiang Han used in the negotiations. But there was no other way. I am the fish on the chopping block. Jiang Han holds a 10% stake in the L'Oréal Group. As long as she wants to buy it back.
They had no choice but to bow down to Jiang Han.
This is the general trend.
Jiang Han laughed and joked, but for me, being able to work with such a beautiful lady as Miss Jennifer is truly a delightful experience. Jennifer lowered her head shyly upon hearing this.
It is undeniable. Jiang Han is definitely an exceptionally handsome man.
His handsomeness is irresistible to women all over the world.
Even someone as proud as Jennifer L'Oréal would be impressed by such praise from Jiang Han. I couldn't help but feel flattered. She said with a slight shyness, Mr. Jiang, would I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? Of course, I can't think of any reason to refuse.
Jiang Han nodded and smiled with an air of elegance. Jennifer saw his charming and handsome appearance. A hint of infatuation flashed unconsciously in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and said somewhat apologetically, before we eat, I'd like to call my mother and report to her about the transaction.
Jennifer's mother is now the head of the L'Oréal family. This is also a tradition of the L'Oréal family.
Only female family members are allowed to enter the core of the family. Male family members are only assigned minor, unimportant positions. This goes against the trend of most groups in Yanxia.
Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this. He considerately went to the next room.
He indicated that he would not eavesdrop on her conversation with her mother.
Seeing Jiang Han's gentlemanly and considerate behavior, Jennifer's heart stirred again.
This unconscious attraction she developed for Jiang Han led her to express it during a conversation with her mother. He subconsciously sided with Jiang Han.
I said a lot of nice things about him. At last. After a heated discussion. The family also approved of the deal with Jiang Han. The L'Oréal family will offer 100 billion summer coins and 10 cosmetic production lines at a discounted price of 20 billion summer coins. Acquire the 10% stake in L'Oréal Group held by Jiang Han. If this transaction were to be made public, this will be the biggest news in the capital market this year. A buyback deal worth hundreds of billions. This term is enough to drive all financial professionals crazy.
Investment bankers and lawyers, in particular, are drawn to the smell of blood. They will do everything they can to tear a big chunk of flesh off of it.
Jennifer did this to protect the reputation of the L'Oréal family.
And taking into account the risks associated with local laws and policies in the United States.
He requested that the details of this acquisition transaction not be disclosed to the public. Everything was done in secret.
They only publicly stated that the L'Oréal Family Foundation had regained its position as the largest shareholder. Otherwise, if the U.S. Department of Commerce and the tax authorities find out,
the L'Oréal family will have to pay a hefty price.
In particular, they sell production lines that fall under the category of high-tech products to the hot summer. They will then use some special methods. These production lines were handed over to Jiang Han. Therefore, maintaining confidentiality is very important.
In response to this, Jiang Han, of course, expressed his understanding. Since I have already benefited from it, it's okay to give them a little face.
Jennifer expressed her deepest gratitude.
Within a month, 100 billion Yanxia coins will be transferred to Jiang Han's bank account in batches. The production line will be delivered as soon as possible. After all, it's such a huge sum of money. Even with the strength of the L'Oréal family, I want to bring it from the stars and stripes into the sweltering summer. It's not an easy task either.
1 month is already the fastest result they could achieve by mobilizing all their connections and resources.
Jiang Han was quite happy too.
They will soon have 100 billion yuan in cash on hand. His grand plan will soon be put into action.
If all goes well in the country,
he will soon become a very important and influential figure.
By that time, anyone who wants to touch him, everyone has to weigh their own weight.
After finishing our business, the two walked together toward the banquet hall on the second floor of the hotel.
Jennifer's expression relaxed considerably.
She smiled and said to Jiang Han, "Mr. Jiang, before I came to Yanxia, I never imagined that you would be like this."
"Oh? What kind of person do you imagine me to be?" Jiang Han smiled.
In my imagination you might be younger and more energetic, like those international students in the sweltering summer. Instead of being as composed and down-to-earth as he is now, like a charming gentleman." Jennifer honestly expressed her feelings. In fact, she had already investigated Jiang Han's background before coming to Yanxia. When she learned that Jiang Han was just an 18-year-old young man, she subconsciously assumed that he was one of those rich second-generation overseas students from Yanxia.
Extravagant, flamboyant, driving luxury cars and indulging in a life of luxury every day.
So subconsciously, I felt a little bit of contempt. But after meeting Jiang Han, she then realized how arrogant and foolish her previous thoughts had been. Jiang Han's calm, proper, and elegant demeanor is like that of a nobleman with an ancient heritage. He was very elegant. He has a dignified appearance. It inspires awe and respect in people without their even realizing it. Moreover, his sharp negotiating skills made Jennifer feel somewhat afraid when she thought about it.
This man is like a devil.
It can see right through your heart. Then, without you even realizing it, you'll fall into his trap.
Thank goodness. I successfully completed the task entrusted to me by my family.
Although there was a vague sense that Jennifer was very happy with the deal,
I felt a little uneasy.
But she didn't think much of it. After all, the shares have been acquired, and the L'Oréal family has once again become the largest shareholder. These shares acquired at a premium will soon benefit from the rapid development of the L'Oréal Group.
It appreciates rapidly in value in the capital market. The extra money spent on this deal can be easily recouped in the capital markets, unless L'Oréal Group's stock price plummets later. But that's unrealistic. Jennifer was amused by the absurd idea in her mind. L'Oréal Group is one of the world's top cosmetics groups.
Market share has been increasing year by year, and profits have been growing rapidly every year.
How could their stock possibly plummet? Chapter 89. Men in the sweltering summer have no manners. At the same time, a young woman with a sexy figure and scantily clad clothes.
She was nestled in the arms of a middle-aged white man as she walked into the Waldorf Hotel.
"Honey, you actually reserved a table here?"
"Of course, I know you like this, so I booked a table at the window in advance.
We can enjoy delicious food while admiring the scenery of the Huangpu River."
Hearing this, the woman was deeply moved. "David, you are so kind.
You are always so considerate, gentle, and understanding.
Unlike us men in the hot summer, who don't know how to cherish women and don't understand how to respect them." A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged white man named David, and he said, "Of course, this is the greatest culture of our stars and stripes.
Everyone is equal. Your China is far behind in this respect."
A longing glint flashed in the young woman's eyes. "David, I wonder when my visa will be approved.
I really want to go to the United States with you and breathe the free and sweet air."
David chuckled a few times and said, "This day will come, baby, but you know what I mean." After saying that, he gave the young woman a lewd look at her ample bosom. The young woman feigned shyness and said, "David, you're so naughty."
The two walked to the banquet hall on the second floor.
Several young men and women wearing ties and tuxedos were found standing at the entrance of the banquet hall. There was also a slightly older, Caucasian woman who looked like a manager.
The young woman looked inside and found the entire banquet hall empty and spotless.
It's as if they're waiting for a specific guest.
The young woman's eyes widened immediately.
She couldn't help but look at her boss, David, her face beaming with surprise, and exclaimed, "Honey, you booked the whole place?" David was also confused by what the young woman said.
The Waldorf Astoria is one of the world's most luxurious hotels.
Their banquet hall was naturally extremely high-end and luxurious. He had already gone to great lengths to bring this girl from the hot summer to have a meal.
However, booking the entire venue is absolutely impossible. He was about to speak.
The young woman, already impatient, arrogantly said to the Chinese male waiter next to her, "Hurry up and take us in." She dared not order the white woman next to her around, although the other party was just a restaurant supervisor. But the young woman saw his white skin and foreign face. I subconsciously lowered my stance. They feel that the other person is superior to them. But she felt a sense of superiority towards her fellow yellow-skinned compatriots, especially when she was holding the arm of a white man. It also gives off a sense of superiority. Upon hearing this, the Chinese male waiter respectfully asked, "Are you Miss Jennifer's friends?" "Jennifer?" The young woman asked in surprise, "Who is she?" The Chinese male waiter shook his head, a polite smile on his face. "Excuse me, you two, you cannot go in. Our Waldorf Astoria Hotel's banquet hall has been booked out for today." The young woman's face immediately turned ugly. She suddenly felt that her behavior just now was somewhat embarrassing. But looking at his white boss, David, beside him, she immediately suppressed her anger. He chose to vent his anger on his fellow countrymen. "Are you kidding me? We already made a reservation for today, why won't you let us in? You Chinese people are so untrustworthy. You don't know how to respect business contracts. You're nowhere near as good as the Americans." The Chinese male waiter heard what the young woman said. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately retorted, "If the United States is so great, and the Pacific Ocean isn't covered, why don't you swim over there to find your father? What are you yelling about here? You." The young woman was surprised that the other party dared to argue back. Her face flushed with anger, and she muttered under her breath, "Men in Yenxia have no manners at all. They don't know how to respect women at all." David stepped forward. He took out his phone and said to the white female manager, "I made a reservation for your restaurant online yesterday, and you have no right to cancel my reservation." His expression was serious, even a little fierce. But the white female supervisor remained calm. Neither humble nor arrogant. They showed no sign of backing down. They simply apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. David, we will compensate you for the losses incurred in canceling your appointment." Bullshit. What compensation? I don't want any compensation. David angrily said, "Your unilateral cancellation of my appointment is against the spirit of modern business. I'm going to file a complaint against you." The young woman's eyes sparkled. "Wow, honey, you're amazing. These restaurants in the sweltering summer are just awful, they have absolutely no sense of the American code of conduct." Several Chinese waiters nearby overheard this. They couldn't help but secretly spit out their contempt. This level of worshipping foreign things and fawning over foreigners has reached a certain point. That's quite a peculiar thing. It's hard to even have a brain. The white female supervisor was about to speak. She suddenly received a phone call. Okay, I understand. We're ready." After hanging up the phone, the white female supervisor paid no attention to David and the young woman. I hurried to the stairs. David and the young woman couldn't help but turn to look. 7 or 8 burly black men in black suits filed in. In a dazzling display, they occupied every key position in the entire second-floor corridor. Then, Jennifer and Zhang Han, guarded by 2 white female bodyguards, slowly walked up the stairs. After seeing Jennifer's ivory white skin, the young woman's eyes revealed deep envy and humility as she exclaimed, "My God, there are such noble and elegant women in the world. This is a true socialite. Such a goddess will never appear in the sweltering heat of summer." As for Zhang Han next to Jennifer, he was completely ignored by the young woman. A man in the sweltering summer heat. What's there to care about? He doesn't even deserve a glance from her. Zhang Han, whose body had been enhanced, possessed extremely keen hearing. Upon hearing the young woman's words, he immediately frowned. He asked Jennifer directly, "Are those 2 your friends too? If this guinea pig is Jennifer's friend, Zhang Han needs to reconsider the cooperation between the 2 parties." Jennifer quickly waved her hands and said, No, how could that be? I don't know them at all." Seeing Zhang Han's furrowed brows, she felt a surge of trepidation. An invisible pressure loomed over her. A young woman witnessed this scene. I was completely shocked. Why would this man from the sweltering summer speak to her goddess in such an arrogant and domineering tone? Shouldn't we kneel down like her? Are you just going to fawn over those noble foreigners? The white foreman had already walked up to Jennifer and Zhang Han. He bowed respectfully and said, "Miss Jennifer, the banquet hall is ready." Jennifer didn't say anything.
Instead, he looked at Zhang Han as if seeking his opinion first. Now, everyone present understood.
The one who truly has a voice is this handsome young man. Zhang Han said calmly, I don't like having idle people barking around, it spoils my appetite. The bodyguards nearby immediately understood. They began to expel the foreign admiring country dog and the middle-aged white man, David.
The young woman was furious. What right do you have to kick me out? Do you know who my dear David is? He's a citizen of the great United States, a senior executive at L'Oreal. Be careful, or David might complain to the embassy. Smack! A loud slap landed on the young woman's face.
David, his eyes red, roared, You filthy bitch, shut up. Then he ran to Jennifer with a flustered expression, looking as if he wanted to kneel down. Miss Jennifer, I didn't know you were coming.
That woman has nothing to do with me.
Zhang Han was too lazy to listen to his nonsense.
They went straight into the restaurant.
Seeing this, Jennifer ignored David, who was so frightened that he was about to kneel on the ground.
He said coldly, You're fired.
Then he gave the bodyguard a wink.
He quickly followed after them. The bodyguards came over and dragged David and the young woman away without any mercy.
When they were both kicked out of the Waldorf Hotel, David slapped the young woman hard across the face again. You filthy bitch, why don't you just die?
The young woman was completely stunned. She never expected this.
She thought she was like a goddess, but she was surprised that a man from the hot summer would listen to her. David, the white boss she had been fawning over, was fired with just one sentence.
David stormed off in a rage. The young woman was left lying like a dead dog at the entrance of the Waldorf Hotel. I'm at a loss.
Chapter 90 An unexpected encounter with Han Lianxue.
After lunch.
Because Jennifer was in a hurry to get back to the United States that night.
The details of the transaction were briefed on to other members of the L'Oreal family. So the two exchanged contact information. Jennifer left the Waldorf Hotel surrounded by a group of bodyguards.
Zhang Han saw that it was still early.
After a round of negotiations, I was feeling a bit tired.
So we went to the spa on the third floor of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
I'm getting ready to relax with a spa treatment. Just as he was about to go inside,
suddenly, I heard a surprised voice from behind me.
Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Zhang Han turned around and looked.
They discovered she was a classic beauty, a treasure of a noble young woman.
Han Lianxue.
Zhang Han subconsciously recalled what happened that day in the passenger seat of the Aston Martin 177.
But he didn't show any unusual expression on his face.
He simply said, I just had dinner with some friends, and since I had nothing else to do, I came over for a spa treatment to relax.
And you, Miss Han? Han Lianxue gracefully walked to Zhang Han's side. It brings a fragrant breeze.
She covered her mouth and chuckled, I usually stay at the Waldorf Astoria.
I just happened to be here for a spa treatment today. I didn't expect to run into you, Mr. Jiang. Stay at a hotel? Zhang Han was slightly surprised.
Han Lianxue explained, last year, I was sent by the Beijing headquarters to manage the Shanghai branch. I didn't have a house here, and I felt that renting a house would be a bit troublesome, since I usually have to fly back to Beijing on weekends. So I simply booked a long-term suite here.
I didn't realize she was such a rich woman. My apologies. Zhang Han chuckled and made a joke. The suites at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel are not cheap.
It costs at least 7,000 per night.
That adds up to 200,000 a month. Even if Han Lianxue had a negotiated price that could get the hotel to give her a discount. The monthly expenses spent on hotels are no less than 100,000 yuan. That amount of money could rent a large apartment in Thompson Riviera. As for Zhang Han's residence, number 1 Bund Mansion. Feel sorry.
The large single-level apartments are for sale only, not for rent. Han Lianxue said coquettishly, Mr. Jiang, you just know how to make fun of me.
My little body is no match for you. Although Zhang Han's exact net worth is unclear.
But he casually pulled out millions to buy wild ginseng. And there's the Aston Martin 177 Special Edition he's driving, one of only 3 in the world, worth $500 million.
Han Lianxue also knew that Zhang Han's identity was definitely not simple. He is definitely from an extremely wealthy family. Zhang Han smiled casually and said nothing. After all, once the L'Oreal family gets their hands on those 100 billion yuan in summer currency, Quan Yanxia had more cash on him than anyone else. There probably aren't many left. Okay, I'll go get a spa treatment first. Let's talk again when we have time. Jung Han did not forget his purpose. After exchanging pleasantries, we prepared to say goodbye. Try the spa here. Han Lianxue nodded, then suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she said, Mr. Jiang. She seemed a little embarrassed to talk about it. Jiang Han asked curiously, what's wrong? Han Lianxue took a few deep breaths before finally mustering her courage to say, after you finish your spa treatment, could you please apply the ointment for me again? That day in an Aston Martin 177.
Jung Han only applied the ointment to the scar on her right hand.
The scar on my left hand hasn't been treated yet. Han Lianxue felt extremely ashamed about this.
Especially since I was in so much pain back then.
I shed many tears.
He dirted the passenger seat of the Aston Martin 177 in front of Jung Han.
Whenever I think back on this incident,
Han Lianxue felt an urge to find a wall and smash her head against it to her death. But whenever I see that my upper right side has returned to its original state, with skin as white as jade, then I noticed a large, dark red scar on my left hand.
Han Lianxue felt a wave of sadness and distress. If there is no hope of a cure, then so be it. But now there is an opportunity to completely heal the wounds and start a new life. How could Han Lianxue not to toss and turn all night, unable to sleep?
Besides, she had already done that in front of Jung Han before.
That's how amazing people's bottom line is. Once it has happened, it seems acceptable. So doing it again shouldn't be a big deal, right? This is how Han Lianxue comforted herself. Jung Han heard Han Lianxue's request. To be honest, my heart skipped a few beats, much to my dismay. He wasn't the kind of person who was cold and unapproachable. Since Han Lianxue has already asked for help, Jung Han nodded in agreement. Okay, shall we go to my car later? I have some ointment in my car. Han Lianxue's fair and flawless skin had a faint rosy glow.
Her long eyelashes trembled slightly.
She lowered her head and said softly, Mr. Jiang, why don't you come to my room this time?
After all, the interior space of the Aston Martin 177 is simply too cramped.
Moreover, Han Lianxue didn't want to do it in front of Jung Han anymore. He got his passenger seat cushion dirty. Jung Han didn't care about this.
He nodded in agreement.
Okay, I'll apply the ointment for you after I finish my spa treatment. Han Lianxue blushed slightly and said, okay, then I'll wait for you in the lobby. Jung Han smiled. Then we went into the spa.
At the entrance of the Waldorf Spa, two young ladies dressed in blue and white porcelain cheongsam stood welcoming guests.
The cheongsam is very uniquely designed. The slit in the skirt extends all the way to the waist.
A pair of long, slender, and beautiful legs were faintly visible.
Sexy without being vulgar.
It perfectly accentuated the graceful figures of the two welcoming ladies.
In high-end spas like this, the hostesses are naturally very attractive. They are all excellent pieces, scoring over 80 points.
A hostess gracefully walked over and smiled, welcome, esteemed guest, please come in.
Jung Han followed him inside.
The clubhouse was dimly lit, giving it a hazy, dreamlike feel. The tinkling sound of a guzheng, like a mountain spring, filled my ears. Because incense is burning, you can smell a herbal scent, but the smell is quite mild and not unpleasant.
On the contrary, it gives people a sense of peace and tranquility.
What kind of service would you like, esteemed guest?
The welcoming lady asked with a smile.
Jung Han said calmly, prepare a VIP full body bath, back massage, and head decompression spa for me. The hostess's eyes lit up when she heard this. The three projects Jung Han mentioned are not cheap. It would cost more than 10,000 yuan in total. For them, who have performance targets to meet, Jung Han's spending spree was a huge help.
Yes, sir, I'll take you to the VIP area right away.
As she spoke, the young lady led Jung Han into the VIP room. The room was decorated in a very stylish and antique style, with a lot of charm. After Jung Han sat in the room for a while, a young lady wearing a cheongsam walked in. She introduced herself gently, hello, esteemed guest, I am number 888, you can call me Xiao Wei. The girl is pretty with the lighting and makeup, I give her an 85 out of 100. In the past, if Jung Han saw a girl of this caliber, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist having all sorts of fantasies. But now, with Mu Xiaoyi and Tang Yun as shining examples, Jung Han has little interest in girls of this caliber. He didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. Seeing this, the girl stopped talking and started pouring hot water and adding medicinal herbs into the wooden tub. Once everything was ready, Zhang Han sat in the wooden tub and began to take a bath. The girl stood behind Zhang Han and gently massaged his temples. Zhang Han closed his eyes and let out a comfortable breath. After all the projects are completed, Xiao Wei didn't rush to leave. Instead, she gently blew a breath into Zhang Han's ear and said in a slightly seductive voice, "Sir, would you like to extend the time?" Chapter 91. Mr. Jiang, could you please apply this ointment for me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han smiled and shook his head in refusal. He still needs to apply ointment to the precious noblewoman Han Lianxue later. Of course, I wouldn't pass up a stunning beauty who scores 97 points. I chose this ordinary pretty girl who scored 85 points. Zhang Han finished dressing, ignoring Xiao Wei's disappointed gaze. He walked out of the room. Just as he was about to swipe his card to pay, the receptionist informed him, "Sir, your payment has already been made by Ms. Han." Zhang Han turned to look at Han Lianxue, who was sitting in the lobby rest area. She noticed Zhang Han's gaze. Han Lianxue lowered her head slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Han smiled and walked over, saying, "Shall we go to your room now to apply the ointment?" Han Lianxue was so nervous that she could hardly speak. He simply nodded slightly. "Let's go to the parking lot together and get the ointment," Zhang Han said with a smile. He certainly wouldn't carry such a thing around like a girl would. They were all simply thrown into the storage compartment of the car. I heard the keyword parking lot. Han Lianxue's body trembled involuntarily. A hint of fear and resistance was revealed in his eyes. In psychology, there is a term called PTSD. This refers to post-traumatic stress disorder. It refers to a mental disorder that occurs with a delay or persistence in an individual when they experience, witness, or encounter strong stimuli. The reported incidence of PTSD varies. Generally speaking, women are more likely to develop PTSD than men. And what happened that afternoon in the parking lot, in the passenger seat of an Aston Martin 177? For Han Lianxue, it was an experience she had never had before in her life. Therefore, she developed a slight mental block about this. Especially when faced with two key issues at the same time, a parking lot and an Aston Martin 177. So when Zhang Han led Han Lianxue to the front of the Aston Martin, wearing a rose-red cheongsam, Han Lianxue, who originally had a charming and noble temperament, was now dressed in a beautiful pink cheongsam. It looked just like a little white rabbit. They started to tremble. She instinctively let out a whimper of fear. Zhang Han looked at Han Lianxue, who was trembling all over. I was almost startled. I haven't done anything yet. Why does she look like she's about to cry again? Zhang Han coughed twice and asked in as gentle a tone as possible, "Miss Han, are you all right?" Han Lianxue sobbed softly. He shook his head gently. I tried hard to stay calm. But when she saw that cool and stylish Aston Martin 177, my mind immediately went back to what happened that day in the passenger seat. Then, I couldn't help but start trembling again. Zhang Han saw that she looked like she couldn't even stand up straight. Left with no other choice. I had no choice but to help her walk to a place a little further away. Then he turned around and went back to the parking lot. Take out the S-Class beauty cream from the Aston Martin 177. When he went back again, Han Lianxue's expression had returned to normal. It was just her delicate, pretty face. She looked somewhat haggard. It's obvious. She was definitely not feeling well just now. Han Lianxue met Zhang Han. I'm really sorry. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. She could only blush and lower her head. It's like I've done something wrong. A little girl waiting to be punished by her parents. Zhang Han couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He smiled and said casually, "I've got the ointment. Let's go." Regarding what just happened, it was as if they hadn't seen anything at all. After all, there are some things. It wouldn't be awkward if I didn't say anything. Han Lianxue nodded gently, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. But she soon started to get nervous again. The ointment hasn't been applied yet. What's so easy about her? Thinking about this, she felt as if she were walking on cotton. Light and airy. In the end, no one knew how they led Zhang Han into the room. Han Lianxue stayed in the executive suite at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
compared to Jennifer's presidential suite.
They are naturally very different. But it's at least considered luxurious. It has an area of nearly 100 square meters. It has a master bedroom, a living room, and a small kitchen.
Han Lianxue looked at Jiang Han, who was looking around the room.
She seemed a little shy.
Although this is a hotel.
But for her, it had been almost a year.
Actually, it's quite similar to my home.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a girl's boudoir. In addition to having a regular female cleaner who comes in to clean the house regularly.
No one else has come in yet.
Therefore, Han Lianxue felt a little shy. She picked up a mat that had been prepared beforehand.
It was placed on the sofa in the living room. Then I sat down.
With a slightly trembling voice, she whispered,
Mr. Jiang, could you please apply this ointment for me? After saying that,
she then took off the thin white gauze gloves she was wearing. Then she stretched out her slender hand and closed her eyes. She dared not look at Jiang Han again. After all, as long as she can't see,
then you won't feel pain.
Jiang Han tried his best to remain calm and said, okay.
Then he took out the ointment. I dipped it in a little. He started applying the ointment for Han Lianxue. Same as last time. Han Lianxue quickly frowned in pain. Then after a while, she started crying again. But this time, Han Lianxue's crying seemed much more natural than the last time. It wasn't as oppressive. Perhaps they've given up entirely. Since I've already cried once before. Then cry one more time. There's nothing shameful about it. It's better to have a good cry. Jiang Han continued applying the ointment. The lyrics of a song immediately came to mind. My love is like a tide, love is like a tide that pushes me toward you and makes me follow you closely. Love is like a tide, it surrounds you and me. I never want to see you drunk in the middle of the night again, and I never want other men to witness your allure. You should know that it will break my heart. Although the meaning expressed in the lyrics is not entirely appropriate for the occasion. But that vague feeling. Jiang Han felt it was very fitting. Especially after seeing Han Lianxue's pretty face. Jiang Han subconsciously felt a possessive desire. She no longer wanted any other man to witness her allure. Although the thought had crossed my mind. But Jiang Han didn't do anything intentionally. She even consciously restrained herself. After dutifully helping Han Lianxue apply the ointment, he then let go of her hand. Han Lianxue still kept her eyes closed. A long time passed. He just woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. She looked at her left hand, which had become fair and flawless again. Her eyes glistened with tears. Deeply moved, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Perhaps I'm a little tired." Han Lianxue's voice was a little hoarse. But this hoarseness is not unpleasant to hear. Instead, it sounds a bit like the mature, sophisticated voice you hear on the radio. It's incredibly captivating. Jiang Han smiled slightly and said, "We're friends, right? Friends don't need to say thank you." Looking at Jiang Han's handsome and charming face, Han Lianxue's heart. My heart stopped pounding for a moment, almost instinctively. Then it started jumping several times faster than usual. She tucked her hair behind her ear to hide her panic. After a moment's thought, I was just about to speak. But the damp feeling of the cushion made her suddenly realize something. There's still something I haven't dealt with. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she said, "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, could you wait for me a moment?" Jiang Han vaguely guessed that Han Lianxue wanted to do something. His eyesight is very good. Nature can see it clearly. Marks on the cushion. So he smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay." After saying that, he pretended to stand up casually. I turned around, went out onto the balcony, and started looking at the scenery. Chapter 92: Investing in a Medicinal Herb Planting Base? A warm feeling welled up in Han Lianxue's heart. Jiang Han's thoughtfulness and gentleness are like a spring breeze and nourishing rain. No woman could resist it. Compared to those clumsy, cheesy pickup lines and sycophantic behavior, this is much better. Jiang Han simply turned around to look at the scenery. Goodwill earned through manipulation. It moved her even more than giving Han Lianxue a top-of-the-line sports car. Han Lianxue took the cushion and walked into the room. When changing into a cheongsam, she saw the dark red scar on her legs. I'm caught in a dilemma. Should I ask Mr. Zheng for help? After much deliberation, Han Lianxue sighed softly. Double tummy is ultimately not like an arm. Although I really want to get rid of this scar. But she was still a little reserved. After all, Jiang Han was just a friend of hers. The two are not in a romantic relationship. It would be fine if they just helped me apply some ointment to my hand. You can barely manage to deceive yourself. But if Jiang Han were to apply ointment to his own skin. This. Han Lianxue still couldn't bring herself to say it. Because some of the cheongsams were also soiled. I originally wanted to go to the bathroom to wash up. But then I remembered that Jiang Han was still outside. On the one hand, it would be impolite to make him wait too long. On the other hand, Han Lianxue was also embarrassed to clean herself when there were outsiders present. Even though it's just a room apart. So she simply changed into a short cheongsam with blue and white porcelain design. He went outside. Jiang Han saw her come out. She returned to the living room from the balcony, smiling and praising, Miss Han, you have a really good temperament. You look especially elegant in a cheongsam. A simple compliment. These words came from Jiang Han's mouth. Its destructive power is extraordinary. Han Lianxue felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. With a slight blush, she said, Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. The two sat down again. We chatted casually for a while. Jiang Han asked casually, Miss Han, do you grow your own medicinal herbs at Yuantang, or do you purchase them directly? Han Lianxue didn't think much of it and honestly replied, it's mainly about purchasing. The cost of growing it ourselves is too high. We usually send people to the place of origin of the medicinal herbs to purchase them. We will reach agreements with some of the larger local medicinal herb planting bases to exclusively supply Yuantang with these herbs, and we will also have requirements for the quality of the herbs. So? Jiang Han nodded in understanding. After all, agriculture has never been a particularly good industry. Although it is very important. However, due to the high cost of human resources and large investment required, the profit margin is meager. Therefore, in many cases, government support and subsidies are needed. Only then can it be sustained. Yuantang did not want to go through the trouble of building its own medicinal herb planting base. Instead, they chose to purchase directly from local herb farmers. And this was exactly what Jiang Han wanted. He smiled and said, Miss Han, where do you think would be a suitable place to invest in a medicinal herb planting base? I happen to be planning to do just that. Han Lianxue asked in surprise, Mr. Jiang, you plan to invest in a medicinal herb planting base? Yes. Jiang Han nodded slightly. Han Lianxue replied, we usually go to Ji province to purchase them, because there are many mountains and ridges there, which are suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Then she sincerely advised, Mr. Jiang, it's not easy to run a medicinal herb planting base. Without subsidies, most of them are operating at a loss. Only giant leading Chinese medicine companies like Kongmei and Yunnan Baiyao would invest in their own medicinal herb planting bases to integrate the entire industry chain. But their planting bases can barely break even, they don't make much money. The real profits come from finished drugs. Han Lianxue's words were truly from the bottom of her heart. He held nothing back from Jiang Han. He told Jiang Han almost the most truthful things about the industry. Originally, as the purchaser, she certainly hoped that as many people as possible would invest in the medicinal herb planting base. This increased production. She can get an even lower price when buying medicinal herbs in the future. But when the object of affection changed to Jiang Han, Han Lianxue naturally had a different attitude. I sincerely advised him not to do anything foolish. There's no money to be made doing this. Jiang Han could hear the sincerity and concern in Han Lianxue's words. However, his investment in the medicinal herb planting base was not for the money. Rather, it was to expand their influence. It has become a pillar enterprise and a major taxpayer in the local area. That was his goal. To put it more elegantly, that is to strive to take on more social responsibility and be a socially responsible entrepreneur. Of course, with greater responsibility comes greater power. In the process of expansion, they gained more say. That's understandable, isn't it? Jiang Han said calmly, thank you, Miss Han, but I have my own considerations. I wonder if you could introduce me to relevant professionals in Ji province at that time? It is clearly unwise to rashly enter an unfamiliar industry. But if we have the help of a veteran in the industry like Yuan Tang to pave the way, Everything will be much easier and simpler.
Seeing that Zhang Han was determined, Han Lianxue stopped trying to persuade him.
She knew that everyone had different ideas.
People who forcefully change others' minds while acting as if they're doing it for your own good.
That's actually the most annoying thing. Han Lianxue wouldn't do something so foolish.
He readily agreed, no problem. When you go to Ji Province, Mr. Jiang, I will put in a word with the person in charge there. You can contact him anytime if you need anything.
Zhang Han was slightly surprised. Han Lianxue's words unintentionally revealed a lot of information.
Keep in mind that she was just a store manager at Yuantang in Shanghai. But the way he gave instructions to the person in charge of Ji Province was as natural as if he were eating or drinking.
This shows that her status in Yuantang was definitely not low.
And the average store manager.
They certainly couldn't afford a long-term executive suite at the Waldorf Astoria. Although he had some guesses about Han Lianxue's identity. But he didn't point it out. After all, if Han Lianxue wanted to say it, she would definitely do so on her own initiative.
There's no need for him to be so presumptuous and talkative.
Zhang Han nodded and said, "Then thank you, Miss Han."
Han Lianxue said shyly, "Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. You have done me such a great favor, it is no exaggeration to say that you have saved my life.
I feel really ashamed that I can only help you with this small favor."
"Ha, what are you saying?
We're friends, isn't it only right that we help each other? Besides, it's just a small favor for me, Miss Han, don't overthink it." Zhang Han smiled and waved his hand casually. Kindness. Han Lianxue nodded vigorously first, then seemed to suddenly remember something. He began by asking, "Mr. Jiang, are you free tonight?"
That shy expression already held a hint of anticipation in her eyes.
Zhang Han almost misunderstood. Could it be that Han Lianxue is a treasure trove of a noble woman, a top-notch mature woman? Do you want to stage a scene where a woman has nothing to repay you with but her body? Chapter 93 High-End Auction.
Zhang Han's mind was in turmoil, but his face remained calm as he nodded and said,
"I have nothing to do tonight, what's wrong?"
"That's right." Han Lianxue paused for a moment, then said, "There's an auction at the Waldorf Hotel tonight.
I can invite a male companion. Mr. Jiang, would you like to come with me to see what's going on? I heard there are quite a few good quality items there." An auction. Zhang Han thought for a moment. I was actually a little interested.
I had only ever seen auctions on TV and in novels before. I had never experienced one in person. So he nodded in agreement, and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll take advantage of Miss Han's blessing to broaden my horizons."
Put.
Han Lianxue was amused by Zhang Han's words. Someone who drives a top-of-the-line supercar worth 60 million still needs her to show him the world.
If I told you, probably no one would believe me. Han Lianxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Mr. Jiang, you really know how to joke."
Zhang Han shrugged helplessly.
This was indeed his first time attending an auction. If Han Lianxue doesn't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. It's still early.
Zhang Han then went to the nearby Taiku Hui shopping mall with Han Lianxue. "I bought some clothes to wear tonight's auction.
A Prada haute couture suit and a Chanel haute couture evening gown. The total is over 300,000. Zhang Han originally intended to pay this money. However, due to Han Lianxue's insistence, there was no other way but to give up. The two changed their clothes. I had a meal at the mall. They chatted and laughed all the way to the banquet hall of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. We arrived there.
Zhang Han immediately spotted a young man standing at the entrance of the banquet hall,
surrounded by many. This person is familiar to almost all netizens in the summer.
Wang Xiaozong, the former richest man in China. Zhang Han never expected to run into Wang Xiaozong here.
But then I thought about it. That's quite normal.
Wang Xiaozong has always been based in Shanghai.
The auctions here are of a high standard. It's perfectly normal for him to come and join in the fun.
Although old Wang has been in a bit of a mess lately, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
Although Wang Xiaozong's life is not as glamorous as before, he has fallen out of the ranks of Yanxia's top rich second generation.
But compared to ordinary people, he is still high above others, and he is still surrounded by people. Zhang Han had no interest in going over to get to know him. Even at the peak of the Wang family's power, only Lao Wang is qualified to communicate with him on an equal footing. like Wang Xiaozong, a second-generation scion who has not yet taken over the family business. Compared to top tycoons like Zhang Han, who hold shares in numerous conglomerates worth hundreds of billions,
they're not even on the same level. Standing next to Zhang Han, Han Lianxue noticed the indifference and disdain in his eyes. I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. It seems Zhang Han is the real person. It is more extraordinary than I imagined.
He didn't even consider Wang Xiaozong a threat. The two entered the auction hall holding invitations. By this time, there were already quite a few people in the auction hall,
because it was converted from a banquet hall.
Therefore, the auction hall is not very large. There are only 150 slots available for the entire auction.
Zhang Han and Han Lianxue were positioned slightly behind the center.
He had just sat down when a young man in a suit and tie reached out his hand and said warmly, "Hello, my name is Huang Mingho.
My family is in the medical equipment sales business. This is my business card."
After saying that, he handed over a gold embossed business card.
Zhang Han took it and looked at it.
The label reads, Huang Mingho, General Manager of Tianjin Medical Sales Company, Ltd.
High-end auctions like this. It is also a great social occasion. You'll be able to make a lot of useful connections. After all, every guest attending the auction has undergone identity verification by the organizer. Not just any ordinary person can get in. Zhang Han, in particular, is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament.
Han Lianxue was also exceptionally beautiful and stunning. Therefore, Huang Mingho immediately wanted to get to know Zhang Han and Han Lianxue after seeing them. Zhang Han smiled faintly and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Han, and I work in the cosmetics industry."
Han Lianxue, on the other hand, is more aloof.
He simply nodded in acknowledgement.
Huang Mingho was not annoyed by this.
He just chuckled and tried to get closer to Zhang Han, saying, "So you're in the cosmetics business, huh?
That's impressive. Women's money is the easiest to earn."
Zhang Han found it somewhat amusing to see him acting so naturally and naturally.
The auction hadn't started yet,
so we started chatting casually.
During the conversation, at the entrance to the auction hall, a minor commotion suddenly broke out. Zhang Han looked over curiously.
They found a large crowd gathered there,
and the number of people is increasing.
Even the special guests invited by the organizers who were sitting in the first row of the auction.
They all stood up.
They walked together toward the door. Wang Xiaozong was among them. Huang Mingho muttered, "Judging from this, it must be a big shot who has arrived."
Zhang Han nodded noncommittally. Everyone present was a prominent figure. Naturally, they wouldn't overdo it, to avoid lowering one's status.
The people who had been gathered at the door quickly dispersed.
The mysterious figure surrounded by the crowd finally revealed his true identity. Huang Mingho couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Holy crap! It's Xia Anlin." No wonder so many big shots took the initiative to greet her.
After saying that, he became restless.
"Excuse me, Brother Jiang, I also need to go over and say hello. The Xia family is a leading player in China's medical industry.
One of the most prestigious and wealthy families in Shanghai.
There is no doubt about Xia Anlin's noble status as the eldest daughter of the fourth generation. Moreover, she is already the female president of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate.
In terms of status, he was probably the highest-ranking person present. After all, it's a private enterprise with a scale of hundreds of billions that's out in the open. Throughout the entire hot summer, there were only a handful of such establishments.
Huang Mingho's family is in the medical equipment sales industry. These are downstream enterprises belonging to the Xia family.
The life or death of their company rests entirely on the Xia family's decision. So Huang Mingho had no choice but to go over and greet them first,
to avoid accidentally offending this favored daughter of the Xia family, the youngest vice president with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan in the entire summer. Han Lianxue's eyes were also full of envy and admiration. No longer as indifferent and aloof as before. Although Xia Anlin is 2 years younger than her. However, her background and experience are the envy of all her peers. While he was struggling to secure a portion of the inheritance rights to his family, the other party has become the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. She noticed that Zhang Han's expression was somewhat strange. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Jiang, what's wrong?" Zhang Han hadn't expected this either. The person everyone present was fawning over was Xia Anlin. Speaking of which, I still own 10% of the shares in Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group. He is the third largest shareholder of her company. According to Zhang Han's understanding, Xia Anlin currently only holds a mere 5% of the shares. It's not even as much as the shares he owns. Chapter 94, Not exactly acquaintances, more like enemies. Upon hearing Han Lianxue's question, Zhang Han casually smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just didn't expect to run into Xia Anlin here." Han Lianxue didn't understand the meaning behind Zhang Han's words, and sighed. Yes, she can be said to be the person that every woman in Yanxia most wants to be. A true darling of heaven, a favorite of the gods. After bowing humbly to Xia Anlin, Huang Mingho returned in high spirits. Xia Anlin nodded almost imperceptibly. But all of this is a great affirmation for him. Zhang Han was still sitting in his seat. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother Jiang, aren't you going to go and say hello? That's Miss Xie." Even Wang Xiaosong would greet her first. Zhang Han shrugged and said, "Forget it, I guess she doesn't want to see me." After all, they had just taken a piece of her land. They later acquired shares in their company. Anyone would probably not be happy about that. Ha ha. Huang Mingho was amused. He laughed and said, "I didn't realize you were so humorous, Brother Jiang. From what you're saying, Miss Xia is an old acquaintance of yours." "Not exactly acquaintances, more like enemies," Zhang Han said with a smile. Ha ha. Huang Mingho didn't take Zhang Han's words seriously. There's a saying that goes something like that. Your friends may not necessarily represent your social class, but your enemies determine your altitude. The enemies of a billionaire are certainly not some nobody. Zhang Han said this. Huang Mingho definitely doesn't believe it. Imagine if another young billionaire emerged during the sweltering summer. It's impossible that he hadn't heard a thing. But Huang Mingho did not look down on Zhang Han because of this. "I just thought this guy was quite humorous and witty, and rather interesting." After the host's passionate and enthusiastic speech, the auction has officially begun. Lot 1, Cartier's luxurious emerald collection, featuring yellow diamonds with mismatched stones, onyx and emerald tiger stones. Brooch, set in 18K gold. The starting bid is 1 million summer coins, and each bid must be at least 50,000 coins higher. As the auctioneer's words fell, the auction for the first item has officially begun. 1.1 million. 1.15 million. 1.3 million. Zhang Han was slightly surprised. The first item auctioned was priced at over $1 million. It seems that this auction is indeed of a high standard. I heard that the organizers have some connections with Sotheby's, one of the world's top auction houses. It seems their strength is indeed formidable. No wonder Wang Xiaosong and Xie Anlin both chose to participate. Zhang Han wasn't particularly interested in the Cartier brooch at first. It looks a bit too green, after all. But suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Daily task triggered, become the person with the highest total spending in this auction. Mission rewards, 100% of Sotheby's auction house shares worth 40 billion summer coins, the art appraisal, skill, the painting sketching, skill, and an S-grade danger sense potion grants Spider-Man's danger sense abilities upon consumption. Wow, not bad. See the rewards for this mission. Zhang Han's eyes lit up immediately. First of all, Sotheby's auction house itself is a considerable fortune. As one of the world's top auction houses, Sotheby's annual auctions generate sales in the tens of billions of dollars. You could say it's every single auction or item with an exorbitant price tag you can think of. A large portion of these auctions are held at Sotheby's. All the world's dignitaries, tycoons, and wealthy businessmen. Everyone pays attention to Sotheby's auctions. The network of connections behind this is immeasurable. There is also a lot of room for maneuver. If Zhang Han were to acquire Sotheby's auction house and also own Chateau Lafite Rothschild in France, it can be said that they have completely penetrated the world's top social circles. If he wants to, there is no top-tier bigwig he cannot get to know. And naturally, the top-tier skill of art appraisal appeared in conjunction with it. From now on, Sotheby's auctions under his leadership will no longer have to worry about making a mistake. Received counterfeit goods. As for the painting sketching skill, Zhang Han had already become somewhat dismissive of it. Just consider it an extra. Even among masters, there are very few, even within a single country. But there's nothing you can do about it, that's just how capricious life can be. Actually, the first few prizes are secondary.
What Jiang Han valued most was that bottle of S-grade danger perception potion. After taking it, one could gain Spider-Man's danger perception abilities.
This is a god-tier skill that can save your life. Why is Spider-Man able to become a superhero in movies? His ability to shoot webs is only one aspect.
More importantly, he is able to sense danger in advance,
then quickly dodge the immediate danger.
It's fair to say that without this ability, Spider-Man's power would be reduced by more than half.
If one could possess the ability to sense danger,
at least I won't have to worry too much about my personal safety in the future. Assassination is a low probability event. After all, he lives in one of the safest countries in the world, during the sweltering summer. But life is full of unexpected events, such as car accidents, plane crashes, falling objects from heights, and so on.
And these,
it's practically impossible to defend against.
It's all down to luck.
As someone who possesses a system, Jiang Han naturally doesn't want to die in a muddled and inexplicable way.
Now, if we have S-level danger perception capabilities, he will no longer have to worry about related issues. So this task, he was determined to win.
Thinking of this, Jiang Han raised the sign in his hand and said loudly,
2 million. Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked towards Jiang Han. That look was almost like looking at a sucker.
This Cartier Emerald Tiger brooch is worth at most between 1.5 million and 1.6 million.
Jiang Han actually offered 2 million? Isn't this just being a sucker?
Without a doubt, no one was competing with Jiang Han for this item.
Jiang Han spent 2 million to buy the first item.
Huang Mingho, standing to the side, had a strange expression on his face and couldn't help but mutter a curse to himself.
Brother Jiang, could it be that you really have something wrong with your head? It was one thing to say he was a female CEO worth hundreds of billions and an enemy of Xia Anlin, the eldest daughter of the Xia family.
Now they are paying a high premium to buy goods. This made Huang Mingho start to have some doubts.
Is Jiang Han a rich second-generation heir who is all show and no substance but a good-for-nothing? Soon, the second item was then displayed.
This is a natural jadeite and diamond ring, with the diamonds weighing a total of approximately 3.35 carats. It is set in 18K pink gold, and the cabochon measures approximately 23.83 by 20.63 by 13.55 millimeters. The starting bid is 600,000 summer coins, and each bid must be at least 50,000 coins.
650,000. 700,000. 750,000.
This time, Han Lianxue, who was standing next to Jiang Han, also raised a sign and shouted, 800,000. But someone else immediately offered 850,000. Han Lianxue hesitated for a moment and did not bid again. Jiang Han waited a moment, then raised the sign and said calmly again, 1.8 million.
The entire audience was once again stunned.
Even the auctioneer, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, was somewhat stunned.
For a moment, I forgot to speak.
After a moment, he immediately said, this gentleman has offered 2 million.
Is there any further bidding? But no one there was a fool.
A diamond ring worth at most 1 million. Only a madman would pay twice the price to buy it.
With that money, why not just order a diamond ring that's much bigger? Han Lianxue felt a little flustered. Did Mr. Jiang choose to buy this diamond ring just for me? This. Is he going to give me a diamond ring? When you think about the meaning behind a man giving a woman a diamond ring, Han Lianxue's heart was in turmoil. My heart started pounding.
Her pretty face flushed slightly as she said shyly, Mr. Jiang, you really don't need to go to such lengths.
It's such a waste of money. Jiang Han was slightly bewildered upon hearing this.
To ensure the mission was completed flawlessly, he planned to simply buy out the entire auction.
The reason I waited a while before bidding was that the idea was that if Han Lianxue wanted the diamond ring, they should give way.
He only made his bid after seeing that she didn't call out again. Han Lianxue now has a spring-like look in her eyes. Jiang Han was so startled that his hand trembled.
But he wasn't stupid. I quickly realized it.
Han Lianxue has misunderstood him. He thought he bought the diamond ring at an exorbitant price just to give it to her.
Jiang Han naturally wouldn't spoil the mood with an explanation.
Instead, he glanced at Han Lianxue with a gentle expression and smiled, it's alright, as long as Miss Han is happy. No amount of money can buy my happiness. Happiness is the most priceless thing.
Awesome. Huang Mingho, who was standing nearby, witnessed this scene. I almost couldn't help but applaud Jiang Han. I just thought Jiang Han was a rich second generation with a screw loose. Looking back now, he was practically a master at picking up girls. A stunningly beautiful and mature woman like Han Lianshui. He was able to win her heart with a mere 2 million. There's simply no better deal in the world. For a moment, he admired Jiang Han to the point of complete awe. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Chapter 95: The Purpose of the Richest Man's Son. In the time that follows, Jiang Han directly bought up batch after batch of auction items. Before we knew it, more than 30 million had been spent. Moreover, each item in the auction was acquired at an extremely high price, with a premium of at least 50%. This kind of extreme extravagance shows a disregard for money. This shocked everyone present. This guy is just stupid and rich. That's not how you play. When you get down to earth, you naturally become rich and powerful. Not to mention the super rich who spent over 30 million in one go. Even some big shots sitting in the VIP seats in the first row. They couldn't help but turn around and look. I want to see who this person really is. His move was surprisingly domineering. It seems they're trying to monopolize the entire auction. Including Wang Xiaosong. They all turned around and looked at it curiously. He spent a whopping 30 million at an auction. Even during his father's glorious period before his downfall, he wouldn't have dared to be so wasteful. We need to give a report in advance to see how old Wang feels. Now, out of nowhere, such a super rich person has suddenly appeared. And they were so young and unfamiliar. This surprised Wang Xiaosong. Previously, in the elite second-generation circles of Shanghai. I've never met this person before. Only Xia Anlin remained calmly seated there. He chatted and laughed with several successful business tycoons who held prominent positions in the business world. He seemed completely unconcerned about the unexpected events that occurred at the auction. It seems like this was just a trivial little incident. After all, she is the female CEO who heads a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. If, like everyone else, you are overly surprised and moved by this, that would be a bit too undignified. Huang Mingho and Han Lianshui, who were standing next to Jiang Han, were completely dumbfounded. Especially Huang Mingho. He looked at Jiang Han with the eyes of someone looking at God. In this short period of less than half an hour, Jiang Han spent 1/10 of his entire fortune. Huang Mingho even had some doubts. Should we wait until the auction is over? Jiang Han simply threw away all his wealth. This terrifying wealth is astounding. For a moment, Huang Mingho was afraid to look directly at Jiang Han's face. His previously casual expression suddenly became reserved. A big shot who can casually throw out tens of millions. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. Jiang Han paid no attention to the stares and whispers of those around him. Let's look back at the auction booth. At that moment, two men in suits and sunglasses pushed a glass display case up. Inside was a string of sparkling, crystal-clear beads. A jade bead necklace that radiates a soft, lustrous sheen. The auctioneer announced in a high-spirited and excited tone, "Distinguished guests, the next item to be auctioned is a royal green natural jadeite jewelry necklace from Myanmar." This immediately put everyone's spirits up. Even Xia Anlin, who was sitting in the first row, straightened up. The items auctioned earlier were relatively minor. It may be very precious to ordinary people. After all, it can easily cost several million. But in the eyes of true top-tier figures, they are nothing special. It's not worth them coming to the auction in person. But this imperial green jadeite bead necklace is different. This is one of the highlights of this auction. It can be said to be the best quality imperial green jadeite bead necklace to appear at auctions in recent years. Many people come for this reason. This imperial green jadeite is truly exceptional. Its clear and translucent color is simply top quality. And each bead is so big, it's a rare sight in the world. It's even better quality than the necklace I had at Sotheby's Hong Kong Island autumn auction last year. Looks like this auction is going to break records again. Miss Xia must have come for this too. Let's just watch from the sidelines. The scene became lively with much discussion. Clearly, this imperial green jadeite bead necklace is a rare gem that has appeared in recent years. Although Jiang Han didn't understand these things, he had heard of the name Imperial Green.
After all, I've read quite a few online novels in the past. If you gamble on rough stones, you're guaranteed to find imperial green jade. This is the highest quality of all jadeite. The green must be pure, rich, and have a bluish tint, but without any color deviation. It even has a delicate, luscious feel to it. This imperial green jadeite bead necklace perfectly meets all of the above criteria. It is breathtakingly beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful. If I want to complete the mission, I must get this imperial green jade bead today. And I remembered what my secretary, Chen Mengyao, had said. Tang Yun's favorite things are jade and jadeite. Buying it and giving it to Tang Yun might be a good choice. That's the color. So green it'll make you panic. The auctioneer's explanation on the display stand continued. This necklace features 27 beads made from the finest imperial green jadeite. The beads are a deep, lustrous green, each one large and of unparalleled weight, exuding a regal aura. It is truly a rare treasure in the world. The addition of a Cartier ruby and diamond clasp perfectly embodies the extraordinary taste and distinguished status of its owner. Alright, enough with the chit-chat, let's begin the auction. Starting bid, 60 million summer coins. Each bid must be at least 1 million. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, the bidding officially began. 63 million. 65 million. 70 million. The auctioneer had barely finished speaking. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became lively. In less than half a minute, the imperial green jadeite bead necklace, which originally started at 60 million, had already soared to 70 million. That's enough to buy an apartment in Thompson Riviera, one of the most luxurious residential complexes in Shanghai. But this terrifying price did not deter anyone. The bidding continues. However, Zhang Han did not rush to make a move. Instead, they waited quietly. So far, none of the VIPs sitting in the front row have called for a price. Zhang Han naturally wouldn't make a move now. Zhang Han was determined to get his hands on this jade necklace. If we can get it, this mission will be a sure thing. When the auction price reached 85 million, many people have already chosen to withdraw from the bidding. Although everyone present was worth hundreds of millions. But he spent a fraction of his entire fortune on a jade necklace. It's not something an ordinary person could do. This is a plaything for the truly ultra-wealthy. He doesn't have a net worth of nearly 10 billion. Don't even think about getting involved. At that very moment. Finally, some of the people sitting in the first row couldn't sit still anymore. Wang Xiaozong was the first to raise his sign. 88 million. This caused the people in the auction hall to gasp in amazement once again. As expected of the son of the former richest man, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It seems the Wang family isn't as destitute as I thought. At least now, young Master Wang can still spend nearly 100 million yuan to buy a necklace. After all, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. After being the richest man for so many years, he must have some wealth. It seems this necklace is going to end up in his hands. Wang Xiaozong appears calm and collected on the surface. He appeared very calm. But actually, I was secretly sweating bullets. He came to the auction specifically for this jade necklace. But the purpose was not to date a female internet celebrity. He wasn't that crazy. The real reason is that he has recently been pursuing a young lady from a prominent family in the capital. If they can successfully form a marriage alliance, the Wang family might be able to revive itself. They might even rise to the top again. So, on the surface, it appears that he came to bid alone this time. In reality, he had Lao Wan's support behind the scenes. After all, even if he's a spendthrift, he wouldn't just casually pull out 100 million to win a girl's heart. Moreover, given the Wang family's current strength, they cannot withstand such turmoil. Chapter 96. Brother, what do you mean by this? After hearing the offer of 88 million, the once noisy auction suddenly fell silent. Some people who were originally planning to continue bidding have temporarily stopped making moves. After all, the other party is the son of the former richest man. Even though the Wang family is far less prosperous than it once was. Yida Group has also fallen out of the ranks of the top real estate developers in the country. Even a dead tiger retains its power. Moreover, the Wang family has not yet fallen. After severing his arm to survive, he landed almost safely. This left many people with a lingering sense of apprehension towards Wang Xiaozong. So those who think they are not capable enough, or who don't want to offend Wang Xiaozong over an auction item, They all voluntarily withdrew from the competition.
An unusual period of silence also occurred at the auction.
The auctioneer standing on the stage seemed a little anxious.
This imperial green jadeite bead necklace is estimated to be worth at least 100 million.
If Wang Xiaosong buys it for 88 million, it will be a huge loss.
He might pack his bags and leave after the auction. Just as he was about to say something to provoke the people in the audience, Zhang Han held up the sign and said calmly, 98 million. This time, the entire audience was stunned. Wow! 98 million. How dare he disrespect Wang Xiaosong? This guy must have some powerful connections.
They added 10 million directly. That's really rich, enough to buy 2 Ferraris.
This is going to be interesting. This brother doesn't seem to have any good intentions. Could it be that he's planning to book the entire auction? Ha ha. Judging from Zhang Han's demeanor, it really felt like I wanted to book the entire auction. This is absolutely insane. The auctioneer should have been happy. For a moment, everyone felt a little uneasy. Could this mysterious young guest be here to cause trouble? Did they deliberately bid high prices to buy all the auction items and then refuse to pay? Although he was a little unsure, the auctioneer didn't bother to worry about it too much. For him, all he had to do was sell the goods. Whether or not the money is received is the organizer's business. So he rekindled his passion and shouted, 98 million for the first time, and there hasn't been a higher price yet? Wang Xiaosong couldn't help but frown.
Although I had Lao Wang backing me up to attend this auction.
But given the current state of the Wang family, I don't have much cash on hand.
He had been secretly pleased that the auction had quieted down after he made his bid. Now, suddenly, this unexpected obstacle has appeared out of nowhere. He was momentarily annoyed, muttered "damn it" under his breath, then raised the sign and shouted, 110 million. Wang Xiaosong hardened his heart. They added 12 million directly.
Hopefully, this will scare this hothead away. Zhang Han calmly raised his sign and said, 130 million. Wang Xiaosong couldn't help but stand up, suppressing his anger, and said, brother, what do you mean by this? Can't you give me some face?
I, Wang Xiaosong, want this necklace, for 135 million. Zhang Han smiled, ignoring the subtle threat in Wang Xiaosong's words. Even when your father was at his peak, I wasn't afraid of him.
Why should I give you face?
He continued holding up the sign, saying, 200 million. The entire room fell silent.
The entire auction room was completely silent. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Han's astonishing generosity.
The auctioneer on the stage was so excited that his eyes turned red, and he almost fainted.
200 million. This staggering sum broke the record set at Sotheby's Hong Kong Island autumn auction for jadeite. This imperial green jadeite bead necklace will also break the world record for the highest price ever paid at auction. He's aiming to become famous overnight. The people present couldn't help but start discussing it. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's so arrogant, he doesn't even give Wang Xiaosong the time of day. That's too ruthless, it's practically a wolf exterminator. He spent 200 million yuan on a necklace in one go.
He had already spent more than 30 million yuan before.
When did such a top-level tycoon emerge in Shanghai? I've never seen him before. Is he a newly emerged heir of some family?
The auction was filled with lively discussion. These billionaires, each with assets worth hundreds of millions, were all gossiping about Zhang Han's identity with great interest. It's simply because Zhang Han's impact on them was too great. Although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai. However, the circle at the very tip of the pyramid is not very large. There are only a few tables in front of me, coming and going. Wang Xiaosong was definitely one of them in the past. And it was the most dazzling one. Now he has been slapped in the face without any mercy.
You could even say that someone trampled on the ground. This is a plot device that is popular and well received. This excited even these billionaires. Even if you can't afford a 200 million yuan imperial green jadeite bead necklace, they didn't dare to go against Wang Xiaosong. But it's always good to gossip and watch the excitement. Even Xia Anlin, who had been sitting calmly in the first row, couldn't help but turn around to look. 200 million in cash. Even if she wanted to take it out, she would have to think it over carefully. When did such an arrogant figure appear in Shanghai? This is what I mean by turning around. Xia Anlin was so startled that she cried out. It was him? Sitting next to Xia Anlin, Song Tianyao, the executive chairman of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Xia, do you know this mysterious young man?" Xia Anlin was in a very unsettled state of mind. I never expected Jiang Han to appear at this auction. Jiang Han left a very deep impression on her when they first met on that piece of land in the East New District. Moreover, a message was announced at the board meeting a few days ago. This threw her into complete disarray. A mysterious person named Jiang Han acquired 10% of the shares of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group, which he heads, on the open market. He directly became the company's third largest shareholder. Xia Anlin made up her mind the moment she learned the name. This mysterious person was Jiang Han, whom I met in the Madong New District that day. There is absolutely no such coincidence in the world that two people share the same name. Moreover, the strength displayed by the other party in casually acquiring land worth 30 billion yuan. Acquiring 10% of the company's shares is by no means difficult. Xia Anlin was very nervous. It is unclear what Jiang Han's purpose was in acquiring the company's shares. Although she owns 5% of the shares, plus the family foundation's 26%, the total is 31%. It is the largest shareholder of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group. But what if Jiang Han, the newly minted third largest shareholder, joins forces with the second largest shareholder? The stake will be as high as 34%. That would allow him to surpass her and become the company's largest shareholder. At that time, not only will his position as chairman be in jeopardy, there's also the possibility that this incident will lead to the family deeming the individual incompetent. The first heir's eligibility is revoked. A few days ago, she tried every means to find Jiang Han's contact information. See if we can reach a cooperation agreement with them at the very least. We can't let them side with the second largest shareholder. But it has not been successful. I never expected to run into Jiang Han at the auction today. In her excitement, Xia Anlin wanted to stand up and go find Jiang Han. But she quickly regained her composure. I cannot easily reveal Jiang Han's identity right now. Being able to find Jiang Han in advance gave her an advantage. Otherwise, if the company's second largest shareholder finds out, there's bound to be some trouble. So after calming down, Xia Anlin decided to wait until the auction was over before going to find Jiang Han. Talk to him about the company's shares. At this time, Wang Xiaosong stared coldly at Jiang Han. My heart was filled with rage. He has lived a life of being pampered since childhood, and a few years ago he was even hailed as the nation's husband. He was an incredibly proud person. Even in the past 2 years, due to the Wang family's loss of power, they started to behave themselves with their tails between their legs. They're not as high profile as before. But it was definitely not some random cat or dog he had never even seen before. They can just run up to his head and poop and pee on him. Wang Xiaosong stared intently at Jiang Han for a long time. But in the end, he sat down and gave up on making a bid. Chapter 97 Xia Anlin's Guarantee. After Wang Xiaosong withdrew his bid, the room fell silent, and no one raised their paddle to bid anymore. The auctioneer knew that no one present could possibly bid higher than Jiang Han. He never expected that this imperial green jadeite bead necklace would fetch such an astronomical price of 200 million. 200 million yuan, for the first time. 200 million yuan, the second time. 200 million yuan for the third time. Congratulations, sir, on this successful sale. With the fall of the auction gavel, Jiang Han successfully acquired the imperial green jadeite bead necklace, which set a new auction record. To Jiang Han's surprise, after the auctioneer announced the sale, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Become the person with the highest cumulative spending in the entire venue. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100% of Sotheby's auction house, valued at 40 billion Yanxia coins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the art appraisal skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the painting sketching skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Class S Danger Sense potion. After consuming it, you will gain Spider-Man's Danger Sense abilities. Isn't the auction still going on? How did the task get completed? Jiang Han had some doubts. The system explained, since the combined estimated value of the last 3 auction items is less than 100 million, the host has already completed the task ahead of schedule. Jiang Han nodded, surprised that the system was quite intelligent. This will also save him from wasting money for no reason later. just as the auctioneer was preparing to change to the next item for auction.
Wang Xiaozong suddenly stood up again and said loudly, "Wait a minute."
Everyone present looked on in surprise.
At the same time, there was a faint sense of anticipation. Wang Xiaozong is up to something.
The auctioneer asked, "Young Master Wang, is there anything you wish to say?"
Wang Xiaozong smirked, then turned and pointed at Zhang Han behind him, shouting, "I suspect this person is here to cause trouble on purpose."
200 million is no small sum. When did such an amazing person emerge in Shanghai, and I didn't even know? Moreover, his behavior was very abnormal before, so I suggested that he pay the money first before the auction. Otherwise, if he keeps making baseless accusations, will this auction even be able to proceed? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Wang Xiaozong has directly attacked Zhang Han. That's quite in line with his previous role as the entertainment industry's watchdog. There's some truth to what he said.
After all, although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai,
there are countless people with assets worth hundreds of millions.
But there are very few truly top-tier super-rich individuals.
It's just that one small circle, coming and going. Most of them look very familiar. Zhang Han's face, however, was quite unfamiliar. So no one has any impression of him.
Now it suddenly jumped out from the crack in the rock.
Spending a staggering 200 million yuan on a jade necklace seems somewhat unreal.
Previously, when he spent over 30 million on a shopping spree.
Some people have raised doubts about this.
They felt that Zhang Han might have come here on purpose to cause trouble.
But everyone present was shrewd.
Even if Zhang Han is here to cause trouble, the auction organizers will be the ones who suffer in the end.
It has nothing to do with me.
There's no need to step forward and offend someone who might be a big shot for no reason. Only a proud and arrogant rich second generation like Wang Xiaozong could achieve that.
That's why I lost face like that. Without thinking twice, they launched an attack on Zhang Han.
With someone stepping forward, the others naturally enjoy watching the spectacle.
The auctioneer was also quite embarrassed.
For him, as long as the auction can continue and the items don't go unsold, that's all that matters.
He succeeded. As for whether the customer has the ability to pay, it has absolutely nothing to do with him. That's what's giving the organizers a headache.
But since Wang Xiaozong said that, he had no choice but to respond. He forced a smile and said, "Excuse me, esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I need to discuss this matter with my superiors." After saying that, he hurriedly ran off the stage.
If you have any problems, go to your supervisor. He absolutely refuses to take the blame for this.
A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked onto the auction stage. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. He was the main person in charge of this auction. Just now, they conducted an emergency investigation into Zhang Han's background.
They discovered that the other person had entered the auction as Han Lianshue's male companion. This caused some panic among the auctioneers. Even Han Lianshue herself would find it difficult to afford the astronomical price of 200 million. There's a high probability that Zhang Han is deliberately causing trouble. So as soon as the middle-aged man stepped onto the stage, he decisively said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, but according to our auction procedures, we need to verify your funds. The auction can only proceed after the verification of funds is approved."
These words were spoken.
The entire audience erupted in uproar.
It's important to understand that verifying credentials inherently implies a lack of trust.
This is especially true for those top figures. If someone like Jack Ma or Pony Ma were to come, the auctioneer would absolutely not mention requiring verification of funds. This is an insult to the big shot. This indicates that the auctioneer does not believe you have the capability. Even someone at Wang Xiaozong's level, the auctioneer may not even require verification of funds. Now this is what the person in charge is saying. Clearly, they also began to have doubts about Zhang Han. Although the words sounded very nice. But anyone with eyes can see it. This time, the auctioneer chose to side with Wang Xiaozong. Otherwise, you can wait until after the auction to verify the funds. Or they could privately ask Zhang Han to verify their funds. Why say it in public like this? Wouldn't that be an unnecessary loss of face for Zhang Han?
A smug look appeared on Wang Xiaozong's face. Although he is not as glamorous as before, he is not someone that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can mess with. Looking at Zhang Han, who was still sitting in his seat, he shouted, "Why are you suddenly silent? Weren't you quite arrogant when you were bidding?" Zhang Han shook his head.
I just find Wang Xiaozong's clownish antics laughable.
Now that the mission has been completed, this has happened.
He was no longer planning to stay. Just as Jiang Han was about to speak, Xia Anlin suddenly stood up and said loudly, I am willing to act as a guarantor for Mr. Jiang. There is no need to mention the matter of capital verification again.
If Mr. Jiang really hasn't paid for the goods, I will personally bear the 230 million yuan.
Xia Anlin is a smart person.
Seeing the scene before her, she knew that now was the best time to boost Jiang Han's favorability. The others present may not be aware of Jiang Han's strength.
But how could she not know? The land in the Madongnu area alone is worth over 30 billion yuan. Not to mention the shares he holds in Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group. 200 million is nothing to him. Xia Anlin had barely finished speaking. The entire audience was stunned. No one expected that Xia, the darling daughter of the Xia family and a female CEO with assets worth hundreds of billions, would be willing to stand up and vouch for Jiang Han. In terms of status and position, she was already the highest-ranking person present. Even at the height of Wang Xiaozong's fame, she is inferior to Xia Anlin. One can only use the 500 million yuan given by his father to start a business.
The other, however, controls a group with a market value of hundreds of billions. The difference in their social status is immediately apparent.
Wang Xiaozong's face immediately turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit. Xia Anlin said these words. It was tantamount to slapping him hard across the face.
Huang Mingho, who was standing next to Jiang Han, was also shocked. He exclaimed in disbelief, Brother, you were really serious.
Previously, Jiang Han said that Xia Anlin was his enemy, but Huang Mingho did not believe it. I just thought he was joking.
But now that Xia Anlin has stood up for him, he has no choice but to believe her.
And judging from this posture, they don't seem like enemies at all.
She's clearly his mistress.
Chapter 98 hit a brick wall. Why Xia Anlin would help him? Jiang Han wasn't quite sure.
But then I thought about the shares I owned.
There are also some vague speculations. He joked with a laugh, maybe she hated me because of love? Before, Huang Mingho absolutely believes that Jiang Han is bragging. But now, with Xia Anlin as guarantor, it was possible.
Even if Jiang Han claims to have a powerful background and is the nephew of the Yanxia boss,
he might believe it too. At this time,
the middle-aged man on the auction stage was ashen-faced.
Jiang Han actually managed to get the eldest daughter of the Xia family to personally act as guarantor.
Moreover, there was a subtle hint in her words that she was trying to curry favor with him.
It goes without saying. The other party's identity is terrifying.
And he had just questioned the other person's identity in public.
The auction organizer panicked and stammered, Mr. Jiang, we really didn't mean to.
Jiang Han stood up, waved his hand to interrupt him, and said, No need to say more, I will pay the money, but I will not come to your auctions again. After saying that, he turned and left.
Upon seeing this, Han Lianxue quickly stood up.
They walked out of the auction hall together with Jiang Han. Huang Mingho, who was originally sitting in his seat, also decisively followed.
It doesn't matter if you offend an auction organizer. But if we can take this opportunity to get on Jiang Han's good side, that's a smooth road leading to the heavens. To everyone's great surprise,
Xia Anlin, who was sitting in the first row, actually stood up as well. He seemed to be following Jiang Han's lead.
I walked quickly towards the entrance of the exhibition hall. Everyone was stunned.
Given the Xia family's highly respected status as the eldest daughter,
it's one thing to have guaranteed Jiang Han's rights before.
Now they're even putting on an act of speaking up for him and sharing his fate. There was even a hint of them lowering their stance to follow the other side's lead without question.
It's unbelievable. Even when facing internet giants like Jack Ma and Penguin Ma, Xia Anlin doesn't need to lower herself like this. We can sit on equal footing and chat happily. Because behind her is the Xia family of Shanghai, the most prestigious and powerful family in the entire summer. And now,
a mysterious young man whose name is unknown.
Xia Anlin was surprisingly taking it so seriously. Everyone present was deeply moved and shocked. Perhaps this is a very important person with connections to the heavens. Many quick-witted people also stood up. They chose to withdraw from the auction. Although we don't know Jiang Han's exact background. But regardless, let's at least express our stance first. for an auction that was of little use. If you accidentally offend such an important person, that would be unwise.
In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people at the auction had left. Only a small minority have a gambling mentality.
Take a gamble in the opposite direction.
Those who offered help in times of need and clung to Wang Xiaozong's coattails stayed.
After all, he is the son of a former richest man. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse.
It still has a certain appeal.
Wang Xiaozong's face looked extremely grim. He never expected this.
He never imagined he would be facing such a mysterious and terrifying figure. And they were slapped in the face so badly. But it's clearly impossible for him to publicly bow his head. His pride wouldn't allow him to do that. It's impossible to make him bow his head. He'll never bow his head to anyone in his entire life.
So Wang Xiaozong pretended to be calm and sneered.
Heh,
does he really think he's someone important? Does he think the earth will stop turning without him? Does he think the auction will stop without him? How ridiculous.
Some people who were eager to curry favor with Wang Xiaozong quickly chimed in.
Yes, what young Master Wang said is absolutely right.
Some people just think too highly of themselves. Yeah, I don't know what they're so smug about, but the auction still went ahead as planned. Given young Master Wang's status, it is only natural to hold a separate auction for him. I heard what the sycophants were saying.
Wang Xiaozong's complexion improved considerably.
He waved his hand, then said to the auctioneer on the stage, whose face had turned ashen, "What are you all standing there for?
Continue the auction."
The auction organizer nodded hurriedly.
They've already offended a top-tier bigwig. We can't afford to offend another person.
At the same time, he silently comforted himself. At least they are backed by Sotheby's, the world's #1 auction house.
Its influence is significant.
Even if that mysterious and powerful figure has a terrifying identity, it doesn't necessarily mean they can do anything to them.
After all, there are many things that cannot be said. It only has a strong influence domestically. Once on the international stage, they are no different from ordinary people.
Sotheby's auction house has a powerful influence worldwide. Just as he was about to listen to Wang Xiaozong's words, when the auction continues, I suddenly received a phone call. It was another person in charge of the auction who called. The person on the phone sounded very anxious. We just received an urgent notification that 100% of Sotheby's auction house's shares have been acquired by a mysterious buyer named Jiang Han.
Our auction house has also had its first-tier partnership terminated. The person in charge was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, "What did you say?" Wang Xiaozong, sitting in the audience, frowned. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Get started already. Are you making me wait for you to make the call?"
The person in charge ignored Wang Xiaozong. Holding his phone, his eyes were glazed over, and his face was blank.
He kept muttering, it's all over now." His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the auction stage. He looked utterly hopeless. Seeing this, Wang Xiaozong couldn't help but frown and shouted again, "What the hell are you doing? Do you even want the auction to continue?"
The person in charge replied with a look of utter despair, "Mr. Jiang is the largest shareholder of Sotheby's, owning 100% of the shares.
Our auction is no longer qualified to continue." Upon hearing this, the people around were completely stunned. The entire auction venue instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! That Mr. Jiang is actually the largest shareholder of Sotheby's auction house. My God, this is terrifying. This is the world's #1 auction house. Sotheby's estimated his wealth at least 40 billion. Just how rich is this Mr. Jiang? No wonder the eldest daughter of the Xie family had to give him face. The influence behind him is extraordinary. These are the people who stay to gamble on their mentality and cling to Wang Xiaozong's coattails.
I regret it so much I could die.
A major shareholder of Sotheby's auction house. How many high-ranking officials, wealthy people and celebrities would you need to know?
The network of contacts they have is terrifyingly vast.
The person you are introduced to by someone can change your life. They've really lost out this time. Instead of having a legitimate, powerful patron, they're promoting a second-generation rich kid whose fortunes are already waning.
Wang Xiaozong was also stunned. It turns out that Jiang Han is also a major shareholder of Sotheby's auction house. Even at the height of the Wang family's power, he faced such a powerful figure. They must also treat their nephews and nieces with utmost respect.
This time, I've really kicked a hornet's nest. Chapter 99 Chairman of the Auction House.
Just as Wang Xiaozong was regretting his reckless behavior,
Xia Anlin quickly walked to Zhang Han's side.
She said gracefully, "What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here, Mr. Jiang."
Zhang Han smiled faintly and said, "Yes, thank you for speaking up for me today, Miss Xia." "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. With your abilities, there would be absolutely no problem even without my intervention. Since we need something from others." Xia Anlin maintained a very proper posture. Very polite.
As the eldest daughter of the Xia family and the female CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, she is not just a haughty and impulsive young woman.
Zhang Han smiled slightly and remained silent.
At that moment, a beautiful woman in a black evening gown walked towards them, surrounded by some security personnel.
Several men nearby couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a beautiful woman! This aura is absolutely amazing. What an absolute beauty! Zhang Han also sized up the other person.
She has a tall and shapely figure with long, wavy, permed golden hair. Thick lips, painted with bright red lipstick.
It looks somewhat sexy.
Especially noticeable is the small beauty mark on the corner of her mouth.
It gave her a more alluring and seductive look.
The beautiful woman in the evening gown swayed her hips as she walked to a spot not far in front of Zhang Han.
First, she bowed with great charm.
The fitted cut of the evening gown accentuated her shapely figure. Then she said in a slightly hoarse and charming voice, "Hello, Chairman Jiang, I am Xiao, Senior Vice President of Sotheby's Summer District."
Chairman Jiang?
The people standing nearby were puzzled when they heard this.
Why would the Senior Vice President of Sotheby's Summer Auction House address Zhang Han as chairman?
Xiao flicked her long, wavy, brown-red hair and explained, "Mr. Jiang just spent 40 billion yenxia coins to acquire 100% of the shares of our Sotheby's auction house, becoming our major shareholder and chairman."
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xia Anlin was so surprised that she was speechless. Just who exactly is Zhang Han?
Just a few days ago, they spent 30 billion yuan to buy a piece of land in the Madongnu area, and then spent another 20 billion yuan to buy 10% of the shares of their Yanxia biopharmaceutical group. Now they have spent another 40 billion to buy 100% of Sotheby's auction house.
Just the thing she knows. The total value is nearly 100 billion summer coins.
In other words, a handsome young man standing in front of him.
She is a true billionaire. Although she is also known as a billionaire female CEO.
But Xia Anlin knew very well that her actual net worth was only a little over 10 billion. She was dubbed a female CEO with assets worth hundreds of billions only because of her title as the chairperson of Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group. Unlike Zhang Han, who genuinely possesses a net worth of hundreds of billions.
These are two completely different concepts. And
the things in Zhang Han's hands.
These are things that money alone cannot buy.
If it weren't for having an extremely formidable network of connections, background, and strength.
No matter how rich you are, you can't possibly acquire 100% of Sotheby's auction house in one go.
In her mind, Zhang Han's rating rose significantly once again. They even placed the other party on par with the Xie family.
Xiao ignored the shock of the crowd.
Instead, he continued respectfully to Zhang Han, "Chairman Jiang, Sotheby's has officially terminated all cooperation with the organizers of today's auction and will also completely blacklist them within the industry."
Those around heard this.
"I can't help but feel sorry for the organizers of today's auction. He was blacklisted by Sotheby's, the world's #1 auction house.
It's essentially a death sentence. It's impossible for them to continue in the auction industry. They were just really unlucky. They actually offended a powerful figure like Zhang Han. Sometimes important people don't even need to say a word. They can determine the fate of ordinary people." Zhang Han nodded and said calmly, "I understand. You did a good job.
Since the organizers chose to side with Wang Xiaozong, they have embarrassed him. Then we must be prepared to pay the corresponding price." Xiao's approach to the situation was exactly what he wanted. Hearing Zhang Han nod in praise, a look of joy appeared on Xiao's delicate oval face.
"Looking back at my previous approach, that was the right thing to do."
For her, as a senior vice president, directly blacklisting a second-tier partner was a difficult decision. It also involved a considerable risk.
Now that we have Zhang Han's approval, all the risks we took before were worth it.
Xiao smiled and bowed, saying, "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me." By the way, I've brought you the auction item you previously bid on. As she spoke, she gestured to the security personnel beside her with her eyes. A short while later, several exquisitely crafted trolleys were slowly pushed over. Each of the trolleys has a crystal clear glass cover on it. Inside are the collectibles John Han bought at the auction today. Among them, the most eye-catching was the imperial green jadeite bead necklace that John Han bought for a sky-high price of 200 million yuan.
Under the light, the imperial green jadeite bead necklace radiates a dazzling brilliance. That breathtaking beauty. It captivated everyone. Exquisite craftsmanship, unparalleled beauty, breathtakingly beautiful. All sorts of adjectives describing beautiful things flooded everyone's minds. This is the imperial green jadeite bead necklace worth 200 million yuan. It's absolutely stunning. That's like wearing a villa in the city center on your wrist. After working so hard for so many years, my entire fortune is not even worth a necklace. I'm so miserable. Old Wang, stop pretending to be poor. I saw you just bought a Thompson Riviera apartment a couple of days ago. Stop showing off. My Thompson Riviera set isn't even worth as much as these few beads on it. This imperial green jadeite bead necklace has aroused everyone's amazement. Although everyone present was a billionaire. However, when faced with a jade bead necklace worth as much as 200 million yuan, they still couldn't help but express their envy and discussion. Sometimes, the gap between billionaires. The difference is even greater than that between humans and dogs. John Han casually opened the glass cover and stuffed the necklace into his pocket. It's as easy and casual as stuffing in a pack of cigarettes. This action nearly made the hearts of those who witnessed it stop beating. Damn it! That's way too casual. Then John Han took out the Cartier luxury emerald tiger brooch he had won in the first auction and the natural jadeite and diamond ring he had won in the second auction. He also put the safety pin into his pocket. Then he casually handed the ring to Han Lianxue behind him and smiled, "Miss Han, this is for you." Although I had a vague premonition in my heart. But when she actually received the ring, she was still so excited that she couldn't speak. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." John Han smiled and said, "Let me help you put it on." After saying that, he took Han Lianxue's slender hand without further ado. Then I helped her put on the jade diamond ring. A feeling of being moved and happy flowed through Han Lianxue's heart. Xia Anlin, who was standing to the side, witnessed this scene. I felt a little envious. Every woman fantasizes about romantic scenarios. A handsome man personally put a diamond ring on her finger. It's something every girl dreams of. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Jiang, you must be so lucky to be your girlfriend." Zhang Han smiled slightly, neither denying nor admitting. As an outstanding modern man, I want to be able to handle multiple tasks simultaneously. This is a basic quality that everyone should have. Han Lianxue, somewhat embarrassed, tied up her hair and glanced at Zhang Han, who was smiling. I couldn't help but start to feel anxious and uncertain. Mr. Jiang looks like this. Does he truly consider her his girlfriend, or is he just being polite by not clarifying? This conflicted feeling. This made Han Lianxue's heart even more attached to Zhang Han. Chapter 100 Lianxue, let's go back. Zhang Han instructed Xiao Xiao to leave the remaining auction items in Sotheby's collection room. I'll get it when I need it in the future. Xiao Xiao naturally agreed respectfully to Zhang Han's instructions. Then he turned and left to deal with the auction items. Looking at her graceful figure from behind, Zhang Han couldn't help but shake his head. After I have money, I feel like I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Originally, I met a stunning beauty like Xiao Xiao, who was over 90 points. They might be excited for days. But now, even if the other person is flirting with you intentionally or unintentionally, he seemed rather uninterested. No wonder Jack Ma, the king of pretentiousness, would say things like, "I've never touched money, I have no interest in money." Once a person starts to not lack something, it's hard to find that same passion you had for it back then. Indeed, the things we can't have are always the best. Thinking of this, Tang Yun's pretty face, full of classical charm, appeared in his mind. Zhang Han's heart. They're starting to get restless again. I've received the imperial green jadeite bead necklace. Should I go and visit Tang Yun? After all, my mother-in-law is living alone now. Work is so tiring. It's only right that we show her more care and consideration.
just as Jiang Han was pondering what excuse he should use to see Tang Yun later.
Xia Anlin said, "Mr. Jiang, if it's convenient, would you mind leaving your contact information? There are some things I want to talk to you about." That was her main purpose today. Regarding Jiang Han's holding of 10% of the shares in Yanxia Biopharmaceutical Group, Xia Anlin would definitely not say it in public. If the group's second largest shareholder finds out, you might end up doing all the work for someone else.
Therefore, Xia Anlin plans to find another time and place to have a detailed discussion with Jiang Han.
Although she knew perfectly well what was going on, Jiang Han could roughly guess what she meant. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, that statement sounds somewhat ambiguous.
The eldest daughter of the Xia family, who was known for being aloof and unapproachable, actually took the initiative to ask for a man's contact information. Furthermore, they expressed a desire to have a private conversation.
How could this not make people's imaginations run wild? Even more importantly, Mr. Zhang's alleged girlfriend, Han Lianxue, was standing nearby. Xia Anlin dared to directly poach their employees.
It's still that kind of direct and flamboyant style, like operating an excavator.
This is truly admirable and astonishing.
The eldest daughter of the Xia family truly lives up to her name.
The youngest female billionaire in the sweltering summer.
Even when it comes to stealing a man, she's so direct, decisive, and domineering.
Han Lianxue clearly misunderstood Xia Anlin's meaning.
She felt a pang of embarrassment and jealousy.
But soon,
these emotions all turned into helplessness. Everyone assumed that Jiang Han was her boyfriend. But only she herself knows the truth.
What exactly is going on? Ultimately, she's just an ordinary friend of Jiang Han now. Even if Xia Anlin really wanted to pursue Jiang Han,
I have no stance or confidence
to criticize the other party. Not to mention, compared to a privileged woman like Xia Anlin,
his own background and identity seems somewhat insignificant in comparison.
Thinking of this, Han Lianxue's expression became somewhat dejected. Jiang Han noticed this.
He extended his right hand without making a sound. Then he gently took Han Lianxue's left hand. After Han Lianxue was grasped by Jiang Han's large hand, her pretty oval face was instantly flushed with a lovely blush. At the same time, I felt a strong sense of warmth and happiness. The loneliness I felt earlier vanished instantly. Jiang Han, with a natural expression on his face, held Han Lianxue's hand and said to Xia Anlin, "No problem, Miss Xia, we'll contact each other again when we have time." After saying that, he and Xia Anlin exchanged contact information. After doing all this, he gently said to Han Lianxue, "Lianxue, let's go back." Han Lianxue was already too shy to look at Jiang Han. This was the first time she had been addressed so affectionately.
But regarding this, Han Lianxue was not disgusted at all.
Instead, it felt like a beautiful little flower had bloomed in my heart.
I was especially happy and sweet.
She nodded gently, then obediently followed Jiang Han out of the hotel.
Xia Anlin watched the two figures disappear into the distance. I don't know why. I have a vague feeling of unease in my heart. Especially the onlookers.
They were all looking at her with a strange expression.
Xia Anlin frowned, her expression instantly turning cold. The crowd immediately dispersed. I dare not stand next to Xia Anlin anymore. Xia Anlin transformed back into the aloof, CEO-like figure she once again portrayed.
He handed his phone to his assistant behind him and asked her to put it in her bag. Then he walked out of the hotel with great efficiency.
She needs to plan this carefully. How should I discuss the cooperation with Jiang Han at that time? At the same time, Jiang Han also took Han Lianxue's hand and walked to the Waldorf Hotel parking lot. When he was almost at the Aston Martin 177, Han Lianxue's body involuntarily,
my body started to tremble slightly again, almost unconsciously.
This is not something she can control just because she wants to. What happened that afternoon in the passenger seat of an Aston Martin 177 in the parking lot? The impact on Han Lianxue was enormous. As a result, she developed some symptoms of PTSD. He noticed Han Lianxue's unusual behavior.
Jiang Han suddenly realized something, slapped his forehead and said, "Oh dear, look at my memory. I almost forgot you're staying at the Waldorf Hotel.
Shall I take Miss Han back?" Han Lianxue tried her best to remain calm and said gently, "It's all right, Mr. Jiang.
As the saying goes, guests are always welcome. I live here, so this is the master of the house.
It is only right that I see you off.
Zhang Han laughed and said, "That's right, Miss Han, let's leave it here. We'll keep in touch again when we have the chance."
Kindness. Han Lianxue nodded gently, touched by Zhang Han's thoughtfulness and consideration.
She knew that Zhang Han was trying to take care of her, which was why he didn't let her continue seeing him off.
Han Lianxue saw that Zhang Han was about to turn and leave. I suddenly felt a little empty inside. I'm very reluctant to part with it.
The moment he turned around, he blurted out instinctively, "Mr. Jiang." Hearing her call, Zhang Han turned around again and asked, "What's wrong?"
No, it's nothing. Han Lianxue felt a little embarrassed, and her ears were slightly burning.
She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, actually, I still have a little scar that hasn't been treated properly."
Mr. Jiang, could you please apply it for me again next time? After saying that sentence,
Han Lianxue seemed to have used up all her strength. Her beautiful oval face was also rosy.
They are exceptionally cute.
Zhang Han was a little surprised. "I thought the scars on my hands had faded away."
Why did Han Lianxue say she wanted him to apply the ointment?
Zhang Han didn't think much of it and readily agreed with a smile, "Sure, no problem." "Well then, goodbye Mr. Jiang, take care on your journey." Han Lianxue blushed and waved her hand.
Good. See you next time. Chapter 101 Revisiting Tangyun. After saying goodbye to Han Lianxue,
Zhang Han smiled as he got into the Aston Martin 177, then took out his phone and called Tang Yun.
"Hey, Aunt Tang, where are you right now?" This time the call connected very quickly.
Unlike last time, Tang Yun did not make Zhang Han call 3 times before answering the phone.
However, her tone wasn't very friendly.
"He looks a little fierce."
"What? Damn it."
Zhang Han secretly chuckled to himself. But he said in a serious tone, "Xiaoye prepared some things for you and asked me to bring them over."
If you directly tell Tang Yun that you want to give her a gift, she definitely won't agree.
It would also be difficult for them to agree to meet me at this time.
But if we bring up Mu Xiaoye's name, Tang Yun would be much more likely to accept it. Really? Tang Yun's tone was somewhat doubtful. I know my own daughter best. Although it is said that daughters are like warm little cotton padded jackets. She used to be incredibly obedient to everyone. But now that I have a boyfriend, it immediately turned into substandard cotton. It's good enough that she doesn't get jealous of me. She even had that little rascal Zhang Han deliver things to her. Tang Yun was genuinely a little skeptical.
Zhang Han said sincerely, "Aunt Tang, since you've been away from home these past few days, we've had to rely on the club chef to cook. Xiaoyu ate there twice and said she still prefers your cooking.
She hopes you can come back and live with us.
So, that's why I sent you some things to try and win your favor." These words are obviously nonsense.
However, Tang Yun couldn't possibly confront Mu Xiaoye about it. Even if it's confirmed, Zhang Han won't be afraid. So I felt free to speak my mind. At least this little thing has some conscience. Tang Yun's tone was somewhat smug.
When she heard her daughter say that she didn't like the chef at the club, but preferred her own cooking,
Tang Yun was still very proud.
But she soon realized something was wrong. Zhang Han, that little rascal, is far more skilled in cooking than she is. She is considered one of the more capable housewives. His chef is roughly comparable to that of a typical hotel chef.
That's Zhang Han's level.
Even as a royal chef, preparing state banquets would be a piece of cake.
If Mu Xiaoye eats Zhang Han's food, why would they possibly want me to come back and cook? Haven't you cooked for Xiaoye these past few days? Are you lying to me again? Tang Yun began to question him.
Zhang Han's lips curled up slightly.
That's exactly what I've been waiting for. He coughed twice, then feigned embarrassment and said, "Actually, I haven't cooked for Xiaoye yet." "Then why don't you make it for her?" Tang Yun blurted out the name without thinking. Zhang Han fell silent. Tang Yun was slightly taken aback.
Then they also fell silent. Zhang Han doesn't cook for Xiaoyu, but chooses to cook for her instead. And it was done twice.
Tang Yun hesitated to think about it any further. The answer to this question. Perhaps it's not something she can accept.
But a strange feeling. It also appeared in her heart. That's when you realize you're being treated as a unique treasure. And wait for the right time with gentleness.
An irrepressible, heartfelt joy and sweetness?
Tang Yun quickly shook her head. Stop your overthinking. She instinctively wanted to skip over this problem that she found difficult to face.
So he broke the silence and asked, "Where are you now? I'll come over and get it from you."
Zhang Han smiled gently and said, "There's no need for that.
I'll come find you." "And Tang, are you home now?" Tang Yun hesitated for a moment. "It's getting late. It's almost 9 p.m.
The sky had completely darkened.
During this time period, invite a man to your home. It's something that easily sparks the imagination. Especially the last time Zhang Han visited her home.
And then that unexpected incident happened. Tang Yun was somewhat inclined to refuse. But then I thought of what Zhang Han had just said. And that silence that made me panic and feel helpless.
And answers to questions you dare not face. For some reason, Tang Yun suddenly felt a pang of tenderness and softly said, "Yes, I'm at home." Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, "Okay, then I'll come find you now."
After saying that, he didn't wait for Tang Yun to reply.
He hung up the phone immediately. At times like this, you just need to be more decisive. Use declarative sentences more often than interrogative sentences.
The purpose is to leave the girl no room to refuse.
Tang Yun heard the busy tone on the phone. I was startled instinctively.
Then it was as if I understood something. He muttered to himself, "That little rascal." But at this moment, her stunningly beautiful face. She had unknowingly developed a beautiful blush. It looked exceptionally beautiful under the soft moonlight. Unfortunately, no one was able to appreciate this scene.
20 minutes later,
Zhang Han drove the car smoothly and quickly arrived at the entrance of Tang Yun's residential area.
Perhaps it's because I've come here so many times.
The security guards at the gate all remembered Zhang Han's car.
They even offered to help Zhang Han get a pass. It will be much more convenient to enter the community in the future. No need to fill out a visitor registration form every time.
Zhang Han naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. It has to be said that this limited edition top-of-the-line supercar, worth 50 million yuan, is the best calling card. It can solve many small problems in life without you even realizing it. So it's no wonder that the first thing so many people do after they get rich is to change their cars, watches, and houses. Even if you don't have money, you should still find a decent job.
Because that's just how realistic this society is.
It is said that you should not judge a book by its cover.
But in reality, they are all judging people by their appearance.
After obtaining the pass, Zhang Han drove his car into the underground parking garage.
Then I went upstairs.
We arrived at Tang Yun's doorstep.
I rang the doorbell. This time, the door opened quickly.
Unlike last time, Tang Yun was not wearing a cool, casual pajama outfit. Instead, they were dressed very formally.
Wearing a cream-colored Chanel business suit.
She looks very dignified and elegant.
Especially her unique charm as a mature woman. This made Tang Yun even more charming. Zhang Han saw Tang Yun's exquisite makeup.
The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. She even puts on makeup at home.
That's quite interesting. Tang Yun noticed the smile in Zhang Han's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" She didn't know why either.
Upon seeing Zhang Han's handsome face,
I felt really angry. I feel uncomfortable if I don't say something sarcastic.
Zhang Han smiled knowingly, seemingly praising, "Aunt Tang, your makeup looks quite nice today."
Upon hearing this, Tang Yun's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. She didn't know what happened either.
After learning that Zhang Han was coming,
I couldn't help myself and changed my clothes.
She then applied a delicate and understated makeup look.
After we finished doing these things, she regretted it. But after some hesitation, they didn't change it back. Who knew that Zhang Han would see through their scheme?
He even used it to make fun of himself. This made Tang Yun feel a little ashamed. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Han. She wanted to use her disdain to mask the panic in her heart.
Chapter 102: A Precious Gift. Where's the gift Xiao Ye gave me? Give me the things and you can go back.
Tang Yun had a stern face, and her tone was somewhat impolite. Zhang Han wasn't annoyed, but simply smiled slightly and said, "Aunt Tang, I'm a little thirsty.
Aren't you going to invite me in to sit down and have a cup of tea? I hope you die of thirst, you little rascal."
Tang Yun rolled her eyes slightly again, but still reluctantly said, "Oh, then you can leave after you've had your tea." Zhang Han walked into Tang Yun's house. He closed the door behind him. Then he swaggered over and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He happily crossed his legs, leaning back on the sofa. This casual and natural demeanor. It was just like the male homeowner returning to his own home. Tang Yun felt a little itchy after seeing it. She held her breath and went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water. Then I poured the boiling water directly into the cup without mixing it with any cold water. He then brought it over to Zhang Han. He said irritably, "You can drink it now, but hurry up and leave." Zhang Han didn't notice either. I picked it up casually. I took a small sip. It sprayed out directly. I almost jumped up. He said with a helpless, wry smile, "Aunt Tang, are you trying to scald me to death?" Tang Yun saw Zhang Han's disheveled appearance. A deep smile appeared in the corner of his eye. But he said, "Didn't you want tea?" "Of course, it's better if it's hotter." "That's not the right way to heat it, is it?" Zhang Han immediately understood that Tang Yun was deliberately setting him up to avenge his previous one-word rebuke. He stuck out his tongue pitifully, saying, "Look, it's all swollen from the heat." Tang Yun was too embarrassed to look at this. She turned her head away shyly. She scolded, "How disgusting! Why are you sticking your head out like that?" Zhang Han continued to feign grievance, but the boiling water was really hot, it even made me blister. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun felt a little embarrassed. "I just did that. It seems a little excessive. After all, it was boiling water. It can still easily cause harm." She picked up the cup on the table and said, not really meaning it, "You didn't even check the temperature before drinking it. I'll go get you some cold water." As she spoke, she went to the kitchen and poured some mineral water into a glass. Then I went to the storeroom and got some ointment and cotton swabs. Then we returned to the living room. He handed the ointment and cotton swabs to Zhang Han. "Here, apply a little to the burned area, and it will be fine in no time." Zhang Han chuckled, "Why don't you help me apply it, Aunt Tang? I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well myself." Tang Yun's delicate eyebrows immediately stood up. "You want me to apply this for you? Don't you have hands?" When he said this, the image subconsciously surfaced in her mind. That night at One Bond Mansion, she applied the ointment to the wound on Zhang Han's shoulder. By the time she came to her senses, she noticed that Zhang Han was looking at her with a strange expression. Tang Yun couldn't help but blush, and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Han smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that night when Aunt Tang applied the ointment to me." Tang Yun's heart skipped a beat. She and Zhang Han had actually thought of the same thing at the same time. This subtle feeling. It made her heart beat a little faster for no reason. Tang Yun forced herself to calm down and tried to appear nonchalant, saying, "Oh." Zhang Han smiled. He didn't continue to flirt with Tang Yun. He applied the ointment himself. Then he took out the imperial green jade bead necklace from his pocket and casually said, "Here, this is from Xiaoye." Tang Yun was stunned when she took the necklace. She has a very deep understanding of jade and gemstones. I consider myself a seasoned enthusiast. Each bead on this bracelet has a pure and rich color, with a subtle blue tint within the green. It gives people a sense of noble beauty. It feels very warm to the touch with a slight coolness, which makes one feel refreshed. This is absolutely the most expensive imperial green jadeite of all quality. Moreover, it's the finest of imperial green. Even a tiny piece of imperial green jade the size of a fingernail commands an astonishingly high price. This necklace has more than 30 imperial green jadeite beads of this quality. After a brief moment of being mesmerized by the breathtaking beauty of this jade bead necklace, Tang Yun carefully placed the necklace on the table. Then he affirmed, "This wasn't given to me by Xiaoye. Judging from the condition of this necklace, I'm afraid even selling the house she's currently living in wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. How could Mu Xiaoye possibly have such financial resources, giving her such an expensive gift?" Zhang Han shook his head and said, "It's Xiaoye's idea, but I'm just offering a small token of my appreciation." He. Tang Yun gave a disdainful sneer. "Do you really think she's a 3-year-old child who's so easy to fool? Just a small token of my appreciation. This gesture alone could buy you a top-tier luxury apartment in downtown Shanghai." She shook her head and refused, saying, "It's too valuable, I can't accept it."
"You should keep it for yourself." "Oh." Jung Han didn't waste any words and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Tang Yun saw it. I was stunned again. Although she genuinely didn't want the necklace.
But when I refused, I was actually mentally prepared to decline multiple times.
But to everyone's surprise, Jung Han didn't even try to persuade him.
He simply stuffed the necklace into his pocket. He seemed completely indifferent.
This made Tang Yun very angry. Sometimes,
what girls care about is not how much the gift is worth.
It's not the sentiment behind it, but the intention it reveals. Although Tang Yun didn't say it. However, after seeing this imperial green jadeite bead necklace, actually, I'm still a little happy.
Although she knew that this kind of happiness was wrong and immoral.
But some things, it is not subject to human will.
It is beyond our control. However, Tang Yun did not lose her mind and had extremely strong self-control.
So she controlled herself very well. Choose to refuse.
But Jung Han's nonchalant attitude just now, as if to say if you don't want it, then so be it. This made her very unhappy. However, Tang Yun couldn't use this as an excuse to lash out.
He can only say with a stern face, "You can leave now."
Jung Han did not get up.
He then comfortably lay down on the sofa. He said lazily, "If you don't accept this necklace, I'll sleep here tonight."
After saying that, he closed his eyes.
It looks like she's really sleeping. You. Seeing Jung Han's shameless demeanor, Tang Yun was furious. But for some reason,
another emotion that shouldn't have arisen. It appeared in her heart. This made Tang Yun feel valued.
I feel a little bit happy. To praise something, first criticize it. This is a trick that even elementary school students know. But it is precisely because it works. That's why it's widely known and familiar to everyone. But she has no chance of accepting the necklace. They definitely wouldn't let Jung Han stay here. Tang Yun frowned and said, "If you don't leave, I'm going to call Xiaoye."
"Okay, then please tell Xiaoye for me that I'll be sleeping here tonight and won't be going back."
Jung Han waved his hand dismissively. He's taking a gamble.
I bet Tang Yun wouldn't dare make that call to Mu Xiaoye.
After all, once the call is made, many things become inexplicable. Especially between Jung Han and Tang Yun.
So many stories have happened that cannot be told to outsiders. After making this call, Mu Xiaoye is the one most likely to get hurt. Unless Tang Yun can really harden her heart. He watched his daughter heartbroken.
Otherwise,
in the end, we had no choice but to give up. They went further and further down the path of self-deception, sinking deeper and deeper into it.
Until one becomes unable to extricate oneself, unable to escape. Tang Yun also spoke her mind.
Only then did I realize that I shouldn't make this call. With her intelligence,
I've already figured it out.
This jade bead necklace was definitely not a gift from her daughter, Mu Xiaoye. It was definitely Jung Han, that little bastard, who lied to her so he could come find her.
Mu Xiaoye is most likely unaware of this matter. If I were to make that call, then there are too many things that need to be explained. For example, how did Jung Han know their home address? And why did she let Jung Han in late at night so that the two of them could be alone? And the answers behind these questions. Obviously, this cannot be told to Mu Xiaoye. Before we knew it,
she and Jung Han have already had too much going on.
It must not be known to outsiders. Especially the things that Mu Xiaoye knew. What's even more infuriating is, Tang Yun couldn't expose Jung Han's lie yet. Otherwise,
the two of them would then face an extremely awkward situation.
This is something Tang Yun is trying her best to avoid.
As long as some things aren't said in public.
So there are some things you can pretend you don't know. Although doing so is like an ostrich.
Bury your head in the sand.
It seems a bit ridiculous. But it's the only solution Tang Yun can think of right now. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down.
Then, in the calmest possible tone, he said, "Jung Han, there is absolutely no way I will accept this necklace.
If you insist on staying here, then fine, I'll leave."
As she spoke, Tang Yun picked up her bag.
He walked straight out the door. She wasn't putting on airs. It was the only solution she could think of at the moment. We can't afford to mess with them. can't she just hide away?
Zhang Han lay lazily on the sofa and said, okay, then I'll call Xiaoye and tell her I won't be going back tonight, or maybe I can ask her to come and stay with me.
I think Xiaoye hasn't been home for a while, she might miss her little room. You. Tang Yun turned around. She glared angrily at Zhang Han. This is a blatant threat against her. That little rascal. What a scoundrel. Tang Yun looked angry. It actually has a very charming quality. Especially those curved willow leaf eyebrows. After it wrinkles up, it possesses a captivating charm that defies description. Zhang Han was slightly lost in thought after seeing it. But things quickly returned to normal. He sat up from the sofa and said sincerely, Aunt Tang, why are you doing this? If you accept this necklace, I will leave immediately and will not bother you again. Tang Yun was also helpless. She sighed and said, how can you give someone a gift like that? If I don't accept it willingly, how can I be happy? You have to understand that forced relationships are never sweet, and some things cannot be forced. When she said this, there was a hidden meaning in her words. Zhang Han chuckled and said, forced love is never sweet, but it quenches thirst. Besides, Aunt Tang, how come you don't know you don't like it if you don't accept it? Chapter 103 Many things are either 0 times or countless times. He. Tang Yun gave another cold laugh. She figured it out. Zhang Han came here today just to act like a scoundrel to her. But she couldn't do anything about this tactic. There's a reason why it's said that even the most virtuous women can be swayed by persistent suitors. Tang Yun is now genuinely scared. They wanted to get rid of Zhang Han as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will get later and later. The likelihood of Mu Xiaoye discovering this is increasing. At that time, it can easily get out of control. She also sat down on the sofa. Then, speaking carefully and deliberately, he said, I do like jade, but I prefer the ones I buy myself, not the ones given to me by others, especially the ones you gave me. Have I made myself clear enough? Zhang Han shrugged and said, this necklace wasn't originally a gift from me, it was a present from Xiaoyu to you. Even with Tang Yun's refinement, everyone felt an urge to swear. Who exactly sent this necklace? Don't you have any self-awareness? But that's exactly what happened. She couldn't expose Zhang Han's lie. And they also have to help maintain this ridiculous lie. The clock on the wall was about to strike 10 p.m. Tang Yun sighed as if resigned to her fate and said, fine, I can accept this necklace, but you can't let Xiaoye give me any more gifts in the future. Oh, and you can't either. Zhang Han chuckled and said, I can't say for sure. Many things. There are often only 0 times and countless times. Once a certain bottom line is crossed, it can easily get out of control later on. Why did Zhang Han force Tang Yun to give him a gift today? They even resorted to a bit of shamelessness. That's exactly what we're aiming for. As long as she accepts it the first time, there will be a second time, a third time, a fourth time, and countless times in the future. Later on, she would also take the initiative to find reasons to persuade and comfort oneself. Since you've already received the gift, there shouldn't be any big deal about eating alone, right? Since you're already eating alone, then taking a walk together and enjoying the breeze wouldn't be a big deal, right? In the end, what will the outcome be? Need I say more? This was Zhang Han's plan. Step by step, slowly eroding Tang Yun's defenses. After all, their identities are an extremely difficult barrier to overcome. Especially with Mu Xiaoye standing as a formidable obstacle in the middle. So there are some things. Don't rush. We must proceed gradually. Tang Yun was finally convinced by Zhang Han's persistent and unyielding attitude. Her only thought right now. The goal is to get through this hurdle as quickly as possible. Send that little rascal Zhang Han away. Please don't let Mu Xiaoye find out. So she stopped dwelling on Zhang Han's previous words and said directly, okay, you can leave the necklace here. Can you go now? Zhang Han stood up and smiled, of course. But he did not walk towards the door. Instead, he grabbed the imperial green jade bead necklace from the table. He slowly walked up to Tang Yun, step by step. At this time, the entire living room was unusually quiet. Tang Yun could almost hear her own heartbeat. Thump! Thump! As Zhang Han's handsome face drew closer and closer, she watched him. Tang Yun seemed a little stunned. I stood there dumbfounded.
Zhang Han smiled slightly, holding the imperial green jade bead necklace in his hand. It was gently placed on Tang Yun's swan-like, fair and slender neck. Then his fingers inadvertently slid down Tang Yun's waterfall-like, smooth hair. He gently stroked her head twice.
It's like petting a kitten. Tang Yun instinctively shuddered.
A blush started to spread rapidly across her neck. They didn't stop until they had stained her translucent earlobes red. Zhang Han looked at Tang Yun and said in a magnetic voice, "Aunt Tang, I've heard that jade can ward off disasters. I hope this necklace can help you protect your good fortune." For a moment, Tang Yun dared not look Zhang Han in the eye. After taking 2 steps back slightly, with her head bowed, she said in a barely audible voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, You can leave now, right?"
Zhang Han smiled.
They were just about to leave. However, before leaving, he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Aunt Tang, there's been some progress on the matter of the planting base for the raw materials of the beauty cream.
When are you free? Shall we go over and take a look together?"
Zhang Han was talking about serious business.
Tang Yun's expression turned serious. After considering it for a moment, she said, "How about next week?"
Meng Yao from the East New District told me that Yanxia Construction will start construction at the end of this month, and there will be a lot of things to do then. We should finish our inspection of the medicinal herb planting base as soon as possible and come back as soon as possible. Although she has been trying to escape these past few days.
I left One Bund Mansion.
She did not live with Zhang Han and Mu Xiaoye. However, she did not give up on the matter of the new cosmetics company. Instead, they have been following up very responsibly.
I didn't deliberately sabotage my work because I was unhappy. Regarding work and life, Tang Yun was still very good at distinguishing them. She knew that too. Zhang Han's investment of tens of billions of yuan is no joke. If you cause a project to fail or be abandoned because of your momentary anger, that's incredibly irresponsible.
Zhang Han nodded and said, "Okay, then next week, the 3 of us, you, Xiao Chun, and I will go to Ji Province for an inspection."
Tang Yun nodded and agreed.
Having said all he needed to say, Zhang Han didn't linger and turned to leave. As he walked out of the house, he turned back, smiled at Tang Yun, and said loudly,
"Aunt Tang, this necklace looks really good on you."
After saying that, he closed the door and left gracefully.
Tang Yun stood still.
His expression was complicated.
She subconsciously touched the imperial green jade bead necklace she was wearing around her neck.
The jade is warm and smooth, with a hint of coolness.
Tang Yun slowly walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. Looking at myself in the mirror,
he was momentarily lost in thought.
A long time passed.
She then carefully removed the jade bead necklace from her neck and placed it into a safe.
Chapter 104: Teaching the Little Maid to Play the Piano.
Even at night, there is still a lot of traffic in Shanghai. 40 minutes later, Zhang Han drove his Aston Martin 177 back to the Bun No. 1 mansion.
As soon as he opened the door, the little maid Mu Xiaoye couldn't wait to jump into his arms. "Master, why are you only just getting back? I missed you so much."
Zhang Han smiled and lifted her up. He lifted me high and spun me around in place several times. This caused Mu Xiaoye to moan softly repeatedly.
Only then did they put her down. "You mean, master, you're always bullying me?" Although that's what they say. But Mu Xiaoye's pretty face was full of happiness. Zhang Han smiled and took out an exquisite white box from his pocket. "Look, do you like it? I bought it for you specially at the auction today." "Oh. Master, you went to the auction?" Mu Xiaoye took the box with delight and asked, "Is the auction fun? What's it like inside? Is everyone holding up a paddle and bidding, and are there lots of people scrambling for things?" A series of questions. Zhang Han couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. She herself, the little maid. They're really getting more and more naive and innocent these days. It feels like I'm being pampered like a little daughter. "Don't rush, take a look and see if you like it first, then I'll tell you slowly." Kindness. Mu Xiaoye nodded vigorously. Then the box was opened. Inside was Cartier's Emerald Tiger Diamond Brooch. An exquisitely crafted tiger. It shines brightly under the lights. "Wow! So beautiful!" Mu Xiaoye exclaimed with delight. "As long as it's a woman. For this kind of buling. Something shiny." Most of them have little resistance. What's more, this tiger brooch is a Cartier piece. And it's truly high-end custom made. There's a saying about Cartier. The emperor of jewels, the emperor's jewels.
Perhaps this is due to the increase in Cartier stores in the country during the hot summer months. This has led some people to misunderstand Cartier.
I think it's a nouveau riche brand, similar to LV. In reality, the Cartier that ordinary people see is not the same Cartier that old money people see.
Although the authorities will not acknowledge it. But in fact, there are still two Cartiers today. One is Cartier, which you can buy in boutiques if you have money. The other is the high-end Cartier, which is always aloof and arrogant, and picky about the qualifications of its customers. It silently supports the overall style of the brand.
They are typically only seen at certain high-end jewelry exhibitions and auctions. You simply can't buy it through ordinary channels.
Although Jianghan only spent a mere sum to acquire this Cartier Emerald Tiger Diamond brooch.
2 million yuan.
But that's only in comparison to that imperial green jadeite bead necklace worth a staggering 200 million yuan.
It looks somewhat cheap. The diamond brooch actually costs 2 million summer coins. Even in the eyes of the super rich. They are all made of genuine luxury leather. A tiny tiger pin is worth as much as 2 brand new Porsche Panameras.
This kind of extravagance.
It's enough to leave countless people dumbfounded and speechless.
Although Mu Xiaoye wasn't quite sure about the price of this Emerald Tiger Diamond brooch.
However, it has an exquisite appearance and gorgeous design. He instantly captured Mu Xiaoye's heart.
She couldn't wait to hang the pin on the collar of her maid outfit.
Then, with a look of anticipation, she asked Zhang Han, "Master, is it beautiful?" "Nice." Zhang Han affectionately patted Mu Xiaoye's head. Perhaps it's due to a compensatory mentality. After all, Tang Yun had just been wiped not long ago. Therefore, Zhang Han's affection for Mu Xiaoye has only grown stronger now. He took the initiative and said, "How about I play you a piano piece?" "Okay."
Mu Xiaoye was so excited she almost jumped up. Although Zhang Han possesses top-tier piano playing skills.
But I rarely play the piano at home. This only happened when he was teaching Mu Xiaoye to play the piano. That's when I'll casually compose a few lines. Give her a demonstration. But I've only played a complete piece a few times in total. Moreover, all of these occurred after Mu Xiaoye made significant sacrifices. For example, it can learn from cats and dogs and provide its owner with a special wake-up call service in the morning. Now Zhang Han has offered to play the piano for her. Mu Xiaoye was naturally very happy. Zhang Han walked to the Steinway grand piano in the living room and sat down. His back was straight.
His face showed a meticulous and focused expression. That elegant, noble, and charming temperament.
This immediately made Mu Xiaoye's heart flutter. No matter when or how many times. She felt that way. Zhang Han playing the piano. It's the most captivating.
Zhang Han gently placed his hands on the piano keys, and the notes, like the tinkling of a clear spring, slowly drifted out.
Mu Xiaoye quickly became immersed in the beautiful music. It was so beautiful, so graceful. It was like an angel's hymn. It makes one's soul feel elevated. The piece was finished. Zhang Han even playfully added a dazzling embellishment. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but step forward and hug Zhang Han. "Master, you are so amazing, I really like you so much." Zhang Han smiled and pecked Mu Xiaoye's pretty cheek, saying, "Now it's your turn to play." Mu Xiaoye nodded obediently and sat down on the piano bench. Unexpectedly, Zhang Han gave her a light tap. Then, with a cold and serious expression, he said, "You're sitting in the wrong place." At first, Mu Xiaoye was a little confused. She only realized it later. Mu Xiaoye got up and sat on the piano bench, and said softly, "Master, is this the right way?" Chapter 105 Mu Xiaoye cosplays Tang Yun? He gave the little maid a good talking to. What is the correct posture for playing the piano? Zhang Han lit a cigar with satisfaction. Ever since the maid had advised him to smoke less several times. Zhang Han then asked his housekeeper, Lucy, to buy some cigars. This stuff doesn't go past the lungs when you smoke it. It causes slightly less harm to the body. And it looks more sophisticated. It is a favorite of many celebrities, politicians, and wealthy businessmen. For example, the famous Iron Prime Minister of the British Empire was particularly fond of smoking cigars. Zhang Han was only a beginner. But savor it carefully. I found that it does have a certain appeal. After the maid Mu Xiaoye returned from washing up in the nearby restroom, looking at Jiang Han, who was puffing out smoke. Resting her chin on her hands, she exclaimed admiringly, "Wow, master, you look so stylish smoking a cigar." "Haha, really?" Jiang Han held a cigar between his fingers, striking a pose reminiscent of Chow Yun Fat's signature cool pose from a movie. Mu Xiaoye was instantly captivated. "Master, if you were to make a movie, you would definitely charm countless young girls." She sat down next to Jiang Han. He said with a grin. "Is that even a question?" "Absolutely." Jiang Han smiled and exhaled a smoke ring, saying calmly. Mu Xiaoye gave a soft hum. "I don't want my master to make movies, otherwise who knows how many shameless women will try to steal you from me." Mu Xiaoye nestled in Jiang Han's arms and whispered. "The man is too outstanding. It's also a burden for women. Especially someone like Jiang Han. He is handsome and has a terrifying family background. Living in a multi-million-dollar apartment on the banks of the Huangpu River. He drives a world-class supercar worth 50 million. He's also an incredibly talented boy who plays the piano exceptionally well. This is something even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray. If it were shown, it might be criticized by the audience for being unrealistic. There's no way there could be such a perfect man in the world." Mu Xiaoye said it, though she didn't say it out loud. "But I'm under pressure. It's actually still very, very big." She often felt that she was not good enough for Jiang Han. Who knows when? Jiang Han didn't want her anymore. This also led to Mu Xiaoye feeling extremely inferior in this relationship. It belongs to a position of continuous dedication. Proud as she is, she is willing to wear different maid outfits every day. Call Jiang Han master. It also unlocked a variety of learning materials for him. In the past, Mu Xiaoye could never have imagined it. "I never imagined I would be willing to do this for a man. To this extent." Even so, Mu Xiaoye still felt uneasy. So even though Jiang Han has been coming home late lately, she doesn't dare to ask him what he's been doing outside. Has he been with other women? Because she was afraid. If Jiang Han says it out loud, it means he doesn't want her anymore. Mu Xiaoye also chose to bury her head in the sand when it came to love. Just like Tang Yun. However, the issues they avoided were different. One reason is the fear of being abandoned by Jiang Han. The other reason is fear of facing the relationship. Fortunately, Jiang Han showed a lot of care for the little maid during this time. This made Mu Xiaoye feel much better. At the same time, she harbors feelings of love for Jiang Han. It's getting deeper and deeper. It gradually became something that was impossible to give up. It has become an indispensable part of my life. She hugged Jiang Han and whispered her love for him. Jiang Han was deeply moved upon hearing this. Humans are not plants or trees, how can they be without feelings? Especially for such a cute little maid. He stroked Mu Xiaoye's hair and said softly, "Don't worry, no matter what, you will always be my little maid, and we will live together forever." Although there was no way to give Mu Xiaoye a promise of lifelong commitment to one person. But I want her to stay by my side forever. This is also Jiang Han's true thought. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye nodded vigorously. He said firmly, "Yes. We must stay together like this forever." The two sat on the huge balcony, which was 14 meters wide. A gentle evening breeze was blowing. I enjoyed the Huangpu River at night for a while. Stars hang low over the vast plains, the moon surges in the great river's flow. Jiang Han stood by the railing and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful view." Only by standing at such a height can one truly understand. Only then can you appreciate this magnificent scenery. Judging from the night view alone, the luxury mansions at Bund 1 Mansion, priced at over 100 million yuan, are well worth the price. Jiang Han looked around for a while. Then he turned around and hugged the little maid, saying gently, "Let's go upstairs. It's cold at night, so be careful not to catch a cold." Kindness. Mu Xiaoye nodded obediently. They followed Jiang Han up to the second floor. When Mu Xiaoye opened her bedroom door, Jiang Han was about to follow them inside and learn something from the little maid. But looking ahead at Tang Yun's room, in Jiang Han's heart, a sudden impulse welled up within me. He took the hand of the little maid Mu Xiaoye, amidst her puzzled gaze. She said softly, let's study somewhere else today. As he spoke, he pointed to Tang Yun's room. A hint of shyness flashed across Mu Xiaoye's pretty face. Isn't this inappropriate? Jiang Han smiled and said, it's nothing, just a change of scenery for studying. Besides, Anne Tang isn't here either. After saying that, Jiang Han then took Mu Xiaoye's hand and led her into Tang Yun's room. Although Tang Yun no longer lives in this room, but her faint sense still lingered in the room. It's as if she's still there. It's obvious. Tang Yun left in a hurry that day. Choosing to leave Bund One Mansion was probably a hasty decision. So there are still many of her personal belongings in the room. For example, clothing and the like. Jiang Han pointed to a black Dior autumn women's suit and said, would you like to try this outfit on? I think it would look quite good on you. Although Mu Xiaoye didn't understand why Jiang Han said that. However, the master spoke up. She'll definitely be obedient and listen to me. So she took off her maid outfit and put on that black Dior fall women's suit. Then she put on a pair of black stockings. Mu Xiaoye's figure is similar to Tang Yun's. They are all tall and beautiful women, each 1.7 meters tall. They even share some similarities in their eyes and brows. After changing into Tang Yun's work uniform, Jiang Han vaguely saw Tang Yun's shadow in her. The only slight regret is, Mu Xiaoye still has a somewhat immature demeanor. She lacks the unique charm of a mature woman. It might make you look a bit immature. Moreover, she doesn't have the same treasure as Tang Yun. There is still a considerable gap between her and Tang Yun. Jiang Han took a good look at the little maid after she changed her clothes. The two locked eyes. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but lower her head shyly. Wearing Tang Yun's Dior women's suit always made her feel a little strange. She asked resentfully, Master, is this all right? Jiang Han smiled, wondering if what he was doing counted as having the little maid cosplay Tang Yun. He shook his head and said, wait a little longer. Chapter 106 Zhou Yutan's Visit. The little maid, wearing Tang Yun's black Dior women's suit, was playing Honor of Kings and said in a coquettish tone, Master, you're amazing. Jiang Han coughed twice, feigning nonchalance, and said, Honey, it's getting late, you should go back and rest. You bad guy. Mu Xiaoye gave a soft snort. Then he went back to his room. Jiang Han touched his chin. I returned to my room. Then silently recite in your mind, withdraw S-level crisis sensing potion. A transparent glass test tube appeared in his hand. It contains an orange-yellow liquid. It was bubbling with tiny, tiny bubbles. Jiang Han drank it down without hesitation. The moment it entered my mouth, I instinctively frowned. Damn it! So bitter. It felt similar to eating a bitter melon. Jiang Han pinched his nose and drank the bottle of crisis-sensing potion. A few seconds later, he felt a slight burning sensation on his skin. It doesn't hurt. But I feel a little uncomfortable. This feeling comes and goes quickly. Jiang Han quickly returned to normal. Although on the surface he did not appear to have changed. However, Jiang Han knew. He now possesses Spider-Man's crisis perception abilities. In the future, when something dangerous or unexpected might happen around you, your own body will send out warnings. Personal safety will be greatly guaranteed. After Jiang Han had adjusted to the changes in his body for a while, he took out his phone and made a call to Jennifer, who was on the other side of the ocean. The call was connected very quickly. Hi. Mr. Jiang. Good afternoon. Jennifer's voice held a hint of surprise. Jiang Han smiled and said, it's already evening for me. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the time difference. Jennifer apologized repeatedly, then asked, Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? I need your help with something small. Jiang Han said calmly. Jennifer readily agreed, just tell me, I'll do anything I can for you. This was a successful negotiation with Jiang Han. It brought her great benefits. You could say that. If nothing unexpected happens, the position of the next head of the L'Oréal family will be handed over to her. All of this stemmed from Jiang Han's prompt cooperation. Jiang Han smiled and said, I hope L'Oréal Group can use the name of the company headquarters to help me send an application for inspection to Ji Province. As you know, in the sweltering summer, you need to be a little more ostentatious. L'Oréal is, after all, a super large multinational corporation with a market value of over 500 billion. If we could leverage its influence. It's much more convenient to do certain things in the hot summer.
Especially when one wants to speak directly with the bigwigs of G Province. Jennifer agreed without hesitation. No problem, I will immediately notify the board of directors to issue a formal request for inspection to G Province on behalf of L'Oreal Group headquarters.
Okay, then I'll trouble you. After exchanging a few polite words, I hung up the phone. Jung Han did not call any of his other companies. Although these companies have revealed their full strength. It could even shock the world. Perhaps even people in the capital will take the initiative to contact me. However, it was still in its early stages. It does not have sufficient influence domestically. Jung Han will not consider this issue for the time being. It has the backing of L'Oreal Group headquarters. That's enough to make the bigwigs in G Province take this seriously. After handling the matter,
Jung Han then drifted off to sleep.
The next day, Jung Han was woken up from his sleep by the little maid Mu Xiaoye. Master, wake up. The sun's already shining on your bottom. Listening to the little maid's soft, sweet voice,
Jung Han stretched comfortably.
A wonderful life. It all started with the little maid helping to wake me up. After getting up, Jung Han lazily yawned. Upon seeing this, Mu Xiaoye blushed and asked, Master, do you need me to wake you up? You seem a little sleepy.
At the request of the little maid,
Jung Han naturally wouldn't refuse.
The little maid then performed a bunny dance in front of Jung Han.
20 minutes later, he inhaled the fragrance of Mu Xiaoye's hair and sighed contentedly. I feel energized again. Really? I want to be full of energy every morning. It's absolutely impossible to do without a maid. After washing up, Jung Han took Mu Xiaoye to the restaurant downstairs for a meal. During the meal, Mu Xiaoye casually remarked, Master, tomorrow is Saturday. After saying that, her big, bright eyes, it just blinked. He stared at Jung Han. It's as if they're expecting something. Jung Han was stunned for a moment at first. After not understanding what the little maid meant by that. What's wrong? He asked curiously.
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye immediately pouted, looking aggrieved. Her pretty face was also sullen from crying. They looked particularly pitiful. She whispered, Master, you promised me that we would go to Disneyland together this weekend.
Oh, right.
Jung Han recalled that he had indeed promised Mu Xiaoye. I'll take her to Disneyland this weekend. Moreover, Tang Yun seemed to have said that she wanted to go together.
Thinking of this, Jung Han's mind started to wander. My little darling, don't be sad. I've been so busy lately that I can't quite remember everything right now. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you to Disneyland tomorrow. I promise I won't go back on my word.
As he spoke, Jung Han took out his phone and called Lucy.
She said, Hey, Lucy? I'm going to Disneyland tomorrow. Could you help me arrange a hotel and a package ticket? No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Lucy respectfully agreed. Mu Xiaoye overheard this conversation. His expression immediately brightened.
A radiant smile blossomed on her face.
It pecked Jung Han and said, Master, you're so sweet, moi. Jung Han smiled and said, That's for sure. The two were chatting. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Jung Han was quite curious. Generally speaking, not many people come to visit me. The housekeeper, Lucy, would never come up without her permission. Could it be that Tang Yun has returned? But she should have the key. Jung Han walked to the double doors and opened them.
They discovered that popular actress Jo Yuton was standing prettily outside.
She wore a blue Balenciaga sweatshirt and skinny jeans today. It looks quite youthful and stylish. It really brings out her incredibly pure and innocent face. It makes people nostalgic for their own beautiful youth. Jo Yuton smiled sweetly and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I hope I didn't disturb you? No, is there anything I can help you with?
Jung Han said calmly.
Jo Yuton, holding an exquisite wooden box, said, I felt a little guilty about receiving such an expensive bottle of red wine from you before, so when I went to Hong Kong for an event the other day, I brought you a small gift.
Jung Han took the box and looked at it. There was a beautifully crafted flower-shaped cross on it. This is the iconic symbol of Patek Philippe, the world's leading watch brand.
Carazoa Cross. Jung Han opened the box.
Inside was a Patek Philippe watch. Although I'm not entirely sure about the exact price, I can tell from the complexity of the dial.
The price is probably quite high. Chapter 107. The real intention is not in the wine.
Zhou Yutong carefully observed Jiang Han's expression. I don't know if my gift will meet his expectations. This watch is an ultra-complicated minute repeater watch that she had arranged to reserve from Patek Philippe headquarters.
The price exceeds a full 3 million summer coins.
This excludes a small number of ultra-rare and limited edition models.
This is currently the most expensive Patek Philippe model available for sale.
Although compared to the value of Jiang Han's case of 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild, a non-sale edition red wine,
it's still quite a bit short. But it is also the most sincere gift that Zhou Yutong can offer at the moment.
After all, those top-tier watches aren't something a celebrity like her can easily obtain.
Even some of the top billionaires and high-ranking officials. Everyone is queuing up for it.
In order to maintain the brand's high-end image. Situations like this, where money can't buy something, happen frequently. Jiang Han looked at the watch in the box, smiled and shook his head, saying, Miss Zhou, this little gift of yours is truly precious.
Zhou Yutong laughed and said, Mr. Jiang, you're really making fun of me. Compared to your generous gesture, what is my little bit? Okay, then I'll take this watch.
Jiang Han casually put the watch on his left wrist and then placed the wooden box in the storage compartment in the entryway. Fortunately, he didn't have any luxury watches on hand.
This one was a gift from Zhou Yutong. It's usable enough for now. After all, it's a Patek Philippe. The brand is decent. The appearance is also quite nice. Zhou Yutong was overjoyed that Jiang Han was willing to accept her gift. It is also a manifestation of attitude. She smiled and said, Then I won't bother you any longer, Mr. Jiang. I wish you a happy life. After saying that, he then waved his hand. She flashed a sweet smile. Then he turned around and went back to his home.
Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, glancing at the watch on his wrist.
He muttered to himself. This is a famous celebrity neighbor. She seems to have quite a few hidden thoughts. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. I'm too lazy to even try to guess what Zhou Yutong is thinking. If the other party really has something in mind,
they'll naturally show their true colors when the time comes.
He doesn't need to waste his energy. Back in the living room, Mu Xiaoye asked, Master, who was that just now?
Jiang Han didn't hide anything and said with a smile, Zhou Yutong said she just came back from Hong Kong Island and brought me some small gifts. As he spoke, he gestured with the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist.
Ah! It's her. Mu Xiaoye's expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. She muttered to herself, Why would Zhou Yutong give you a gift? Lafite Winery sent some wine over before, so I gave her a case. After all, we're neighbors and see each other all the time. She probably felt bad about it, so she gave me a gift in return. Jiang Han explained with a smile. Oh. After hearing Jiang Han's explanation, Mu Xiaoye's complexion was still not very good.
A strong sense of crisis arose in her heart.
Zhou Yutong is a very popular actress and the queen of the Jade Girl genre. A super popular female celebrity in China.
In terms of looks, she is no less attractive than her. In terms of wealth and fame, they far surpass him.
Now she suddenly comes to Jiang Han's door with a gift. How could Mu Xiaoye not be worried? I'm afraid Zhou Yutong's true intentions are not what they seem. The gift given to Jiang Han was a pretense. Her real intention is to seduce Jiang Han. But she was too embarrassed to get angry at Jiang Han about it. Because in this relationship, Mu Xiaoye's status was actually quite low. Even though I feel a little wronged right now, I also felt a little worried. But she didn't say anything. He just silently endured it all by himself. Jiang Han noticed that the little maid's expression was off. He asked with concern, What's wrong? Are you all right?
After all, he wasn't exactly a friend of women.
It's not a tapeworm in Mu Xiaoye's stomach either. Thoughts about girls. It is also very difficult to fully grasp it. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said, No, it's nothing. Look at what she said. Jiang Han had a headache. When a girl talks to you, you have to listen to her words in reverse. It's like having nothing at all. Then forget it, it just can't be forgotten. No, I want it.
Jiang Han carefully considered the conversation they had just had.
he said, both amused and exasperated. Hey, little cutie, you're not jealous, are you? I didn't. I didn't. Mu Xiaoya's pretty face flushed slightly. He turned his head away. He dared not look Zhang Han in the eye. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Han was pretty sure. The little maid was genuinely jealous. He reached out and ruffled Mu Xiaoya's hair, laughing as he said, "They're just neighbors coming over to deliver a gift, what's there to be jealous about?" I didn't. Mu Xiaoya's voice grew softer and softer. Then she turned around and hugged Zhang Han, as if coaxing him. A big star like Zhou Yutong, who is very beautiful, has long legs, and looks very pure, wouldn't she be especially popular with you guys? I'm not sure if other people like me or not, I don't really feel anything about it. Zhang Han is so clever. They wouldn't easily fall for such a deadly question. Mu Xiaoya continued, what if she likes you? Like, she can't live without you, and she'd rather die than not marry you? There are plenty of girls who like me, but I can't have them all. Even if I wanted to, my body couldn't handle it. You little vixen, you're always thinking of ways to drain my body dry. Zhang Han smiled and pinched Mu Xiaoya's delicate little nose. Mu Xiaoya blushed and threw a flurry of cat-like punches at Zhang Han, playfully scolding, "You rascal! I didn't drain you dry. You're the one who wanted to bully me. Yes. It's me. Zhang Han smiled and begged for mercy. After the roughhousing, Mu Xiaoya's mood improved considerably. I'm not as conflicted or worried as before. But in her heart, however, a thorn was inevitably planted in the shadows. The appearance of Zhou Yutong. This gave Mu Xiaoya a strong sense of crisis. This is also why she directly felt Zhang Han's attraction. Even a great beauty and star like Zhou Yutong. They all took the initiative to give Zhang Han gifts. Try to get closer to him. It goes without saying. There are countless beautiful women outside. She's interested in Zhang Han. But regarding this, Mu Xiaoya could do nothing about it. She didn't even dare to ask Zhang Han for anything. I can only keep these worries to myself. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhang Han did not go out this morning. After having lunch with the little maid, that's when I decided to go find my secretary, Chen Mengyao. I'll discuss with her the business trip I'll be taking to Ji province next week. If done well, perhaps we can take advantage of this business trip to investigate. He was able to make a breakthrough in his relationship with Tang Yun. The meeting was arranged to take place at Chen Mengyao's home. Anyway, this wasn't Zhang Han's first time here. Chapter 108: The Thoughtful Little Secretary. 20 minutes later, Zhang Han drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to the parking lot downstairs from his secretary's house. The car had just come to a complete stop. Zhang Han then spotted Chen Mengyao dressed in a business suit. She had been standing there waiting for him for a long time. "Chairman Jiang, what brings you here today?" As Chen Mengyao spoke, she helped Zhang Han out of the car. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan has a relatively high body. It's a little easier if someone is helping you. Zhang Han chuckled and patted his secretary's bottom, teasingly saying, "Of course it's just whispers in your ear." Chen Mengyao smiled charmingly. "Chairman Jiang, you really know how to joke." As he spoke, he glanced at the imposing, prestigious, and luxurious Rolls-Royce Cullinan behind Zhang Han. "Chairman Jiang, you've changed your car." "Yes, how does it feel?" Zhang Han smiled and stuffed the keys into his pocket. "This car perfectly complements your style, noble, elegant, and exceptionally beautiful," Chen Mengyao said with heartfelt emotion. "The red and white Rolls-Royce Cullinan is indeed very beautiful. It is also very eye-catching." Chen Mengyao couldn't help but glance at it several times. "If you like it, you can take it and play with it for a few days." Seeing his secretary's expression, Zhang Han casually remarked. Chen Mengyao quickly shook her head. "How could I dare to drive that? If I crash, I'm afraid even if I sold everything I own wouldn't be enough to compensate you, Chairman Jiang." Zhang Han laughed and said, "You're already mine, why would you care about this?" As they were talking, he then naturally put his arm around Chen Mengyao's slender waist. The secretary snuggled even closer. His eyes were full of affection. "Chairman Jiang, shall we go upstairs now?" "Okay, I was just about to talk to you about my business trip next week." The two chatted and laughed. I took the elevator upstairs. After entering the secretary's house, Zhang Han was about to take off his shoes.
but Chen Mengyao stopped him.
Chairman Jiang, please sit down. I'll handle these matters. As they were talking, Chen Mengyao then squatted down.
Then he carefully helped Zhang Han take off his shoes. They put slippers on him again.
Looking at a stunning beauty like Chen Mengyao, to treat oneself with such respect,
Zhang Han felt quite pleased.
In terms of demeanor, among the women he knew,
Secretary Chen Mengyao is definitely the one who positions herself the most correctly.
Zhang Han walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa with an air of nonchalance.
Then the secretary busied herself preparing fruit platters, snacks, and tea.
After all this is done, she then asked alluringly, Chairman Jiang, is there anything you need me to do today? Zhang Han didn't rush to state his intentions directly. Instead, she asked, how's the coordination with the infrastructure project in Yanxia going? An Tang said construction could start at the end of this month?
When the topic of work came up, the secretary's expression became much more serious. She replied fluently, yes, Chairman Jiang, the preliminary preparations are almost complete, and the blueprints are currently being designed. The first phase of the project will officially start at the end of the month. I have a relevant report here, would you like to take a look? Such large-scale investment projects as Zhang Han's, it certainly won't be something that can be resolved overnight. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. These are all normal things. Depending on the company's future development, there may be even more changes. Zhang Han nodded and said, okay, then I'll take a look. Although he still trusted his secretary quite a bit. However, trust does not mean ignoring everything. Sometimes, human nature is the most vulnerable to test. Sometimes you are too lenient with your partner. On the contrary, it's harming her. Push her into the abyss of depravity. Express your interest in the project, and then ask a professional third-party organization to supervise and regulate it. That is the most reasonable and rational choice. Chen Mengyao retrieved the report from the room. Zhang Han took it and examined it carefully. Although he's not exactly a professional in this area, you can't really tell anything from such a cursory glance. However, he planned to study economics in college, focusing on things like contracts and projects. It's always good to know more beforehand. Moreover, this is also a way of making a statement. This shows that you value this matter very much. Zhang Han watched for about 20 minutes, then nodded and said, okay, sure. I will ask PricewaterhouseCoopers to come and audit us. Remember to cooperate with their work. PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC is one of the 4 largest accounting firms in the world. Therefore, they are generally referred to as the Big Four in the industry. It is on par with KPMG, EY, and Deloitte. It applies to all students studying accounting. The place I most want to work after graduation. Zhang Han's purpose in mentioning PricewaterhouseCoopers was also to hint at his secretary regarding the accounts at the construction site. He won't just blindly let things take their course and ignore everything. Instead, they will carefully review the application. Chen Mengyao's expression remained unchanged after hearing Zhang Han's words. He smiled and said, yes, Chairman Jiang, I will definitely cooperate with their work. Kindness. Zhang Han nodded. Then she added, by the way, did An Tang mention to you that we're going to Ji Province for a visit and inspection next week? Chen Mengyao nodded and said, Sister Yan asked me about it this morning, and even asked if I wanted her to book the hotel and plane tickets. Zhang Han coughed twice and said, I'll have the housekeeper Lucy arrange that. Actually, I've been thinking, 2 people are enough for the trip to Ji Province. Even with Zhang Han's thick skin. I didn't dare to be too explicit. It was just a subtle, understated suggestion to the secretary. Chen Mengyao was stunned for a moment at first. It took me a while to realize what was happening. He tentatively said, then, Chairman Jiang, I won't be going next week? There's quite a lot going on at the construction site anyway. Zhang Han nodded inwardly. My own little secretary. They really know how to read minds. She still understands him very well. However, this was not his whole plan. He saw that the secretary already understood what he meant. So Zhang Han simply confessed directly. I will still go, but I can come back earlier. If Chen Mengyao had said from the beginning that she wouldn't go, Tang Yun would definitely not agree to go on a business trip to Ji Province with him. But if the secretary goes there and then makes an excuse to come back early, Tang Yun was then forced to stay alone with him in Ji Province. As the saying goes, since we're already here, it's unlikely that Tang Yun will go back directly.
This also makes it easier for Zhang Han to perform some operations. After all, it's thousands of miles away. Mu Xiaoye is not around.
Perhaps their relationship can experience a significant breakthrough.
This is Zhang Han's plan. After hearing Zhang Han's words, Chen Mengyao,
his expression was also a little strange, because she also saw through Zhang Han's sinister intentions behind his plan. He himself was the chairman of the board.
That's quite a clever scheme. As Tang Yun's best friend,
Chen Mengyao could only offer her silent condolences.
My dear best friend, I'm so sorry.
The chairman has spoken, so I have no choice but to do it.
Don't blame me for being heartless. I'm doing this for your own good.
If you could get together with Chairman Jiang, that would be a wonderful story. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyao nodded and said, Chairman Jiang, I understand what you mean.
I will find a way to come back early. The secretary was well behaved and sensible. Zhang Han was very satisfied. Indeed, the best way to pursue a woman is.
The key is to win over her best friend first.
There is an excellent wingman. The help it provided was immense. Even if it's just whispering in someone's ear. Over time,
they can all play a significant role.
Even the most enlightened emperor is not immune to favoring his concubines and their relatives. Take good care of them. This is human nature.
Zhang Han saw that the matter was settled.
Then he prepared to get up and leave.
Seeing this, Chen Mengyao quickly said, President Jiang, I recently learned some massage techniques.
Would you like to try it? Zhang Han understood his secretary's intentions perfectly well.
Although I had already done morning exercises with the maid. But he had consumed an S-grade gene-enhancing potion. He has the physique of a super soldier.
And an incredibly terrifying regenerative ability.
They quickly returned to their peak condition after eating.
So he smiled and patted his secretary, saying, Why don't you come with me to test the car's sound insulation while you're at it?
Chen Mengyao smiled charmingly and said, President Jiang, you know that people have loud voices.
What if others hear us? Ha ha.
Zhang Han chuckled and joked, I'm just afraid your voice isn't loud enough to test the car's sound insulation.
Chen Mengyao took Zhang Han's arm and said coquettishly, Chairman Jiang, you're so naughty, you just know how to bully me.
As he spoke,
the two then put on their shoes and walked to the parking lot.
I drew the car's electric curtains and began testing the sound insulation of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Although I had already tested it with the maid once before. But this time, the evaluation. Zhang Han still maintained an extremely rigorous attitude.
From all angles and at all levels.
We conducted a comprehensive and thorough evaluation of the car's sound insulation performance.
Chapter 109 Hotel? Want to stay one night? An hour later. Zhang Han finished the vehicle evaluation with satisfaction. You know what?
As expected of a Rolls-Royce.
The quality is truly exceptional. Could I have a mojito for my lover?
I love reading her eyes when she's slightly tipsy.
And my coffee doesn't need too much sugar.
The world is already too sweet because of her. Zhang Han hummed a song as he put his arm around his secretary.
Together we gazed at the endless starlight on the car roof. I just felt that life was so wonderful.
Chen Mengyao also obediently massaged Zhang Han.
After resting for a while, Zhang Han patted his secretary. Chen Mengyao stood up without hesitation, pecked Zhang Han, and said, Chairman Jiang, I'll head back now. Okay, see you next week. I'll come pick you up then.
Zhang Han said it casually.
Good.
Chen Mengyao said obediently. Zhang Han didn't get out of the car to see his secretary off, but watched her walk into the elevator.
He drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the residential area.
He didn't rush back to Bund No. 1 mansion. Instead, he called Tang Yun first.
This time, the phone rang for a while before being answered. What do you want now? Tang Yun's voice sounded a little irritable. Zhang Han said gently, What's wrong, Aunt Tang? Why are you so angry? None of your business. Tang Yun retorted instinctively.
Then, as if he didn't care, he explained, It's none of your business.
I'm handling the accounts at the company. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up.
Zhang Han smiled and said, Don't be too anxious about company matters.
Take it slow, it's fine. Heh, you make it sound so easy.
Tang Yun sneered and couldn't help but complain, he's just a hands-off boss, only knowing how to dump the work on us. Zhang Han wasn't embarrassed at all, and said with a smile, "Aunt Tang, you're the general manager, and the capable should do more. I'll take care of the logistics for you. You're lucky if you don't hold me back." Tang Yun seems to be really busy. I could faintly hear her assistant reporting to her over the phone. Tang Yun put the phone away and gave her assistant a few instructions. He continued, "What is it? If you don't tell me, I'm hanging up." Zhang Han smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, have you forgotten that you promised to take Xiaoye to Disneyland together tomorrow?" "Ah." Tang Yun called out. She's been incredibly busy lately. Moreover, Zhang Han would occasionally cause some trouble. This upset her. "I really forgot about taking Mu Xiaoye to Disneyland. So, what time are we going tomorrow? Have you booked your tickets yet?" Tang Yun asked quickly. Although I'm a little resentful that my once sweet and caring daughter turned into a heartless person after she started dating. But Mu Xiaoye is, after all, her daughter, and Tang Yun still dotes on Mu Xiaoye, so she won't easily go back on her promises. Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Tang, I've already had Lucy arrange the hotel and tickets." "A hotel? Do you want to stay one night?" Tang Yun frowned and asked. "Kindness. After all, the hotels there are quite unique, so we should definitely give it a try when we go." Zhang Han said with a smile. "All right." Tang Yun agreed, "I understand. What time should I go tomorrow?" Zhang Han said, "No need to trouble Aunt Tang. I'll pick you up tomorrow, and then we'll go together. Or you can go back to number 1 mansion to stay today. This will make things more convenient for us tomorrow." This revealed a little bit of his ulterior motive. Zhang Han still hopes that Tang Yun can move back into number 1 mansion. "Even though I live in number 1 mansion, it's not certain that anything will happen between the two of them. But love grows over time, as they say. We've been living together for a long time. It's always a convenient way to cultivate feelings." Without even thinking, Tang Yun refused, "No need." She originally chose to move out. She just didn't want to face Zhang Han anymore. And seeing myself as innocent and naive. The daughter, Mu Xiaoye, knows nothing. Tang Yun always felt a vague sense of guilt. So she definitely won't be going back to live at number 1 mansion. Otherwise, she might really go crazy. All right. Zhang Han was a little disappointed by this. She let out a soft sigh. Although I was mentally prepared for this. However, when I actually heard it, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he was not discouraged and continued, "Then what time should I pick you up, Aunt Tang, tomorrow morning?" Tang Yun originally planned to go by herself. However, he had just refused the request to move back to number 1 mansion. I heard Zhang Han sigh in disappointment on the phone. "I don't know why." She hesitated for a moment. He agreed, "Let's go at 7 a.m. tomorrow. It'll be crowded on the weekend, and there will be long queues for many attractions. Go early so there are fewer people." "Okay." Zhang Han readily agreed. "I'll pick you up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. See you there." Listening to Zhang Han's words, which sounded like a young couple finalizing a date, Tang Yun felt a little flustered. She said, "Oh." After the character. He quickly hung up the phone. I could hear the busy tone on the phone. Zhang Han shook his head helplessly. He wanted Tang Yun to completely open her heart to him. There's still a long way to go. But tomorrow should also be considered my first date with Tang Yun. Thinking of this, Zhang Han's lips curved slightly. The next day. It was not yet 6 in the morning. Zhang Han was woken up by Mu Xiaoye's excited chatter. Master, wake up. Otherwise, there will be a long queue later." Zhang Han opened his eyes groggily. I saw the time on the wall clock. He let out a wail, "It's only a little past 5 o'clock, is it really necessary?" "It won't matter if it's a little later." The little maid who was always incredibly well behaved and exceptionally obedient. This time, his expression was unusually firm and serious. She shook her head, held up her fair finger and waved it, saying, "No, I've already read the walkthrough. People usually go there the night before and stay overnight, then start queuing around 7 a.m. It's Saturday again, so it's bound to be super crowded. We need to get there early so we can do more rides." "Why?"
Jiang Han sighed. While getting dressed, he muttered, "Isn't it supposed to be a 2-day trip? 2 days should be enough." "Hey, hey." Mu Xiaoye smiled shyly. Then she said in a coquettish tone, "I have so many things I want to play with. I'm really impressed by you." Under the watchful eye of the maid, Jiang Han quickly got dressed. Then I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and ate breakfast. The housekeeper, Lucy, did not leave after delivering breakfast today. Instead, they stayed by his side the whole time. She will be accompanying him as his assistant for the next 2 days. Jiang Han, Mu Xiaoye, and Tang Yin followed. "Let's go to Disneyland together." Of course, the main purpose was to find someone to help carry my bag and get my water. Otherwise, what if there are only 3 people going to play? Who will do these dirty and tiring jobs? It's obvious even to a fool. Jiang Han wouldn't be that stupid. "You're just asking for trouble." "Mr. Jiang, the driver has been arranged." Watch as Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye finish their breakfast. Lucy, who had been silently serving them, spoke up. "All right, let's go then." Today, Jiang Han did not choose either the Aston Martin 177 or the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Instead, he switched to the Rolls-Royce Phantom he had bought before. It is hailed as the world's most luxurious car, a land palace. The butler, Lucy, got into the passenger seat. Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye sat in the back row. Those spacious and luxurious seats. Jiang Han couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "That feels good, I can finally get some sleep now." The little maid also knew that Jiang Han got up so early in the morning. He definitely didn't sleep well. So he obediently kept quiet. She simply pounded Jiang Han's thigh gently with her small hands. "Help him sit and massage." Chapter 110. As expected, they were in contact behind the scenes. 20 minutes later. The little maid looked at the scenery outside the car window. He looked puzzled. "This? How did we end up in their neighborhood?" Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but gently push Jiang Han and whispered, "Master, why did you come here?" Jiang Han was still in a half-asleep, half-awake state. He forced a squint and said, "Oh, that? Your mother is going too today? We've come to pick her up first." "Oh, my mom is going too." Mu Xiaoye's face immediately scrunched up. It's so bitter. She thought today would be a romantic day just for her and Jiang Han. To everyone's surprise, her mother also came. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. "It was my first time going to Disneyland with someone I liked. And there's my beloved mother by my side." 2 joys overlapped. This double joy brought even more joy. They should have already enjoyed a dreamlike period of happiness. However, why did it turn out this way? Mu Xiaoye's eyes began to look confused. Fortunately, the vehicle had already stopped by then. Tang Yun was standing at the entrance of the residential complex, carrying an LV suitcase. Tang Yun's look today is slightly different from her usual style. In the past, she always wore various well-tailored and exquisitely styled women's suits. She looks very elegant and intellectual. She possesses a mature beauty befitting a noblewoman. It looks very elegant. It is awe-inspiring and inviolable. Today, she was dressed much more youthful and beautiful. The inner lining was a pink t-shirt. He wore a thin Balenciaga sweatshirt over his clothes. Even so. But that still couldn't hide her charm as the 5th letter of the alphabet. Below are a pair of black sweatpants and a pair of red and white Gucci sneakers. He was also wearing a pair of Gucci aviator sunglasses. And a white golf cap. If it weren't for her classically beautiful oval face and the way her eyebrows and eyes framed her features, it also exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Jiang Han almost had some doubts. These are college students who are still studying. Tang Yun looks so youthful and radiant. If we say she is Mu Xiaoye's mother, I doubt anyone would believe that. Mu Xiaoye was also surprised by her mother's appearance. After Tang Yun sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Mom, why are you dressed like this? She looks so young and beautiful." He was praised by his own daughter. Tang Yun smiled happily. But she said, "Didn't you want to go to Disneyland? So I'll dress more casually." Jiang Han also praised, "With Aunt Tang like this, I almost thought Xiaoyu had suddenly gained an older sister." Tang Yun didn't give Jiang Han a friendly look. He just chuckled. Mu Xiaoye saw this. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If my mother and Jian Han were chatting and laughing together, she might really become withdrawn.
Other girls might hope that their boyfriends can have a better relationship with their mothers-in-law.
But it was placed on her head.
This does not exist. Mu Xiaoye was secretly hoping that the two of them would never contact each other again.
She was quite happy about it.
She suddenly thought of a crucial question.
How did Jian Han know which neighborhood her mother lived in?
And they arranged for the driver to come over so easily.
And I didn't even know that my mother would go to Disneyland with them.
But Jian Han found out.
Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoye's heart jumped into her throat instantly.
She asked casually, "Mom, I thought you'd forget we were going to Disneyland today, just like Master did."
Regarding the term master used by Mu Xiaoye, Tang Yun managed to adapt somewhat.
I no longer scold them harshly as I used to.
But his complexion still wasn't very good.
She casually said, "Actually, Mom almost forgot too, but Xiao Jiang reminded me."
Mu Xiaoye's heart sank to the bottom. She gave a forced smile and said, "I see."
Really? Jian Han and his mother maintained contact in private.
She was so naive to think that way. After Mom moved out, the two never had any further contact.
Mu Xiaoye's sense of crisis grew stronger.
She took Jian Han's arm and said sweetly, "Master, I'm a little sleepy. Can I lean on your shoulder for a bit?" Jian Han didn't think much of it.
He smiled and said, "Okay."
Then Mu Xiaoye nestled sweetly in Jian Han's arms. Looking at the two of them so intimately, Tang Yun's expression, without realizing it, it has become a little less attractive. 2 hours later,
the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a smooth stop at the entrance of Disneyland. By this time, a long line of people had already formed outside. They were all tourists who came here to have fun.
Seeing this exaggerated queue, Mu Xiaoye's face instantly fell. Oh no, the line is going to be a nightmare.
Sitting in the passenger seat, the butler Lucy smiled and said, "Miss Mu, don't worry, I've already bought VIP tickets.
We won't need to queue, we can go straight in and play." Really? Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye got excited.
Then she asked curiously, "When I was looking up travel guides, I don't think I saw this VIP exclusive ticket." Lucy laughed and said, "It's probably because the ticket price is relatively expensive, and Disneyland only opens 20-30 slots per day. A VIP ticket costs 22,000 yuan, and very few tourists would buy it."
Oh, I see. Mu Xiaoye nodded knowingly.
At this point, the driver had already gotten out of the car and helped open the door.
Mu Xiaoye, Tang Yun, and Jian Han then got out of the car.
The housekeeper, Lucy, also thoughtfully helped Mu Xiaoye and Tang Yun.
Seeing this, Jian Han laughed and joked, "Lucy, why aren't you helping me up? You're so unprofessional, I'll dock your pay."
Lucy wasn't worried, she just covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, if Miss Mu agrees, I'll come and help you."
Humph, I wouldn't dare to offer an opinion. Mu Xiaoye raised her little head. He gave a soft, indistinct hum.
Jian Han smiled and got out of the car.
This white Rolls-Royce Phantom was already eye-catching enough.
1 man and 3 women got out of the car. They were all handsome men and beautiful women.
This drew gasps of amazement from the tourists in line. My goodness, this guy is so handsome. Could he be a celebrity? I'm in love. How can there be such a handsome guy? As expected, the back seat of a Rolls-Royce never disappoints. Holy crap, those are twin sisters. Those rich people are so evil. That girl in black stockings is also very pretty. Look at her waistline, she's absolutely gorgeous. Damn, they even helped me carry my bag. This treatment is unbeatable. So what if you have money? You still have to line up obediently like us.
Hee hee, with so many pretty girls around, I suddenly don't feel tired of queuing.